Transcending the Nine Heavens Chapter 695 to Chapter 750. Although Chu Yang did not have a good impression of the Black Devils, he still felt sour in his heart. Was it cruel? Was it cruel? No, because the Black Devils had no other choice. This was because the battle between the martial kings and the martial emperors was separate. The martial kings would go first. Therefore, if the Black Devils made any moves, the remaining martial emperors would immediately be annihilated. Chu Yang concluded that the Black Devils would betray him during the battle between the martial emperors, therefore, these martial kings had to be sacrificed. If these people betrayed him, the Black Devils would definitely be annihilated. If these people died, those people would have a chance to make a name for themselves. They would have a slight chance of survival, and all of this was a painful choice that the Black Devils made for his daughter. With a long sigh, Chu Yang pulled out his long sword. Xianxia's body fell softly. Chu Yang thought to himself, I will pass on your words to Wu Shang. Then, he roared as if he was venting the frustration in his heart. He turned around and charged madly into the crowd. Everyone was shouting about the fierce battle, so who would pay attention to such an insignificant scene in the millstone of flesh and blood? When the two teams came into contact, they saw that both sides were advancing. They were advancing madly, however, the people on Chu Yang's side passed through, leaving behind a ground full of broken corpses. They occupied the other side's camp. As the other side charged forward, they became a pile of minced meat. By the time the two sides brushed past each other, they had already exchanged positions. The other side had more than 1,000 martial kings. Now, there were less than 500 left. On Chu Yang's side, there were still more than 800 people who were at full strength. Both sides were panting violently. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at each other. They were preparing for the battle that was about to begin. It was a battle of life and death. In the sky above the battlefield, blood mist filled the air. On the ground, blood meandered and gradually formed a river of blood. It curved and flowed into the distance. At first, it was still emitting hot air. Later, the hot air slowly dissipated and the river froze. Tian Buhui rushed over angrily. He rushed in front of the Black Devils. What's going on? Why are the people of the Black Devils so weak? We just came into contact and they are all gone? What does that mean? The Black Demon looked at the black-clothed corpse and the pieces of flesh on the ground. His face behind the mask seemed to be convulsing in pain. He gritted his teeth as he spoke in a deep voice. This old man has said this before. The assassins that I have trained must be in the dark. They must be able to display their greatest power. 2 king-level experts can even assassinate an emperor-level expert. But how did you arrange it? You actually exposed my assassin in front of the enemy, and then fought him head-on. You ruined all of my efforts, and now you actually ask me why my combat strength is so weak. He took a step forward and glared at Tian Buhui. Did you see that they are all dead? Could it be that the corpse is fake? Did you see them running away at the last moment? Is there? He glared at Tian Buhui angrily as he stepped closer to him. Now, you're actually asking me what I mean by this. Let me ask you, what are your intentions? When he said this, everyone felt that Tian Buhui was too much. The Black Devils were very strong, but they were only good at assassinating in the dark. The people of the Black Devils had never fought with their enemies head-on. Tian Buhui was using such a reason to criticize the Black Devils. Furthermore, it was under the premise that the Black Devils were all dead. He was being too demanding. The two of them were on the verge of breaking out into a fight. At this moment, there was a loud roar. Everyone's attention was attracted to it. Chu Yang shouted, "Brothers! Throw them all into the lake of despair." All 800 people shouted together, "Throw them all into the lake of despair." Kill. Chu Yang raised his sword. His eyes flashed with coldness and ruthlessness as he charged forward. Behind him, the group of people charged forward like a tide. Now, there were no more Black Devil assassins in the group. This kind of result made Chu Yang feel stuffy in his heart. He also felt a burst of anger and sorrow, therefore, he had to give it his all and kill. Beside him, Xie Danqiong's white robe flashed. The two of them charged forward side by side. Kill. On the other side, there was also a loud roar. They raised their swords and sabers. Their faces were twisted as they charged forward. both sides only had eyes for their enemies. There was nothing else. Occasionally, they would trip over something. No matter whose corpse it was, they would kick it far away. Don't blame me. Maybe in the next moment, I'll be like you. Lying on the ground with a broken body, I'll be kicked away. Chu Yang let out a clear roar. His sword roared as it flew up. He was about to kill. However, just as he was about to make his move, he realized that a bright flower had already bloomed in front of him. That flower was like a fairy. It flashed in the air. It flashed to the left, then to the right. In a flash, it disappeared again. However, that flower was so beautiful that no one could bear to touch it. They couldn't bear to look at it. They couldn't even bear to think about it. The beauty of this flower had reached the pinnacle of this world, but what this incomparably beautiful flower brought was death, because every time it flashed, every time it appeared, it was accompanied by a life. It was taken away while intoxicated by this flower. Every face that had been taken away by the flower still had traces of admiration and intoxication on them. It was as if they were willing to die under such a beautiful scene. It was intoxicating. Even in such a cruel battle, the appreciation of extreme beauty couldn't be erased. However, when beauty reached the pinnacle, it was darkness and destruction. After this flower flashed, blood would definitely flow. This was the flower of death, viburnum flower. When the viburnum flower appeared, all other flowers would die. The power of the viburnum flower was truly displayed at this moment. This was a kind of cruel beauty. This was elegant cruelty. This was the ultimate kill of a gentleman. This kind of extreme beauty brought about extreme cruelty. Even the big clans and law enforcement officers were moved by it. Xianxia finally unleashed the true power of the viburnum flower. Even Chu Yang was seeing such a massacre for the first time in his life. However, Xianxia's face was calm and indifferent. With indifference to life, the viburnum flower continued to attack. It flew back and attacked again. Chu Yang thought in his heart, if Xianxiang can also smile as brightly and gently as the jade jasper flower when she makes her move, then perhaps that would be the ultimate. Although he thought so, his hands didn't stop at all. With a swing of his sword, Chu Yang attacked first. A white sword light danced in the air. Chu Yang flew through the air and landed at the densest part of the crowd. With a wave of screams, his sword swept across. Puff, puff, puff. 3 people were cut into 2 at the waist. 7 big men pounced on him from 3 directions. Chu Yang rushed forward. With 2 puffs, the tip of his sword cut through 2 big men's backs. Then, it disappeared with a whoosh. With a sliding step, he moved to the right side as if he was dancing alone on the ice and snow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 heads flew into the air. 3 swords were broken in an instant and floated in the air as if they were weightless. The corpse had yet to fall to the ground, the broken sword had yet to touch the dust, and the buoyancy had yet to be eliminated. Chu Yang spun the soles of his feet, and the upper of his shoes rolled up a puff of sparkling and translucent ice and snow on the ground. His whole body had already turned around and rushed back. The 2 enemies behind him were now in front of him. With 2 claps, the 2 swords of the opponents collided with Chu Yang's sword. Wherever the sharpness of the divine sword passed, the 2 swords were separated like tofu. Chu Yang's sword extended and retracted. Then, with a whoosh, he rushed out from the gap between the 2 men. The 2 men seemed to be stunned for a moment. They suddenly turned around and wanted to chase. However, when they moved, the upper half of their bodies flew out from the waist. The 2 legs of the lower half of their bodies were still running on the snow. The 2 parts of the corpses that had just flown out met 3 swords at the same time. And, they were chopped into pieces with a kacha sound. The people on Chu Yang's side thought that Chu Yang hadn't killed the 2 men. So, they had come to besiege him. But, they had chopped the corpses, and Chu Yang had already flown into another encirclement with a biting cold murderous aura. There were 3 king-level experts on his side in this encirclement. They were besieged by 7 or 8 people from the opposite side. They were in imminent danger. One of the king-level experts had already roared when Chu Yang arrived. His body was slashed several times. Blood splashed everywhere. Then, the swords and sabers came down together. He didn't even have time to scream as his flesh and blood flew out. Chu Yang roared and rushed forward with his sword in hand. Halfway through, his sword turned into a thick silver river of sword light. Rumbling sounds could be heard as it rushed forward. The experts on the enemy's side turned into a pile of blood. On the other side, Luo Kudi was fighting with 4 king-level experts at the same time. He roared wildly. Then, a sword silently shot out from a gap and stabbed towards Luo Kudi's waist. Luo Kudi wasn't aware of this, Chu Yang had seen it. But, he was surrounded by enemies. So, he didn't have enough time to rescue him. So, he suddenly roared, and kicked out his leg. It was like a thunderbolt as it ferociously kicked the neck of a king-level expert. A gotcha sound was heard. This king-level expert of the Tian clan didn't even have time to groan. His head was kicked out of his neck. Blood violently spurted out. His head spun like a meteor as it flew out like a lightning bolt. That king-level expert had launched a sneak attack on Luo Kudi. He was secretly happy that he had succeeded. But, he suddenly felt something heavy on his wrist. He found that his sword had inexplicably pierced a person's head. He took a closer look, and realized that it was his subordinate. He roared in grief and indignation. He then loudly asked, "Who is it?" However, Chu Yang had already cut off 3 heads with his sword. His entire body was bathed in blood as he stood in front of him. The 2 of them didn't speak. Instead, they fiercely slashed their swords. Bang! That king-level expert's sword broke. Chu Yang flew high up in the air, and ferociously kicked him in the chest. That king-level expert was sent flying upside down like a shrimp. The 7 king-level experts of Chu Yang's side attacked him at the same time. They intercepted him along the way. Their swords and sabers ruthlessly fell on him. He had turned into a skeleton by the time he fell to the ground. GMO and Huyan Aobua combined their swords and attacked back and forth in the battle formation. One of them was tall while the other was short. One attacked while the other defended. Their coordination was flawless. On the other side, Tan Tan and Xia Danfeng were much more valiant. Both of them were main attackers. Both of them were equally crazy and didn't care about their own safety. Then, they hurriedly patched up the holes in the opponent's attack. Tan Tan was on the left side of Xia Danfeng. Rui Budong was on the right side of Xia Danfeng. That was because Xia Danfeng wasn't a king-level expert even though she was participating in the battle. She was only a high-level revered martial artist. Tan Tan alone wouldn't be able to protect her in such a battle where all the king-level experts were present. Therefore, Rui Budong's main responsibility in this battle was to protect Xia Danfeng. This was Chu Yang's order. Such an order was selfish and cruel for the other king-level experts who were participating in the battle. However, Chu Yang had no other choice. Ao Xiaoyan's handsome face was already full of bloodstains. It was the same color as the red scarf on his head. There were 7 or 8 wounds on his body. However, he didn't retreat even half a step. He bravely moved forward and killed his way forward. Awoo awoo! Luo Kudi roared loudly. His body had been cut by a saber. However, this had stimulated his ferocious nature even more. The effect of his self-destructive training in the northern wilderness had finally manifested at this moment. He roared furiously and crazily rushed forward to kill. He didn't see Chu Yang even when he appeared beside him. The entire battlefield had been reduced from more than 2,000 people fighting together. Then, it had been reduced to more than 1,000 people fighting together. In the end, only less than 700 people were left fighting. The casualty rate of Chu Yang's side in this second battle was far higher than that of the first. That was because the other side already knew that they would lose and die this time. Therefore, everyone was fighting with their lives on the line. However, Chu Yang's side had a good start. Then, they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. So, it was inevitable that they were somewhat relaxed. This was human nature. However, it was precisely this human nature that had caused the death of more than 100 experts who should not have died in the first place. The second battle was even faster than the first battle. It didn't take long for it to end. Slowly, the battle circle became smaller and smaller, and gradually divided into 3. There were less than 100 enemy experts left. They were trapped in 3 encirclements. Each of them was besieged by over 100 king-level experts. Both sides' eyes were bloodshot and ferocious. At this point in the battle, the so-called life and death, the so-called fear, had long been thrown beyond the clouds. The only thought left in his mind was to kill the enemy. He would drag the other party along with him. Killing one was more than enough. Kill 2, earn 1. You're going to die anyway, one of the enemy's middle-grade king-level experts roared. Then, he suddenly pounced over without dodging. His body was pierced by more than a dozen swords while he was in midair. But, he shook his right hand, and the sword flew out of his hand. Then, it deeply penetrated the chest of a king-level expert. The long sword pierced through his chest, leaving a trail of blood behind it as it flew across the snowy ground. It flew for over 100 feet before landing on the snowy ground with a clang. The sword swayed in the air as fresh blood dripped down, bringing with it hot air. Xianxia issued an order, and his brothers flew up at the same time. They each pounced into the 3 encirclements. A series of ding-ding-dang-dang-dang sounds resounded. Then, a series of blood-curdling screams were heard. Then, the entire battlefield became silent. No one else was standing in the entire battlefield apart from Chu Yang's people who had red cloth tied around their heads. There was a moment of silence. Then, someone suddenly bent down and vomited blood. This person had suffered internal injuries a moment ago, and had forcibly endured it. However, he had finally relaxed at this moment, and had vomited blood. Vomiting blood like this would have been equivalent to courting death if it had been a battle. The sound of vomiting resounded. Then, someone let out a long sigh, and sat down on the ground. It didn't matter if it was a broken saber, a broken sword, or even a corpse on the ground. They were exhausted. The battle a moment ago was even more terrifying than a nightmare. Chu Yang looked around, and sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. He looked at the entire battlefield. More than 1,500 people had died here. But, he couldn't find a single complete corpse. Only pieces of flesh and blood were left on the ground. Every 1,000 people had participated in the battle. Only 100 people had participated in the battle on his own side. There were less than 400 people left alive. As for those who were physically disabled, and those who had broken arms or legs, there were countless of them. And these were the lucky ones. Even the most brilliant coroner wouldn't be able to piece together more than 1,500 corpses under such circumstances. In fact, he wouldn't be able to piece together even 300 complete corpses under such circumstances. Everyone was a king-level expert, and each of them had risked their lives. Their flesh and blood would scatter as long as they made a mistake. And that short period of time when they were about to die was the time when they would suffer the most damage. Everyone would rather stab a dead body with a knife than let the enemy have the opportunity to lay on the ground and launch a sneak attack. And they wanted to die a complete death under such a mentality? It was no different from a dream. Roll call. Count off. Chu Yang stood in a depressed manner. Warm blood was still dripping from his hair. After counting, there were only 314 king-level experts on Chu Yang's side who were still alive. Including Chu Yang and his brothers, out of 100 people who had participated in the battle, 332 had died. The bloody fog on the battlefield hadn't dispersed yet. Everyone was facing this tragic scene, and remained silent. Men. Bring the injured and unconscious back to recuperate. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield. Throw the corpses into the lake of despair. The blood vessels in Chu Yang's eyes slowly faded away. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he gritted his teeth. His cheeks clearly bulged. He took a deep breath of the bloody air, raised his head, and let out a long, long sigh. Finally, he turned his head and shouted coldly. He gave a cruel order. Such a decision would undoubtedly be cold-blooded and cruel if it was in any other place. But here, at the Lake of Despair, regardless of whether it was the corpses thrown into the Lake of Despair or the people who cleaned up the battlefield, it was a kind of honor, a kind of respect for the enemy. Only the victors could have the honor of cleaning up the battlefield. Only the corpses of heroes could be thrown into the Lake of Despair to accompany the heroic spirits of the past generations, under the witness of 2 supreme martial artists. This was the most honorable place in the 3 heavens, regardless of life or death. Chu Yang knew that the 3 heavens people thought this way, but when he said this, his heart was still in turmoil. He felt pity for them. This was because there were many people who had chatted with him just a day ago, or even just a moment ago. When talking about this battle, he still remembered that bearded martial king of the Xia clan said straightforwardly, "My life was originally picked up. If I could die in the Lake of Despair, my life wouldn't have been in vain. Besides, my wife and daughter have been killed by the Ao clan. I have nothing to worry about." The sooner I die, the sooner I can be reunited. Now, this martial king was quietly lying not far away, with his body incomplete. How could Xianxia not hear the grief and indignation in his heart? The Ao clan master had compensated the few Ao clan masters for their sins. The few Ao clan masters and the mastermind behind them had all died, but his wife and daughter couldn't come back to life. In the end, he didn't take revenge with his own hands, but he couldn't take revenge anymore. Perhaps he only had one wish left, to be reunited. There was another person, the martial king of the Ao clan. Back then, when he was standing with Ao Xianyun, that skinny martial king had said to him and Ao Xianyun, if you die in battle, if you can win and survive, when you go back, tell my son not to practice martial arts for the rest of his life. Please give him a few acres of land and let him find a wife to farm. Now, that person was also lying there. Only his head was left. Even his body couldn't be found. Xianxia didn't know why he would feel this way. Why did he tell his son not to practice martial arts for the rest of his life? But he knew that this person, as a father, must have his reasons for saying this. Vengeance in the martial world, the intertwining of gratitude and grudges, added to the beauty of blood. But how much familial love was lost and how much common life was missed. I will help you pass on these words, Xianxia said silently. Then, he raised his head and quietly closed his eyes. Brothers, rest in peace. If there is a next life, we will be friends again and fight again. Under Mo Tianji's command, the battlefield rescue team rushed out quickly. But they met with resistance. Other than those who had already fainted, those who had broken arms and legs refused to go back to rest. We want to clean up the battlefield. We want to stay. We want to personally send our brothers and our enemies into the lake of despair. We hope that they can live and work peacefully in the lake of despair. There are no grudges in the lake of despair. Faced with these people's stubbornness, the battlefield rescue team could only choose to move the unconscious people away and return silently. Everyone seemed to be carrying out a solemn ceremony. They gathered the corpses on the ground, regardless of whether they were enemies or allies. Then, they carried the corpses in pairs and walked towards the lake of despair. Their expressions were so solemn, so respectful, and so sorrowful. Just a moment ago, they were still fighting with their lives on the line, slashing viciously at their enemies. In the blink of an eye, they had become like this. It was as if they were mourning for their loved ones. They were heartbroken, respectful, and nostalgic. Such a scene, such a change in mood, seemed abrupt. It didn't seem right, but everyone present, including the great clans and those who held the law, felt that this was how a real man should behave. This was how the lake of despair should be. Therefore, none of them made a sound. They only watched quietly and respectfully. More than 300 people were slowly cleaning up the battlefield. They didn't even let go of a drop of blood. They respectfully held it up and sent it into the lake of despair. The speed of cleaning was extremely slow, but everyone seemed to be more patient and tolerant at this moment. As the corpses of the deceased were thrown into the lake of despair, ripples slowly appeared on the surface of the lake. Circle after circle of ripples gradually spread out, merging into one piece after another. It was as if the dead were bidding farewell to the living. The sky was gloomy. Slowly, the cold wind whistled. It actually started to snow. Tomorrow would be the final battle of the martial emperors. Another batch of corpses of heroes would be added to the lake of despair, which hadn't changed since ancient times. Gu Duxing stood quietly in front of his tent. As he watched this scene, he thought about the final battle that should belong to him tomorrow. Suddenly, his heart trembled with excitement. He raised his eyebrows and sword energy surged to his chest. With a clang, the black dragon sword actually jumped out of its scabbard. It shone with a cold light and lay across the sky. All the experts present, including the great clans and those who held the law, were caught off guard. The long swords at their waists let out a crisp sword sound at the same time. It was as if they were about to struggle out. They worshipped the king. The sword emperor appeared, and all swords submitted to him. Instantly, a wave of astonished gazes looked over from all directions. That night, Gu Duxing stood alone in front of his tent. He didn't move at all for the entire night. Heavy snow fell from the sky. Gu Duxing quickly became a snowman. However, he seemed to have entered a strange state. He didn't care about anything around him. Xianxia sat quietly about 70 to 80 feet in front of him. He didn't say anything and didn't move. Soon, he also became a snowman. Behind him, in the tent, under the flickering candlelight, Mo Tianji held a book in one hand and read it quietly. Gmo, Luo Kudi, Dong Wu Sheng, Rui Butong, Tan Tan, Xia Dan Qiong, Ao Xia Yun, and the rest sat quietly in different parts of the tent. Their eyes seemed to be open, and they were all resting. However, an invisible aura spread out from the tent and faintly formed a large circle with Chu Yang outside. It shrouded Gu Duxing, who was immersed in his epiphany, and protected him inside. Gu Duxing's state was very rare. It was a crucial stage on the path of martial arts. He couldn't be disturbed by anyone, therefore, all the brothers acted as his protectors without prior agreement. They didn't sleep for the entire night. They weren't the only ones who didn't sleep for the entire night. It was as if the members of the dominant clans had discovered a treasure. They were also observing Gu Duxing's side from all directions. Even the enforcers were waiting quietly. Tian Buhui didn't do anything. He was warned by the enforcers. Before the battle between martial emperors begins, no one is allowed to act rashly. This warning was obviously biased towards Gu Duxing. Tian Buhui was so angry that his stomach almost exploded. The enemy was breaking through right in front of him, but he couldn't disturb him. What kind of logic was this? Waiting for him to break through so that he could kill us, and the enforcers were so unfair. However, Tian Buhui had misunderstood. The enforcers weren't just biased. A sword sovereign, he was rare even in the upper three heavens. He was a legendary existence. There were many martial monarchs and martial saints in the dominant clans. However, how many of them were called sword sovereigns? One had to know that each of these large clans had tens of thousands of years of heritage. Didn't they know how powerful sword sovereigns and sword sovereigns were? How could they not nurture them? However, after 10,000 years, how many had they nurtured, not to mention that it was actually a sword emperor who hadn't even reached the age of 20. Moreover, it was obviously not primary stage 1, the shock this brought to everyone was simply unparalleled. No matter who it was, being able to witness the process of a sword emperor's breakthrough was extremely beneficial. Yi Shiyu praised in a low voice, "This little guy looks even more abnormal than my elder brother. My elder brother was already 22 years old when he broke through to the first stage of sword sovereign. This guy is obviously only 10 years old and definitely not 20 years old. And from the looks of it, he's about to break through to the second or third stage. What a monster." Although his voice was still feminine, because he was whispering in a low voice, it was not coquettish. "Be quiet." The Yi clan's expert bodyguard beside him hastily reminded him. "I know." Yi Shiyu rolled his eyes and twisted his waist. The guard immediately rolled his eyes and slapped his own mouth in regret. "Look at my mouth." I made him whine again. The people from the other aristocratic families didn't say a word. They just watched quietly, afraid that they might miss something. Even the cultivators didn't look away. Looking at the two people in the snow below, one sitting and one standing, and feeling the vigilant aura, everyone felt touched. If I break through to the next stage, will there be people protecting me like this? Chen Feichen's gaze flickered slightly. He looked at Chu Yang and Gu Duxing, who were already covered in snow, and said slowly, "In my life, I hate brothers like this the most. For people like this, it's good to have one friend. The others will naturally acknowledge you. But if you want to kill them for revenge, you must kill them all. If you let any one of them escape, there will be endless trouble in the future. If you kill one of these people, the others will give up all their goals in life. They will spend their lives with revenge as their ultimate goal. This is the scariest," Chen Feichen said indifferently. At the side, a bodyguard sighed and said, "The scariest thing isn't the person, but friendship." "Nonsense," Chen Feichen said disdainfully, "this is a bunch of one-track-minded idiots." He paused and tilted his head strangely, saying, "Why do I have a premonition that in the future, I will definitely become enemies with these people?" The two bodyguards were stunned. The snow continued to fall, getting heavier and heavier. It was already late at night. Chu Yang and Gu Duxing had already completely turned into two snowmen. Even their hair and clothes were not exposed. Chu Yang suddenly felt something. He raised his head slightly. The snow fell for a while. He looked at Gudu Xing and closed his eyes again. Just now, he suddenly felt that the place where Gudu Xing was originally standing had suddenly lost Gudu Xing's aura. It was as if Gudu Xing had suddenly disappeared from this world, but at a glance, Gudu Xing was clearly still standing there quietly. When he closed his eyes, he felt that there was still an emptiness there. Unity of heaven and man. The white-bearded cultivator's face was solemn. He said seriously in a low voice, as if he was afraid of waking up Gudu Xing, who was in this state. But in reality, he was almost 3,000 feet away from Gudu Xing. At such a distance, if it was an ordinary person, even if it was not snowing, they would not be able to see anything. After a while, a lonely and desolate aura suddenly spread between heaven and earth. But in this lonely aura, it seemed to be filled with traces of concern, traces of reluctance. It was as if a person who was at the peak of the world was looking at the world in endless loneliness with pity and reluctance. Because there, he was concerned about it. What is going on? This is obviously contradictory. Ling Hanshui's beautiful eyes revealed a puzzled look. Since it is the lonely swordsman, there is Gudu Xing. How can he still enter such a lonely state? This was the doubt that everyone had. But although they did not understand, everyone already understood. Everyone was experienced and knowledgeable. How could they not feel that even if there was concern, the lonely swordsman was still the lonely swordsman, so this Gudu Xing sword was still the lonely sword emperor, this was also the sword intent of this sword emperor. Everyone closed their eyes and tried to understand the heavenly Tao of this lonely sword emperor. Even if they could not understand it, they could understand some of the aura and comprehend it. Loneliness filled the air and spread far and wide. When it filled the entire world, it suddenly retracted and disappeared without a trace. Did you break through? The white-bearded wielder opened his eyes and sighed regretfully. I didn't get anything. No. It was not a breakthrough. It was still a breakthrough. Then, he was shocked by what he saw. Another long silence. Gudu Xing once again fell into a state of emptiness. It was already 4 o'clock in the morning. Suddenly, a mysterious feeling spread out endlessly. And this time every expert who tried to understand the state hurriedly retracted their divine senses. Their hearts were filled with lingering fear and shock at the same time, because when they came into contact with this state, they quickly felt that they had forgotten everything, yes, forgotten. It was as if in such a state, everything in their past had quickly disappeared from their memories, and Gudu Xing, who was standing there motionlessly, seemed to be floating at this moment. He had forgotten everything and forgotten everything. He had forgotten this heaven, forgotten this earth, forgotten this world. A sword intent seemed to have been forgotten by the world. It was wandering aimlessly in the sky. Wherever it floated, sword energy would fill the sky. How is this possible? The white-bearded cultivator stood up in shock. How can a sword emperor comprehend two completely different sword intents at the same time? Not only him, the others also opened their eyes in shock. Many people stood up. They did not know that this was the sword intent that Gudu Xing had comprehended after the battle with Tu Qianhao. Unruffled emotions, great technique. Now, Gudu Xing was in a state that even he could not grasp. But, the spiritual power that he had displayed could be regarded as the great technique of unruffled emotions that Tu Qianhao had spent his entire life researching in his previous life. If he could release this kind of concept at will when he was conscious, then he would have reached the point where he would have some achievements. Suddenly, Gudu Xing's body trembled slightly. In the snow-covered land, a wisp of melancholy, loneliness, endless desolation, and ethereal silence gently came out, a sword across the sky, towards the peak. Life is saved. Turning around, it is empty. Where is the world? A soulmate is rewarded. When I want to look back, I have already forgotten. The white-bearded cultivator's eyes shone brightly. His hands trembled slightly. His white beard fluttered and trembled as he listened to this poem. Perhaps, this was a sword technique. He seemed to have felt Gudu Xing's state of mind. As a saint-level expert, he was the only one who was qualified to interpret these 4 lines of Gudu Xing's sword technique. But, after he interpreted them, this saint-level expert felt even more depressed. A sword across the sky towards the peak. As a sword emperor, there was nothing else other than the sword. A sword emperor was originally so lonely. This sentence sounded very heroic, but in fact, it was the state of mind of a lonely swordsman. But the next sentence clearly went from the realm of loneliness to the realm of being free and easy like flowing clouds and flowing water, yet at the same time, it was also a realm of frustration. No matter how hard one works, victory or defeat will become nothing in the blink of an eye. This was contradictory to the previous sentence. Since everything became nothing, then what was the point of working hard? So, it became an exploration of life, and a passive one at that. Where is the world's soulmate? This sentence clearly changed. His state of mind had changed 7 to 8 times in these 3 sentences. How could he cultivate to be a sword emperor with such a complicated state of mind? This sentence was obviously filled with disappointment, loneliness, and desolation, but in fact, if one listened carefully, one could tell that this sentence was indeed somewhat proud. And, where is the world's soulmate? It was not that there was no soulmate. When I want to look back, I have already forgotten. This sentence had completely entered the state of forgetfulness, but it was also when I want to look back. Then, why do I have to look back? So, although I have forgotten, I am still me. Concern is still concern. This was a circle from the beginning. After one round, it returned to the beginning. But this was already different from the beginning. It had already transcended. The white-bearded cultivator was depressed. He understood it completely, but he could not cultivate at all. No wonder people say that the realm of a sword sovereign will never be repeated. Every sword intent would only belong to a single person. This person's death will be the end. Even after billions of years, there will never be a repeat. The white-bearded enforcer mumbled, I see. It's really so. It seems like today's battle will be a solo performance by the sword sovereign. No wonder people say that a sword sovereign needs a sacrifice to achieve a breakthrough. And this sacrifice must be a great loss of life. The next moment, Gu Duxing let out a clear roar and shook violently from the pile of snow on his left. The pile of snow on his left suddenly exploded and half of his body was exposed. A solitary sword aura was emitted. They rushed up into the boundless snowy sky. It was sharp and powerful. It was brilliant and unparalleled. Third-grade sword sovereign. The white-bearded enforcer was shocked. But why is only half of his body exposed? Could it be? Then, there was another explosion. The pile of snow on Gu Duxing's right suddenly exploded and his entire body was exposed. A sword will of the emotionless sword also exploded from the right side of his body. The black dragon sword issued a loud and clear sword cry, and suddenly unsheathed itself from the scabbard. It carried a wisp of arrogant disdain, and flew straight up into the sky. It swallowed and spat out sword light in midair, and looked down on the world with disdain. Gu Duxing's entire body seemed to have been separated into 2 halves. One was lonely and the other was emotionless. These 2 different sword wills were reflected on his body and also separated his body into 2 halves. However, it was in the same body as him, unified, perfect embodiment. He is indeed a sword sovereign with 2 attributes. The white-bearded enforcer took in a breath of cold air. His eyes suddenly emitted a burning glow. Gu Duxing's artistic conception had enveloped Chu Yang from the start till the end. Or rather, Chu Yang had always been at the core of Gu Duxing's artistic conception. When Gu Duxing felt the depths of the sword of solitude, Chu Yang also felt the loneliness that came from the depths of love. Gu Duxing's loneliness was not the loneliness of being at the top of the world, it was the loneliness of not having anything else other than his sword. The loneliness of not having anything else other than his emotions. Gu Duxing's state of mind was just that stubborn. At the same time of this breakthrough, he opened up his heart completely to his friends. Only by reaching the pinnacle of the sword could one achieve the pinnacle of the sword. Only by being extremely emotional could one be loyal to their feelings. You can forget your feelings. Forgetting one's feelings wasn't about forgetting. Instead, it was about integrating one's feelings into this world, coexisting with heaven and earth. For eternity, this love had a life of its own. Just like Gu Duxing's sword, it now had a life of its own. Gu Duxing had already broken through to the 3rd stage of Sword Emperor. However, Chu Yang was still sitting there. He was still immersed in the artistic conception of Gu Duxing. In such a place of sword intent, he actually couldn't help but think of Emo Qingguo. Then, another scene seemed to appear in his heart. In that instant, his heart ached. His heart was like the sun setting in the mountains, the light fog gradually thickening. It was almost at this moment that Chu Yang lost himself. Purple bamboo forest, her red clothes were like blood, and the purple bamboo fluttered in the wind. She was peerless in her generation, and her gaze was filled with sorrow. If I dance for you, I won't suffer for the rest of my life. If you watch my dance, I won't be alone in life or death. His red clothes fluttered, dancing for you in this life. Even if he was mercilessly abandoned, he would still dance for you. Even if it was bitter, he wouldn't be bitter, because he didn't dance lightly. This dance was for a lifetime. Wrapped in the snow, Xianxia sighed softly, feeling extremely disappointed. In this state of complete solitude, he completely understood Gu Duxing's sword intent. However, because of this sword intent, he thought of something else. Gu Duxing's sword intent, Gu Duxing's feelings, Xianxia already completely understood. But he only understood, he wouldn't cultivate it. Moreover, after understanding it, he abandoned himself outside of Gu Duxing's sword intent. Because this was Gu Duxing's sword intent, but Xianxia had Xianxia's sword intent. Therefore, it was one thing for Xianxia to understand it, and another for him to comprehend his own sword intent. Just like how Gu Duxing couldn't forget Gu Miaoling, but Xianxia's heart was Mo Qingguo. Gu Miaoling and Mo Qingguo were not the same person. It was the same for his sword intent. However, because Gu Duxing comprehended his sword of solitude, his sword of oblivion, because of his feelings, this feeling moved Xianxia's heart. Therefore, he sighed. There was never a moment when he missed Mo Qingguo so urgently and so bitterly. Whether it was the Mo Qingguo of the previous life or the Mo Qingguo of this life. Because you danced for me in the previous life, I'm willing to suffer for you in this life. Qingguo, I'm waiting for you. Waiting for you to grow up. White snow drifted down, and Gu Duxing's voice came from outside the snow pile. Do you understand? Xianxia sighed. What about you? Do you understand? Gu Duxing smiled. Although Xianxia was trapped in the snow and couldn't see Gu Duxing's smile, he could imagine that Gu Duxing's smile must be very blissful. I understand. This time I've comprehended third stage sword sovereign. This is a very insignificant matter. Gu Duxing smiled and said, most importantly, I understand the direction of my life. I practice the sword, be it solitude or oblivion, not to kill people. It's to protect. Protect Sister Xiaomiao, protect my brothers. Protect all the people I care about. Gu Duxing said, since it's to protect, then, when you protect, you must oblivion. Because to protect is to protect. Xianxia smiled gently. My sword is different from yours, but we both do it to protect. Xianxia remembered that when he had just been reborn, he once said to his master, Meng Chaoran, practicing the sword is to kill people. But now, Gu Duxing said, practicing the sword is not to kill people. It seemed very contradictory, but now Xianxia only knew that what he said at that time was wrong. Because at that time, he was still immersed in the martial arts realm of his previous life. Gu Duxing's current realm had completely surpassed his previous realm, including his state of mind. Therefore, Gu Duxing had already formed his own path of martial arts. Gu Duxing gave a carefree smile and said, in the end, it's all about one sentence, martial arts is about protection. Xianxia pondered for a long time and finally, he burst out from the snow pile with a bang. He laughed and said, that's right. Actually, this is the reason. The martial arts path is actually because this world is not safe. Ordinary people can't protect their own things, so I want to strengthen myself to protect the things I care about. This is a process. This process forms a pattern, and it becomes the martial arts path. This time, it was Gu Duxing's turn to be stunned. He frowned and said, what are you talking about? Xianxia laughed and said, that's it, that's it. Xianxia suddenly became cheerful. He felt that he had never been so cheerful before. He also didn't understand why he suddenly thought of this, why he suddenly thought it through and became cheerful. But from now on, his mood suddenly became better. Xianxia stood up, laughed twice, and walked into the tent. Facing the crazy eyes of the brothers, he laughed twice and scolded, Motherf asterisk cur. Everyone was stunned. Gu Duxing stood outside for a long time. He scratched his head and said inexplicably, what did Gu Duxing do to me just now? What is all this nonsense? He thought about it for a long time, but to no avail. He recalled everything he said, and it seemed that he didn't know how to make Xianxia behave like this. Finally, the more he thought about it, the more incredulous it was. He finally gave up and muttered, with boss. I really can't speak like a normal person. I can't understand it with a normal person's thinking. He's a real weirdo. He shook his head and finally went into the tent. This night, Chu Yang and the rest were so excited that they didn't sleep. On the other hand, Tian Buhui was so depressed that he couldn't sleep. The most painful thing in life was to see the enemy that he was going to fight in the morning break through right in front of his eyes. Furthermore, this enemy was the one who had the most destructive power, and the one who could affect the outcome of the battle the most. Of course, this wasn't the saddest thing. The saddest thing was that he could only watch as his enemy broke through, but he couldn't do anything to stop him. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that if he tried to stop him now, he might not succeed. But if he didn't do anything, the enemy would definitely break through. Yet, at this moment, a law enforcement officer appeared and told him, if you dare to stop him, I'll kill you right now. I won't let you wait until the battle tomorrow. I'll kill you. How could Tian Buhui not be heartbroken by this? How could he not complain about the unfairness of the heavens? Thus, Tian Buhui's heart was frying. Finally, he gathered everyone. The battle between the martial emperors is at daybreak. But at this moment, Gu Duxing broke through. He's a sword sovereign. Tian Buhui's face darkened. Once he breaks through, it'll be even harder to stop him. Originally, the difference in strength between both parties was very small. If we allow him to unleash his full potential tomorrow, we'll have an 80% chance of losing. In the battle between the martial emperors, we've lost all our martial emperors. If the battle between the martial emperors happens, we'll lose all our martial emperors again. Then, even if we win, what can we do? Tian Buhui smiled viciously. In this battle, the elites of the upper three heavens will all be buried. Perhaps, in the end, only one of us will be left, the martial saint from the Shi clan from the upper three heavens. Everyone was silent. Such a thing could really happen. Because the final victor would have to kill all the losers. This was the rule of the battle at the Lake of Despair. The losers couldn't leave the mountain. If all the martial emperors and martial emperors died, only a few old martial emperors and an invited martial saint were left. Then, even if they won, what could they do? What Lord Tian means is. The Zhao and Li clan masters asked at the same time. Kill Gu Duxing. Tian Buhui's eyes flashed. Our battle can't be like the battle between the martial emperors. We have to gather the strongest martial emperors and kill Gu Duxing, who just broke through to the sword sovereign level. Don't let him unleash his sword power. Everyone's faces darkened as they nodded their heads. A sword sovereign was invincible in the upper three heavens when he unleashed his sword power. When Gu Duxing was just a grade 1 sword sovereign, he could fight against a grade 1 martial emperor when he unleashed his sword power. Then, how powerful would a grade 3 sword sovereign be? It was obvious. Lord Black Devil. You're the most experienced when it comes to assassinations. What do you think about this? Tian Buhui straightened his body and asked seriously. This chapter started at 7:30 p.m. last night. 13 hours had passed. I'm really devastated. I should have just written about the battle. It's so good to write about the battle. I don't have to think about it. I just have to shout a few times and kill a few people, but I've spent 13 hours writing this. Although I've sent it to all of you, I'm still not satisfied. This F** King Torment, I've only spent 20 minutes writing about Tian Buhui. This means that I've been tormented for 12 hours by the things I've written. He laughed coldly and said, the Black Devils have assassinated many people before, but we have never killed a sword sovereign. He looked at Tian Buhui coldly and said, I can assassinate a saber emperor. I can even assassinate a martial monarch. However, to a sword sovereign who is full of sword energy. Assassinate? Master Tian, do you know what a sword sovereign is? The Black Devil mocked him mercilessly. A sword sovereign is the sharpest in the world. No matter how good an assassin is at concealment, he can only fight a sword sovereign head-on. He will never assassinate. Do you understand? Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. The Black Devil was right. Even against a normal supreme martial artist, he could use a sneak attack. As long as he was good at it, he could do something unexpected. However, a sword sovereign, a sword was the sharpest weapon in the world. Due to the sharpness of the sword, a person who cultivated to the sword emperor level was equivalent to turning himself into a sword. How could he launch a sneak attack against a divine sword that was constantly revealing its edge and choosing who to kill at any given moment? Tian Buhui said plainly, Lord Black Devil, you have misunderstood me. We can't assassinate in the battle. Therefore, I am talking about assassinate. Assassinate. In other words, there is a way to kill this sword sovereign at the start of the battle, even if we have to pay a price. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. The Black Devil thought for a while and said slowly, if that's the case, it's not impossible for us Black Devils. However, the price we have to pay will be very high. What is it? Tian Buhui was excited. He was most worried about the sword sovereign, Gudu Xing. The battle of the martial emperors seemed to be at a lower level. However, it was a strong force. Since they had lost the battle of the martial emperors, they couldn't lose the battle of the martial emperors. Lord Black Devil, don't worry. Since the Black Devils have paid the price, the Black Devils will be compensated accordingly in the next 3 days. Tian Buhui said seriously. He knew that the Black Devil was prejudiced against him. Therefore, he swore an oath. The Black Devil snorted and said after a while, the Black Devils have 5 gold-ranked assassins and 3 jade token assassins. We need to use these forces to attack together. I will fight the sword sovereign, Gudu Xing, head-on. Then the others will take the opportunity to attack. However, I am already a martial monarch. One of the 3 supreme jade tokens is also a martial monarch. The Black Demon frowned and said, how can I fight in the battle of martial emperors? That's a problem. Tian Buhui frowned. This was indeed a problem. If there were no enforcers around, this would be possible. However, the law enforcement officers were present. How could he hide this from them? Once he was discovered. Wouldn't that be, unless, of course, he'll be demoted to the emperor level. This way, your cultivation will be greatly damaged, but your mind will still be at the monarch level. If you fight against an emperor-level expert like this, you will still be able to say something even if you are discovered, the Black Devil coldly said, but, who would be willing to lower their own level after reaching the monarch level? Everyone's eyes lit up. He frowned deeply again. That's right, a monarch-level expert. Who would dare to lower his rank? And it was before the final battle? Tian Buhui furrowed his brows and tried to think of a solution. Unless, Black Demon said, unless you have the bone-gnawing heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower. With the 2 of them working together, he could consume them immediately after the battle to recover his strength. Other than that, it's impossible for me to make such a sacrifice. Instantly, everyone looked at Tian Buhui with sparkling eyes. Everyone knew that the bone-gnawing heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower were the most precious treasures of the Tian clan. Furthermore, they were also heavenly treasures with miraculous effects. The Black Devil said plainly, if there's such a guarantee, I can use all my strength in this battle. Then, I'll split into teams and scatter among the emperors. I'll take advantage of the chaos to kill Gudu Xing. Furthermore, Quan has already found the best place to ambush. The battle between the emperors is also the time for him to show his prowess. As long as Gudu Xing dies, the battle between the emperors will be won, the Black Devil said plainly. Of course, there's also a risk. For example, whether the bone-gnawing heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower are really as the rumors say. That's something we can't be sure of. Of course, if you don't agree, just pretend that I didn't say anything. Tian Buhui was instantly pushed to the edge of the fire. He had not foreseen that the matter would come back to him so violently when he had brought it up. The bone-gnawing heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower had been preserved by the Tian clan for 1,500 years. Moreover, they had spent a lot of effort to cultivate them to maturity. This war was related to the future generations. Therefore, Tian Buhui had brought them along. However, how could he bear to give away such precious treasures? However, if he didn't agree now, Tian Buhui didn't even dare to think about the consequences if they failed. After thinking for a long time, Tian Buhui finally gritted his teeth and said, since Lord Black Devil is so confident, the Tian clan will contribute the bone-gnawing heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower. What's wrong with that? Lord Tian is indeed righteous, the Black Devil said sarcastically. But how can I trust you? Tian Buhui's eyes were red. As long as you give me the medicine, I'll immediately destroy my martial monarch level cultivation right here, the Black Devil said viciously. All right. The two of them raised their hands and clapped. The onlookers were impressed. The Black Devil was indeed the most ruthless person in the three heavens. He was willing to pay such a price to kill Gudu Xing. Tian Buhui's heart was bleeding, but he still had to smile. After a while, the medicine was brought over. As expected, the Black Demon crippled his martial monarch cultivation in front of everyone. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood and gasped for breath. It took him a while to regain his breath. A martial monarch came forward to check his pulse and nodded at Tian Buhui. Tian Buhui was delighted. The Black Devil had already fallen to the martial emperor level. Lord Black Devil, thank you for your hard work. Tian Buhui bowed deeply. He thought to himself, after you kill Gudu Xing, you won't have the chance to use any treasures. I'll kill you immediately. Won't that be enough? The Black Devil panted for a while and said, don't forget about tomorrow's arrangement. Don't gather the people of the Black Devil clan together. That would be a waste of treasures and a waste of sacrifices. Then, he paused. He said, there's no need to divide the battle between martial emperors into several rounds. Let's just do it like the battle between martial kings. Chaos is the key to victory. Everyone understood that an assassin's killing move was to take advantage of the chaos. If there were fewer people, they wouldn't be able to hide themselves. How could they assassinate? They might as well call it a duel, Tian Buhui said sincerely this time, that's for sure. The Black Devil kept the bone-gnawing heart-burning grass and the 7 wonders Ling Long flower. Goodbye. He walked out of the door. Let's arrange for tomorrow's arrangement. Tian Buhui's eyes flashed with a sinister light. We can only win tomorrow's battle. We can't lose. The sky was just starting to brighten. However, a strange scene appeared beside the Lake of Despair. Snowflakes were still floating in the sky, and the sunlight illuminated the horizon. It was snowing on one side of the lake. Furthermore, the hot steam from the Lake of Despair rose. When it came into contact with the sunlight and the snowflakes, it strangely turned into a colorful and magnificent sight. Looking at it, it was like a dream. Suddenly, an empty castle seemed to have appeared between the two supreme martial artist steels. Inside, there were countless pavilions and buildings. Colorful lights flashed and blurred. In this empty castle, there were people coming and going. There were white-robed immortals. They floated around gracefully. It was like a celestial palace in the heavens. Regardless of whether it was the two parties, the big clans or the enforcers, they were all dazzled. They looked on as if they were in a dream. When the sun rose, this scene slowly disappeared. Everyone seemed to have woken up from a dream. They were still reminiscing about it. Chu Yang was stunned. He was confused. These empty pavilions, why do they look so real? Although it was many times smaller than the real world, but there was no need to doubt the quality of the existence of each and every one of the characters. Chu Yang didn't believe that this was an illusion. This was especially so when the two supreme martial artists were confronting each other. Could it really be fake, if it was real? Then, where is this place? Just as everyone was confused, the white-bearded enforcer coughed and said, the battle between the martial emperors begins today. Before he finished speaking, Tian Buhui said, Enforcer, I have a request. Can the battle between the martial emperors be decided in one battle? The white-bearded enforcer was stunned. He frowned. He was a little unhappy. If that's the case, why did they set the rules in advance? Why don't they all fight at the same time? Once one party dies, it'll be over. The battle between the martial kings was changed once. Now, the battle between the martial emperors is changed again. Is there an end to this? He suppressed his anger and said, we have to ask the other party. Mo Tianji smiled and said, since Brother Tian has such an interest, we have to accompany you. We have to do it even if we can't. The white-bearded enforcer was depressed. Since that's the case, let's start the battle. After he finished speaking, he snorted and sat down on the stage. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and said, "Since that's the case, let's also decide the battle between the martial emperors." He had made a decision. Tianbu Hui was elated and said, "Yes." He waved his hand, and the martial emperors behind him walked out. Chu Yang, Gudu Xing, and the rest stood together and watched. Black and white robes of different colors were mixed together messily. It wasn't like the battle between the martial kings, where the clans formed a team. On the other side, under Gudu Xing's lead, the 10 martial emperors also walked out slowly. There were a total of 134 martial emperors in the opposing camp. More than 30 of them looked arrogant and disdainful. It was as if they were afraid that others didn't know that they were from the Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens. Both parties faced each other. They were 300 feet apart and stood quietly. Gudu Xing stood at the front and whistled. He said sadly, "I didn't expect that I, Gudu Xing, would be able to participate in the battle between the martial emperors today. Life is like a dream, nothing more than this." Chu Yang was also a little emotional. When he met Gudu Xing 2 years ago, he was only a small martial ancestor. Now, he was representing the various clans and leading hundreds of martial emperors. Furthermore, the clan leaders of the various clans were also under his control. No one was dissatisfied. Gudu Xing sighed. However, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Finally, they turned into 2 streaks of sword radiance. He said coldly, "The earlier you die, the earlier you can reincarnate. Come." Both sides slowly moved towards each other, their auras heavy and heavy. It was very different from the opening of the Battle of the Martial Kings. If not for the heavy killing intent on everyone's faces, one would almost think that this was a group of friends who had arranged to meet here. Emma Layer clutched Dong Wushang's arm tightly, her eyes fixed on the arena. She didn't even blink as her breathing quickened. Dong Wushang looked at her strangely. What's wrong with this girl? Hadn't she always been bold and daring? Why was she so nervous today? Dong Wushang still felt a little uncomfortable with a young lady hugging his arm in public. After struggling for a while, he saw that Emma Layer was hugging him tightly, as if she didn't feel anything at all. He couldn't bear it and stopped struggling. He slowly reached out and touched the back of Emma Layer's hand, holding it comfortingly. Before Emma Layer could say anything, Dong Wushang had already retracted his hand with a red face, his heart beating twice as fast. This kind of action was very easy for any man, but when Dong Wushang did it, the meaning was completely different. God knew how much courage he had to muster to be able to hold a young lady's hand in public. Emma Layer looked at the back of her hand in a daze, as if Dong Wushang's warmth still lingered on it. She couldn't help but feel warm and calm. She quietly raised her eyes and looked at Dong Wushang, only to see that his shoulders were broad and his back was thick, as if he had already held up a solid sky for her, completely covering her from all the wind and rain between heaven and earth. Instantly, she seemed to have someone to rely on and was no longer so afraid. She couldn't help but gently lean on his chest. At this moment, her heart was calm. There was no more panic or worry. There was only her blessing for her father. It can do it, it can definitely do it. There was a long and sinister laugh, and the black demon, who was among the crowd of martial emperors, shouted hoarsely, "Kill." At the same time, a lonely sword intent suddenly filled the sky without warning. The wind, snow, and wind in midair actually let out a loud clang at this moment. Everyone present was shocked. From martial monarchs and below, everyone's swords were automatically unsheathed at the same time, shining with a cold light. One sword was above the wind and clouds of heaven and earth. The sword chi of the unique and righteous suddenly appeared in the air. The moment it appeared, it was like a sovereign descending upon the world. The sword light flashed. It streaked across the blue dome of heaven and earth in a lonely and forlorn manner. Then, a 5th-grade emperor-level expert on the opposite side was quietly cut into 2 pieces with a schwa sound. He was taking a step forward. Then, his upper body slowly fell to the ground. 2 feet. However, it was as if they had taken root in the snow. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he was dead. In fact, the domain of the martial emperor hadn't even had the time to rise. Immediately after, a black-cloaked figure appeared, exuding an awe-inspiring loneliness. He appeared in front of the enemy camp. Gu Duxing was expressionless. His face was like ice, his eyes were like black ice, his body was like ice, and his sword was like an ice dragon. In this vast world of ice and snow, he came flying. The black dragon sword let out a sharp sword cry. He wanted to move unhindered and wreak havoc everywhere. This was the moment. Tian Buhui shouted in his heart, "Good chance." Gu Duxing had already gone into battle alone. All the martial emperor's eyes flashed fiercely. They all saw the sword sovereign who had appeared in the name of the killing god and was looking for sacrifices. There was fear, and murderous intent. Good chance. The black devil shouted, "Kill." Tian Buhui excitedly slapped his big chest, making a loud sound. However, Tian Buhui's mouth suddenly opened wide. He looked at the scene in disbelief. It was as if he had been completely frozen. He didn't move at all. How is this possible? After a long while, he trembled violently. His face suddenly turned red. He cried out, "Black devil! Black devil! I'm going to kill you. 8 generations of your ancestors. You despicable traitor. Boo-hoo." Behind him, everyone was dumbfounded. Even the martial sage from the Shur clan from the upper 3 heavens opened his eyes and mouth in disbelief. This was too unbelievable. In the field, the Black Devil gave the order. All the Black Devil assassins, including the remaining 17 martial emperors, attacked at the same time. The sword light was sharp and the angle was tricky. It killed people like cutting vegetables. Furthermore, wherever the sword light went, it was invincible. There was no one who could withstand the sword light. Heads rolled, blood splattered, and limbs splattered everywhere. It was a hellish scene. This was a textbook example of an assassination, accurate, sharp, killing in one strike. Everyone who saw this scene understood why the Black Devil was able to dominate the upper 3 heavens. How could he be able to dominate the upper 3 heavens as an assassin, who was almost a sacrificial warrior? This kind of assassination method was really elusive. Killing the first batch of people was nothing. They were caught off guard. However, killing the second batch was a demonstration of their strength. They flashed around like ghosts. Their swords flashed. They used the dead bodies to hide themselves. They attacked from all directions. They attacked from all sorts of angles. They attacked from all directions. Killing, one of the Hayamo assassins was clearly charging forward. Everyone thought he was going to rush forward and kill them, but he instantly retreated with the tip of his sword pointing backwards. Everyone thought he was going to catch the people behind him off guard, but his sword came out from under his ribs and pierced the throat of the person on the left. He was holding the sword with his right hand. This sword move was to use one's arm to form a circle around oneself. Then, from the strangest angle, it was to kill someone. There was another person whose sword was broken. He retreated hurriedly. However, his leg flew up. A complete sword suddenly shot out from his leg and pierced the heart of the enemy who was chasing after him. There were still a few Black Devil assassins who were moving. However, they suddenly gathered from all directions. A few swords pierced the body of the enemy furthest away at the same time. The Black Devil was like a fish in water. With a flash of his sword, 2 people beside him were cut into 4 pieces. Then, he pulled his sword out from the mouths of the enemies on his right. The sword on his side was still glowing with blood. A black dagger suddenly appeared in his left hand. It was dim, but it stabbed into the throat of an emperor-level expert on his left. His left hand was counterattacked. He retracted it. The dagger and sword flew out of his hand at the same time. They flew to the back of the group like shooting stars. They killed 2 emperor-level experts who were still in shock. 4 to 5 enemies attacked at the same time. The Black Devil was unarmed. Suddenly, he leaned back. His hands and feet touched the ground at the same time. 4 to 5 people sneered and rushed over angrily. Suddenly, there was a bang from the Black Devil's mouth. Countless needles as thin as cow's hair shot out. They hit the faces of these emperor-level experts. Suddenly, the 4 to 5 people screamed at the same time. They covered their faces and rolled back. Their faces were numb. Their eyes were bloodshot. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that these people's eyes were already damaged. However, they did not roll back. The Black Devil who was on the ground had already circled around. A long sword appeared in his hands and feet. He spun on the ground like a praying mat. Puff, puff, puff. His 8 legs were left there. Then, he suddenly stood up. The enemies around him roared and surrounded him. However, they were met with a ball of black fog from his body. The sword light of the black fog flashed, then, screams sounded again. The Black Devil's assassination no longer cared about cultivation level. Those who were in his assassination range would die without a doubt. However, this scene stunned everyone on both sides, because they were killed. They were not killed by Chu Yang's people. They were killed by their own people. In other words, the people they killed were people from the Tian clan, Zhao clan, Li clan, and Li clan. The Tu clan, and even the reinforcements from the upper three heavens. The only people they did not kill were Chu Yang's people. The black waves formed a tidal wave. No, it should be a blood wave. Gu Duxing only killed one person. Then, there was a change in the situation. The other side started fighting fiercely. If not for Chu Yang's reminder, Gu Duxing would have been stunned, but with this reminder in front of him, Gu Duxing remained as calm as ice at this moment. He raised his sword, kill. Striking while the iron was hot, he rushed into the enemy group like a whirlwind. The 15 Emperor-level experts behind him rushed in with a loud bang. Tian Buhui's body was cold. It was as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His mind was in a mess. He could not understand why the Black Devil would betray him. Why? The Black Devil had enmity with the Dong clan, Luo clan, Ji clan, Gu clan, and King of Hell Chu. They could not live under the same sky as the Mo clan. They were supposed to be the most reliable and the most solid allies. They actually betrayed him at this moment. Even if the Li clan suddenly surrendered, or the two clans suddenly knelt down to the enemy, or even if the heavens collapsed in front of Tian Buhui, he would not be as shocked as he was now, because there was no reason for this. Everyone could betray him, but not the Black Devil. Tian Buhui even felt that even if he cooperated with Mo Tianji, this was possible. But now, the Black Devil had betrayed him. Where could he find a reason for this? There were a total of 137 Emperor-level experts. But, 17 Black Devil assassins suddenly turned on them. They stood there like melons, and chopped down 43 Emperor-level experts at lightning speed. More than 10 people died in the hands of the Black Devil alone. After this round of brutal assassination, everyone finally regained their senses. They fought desperately with the Black Devil assassins. As for the Emperor-level experts on Gu Duxing's side, not many of them faced the enemy. The most hated thing in the martial world was to be stabbed in the back by one's allies in a battle of life and death. This was the biggest taboo in the entire heavens. The Black Devil had committed the biggest taboo in the martial world. Why? Black Devil. Why? Tian Buhui stood up suddenly and asked sternly. As soon as he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The Black Devil was now in a tight encirclement. Everyone did not care about their own safety. Their eyes were red as they fought with all their might. The Black Devil did not make a sound. His hair was disheveled, but his eyes were still cold. His black robe was still cold. Terrifying screams filled the air. Almost at the same time, 2 Black Devil assassins were chopped into meat paste by the Emperor-level experts. They slashed the ground with all their might. They did not care about anything else. In fact, even though Gu Duxing was leading the Emperor-level experts to kill them from behind, they still didn't care. They didn't block. Even if they had to pay with their lives, they just wanted to stab the Mo assassins with their swords. Their hatred for the Black Devil had reached a point where it could not be resolved in their lifetime. If they died today, they would not be able to rest in peace. Gu Duxing let out a long howl and slashed an Emperor-level expert who was besieging an assassin of the Mo clan into 2 halves. However, the upper half of the Emperor-level expert's body still flew out with all his might. Even though the lower half of his body had already been separated, he still pounced forward ferociously and bit the shoulder of the Mo clan assassin. He was already dead, and his internal organs were flowing out of his broken body. However, his eyes were still wide open in anger. The Mo assassin desperately slashed at his corpse with his sword and palm, turning his body into pieces. However, his teeth were still tightly bitten into the assassin's shoulder, sinking deep into it. Even when the Black Devil assassin was chopped into meat paste, his head was still cut open by someone. His teeth were still inside. This showed how deep his hatred was. Kill the Black Devil first. Tian Buhui shouted angrily. Kill them. No matter the cost. We have to kill him. This be asterisk starred. This be asterisk starred. This be asterisk starred. Tian Buhui shouted in despair, Black Devil. Your 18 generations of ancestors. They had already lost this battle. Everyone could see that, however, no one expected them to lose like this. The battle was even more tragic. All the enemy experts did not care about anything else. Other than attacking the Black Devil, they did not do anything else. When they saw Gu Duxing and the rest, they tried their best to hide. If they could not hide, they tried their best to attack the Black Devil. The Black Devil's cultivation level had just dropped. He had lost his advantage in assassination and was in imminent danger. However, he gritted his teeth and fought with all his might. Even when he was surrounded by enemies, he did not retreat a single step. His body was already injured. Gu Duxing charged forward crazily. However, under the desperate attacks of the enemy, he could not break through. Suddenly, the Black Devil jumped up, covered in blood. His sword flashed and he slashed down again. A human head flew into the air, dripping with blood. However, a deep wound appeared on the Black Demon's body. He suddenly screamed. His voice was still clear on the chaotic battlefield. Everyone could hear it. This voice was still hoarse and sinister. It was still calm, however, it was filled with an indescribable feeling. Dong Wusheng. Emma Layer is my daughter. Don't let my daughter down. The Black Devil screamed. Don't let my daughter down. What I owe your Dong clan, can I repay in this battle? The Black Devil screamed. Don't vent your anger on my daughter. Don't bully my layer. Mo Tianji. What I owe your Mo clan, I'll repay in this battle. My daughter will be your sister-in-law in the future. Don't bully her. The Black Demon roared loudly. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and blood spurted out. King of Hell Chu. I'll hand my daughter over to your brothers. The Black Devil screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you going to stop them? For the sake of this old man's battle today. Fulfill their wishes. Fulfill my daughter's wishes. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. The Black Devil screamed crazily, I owe Chong Tian. I've repaid everything. I've repaid everything. Layer. Layer. Don't cry. Remember your mother's words. I'll be with your mother. Don't worry about us. Dong Wusheng. Don't let my daughter down. Don't let my daughter down. Cries of agony reverberated through the skies. Dong Wusheng felt as if he was struck by lightning. He turned around abruptly and looked at Mo Layer beside him. Mo Layer's red lips were wide open. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Endless regret, sorrow, and despair appeared in her eyes at the same time. She had never thought that her father would use such a decisive method to fight for her happiness. She stood there in a daze. She only felt that her mind was blank. What kind of love was so expensive? It needed to be exchanged for by sacrificing her own father? Even if this was exchanged for happiness, was this still happiness? I know that the Black Devils are already at their wits' end. The Zhao and Li clans have already become the vassals of the Tian clan. Tu Qian Hao is already dead, but the Tu clan has reinforcements from the upper three heavens. Li Xiongtu's clan has the support of the upper three heavens. The only clan that has no backing and is slightly weaker is the Black Devils. And in this battle, they were even sent as the main force. Tian Buhui's intention was not simply to destroy the clans of Dong Wusheng, Mo Tianji, and the rest. He also wanted to wear down the Black Devils. Whether the Black Devils fought or not, only death awaited them. There was no way forward and no way back. Since death awaited either way, why not use my death to fulfill my daughter's wish? This should be her father's entire mindset. So he thought this way and did this. Mo Layer trembled all over. But I can't accept this. Although I know that it's a dead end, I still can't accept that my father died for me. If I had known earlier, I would have rather destroyed my clan and my father together. Father, you've been a tyrant all your life. You've never cared about other people's thoughts and feelings. At this moment, you're still so stubborn. You're still so domineering for once, but, what about me? How do I have the face to continue living in this world? How do I have the face to accept the happiness that you exchanged for with your life? Mo Layer took a step forward. Her face suddenly turned as white as snow. Then, it turned red like a raging fire. Then, she suddenly cried out and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her body trembled and her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. But when she opened her mouth, it turned into a weak moan. Then, another mouthful of blood quietly slid out of her lips. In the next moment, she silently fell to the ground. He fainted. Dong Wushang subconsciously hugged her. His heart was in a mess for a moment. He finally knew who she was, young Black Devil, but now, he really couldn't remember anything about the terrifying legend of the Black Demon. He only knew that the person in his arms was a woman. This was a woman who needed his care, protection, and comfort. The battlefield was even more tragic. The Black Demon's mask had already fallen off, revealing a skinny face. His face was cold and expressionless. The expression in his eyes was still dark, cold, and calm. His body was already covered with wounds. But he didn't even frown. Black Demon. Tell me. Tell me why. Tian Buhui's desperate and furious voice could be heard. Why? The Black Demon muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly laughed towards the sky. Although his laughter was still dark, it was a joyous laughter. Tian Buhui, Hamo, have two choices. The Black Demon laughed as he continued to move around. Firstly, my daughter, my family, and I will all sacrifice ourselves for you, Tian Buhui. The second choice is to sacrifice myself for my daughter's happiness. Furthermore, I can protect my daughter. The Black Demon was very happy. He even laughed slyly. Tian Buhui, why do you think I'm doing this? Tian Buhui was so angry that his body trembled. He shouted, if you don't do this, you can still protect your family and your daughter. T. The Black Demon cursed. Another blade was stabbed in his body. He shouted coldly and stabbed his sword into the chest of a martial emperor. Tian Buhui, you have already acknowledged Shi Changfeng as your godfather. Do you think I don't know? Do you think I don't know that you have already formulated a plan to destroy the Black Demon? The Black Demon isn't good at killing people. He's good at concealing himself. Ha ha ha, when you and Shi Changfeng were formulating this plan, did you think that I would be right above your heads? Although I am an assassin, how can a despicable person like you be worthy of me sacrificing myself for you? The Black Demon stood up. His skinny body was covered in blood. He laughed towards the sky, you're not worthy. You're not worthy. Tian Buhui's handsome face became twisted, kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Kill him. Ah. The scene was already extremely chaotic. There were less than 40 people left on Tian Buhui's side. On the other hand, there were only 2 people left from the Black Demon clan. This included the Black Demon himself and a supreme assassin who had just fallen from the martial monarch level. Gu Duxing's sword was like the wind, rain, and fog. He fought his way in. However, these martial emperors seemed to have lost their minds. They didn't care about him at all. They risked their lives just to hit the Black Demon, kick him, stab him, slash him, and even bite him. One of them flew towards the Black Demon on his sword. Gu Duxing intercepted him in midair. With a slash of his sword, this person was sliced into 2. However, his upper body still carried a bright sword radiance. He rushed into the Black Demon's battle circle and attacked. You have your difficulties, but we have our worries too. You don't want to sacrifice yourself for Tian Buhui, but do we deserve to die because of your betrayal? With a loud boom, the Black Demon groaned. He lifted his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. A few streaks of sword radiance had already arrived in front of him. He screamed in pain. The Supreme Elder of the Black Demon clan looked at the 2 swords that had already pierced his chest with a ferocious expression. He laughed and shouted, listen to your father. Then, he used his 2 hands to grab the swords that had pierced his heart. With a snap, the swords of the 2 martial emperors were broken. They couldn't help but rush forward. This supreme assassin laughed sinisterly. He pulled out the 2 broken swords that had pierced his heart and said coldly, come with me. With 2 slashes, the tip of the swords that carried the blood of his heart pierced the chests of the 2 martial emperors. The 3 of them screamed at the same time. They used the last of their strength to stab and slash each other with their broken swords. When they fell to the ground at the same time, they had already turned into 3 piles of minced meat. On the other side, the black demon's flesh and blood were flying everywhere. He was in imminent danger. Molaire had just woken up. When she saw this scene, she screamed in pain and fainted again. She was still in a coma. Blood kept coming out of her mouth. Dong Wushang's clothes were dyed red. Blood dripped onto the ground. Gu Duxing. Chu Yang let out a long howl and shouted, "The black devil can't die. Get him out of there for me. Even if he wants to die, he can't die now." Chu Yang's heart was burning. He ordered repeatedly, "Don't save him." Mo Tianji wanted to stop Chu Yang from speaking, but it was too late. He couldn't help but sigh. Gu Duxing let out a long cry. Suddenly, the lonely sword intent filled the sky again. At the same time, the world became hazy. It was as if everyone had forgotten something. Sword intent of oblivion. Gu Duxing, the sword sovereign with 2 talents, used his true trump card for the first time in his life. Sword of solitude, sword of oblivion, they were displayed on one of his swords. At the same time, he was cold, lonely, oblivion, lonely, and ethereal. However, he was as fast as lightning. Using a posture as if he was sleepwalking, he killed his way in from an unbelievable angle. Slash, 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 slash. The 4 martial emperors put up their protective domains to support the attacks from the outside. They only attacked the black demon crazily. However, Gu Duxing's black dragon sword seemed to ignore the domains. It pierced through their bodies one by one. Then, it kept going in. The 4 martial emperors only felt a chill in their hearts. They were awakened by the sword. Just as they were about to go all out, a lonely sword intent suddenly exploded in their hearts. Their internal organs were shattered at the same time. However, they still had a trace of rationality left. They wanted to go all out, but the sword intent of oblivion had already filled their minds. It was as if at this moment, they were suddenly muddled and forgotten. Then, before they could do anything, they fell down in despair. Gu Duxing's black clothes were completely soaked in blood the moment he attacked. His sword was like the wind. Without stopping, he killed 1 person and entered the innermost part of the encirclement. Outside, dozens of martial emperors launched their strongest attacks at the same time to support Gu Duxing. At this moment, the black demon was already at the end of his rope. With a loud cry, his left hand was chopped off from his shoulder by a sword. The black demon's body trembled. 3 swords stabbed towards his forehead, heart, and throat at the same time. The black demon no longer had any strength to block, parry, or dodge. But right at this moment, Gu Duxing's solitary and emotionless sword intent suddenly filled up the battlefield. The sword light flew up like a dream. When the 3 swords reached their targets, they were inexplicably broken. Then, Gu Duxing's sword turned into a bolt of lightning. Poof, poof, poof. 3 heads jumped up in the air. Gu Duxing's free left hand had already grabbed the black demon's belt. When he grabbed it, the belt broke. The black demon's clothes were already torn. Gu Duxing frowned. He continued to attack with his sword. His hand grabbed the black demon's right shoulder again. With a long roar, the sword light turned into a round pillar of light. It was bright and resplendent. Gu Duxing held his sword in one hand and the black demon in the other. He was like a lonely dragon as he soared into the sky. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Tian Buhui jumped up and down as he shouted crazily. However, he could no longer do so. There were less than 20 martial emperors left. They were surrounded by more than 80 martial emperors. Their swords and sabers came down on them. The saber light was like a waterfall, and the sword light was like rain. There were continuous screams. The last 3 martial emperors stood upright. They looked in the direction where Gu Duxing had left with the black demon. Their faces were filled with unwillingness. The martial emperors slashed at them with their swords and sabers. However, they were not met with any resistance. Only then did they know that the 3 martial emperors had already stopped breathing. Why not? Chu Yang turned and looked at Mo Tianji. Why should I save him? Mo Tianji frowned. If I wanted to save him, Gu Duxing could have saved him from the start without any harm. Mo Tianji said angrily, I wanted to use this opportunity to expose Tian Buhui's scheme and deal with the Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens. I wanted to leave a bad impression on the Shi clan and make it easier for us to do things in the future. Now that the Black Devil isn't dead, the depressed and indignant atmosphere isn't there. Without this atmosphere, the effect will be greatly reduced. Furthermore, it's hard to feel hatred and unfairness. Mo Tianji frowned. Why are you so rash? The Black Devil died a worthy death. He died with a clear conscience. If you let him live, there will be more variables. Chu Yang fixed his eyes on Gu Duxing. He finally understood why Gu Duxing wasn't very enthusiastic at the beginning. This was the reason. Because Mo Tianji had predicted this beforehand, he had arranged for Gu Duxing in advance. However, how could Mo Tianji's position in Gu Duxing's heart be compared to Chu Yang's? Hence, although Mo Tianji had arranged it, Chu Yang's shout made Gu Duxing give up on his original plan. He saved the Black Devil. This was another kind of confrontation. Intelligence and humanity, this was actually a confrontation between Chu Yang and Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji didn't care about the process. He only wanted the results. This was the biggest difference between him and Chu Yang. After a long while, Chu Yang let out a deep breath. He then said in a deep voice, Tianji, I understand your plan. I can also predict what you will do next, and what you will say. I also know that your actions will help us achieve twice the results with half the effort in our quest for the upper three heavens in the future. At the very least, if we follow your plan, the Shi clan will be in big trouble. And the Shi clan is one of the dominant clans. If I intervene, I will be completely obstructing your plan. It will give us more resistance in the future that we can avoid and make use of. But I can't just watch the Black Devil die. Tianji, I want the Black Devil to die more than you. Chu Yang looked at Mo Tianji sincerely. Mo Tianji calmed down. He sighed deeply and said, I understand. Yes, Mo can't die now. As an enemy, he is a cunning enemy, but he deserves our respect. Why? Because he was an assassin hidden in the darkness. If he doesn't launch sneak attacks, is he still the Black Devil? Secondly, as a father, he is a qualified father. As a father, he deserves respect and admiration. However, this is not enough for me to ask Gu Duxing to save him. After all, there are countless blood debts in his hands. Indeed, only death can wash them clean and pay them back. Chu Yang slowly paced back and forth and said, I let Gu Duxing save him because of Wu Shang. If the Black Demon dies, what will happen to Mo Laer? What would happen to Dong Wushang? If the blissful Black Demon died just like that, this old bastard would feel that he had done a good job. He would be smiling with all his heart. However, he had fought for his daughter's happiness. What kind of happiness was that? It's more like lifelong torture. If Mo Laer is tortured for life, doesn't that mean Wu Shang is tortured for life? This is a matter for Wu Shang's generation. We can't look at it from the perspective of benefits. Chu Yang said, sometimes, we have to consider humanity and people. Mo Tianji was silent. On one hand, he didn't dare to disagree with Chu Yang's words. On the other hand, he knew that Chu Yang was right. The two of them were silent for a long time. Then, Chu Yang said in a low voice, Tianji, if you were the one who encountered this and not Wu Shang, everyone would make the same choice as me. I don't need to say this. You should be able to guess it yourself. Mo Tianji's body shook and he raised his head. I have complete confidence in your wisdom. I have full confidence in your planning. I also value your scheming. Chu Yang paced 2 steps and said, but Lu has one request for you. It's the only request I have for you. That is, when you come up with any plans in the future, start with the premise of don't hurt your own people. We can't afford to lose any one of them. If all of you die and I'm the only one left, it would be a waste of effort. There's no meaning. A man's achievement needs someone to share it with. It needs someone to acknowledge it and even purely enjoy it. If I succeed, only I will know. Only I will be happy. What's the point? If one day, you reach the peak of the heavenly layer, but Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and I are all small. We are all dead. How does it feel for you, Mo Tianji, to stand at the highest point? Have you thought about it? Chu Yang said seriously. After that, he didn't say anything else. Because Gu Duxing had already rushed over with the black demon in his arms. On the battlefield, the outcome was already decided. Chu Yang hurriedly went forward. Mo Tianji stood quietly in the snow and didn't move. He murmured softly, "Everything has to be done from the perspective of don't hurt your own people. We can't afford to lose any one of them. A man's achievement needs someone to share it with." After a long while, Mo Tianji smiled and muttered to himself, "I originally thought that I was the one who was right. Now, it seems that I'm still right. It's just that I need to adjust my perspective. Sigh, it should be the premise that I need to rest." Then, he shook his head and shook off the snow on his head. He muttered, "Chu Yang is cursing me. What does he mean by he, Gu Duxing, Dong Wushang, and Xiao Wu are all dead? What kind of bullshit was this? Bah! This bastard doesn't have good intentions." He spat twice and turned around to stride back. "How is it?" Chu Yang asked. 5 viscera ruptured, serious injuries. Palm strikes on the head, 2 swords on the back, 7 swords on the front. This is bone deep. Gu Duxing's face was a little grim. His left arm and shoulder are gone. One of his ribs is broken. His left thigh is broken. Half of his right leg is chopped off. One of his ears is gone. His cultivation is all gone. As for other minor injuries, there are countless. Chu Yang sucked in a breath of cold air. "Quickly carry her into the tent." Chu Yang waved his hand and led the way. Gu Duxing followed behind. Dong Wushang carried the unconscious Mo Layer and was about to follow in. However, a figure flashed in front of him and Mo Tianji was already standing in front of him. Question mark. Dong Wushang looked at Mo Tianji in confusion. Mo Tianji looked at him apologetically and suddenly bowed deeply. "Wushang, I'm sorry." Dong Wushang was puzzled. "Sorry?" "Yes, I'm sorry." Mo Tianji straightened up. "Gu Duxing could have saved her, but I didn't let him do it. Otherwise, the Black Devil wouldn't have been so injured. This is my fault." Dong Wushang was relieved and smiled. "You're apologizing to me?" He laughed. "Is there a need to apologize between you and me?" Mo Tianji relaxed and patted Dong Wushang's shoulder. The two of them walked in together. Before walking in, Mo Tianji looked at Mo Layer and sighed. "In the past, I wouldn't have felt guilty." Mo Tianji thought to himself. Chu Yang had already fed the Black Devil an incomplete version of the heavy pill. His injuries are too serious. Especially his shoulder, where there's such a big hole. I can even see his internal organs. With such serious injuries, the medicine can't heal him at all. Now, we can only save his life. As for his recovery, we'll have to wait until he wakes up." Chu Yang's face was very serious as he looked at Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang nodded. As he spoke, the medicine of the heavy pill flowed. The Black Devil groaned softly and actually opened his eyes. His gaze was still indifferent and cold, but it seemed to have a different charm. It seemed to be longing. He looked around and revealed a disappointed expression. "Haha, so I'm still alive," the Black Devil said softly. His voice was filled with disappointment. "I thought that I would finally be able to see Layer's mother." Sigh. Everyone was speechless. "King of Hell Chu," the Black Devil said softly. "What's the matter?" Chu Yang walked up. "In my belt, there's the bone-gnawing heart-burning grass and 7 wonders exquisite demon." He panted. "I've already ground them into powder and put them in a secret compartment in my belt. Take it out and give it to Dong Wushang and Layer." Chu Yang nodded and comforted him. "Rest well. You won't die. As for the future, no matter if it's enmity, gratitude, or resentment, we'll talk about it after you recover. It's good enough that I'm still alive." The Black Devil's mouth twitched as if he was smiling. His body relaxed as he lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling of the tent. "But I don't want to recover. I've given up," the Black Devil said quietly. "No matter if it's enmity, gratitude, or resentment, I've given up." Everyone was stunned. "I've spent my entire life killing people. Killing people is my life." The Black Devil laughed hoarsely. "If there's any karma, I won't be able to redeem it even if I reincarnate 10,000 times. Since I can't redeem it, I might as well not redeem it. If I can live, I think I'll just let it be. Even if I can still breathe, I won't be able to live for more than a few years. The Black Devil smiled faintly and said, let's just live the last few years peacefully. Just live the life of an ordinary person. I've really never lived such a life. Dong Wushang, I'll look after the door for you in the future and plant flowers for you. After I'm done with this life, I'll be able to see my daughter Lei get married. Dong Wushang hugged Mo Lei and was so stunned that he couldn't speak. The Black Devil is gone. The Black Devil said, what's my name again? He thought for a long time and said, I remember that I'm called Mo Zhulu, right? Then I'll be called Mo Zhulu from now on. After saying that, the Black Devil smiled and fell asleep as if he had let go of everything. He didn't ask Dong Wushang for anything. When he saw Dong Wushang hugging his daughter, he was completely relieved. His daughter had found a home. How she lived was her own business. He was the father-in-law and didn't care about those things. Everyone was silent for a while. Then, they quietly retreated. The monarch-level battle in the afternoon. Chu Yan looked at the martial emperors who were cleaning up the battlefield and said lightly. The Shi clan is anxious. Mo Tianji was concerned about something else. He glanced around. Let me say a few words. Although my family is in a rural area, it can be considered the largest family in our area. There are many people. My grandfather has 5 brothers, my father has 8 brothers, and I also have an aunt. My mother's family is also not small. She has 10 brothers and sisters, 7 of my biological uncles, and 2 of my aunts. As for those who are close by blood, I don't even know how many. And they're basically all old. I'll never think about what will happen tomorrow. Living in the countryside, such things are trivial and complicated. And there will be many things. But there's one thing, I'll say it, but I'll never stop updating. I feel that as an author, this is enough. As for my life, I'm writing about it to let everyone understand that if something happens. Take note, it's if I don't update in time or stop updating. Everyone should be mentally prepared and forgive me. In fact, it's just a precaution. That's all. As for earning sympathy, I'll say it coldly, in today's society, who the F***ck sympathizes with who, that's all I have to say. If anyone curses my clan again, don't blame me for cursing your ancestors, especially those who came to the original book review section to curse and curse after reading pirated versions. Who do you think you are? On the Shi clan's ice and snow platform, Shi Qingyu was already restless. The anger on his face was almost uncontrollable. There were more than 30 martial emperors who had just died. They were all from the Shi clan, moreover, he had died under such an unimaginable betrayal. How could Shi Qingyu not be heartbroken? How could he not be angry? They deserved it. GMO snorted. The Li clan is also anxious, Chu Yang said plainly. The Li clan's forces in the upper 3 heavens had all been wiped out after the battle with the martial emperors. They were only left with one martial monarch. They were like a seedling in a 3,000-mile area. They were extremely pitiful. How could Li Batian not be anxious? His mission here was to bring the Li clan to the upper 3 heavens. Now, it seemed like he was only going to bring a bunch of spirit tablets back. No, at least there was still Li Xiong too, who was half dead, Master Mog. I don't think this duel is fair. Tian Buhui shouted. There were not many people around him anymore. There were only 7 martial monarchs and 1 martial saint left. Including himself, there was no difference between him and a general without an army. In the battle just now, the Zhao clan master and the Li clan master were all martial emperors. However, they had all died in this battle. The difference between Tian Buhui and a general without an army was that there were only 7 of them left. How is it unfair? The white-bearded Mog frowned. The Black Devil's incident was purely a scheme. They arranged it. I think this doesn't conform to the rules of the battle. Tian Buhui gritted his teeth and shouted. What a joke. Chu Yang snorted and said, how is this unfair? We didn't arrange anything. Even if we did, what can you do about it? If you have the ability to plant a spy in our team, we won't say anything. The problem is, you can't. You can't do it. Since you can't do it, then shut up. The white-bearded emoji nodded, "You're right. The battle doesn't allow other people to fight. It doesn't allow people of a higher level to fight. However, there's no rule that says you can't play tricks in the battle." Tianji said, "Lord Law Enforcer, you're absolutely right. Furthermore, if you're talking about unfairness, I would like to ask you about it. More than 30 Emperor-level experts have mysteriously appeared in your camp. Did all of them fall from the sky?" He sneered and said, "Even if we have Heimo is still a member of the three heavens." Tian Buhui was speechless. This was what he was most afraid of right now. The white-bearded cultivator looked at him coldly. He didn't say anything and said, "The battle between monarchs will take place immediately." Mo Tianji whispered into Chu Yang's ear, "There seems to be one more martial monarch-level expert on the other side." Chu Yang nodded heavily. "We have 7 monarch-level experts on our side. The other side has one more than us. They originally had 8 monarch-level experts. However, the 2 black demons withdrew from the martial monarchs yesterday. There should only be 1 martial monarch left. But now, they have 7 martial monarchs. It's obvious that they hid one of them before the battle. 7 against 7. Chu Yang was worried. No matter how one looked at it, the future of this monarch-level battle was uncertain. No one could calculate the real result. They could only rely on their luck. Other than the 2 clan, the Tian clan, and the Li clan, there was no one else. However, the additional 4 people should be the reinforcements from the Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens. The most terrifying ones were those 4 people. On my side, I have 1 from the Dong clan, 1 from the Xia clan, and 5 from the Ao clan, and the greatest chance of victory on my side is the 5 old ancestors of the Ao clan. Mo Tianji pondered for a while but still couldn't make up his mind. In the end, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. "Elder Dong, Elder Xia, when the battle starts, you and the 2 martial monarchs of the Ao clan will hold back the 4 people from the Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens." Then, the 3 old ancestors of the Ao clan went all out to deal with the monarchs of the Tian clan, Tu clan, and Li clan. "This is the only advantage we can use." Xianxia and the others solemnly agreed. This was their only chance. Their greatest reliance was the fact that the 3 martial monarchs of the Tian, Tu, and Li clan did not have much contact with each other, much less any tacit understanding. However, the 3 ancestors of the Ao clan had lived together for hundreds of years. This tacit understanding would be the key to victory or defeat in this battle. However, didn't the 4 monarch realm experts of the Shi family have a tacit understanding? Therefore, they still had no confidence. "Are you confident?" Mo Tianji's face darkened. He looked at the serious faces of the martial monarchs and asked. "I'm not confident." The oldest martial monarch of the Ao clan shook his head honestly. He was the one with the highest cultivation among them. "I can't see through the martial monarch of the other side at all. Therefore, his cultivation should be higher than mine." Everyone was a little shocked. If the other side had such a strong person, then it was enough to decide the outcome of this battle. Mo Tianji's expression changed drastically. After a long while, he said word by word with great difficulty, "This battle concerns the future generations. We can't lose. If we are not confident, if we are not confident." He repeated this sentence twice. Then, he shut his mouth and looked at these monarch-level experts. Then, he bowed deeply. "If there's no hope of victory, then the only hope is to perish together with them, dragging the other party along with us. If we really want to do this, we have to do it right from the start." He suddenly raised his head and said, "Fight to the death, fight to the death. Seniors, if you step out of this battle, you will die. However, the key is how you die. You have to die with value. How you die, you have to die with strategy." Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. "I didn't want to say this, but I have no choice. If I don't say it, others won't say it either. If we misjudge the situation because of this, the consequences will be serious. None of us can bear it. Therefore, I can only say it." Everyone was silent. What Mo Tianji said was the cruelest method. It was also the most effective method at the moment. These words were indeed something that only Mo Tianji could say. No one else could bear to say it so directly. Although this was the truth. But when said, it was so cruel and heartless, the martial monarch of the Ao clan laughed and said, "We have lived for so long. It is enough. This battle concerns the future generations. We cannot lose. If we fight, we lose slowly, but we will still die in the end. The other side can live. If we fight with our lives, we might even drag them down with us. Then, why not take this price? Naturally, we old men have thought of this." The 7 martial monarchs smiled at the same time. From now on, the big clans will have to rely on the younger generation. Xiaxiqiu looked at Xiadanqiong. Xiadanqiong's heart ached. Tears flowed down. Everyone's heart was heavy. They didn't know what to say. Just as Mo Tianji said, "This battle, this step, as long as you take it, you will die. The key was how you die, and how you die, that was all." Just as everyone was worried, this battle finally started. The 14 martial monarchs were all old men with white beards. No one would have thought that a battle between 2 martial monarchs would turn out to be this tragic before the start of the battle. Once the battle started, both sides rushed out as if they were flying. 7 against 7. Everyone had their own target. Xiaxiqiu smiled faintly. He suddenly sped up and met his opponent. His opponent was the martial monarch of the 2 clan. The 2 of them knew each other. This martial monarch of the 2 clan was obviously filled with emotions. Looking at Xiaxiqiu rushing over, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth and said, "Old Xia," but before he could finish his words, he saw Xiaxiqiu approaching like a shooting star. His heart skipped a beat. He pointed his sword forward, but what was even more unexpected was that Xiaxiqiu didn't dodge his probing sword at all. Xiaxiqiu's sword blocked slightly and pierced into Xiaxiqiu's chest. Xiaxiqiu's body smashed into his chest like a thunderbolt. A thin and long sword pierced into his heart. At the same time, he wildly punched and kicked the chest of this martial monarch of the 2 clan. There was a cracking sound. The 2 of them separated. This martial monarch of the 2 clan only had time to throw 2 punches before he collapsed. Xiaxiqiu only had time to hurriedly say, "Don't hate me. Let's fight again in the Yellow Spring. I will accompany you." Then, he turned around and left. This martial monarch of the 2 clan looked at him in surprise. Finally, he smiled and closed his eyes. He understood Xiaxiqiu's words. He understood. Because his sword had also pierced into Xiaxiqiu's heart, Xiaxiqiu must die. "Old bastard, you are so despicable. I will wait for you in the Yellow Spring." Xiaxiqiu jumped up with the sword in his chest. His body was bathed in blood. He entered the battle between the martial monarchs of the Li clan and Dong clan like lightning. He didn't dodge or hide. He took 3 swords, 7 kicks, and 1 punch from his opponent. Then, he chopped off half of his opponent's shoulder. The martial monarchs of the Dong clan roared at the same time. They chopped this martial monarch of the Li clan in half. Xiaxiqiu was also chopped in half. Then, he left and rushed to another battle ring. "Old friend, don't blame me. We will settle accounts in the Yellow Spring. I will be there." Xiaxiqiu used a suicidal attack. It was like a thunderbolt flashing. He finished the battle in an instant. He also finished himself. This scene was so fast that people couldn't see it clearly. It was already over. There was only 1 martial monarch left on his side. At the same time, a martial monarch of the Ao clan and a martial monarch of the Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens laughed bitterly and fell down together. They were just like Xiaxiqiu and the other 2. They had first paid with their lives, and then killed each other. However, this martial monarch of the Ao clan wasn't as lucky as Xiaxiqiu. He didn't have time to use his last life to fight again. However, he finally succeeded in dragging someone with him. The other martial monarch of the Ao clan successfully fought against a martial monarch of the Tian clan. The 2 of them chopped off each other's sword-wielding hands. Then, the 2 of them hugged each other. They were martial monarchs. However, they were like hooligans fighting on the streets. They punched and kicked each other. "You beat me to death. I beat you to death." Then, the 2 of them stopped moving. The 2 old men with white beards looked at each other with blood on their faces. Their eyes were full of understanding. The two martial monarchs smiled at each other as they fought. They were different from the martial monarchs in the upper three heavens who relied on elixirs and resources to reach the stage. They relied on the accumulation of time and their own hard work, as well as thousands of killings. Hence, at their age and realm, they were already indifferent to life and death. The only thing they couldn't let go of was their descendants. Their descendants were the reason why they were fighting today. Now that they were going to die together, it was the best ending for them. They could answer to their descendants, and they could answer to themselves. Hence, they didn't feel any reluctance or despair. Instead, they felt relaxed and relieved. Finally, it was over. Then, they laughed and slashed at each other's throats. Then, their bodies twitched at the same time and they stopped moving. The four martial monarchs and the remaining three martial monarchs from the Shur clan were engaged in a crazy battle. Even if I die, I will kill the enemy. Even if I die one by one, I will drag one down with me. Such a terrifying mentality, such a cruel battle, caused every spectator to tremble in fear. Martial monarchs were supposed to fight in the air like celestials. Even if they died in battle, there would be an extreme sense of beauty. But now, it was a completely different matter. The battle started with blood and death. As soon as the battle continued, severed limbs flew all over the sky. The three martial monarchs of the Shur clan were in a sorry state. The few of them didn't want to risk their lives. They weren't as open-minded as the Tian clan, Tu clan, and Li clan. I'm only here to help. What does it matter to me who wins or loses? Furthermore, I'm not here to help. I have other things to do. With such a mentality, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to fight against the four martial monarchs who were risking their lives. They could only defend and didn't dare to attack, because when they attacked, they would give the others a chance to attack. These four martial monarchs were even willing to sacrifice their lives to chop off one of their arms. To such an extent, was this still a battle between humans? The three martial monarchs complained in their hearts. Even when they were fighting against the Three Stars Divine Clan and the spiritual beasts, it wasn't as tragic as this. However, they didn't have the chance to retreat or admit defeat in this battle. This was the Lake of Despair. It was a standard place for decisive battles to take place under the supervision of the Dharma Executor and surrounded by the supreme martial artist's divine sense. The only way to end the battle was for one side to be completely wiped out. He would not rest until he was dead. Fortunately, that fourth-grade monarch-level expert was doing his best to defend. So, he was barely able to maintain the current stalemate. However, it was obvious that this was not a long-term solution. What should we do? One of the monarch-level experts asked anxiously as he blocked the enemy's attacks in a flurry. What else can we do? Kill them. The monarch-level expert who was the leader of the group was very angry. Damn it, if something like this happens in the future, I'll run as far as I can. Damn it, I thought that this time I came to the upper three heavens to catch snails with my 5 fingers, or, to be a tiger in a group of monkeys. Who would have thought that I would have to pay with my life? This King world is too wonderful, but how do we kill them? The monarch-level expert who asked the question was on the verge of tears. You make it sound as easy as farts. How can I not know that I can get out of this predicament by killing them? But the problem was, how could he kill him without paying a price? Kill them however you want to. The monarch-level expert from the Shur clan was distracted for a moment and was almost pierced by 4 swords at the same time. He was so scared that his soul almost left his body. After cursing, he stopped talking and focused on the enemy. However, the remaining 3 monarch-level experts from the Ao clan and the Dong clan's monarch-level experts' attacks were getting more and more intense. The more the other party defended, the more likely it was for them to perish together. Finally, there was a scream. A monarch-level expert from the Shur clan could not help but expand his sword a little. However, the Dong clan's monarch-level expert rushed into the sword light with his sword. Blood splattered everywhere as the Dong clan's monarch-level expert pounced over ferociously. He was already close. The Shur clan's monarch-level expert shouted and stabbed his sword madly. The Dong clan's monarch-level expert smiled calmly. He did not even look and suddenly turned his body. He forcefully stopped the sword that pierced his chest and ruthlessly chopped off the right shoulder of the Shur clan's monarch-level expert. Then, he leaped up and endured the attacks of the other 2 experts. He hugged the Shur clan's monarch-level expert tightly and opened his mouth. His white teeth sank deep into the throat of the Sher clan's monarch-level expert. Blood spurted out with a puff. The Sher clan's monarch-level expert's arm and shoulder were broken. He was screaming in pain when he was held tightly by the other party. Then, he could not scream anymore and the two of them fell down together. There was one less person. That fourth-grade monarch knew that he could not drag on any longer. Once he was left alone, the situation would be even worse. He waved his sword and fiercely swung it. The vigorous spiritual chi even made the sky tremble. The sword pierced out with a terrifying explosive force. Even if you want to perish together with me, if you take this sword head-on, you will be completely blown apart by the sword chi. You can't attack me at all. However, the two monarch-level experts of the Ao clan did not dodge. They laughed and rushed forward. The sword pierced into the chest of the first monarch. However, in this short moment, the monarch had already thrown out his sword. The sword was like a bolt of lightning. The sword chi exploded in the body of the Ao clan's monarch. At the same time, the monarch of the Ao clan was still rushing forward. The exploded flesh and blood splattered all over the Sher clan's monarch's body and face. The sword had also pierced deeply into his shoulder. Then, it came out of his body, opening up a transparent bloody hole in his shoulder. He screamed in pain and retreated hastily. However, the other martial monarch of the Ao clan had already rushed out from the explosion. It was two people who had rushed up just now. He fiercely swung his sword horizontally, wanting to block the martial monarch of the Ao clan. However, just as the two swords were about to come into contact, the sword suddenly retreated, and the person's chest slanted forward. With a pu sound, the sword pierced through the Ao clan's monarch-level expert's pumpkin soup and pierced through his shoulder blade. The martial monarch of the Ao clan sneered and twisted his body. He twisted his body along with the sword in his body. This martial monarch of the Sher clan was still holding the sword in his hand. He wanted to pull it back, but when he twisted his hand was twisted along with the sword. He instantly felt that something was wrong. He quickly exerted strength and slashed horizontally with his sword. In this split second, the sword pierced through the lower abdomen of this fourth-grade martial monarch. Then, the sword was swung upwards. From the lower abdomen to the throat, the entire chest and abdomen was cut open. His 5 viscera were cut open and flowed out with a crash. However, with a sweep of his sword, this supreme elder of the Ao clan was also cut into 2 by his sword. The upper half of his body that was sent flying still had a calm smile on his face. He flipped his hand and threw the sword back. It accurately pierced through the back of the martial monarch's head. Then, the upper half of the Ao clan's monarch's body fell to the ground. A mocking and relieved smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It is said that the difference of 1 level between a martial monarch and a martial monarch is like heaven and earth. However, I have successfully killed a 4th-grade martial monarch with the strength of a peak 3rd-grade martial monarch. With this result, I have no regrets in my life. Then, his head tilted and he died. The martial monarch of the Sher clan was stabbed in the back of his head. His chest and abdomen were all cut open. However, he still didn't die. He was still screaming in disbelief. He used his hands to stuff the intestines that had already fallen to the ground back into his stomach. He stuffed them in, they flowed out, and he stuffed them in again. After struggling for a while, he seemed to realize that his head was in pain. He reached out and touched the hilt of a sword. He yelled and pulled the sword out. Then, his brain matter spurted out more than 100 feet. Finally, he swayed and turned half a circle before falling down with a plop. He opened his soulless eyes. He wasn't willing to give up. He said in a low voice, "It has been 3 days. How can I die?" Then, he didn't make any more sound. The battle between the 14 experts had turned into a one-on-one fight between 2 people in the blink of an eye. The martial monarch of the Ao clan was still smiling faintly. It was as if he didn't care about the deaths of his brothers. He was only attacking the enemy with all his might. But his eyes were already filled with a deathly stillness. The martial monarch of the Sher clan opened his eyes wide. He was scared out of his wits. When he saw his boss die in the most tragic way, he lost all his courage to fight. He screamed and turned to run. "Where are you going?" The ancestor of the Ao clan shouted coldly. His sword turned into a dragon as he chased after him. He stabbed with his sword. The martial monarch of the Shur clan only had time to shout, "Spare!" before he was pierced through from the back to the chest. He lowered his head and saw the bloody sword sticking out of his chest. He smiled bitterly and said, "Can't you spare my life?" Then, his eyes went blank. His body slid down from the sword and fell to the ground. He stopped breathing. The martial monarch of the Ao clan looked at the body of his enemy and said indifferently, "I'm afraid not." The battle was over. Chu Yang's side had won. Such a result was out of everyone's expectations. Especially the aristocratic clans and those who were watching the battle. After thinking about it, they understood. The people on this side were all prepared to die. They didn't have any hope of surviving. However, the martial monarch of the Shur clan only wanted to save his own life. The mentality of the two sides were completely different. Although the one with the highest cultivation was half a grade higher than the other, such a result wasn't surprising. Both sides were very quiet, there was no sound at all. "We won, right?" The martial monarch of the Ao clan raised his eyebrows and asked the martial monarch of the Ao clan. "Yes. Please announce it as soon as possible," he requested quietly. After hearing the martial monarch of the Ao clan announce their victory, the martial monarch of the Ao clan revealed a comforting smile. He smiled and said, "If you don't announce it, how can I bring this news to them? How can they not know the result of the last battle that they personally participated in?" He laughed and said, "Old guys, we've been together for so many years. We've fought for our lives. How can you all die and I'm the only one left?" Ao Xiaoyun was shocked. He shouted, "Ancestor, no." The martial monarch of the Ao clan laughed and said, "They're waiting for me. The last battle in this world is 7 against 7. But in the future, it can't be 7 against 7. They'll be at a disadvantage. The outcome has been decided." "I'm relieved." His eyes flashed past the faces of everyone on his side. He said, "I have to go now. If I'm late, they'll be far away and I won't be able to catch up. Old guys, wait for me. Whoever dares to leave in a hurry, don't blame me for not being courteous. Compared to them, you guys can't bear to leave me." He laughed and turned his sword around. With a pu sound, it pierced into his own heart. He stood upright and muttered, "We come and go together. We die and return together." It was so tragic. As the last remaining martial monarch from the Ao clan slowly fell, blood and snow splattered everywhere. Everything was like an unreal dream. The entire place was silent. Xia Donxiong, Ao Xiaoyun, Dong Wulei, and the rest couldn't help but tear up. "I don't understand. Why? Why? We had already won. Why did the elder commit suicide?" Ao Xiaoyun choked with sobs. Chu Yang's heart ached, but he forced himself to hold it in. He said, "You don't understand. But this is inevitable. When all his brothers died in front of him, when the last enemy died under his sword, if he was still alive, it would be the greatest torture for him. Because all the martial monarchs in the 3 heavens died in this battle. He was the only one left." Chu Yang said sorrowfully, "This is like the end of an era." They had been entangled with each other for a generation, but now he was the only one left alive. Can you imagine how lonely and miserable that was? Even if there was an enemy from the same generation left in this world, he wouldn't choose to commit suicide. But he really couldn't find a target. At his level, he had already seen through life and death. Before he died, he thought more thoroughly than us. So, there's no need to sigh or be sad. Chu Yang said solemnly, "I only wish for them to be able to meet again, be friends again, fight again, and be enemies again. Other than that, I have nothing else to say." Ao Xiaoyun and the rest were silent. After a moment of silence, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji both bowed deeply towards the mess of flesh and blood on the field. Their expressions were solemn. Then, more than 500 people on this side bowed at the same time. Then, everyone from the Ao clan, Xia clan and Dong clan knelt down. This battle started quickly, and it ended even faster. There was almost no time for anyone to react. However, it was tragic and tragic to the extreme. Everyone's heart seemed to have been hit by a hammer. That kind of feeling. Then, Mo Tianji silently sent people to clean up the battlefield and escort the dead into the lake of despair. Dong Wulei, Dong Wusheng, Ao Tianxing, Ao Xieyun, Xia Danxiong, and the rest went forward and cleaned up the remains. No matter if it was the enemies or their families. Everything was carried out in silence. The entire battlefield seemed to be a silent and sorrowful pantomime. Tomorrow morning, the battle between saints. When the white-bearded man uttered these words, his voice was somewhat hoarse. Tomorrow would be the battle that would determine the final outcome, although there were only 2 enemies left. However, if Dukyu were to be defeated, Chu Yang's side would also be in an unimaginable situation. Unless the Calamity Sword Spirit intervened or the Demon King was awakened, no one would be able to resist the saint level. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Brother Yu, what do you think? Chu Yang stood beside Dukyu with his hands clasped behind his back. He can't kill me. Dukyu stared at the faintly discernible green figure in front of him and said faintly, even I may not be able to kill him. The feeling he gives me is that he should also be a 3rd stage martial saint. At the same level as me, Dukyu said calmly. Oh? Chu Yang was a little shocked. That should be the case. While I was looking at him, he was also looking at me. And now, his feelings should be the same as mine. Dukyu smiled and said, what we have in common is that I don't want to die, neither does he. But this is a battle of life and death. I'm here to help, so is he. We both have concerns in our hearts, but we both have the confidence to win. Therefore, I only have the confidence to win tomorrow's battle. Presumably, the other party's chances of winning won't be higher or lower than mine. Dukyu stared at the green figure in front of him through the vast snow and said slowly. Just as he finished speaking, which was also when he made an accurate estimation of the other party's strength, the green figure in front of him quietly disappeared. He left. Dukyu was sizing him up, but wasn't he sizing up Dukyu too? Now, the 2 of them already had an idea of each other. Chu Yang smiled gently and said, however, I think that the 2 of you are different. Oh? Dukyu tilted his head. Firstly, we won the previous 3 battles. Secondly, the experts brought by this martial saint from the Shi clan are all dead. Even if he returns alive, the Shi clan will hold him responsible for the loss of so many experts this time. After all, it's because of his personal grudges that caused these losses. There's only one person beside him, but behind you, there's all of us. This is bullying him with numbers. Even if we don't want to bully him, he's already a little weaker psychologically. This is one of your advantages. Chu Yang said. You're right. Dukyu pondered for a while. His people are all dead. It's inevitable that he'll feel grief and anger, and even worry about going back. You don't have any of these. This is your second advantage. That's right. Dukyu's eyes lit up. Besides, he came to the 3 heavens with a mission given to him by his clan. Now, he's still worried about his gains and losses, and how to complete the mission. You don't have any of these. This is your 3rd advantage. That's right. A smile appeared in Dukyu's eyes. Of course, the most important point is that although he's from the Shi clan of the upper 3 heavens, don't forget that his soul and spirit have long been bound by the Shi clan. It can be said that he's a slave of the Shi clan, and brother Yu, you're his own master. A soul that's free and independent is definitely different from a soul that's been under the control of others for a long time. This is your 4th advantage. Chu Yang said slowly. That's right. Dukyu agreed once again. So, brother Yu, you have so many advantages, and this is the 3 heavens. It's as if the time, place, and people are all on your side. Although your cultivation is similar, the gap between you has already widened. If you can't kill him beautifully tomorrow, I'll look down on you. Don't even think about dying in battle or perishing together with the enemy. Chu Yang said lightly. Dukyu suddenly laughed heartily, shaking his head as he laughed. He laughed so hard that tears almost came out of his eyes. He seemed incomparably happy. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment. Why did this guy suddenly go crazy? I've always been sure that I'll win against my enemies. Dukyu said deeply, revealing an arrogant smile. This battle is the same. Not to mention that he's only a 3rd-grade martial saint. Even if he's a 4th-grade martial saint, I'm confident that I can kill him. Although I'm only a 3rd-grade martial saint. But the millions of years of the fairy clan's heritage is gathered in me. What is he? Then why did you? Xianxia was dumbfounded. It wasn't because Dooku said that he wasn't sure, but because Dooku finally revealed his origin for the first time. Fairy clan, the only remaining fairy in the Double Heavens continent, so this was Dooku's real origin. He couldn't care less about how mysterious he was to this extent. But Xianxia still didn't know how Dooku could have such heaven-defying abilities even if he knew about it. If he were to say that everything was self-taught, that was really unbelievable. Haha. Dooku laughed strangely and said with some satisfaction, in this world, there's actually someone who truly cares about me and encourages me. Haha, this feeling is really funny. How old am I already? But I've lost this bet with Jun Shizhu. I'm depressed. Dooku said that he was depressed. But he laughed out loud. Then, his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia thought for a long time and finally scolded with a smile, so this bastard was testing me. At this time, he still has such strange ideas. Shaking his head, he got up and left. The next day, the sun rose. The sky was clear and bright. At the peak of the mountain, there were actually thousands of rays of light. Ao Tianxing looked at the rising sun and muttered, the sun rose again, but the ancestors can't see it anymore. Everyone sighed with emotion. The crowd separated, and Dooku walked over leisurely with his long green robe fluttering in the wind. Pay attention to the Supreme Stone Tablet. Mo Tianji said in a low voice, or, use the Supreme Stone Tablet. Dooku's expression didn't change. His gaze flashed, and he walked out as if he didn't hear anything. On the opposite side, the martial saint from the Shi clan had also appeared. Coincidentally, the two Earth Sage Realm experts were both dressed in green today, just like the day before. Shi Changfeng? Dooku placed his hands behind his back and took a step forward. He only took a light step forward, but his entire body seemed to have shrunk to the center of the battlefield. Dooku? Shi Changfeng's pupils shrank. He suddenly felt that his opponent today was different from yesterday. But he didn't want to be outdone, and he took a step forward. Shi Changfeng, to be able to die in my hands, you're considered a powerful person. Shi Changfeng, you're glorious even though you're dead. Dooku laughed elegantly. He sounded as if he was sincerely congratulating Shi Changfeng. To be able to die in my hands, your life isn't in vain. Shi Changfeng's eyes flashed with a sinister look as he said sinisterly. That's why I said you're useless. You even have to learn how to speak from me. Elder, you mocked, if I call you, you'll call me. Whatever I say, you'll repeat. Shi Changfeng, you're a martial sage. Can't you be a little more creative? Words can't determine the outcome of a battle, Shi Changfeng said sinisterly. But a battle of words is directly related to one's intelligence. If you can't even win a battle of words, why are you still competing with me? Dooku's words were as sharp as knives. There's no point in talking so much. Let's fight. Shi Changfeng squinted, and his gaze shot out. Evidently, he wanted to kill. Dooku let out a long howl. Wearing a green robe with long sleeves, he flew up high into the sky like a rocket. Then, he chanted loudly, I am the king of the 8 desolations, I am the king of the 10,000 rivers and mountains. He laughed plainly and said, Shi Changfeng, come up and accept your death. A battle between martial saints was different from a battle between martial emperors and martial monarchs. Even a battle between martial monarchs wouldn't be able to destroy anything here. After all, this was a battlefield where martial saints had fought before, but a battle between martial saints could destroy this place beyond recognition. Hence, Dooku rose into the sky before the battle even started. He flew into the sky to challenge his opponents. He limited the battlefield to the sky. Whoever fell down would be the loser. Seeing how domineering Dooku was as he flew up into the sky, a trace of admiration appeared in the eyes of the few cultivators. Martial artists had no reservations. If they wanted to kill, they would kill. If they wanted to fight, they would fight, but Dooku chose to fight in the sky, which was more difficult. He didn't want to destroy the remains of the martial saints. This was out of respect for the strong. It was also out of respect for his own martial path. Only with respect could one have a future. If a person didn't respect his own goal, then he didn't respect himself at all. If he didn't respect himself, how could he achieve the highest success? Chu Yang was also thinking about these words in his heart. He seemed to have understood something. After this, Chu Yang suddenly discovered a fact that he didn't notice and completely ignored. Ever since he came here, the sword spirit had been silent. He hadn't spoken a single word from the start till now. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He tried to summon him. The sword spirit seemed to have just woken up from a long sleep. He said in a weak and feeble voice, "Lord Sword Master, everything depends on you." After this, he became silent again. Chu Yang's heart jerked. A sense of worry surged in his heart. At this point, Shi Changfeng shouted and unsheathed his sword. As he waved his sword in the wind, he followed behind Elder Yu like a shooting star and charged into the sky. Everyone lifted their heads at the same time. In the sky, the two of them were 7 feet apart. They stood steadily, as if they were standing on flat ground. Shi Changfeng was tall. His beard swayed in front of his chest. He held a sword in his right hand and placed his left hand behind his back. His gaze was sharp, and his sword radiance was cold. His green robe swayed in the wind. He looked like an expert. Duke Yu placed his hands behind his back. He was empty-handed. His expression was calm and proud. He looked at Shi Changfeng. His gaze was as calm as an ancient well. "Duke Wei, are you going to fight me empty-handed?" Shi Changfeng furrowed his brows and asked. He was a little happy in his heart. "If you are arrogant and fight empty-handed, then your little one will be finished today. This Duke has never underestimated any enemy." Duke Yu smiled faintly. "Even if the enemy in front of me is a tortoise, I will not let my guard down." Shi Changfeng was so furious that his eyes almost popped out. He took in a deep breath and gritted his teeth. "What are you waiting for?" Duke Yu gently smiled and slowly shook his head. Then, he elegantly said, "Since you can't wait to die, this Duke will fulfill your wish." As he spoke, he took out his hands from behind his back. Her fingers were white and empty. However, in the next moment, Duke Yu drew a semicircle with his right hand and grabbed outwards diagonally. Clang, he actually pulled out a long sword from the void. The blade of the sword was like rippling autumn waters. The sword was 3 feet long and emitted a cold light in all directions. As he held the sword horizontally, Duke Yu's gaze was deep as he said, "Buddy, I've let you down today. The opponent is only a weak piece of trash, but you have to deal with him personally. I'm very sorry." Shi Changfeng was so furious that his stomach was about to explode. His long sword flashed and he charged over. Duke Yu laughed and flew up diagonally. Following this, he bent his body in midair and his head was below his feet. His sword radiance was like a dome as it came crashing down. Shi Changfeng shouted, "Good timing." He raised his long sword to meet him. When one reached the martial sage level, it was no longer important whether one was holding a divine weapon or not. Everything was turned into a sharp sword by one's cultivation. Like a bolt of lightning, the two swords met in midair. Boom! As the two thin swords came into contact, the sound that was produced was like 2 mountains colliding in midair. It was as loud as a huge bell. The entire heaven and earth seemed to darken. Powerful auras shot in all directions. The accumulated snow on the ground flew into the air and covered the entire sky. Under this one strike, the clear sky turned into a snowy sky. As the snowflakes flew in the sky, the two figures approached each other at lightning speed. One of their swords was like a bolt of lightning, while the other was like a thunderbolt. The two streaks of sword radiance intersected in midair to form the shape of a cross. It was still flashing and dazzling, but the two of them had already soared into the sky. After this, they continued to fight for a few thousand feet. Streaks of sword light and sword flowers kept appearing in the air. However, the moment they appeared, the two people who were fighting were definitely no longer there. The snow on the ground kept on jumping up and down. It was so thick that one couldn't even see their own fingers. This was even more intense than an avalanche caused by a landslide. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Their left hands clashed in midair. The two of them groaned at the same time and were sent flying backwards. Instantly, a ferocious force scattered in all directions. The lake of death, which was as smooth as a mirror, was stirred up by the strong wind. Suddenly, monstrous waves surged up into the sky with a loud splash. It was as if a huge dragon had burst out of the lake of death and broke through the sky. It carried an unparalleled aura as it created rain in midair. In the sky, Duke Yu let out a long howl. His two legs took a step forward, and he actually ran quickly through the void. In just a few steps, he arrived above the lake of death. He waved his hands, and a strange green mist suddenly filled the sky. The flowing water seemed to be able to understand human language. It gathered towards Elder Yu's palms on its own. In the next moment, the flowing water condensed in midair and turned into a huge sword that was 100 feet wide, 50 feet wide and 50 feet long. The tip of the sword shone with a cold radiance. It was as if it wanted to slice open the heavens and the earth. Duke Yu bellowed, "Go." As he shook his arms, this huge longsword held as it charged towards Shi Changfeng. This wasn't a slash, or a stab. It was a direct attack. Shi Changfeng's beard flew into the air as he shouted coldly. Suddenly, he flew backwards. As he retreated, his right hand that was holding on to his sword started to swing crazily. Sword chi surged in the sky. Bright sword chi intersected with one another and appeared in the sky. After this, the sword aura didn't disappear. All the sword aura formed a huge sword. After this, Shi Changfeng stopped retreating. The sword seemed to be extremely heavy as he pushed it forward very slowly. He exhaled and shouted, "Destroy." The huge sword formed from sword radiance let out a sword hum and flew out. It flew faster and faster. It fiercely collided with Duke Yu's huge sword made of waves in the air. It was as if two planets had collided. Oh no! The white-bearded cultivator quickly opened his hands. His vigorous vital energy engulfed the icy platform that he was on. The many powerful cultivators from the aristocratic families also tried to protect themselves. Following this huge storm came crashing down. Suddenly, rocks flew everywhere and waves crashed against the shore. Thousands of snowflakes were swept up. The snowflakes rose into the air and formed the shape of a mushroom cloud. Chu Yang and the rest were watching the battle. When they saw this situation, Chu Yang had an idea. He shouted, "Everyone, circulate your powers. Hold hands and resist." Everyone followed his instructions. Just as they held hands, the storm came crashing down on them. With a boom, everyone was swept up and flung 400 feet away. Everyone was drenched in sweat in an instant. Tian Buhui was in an even worse state. He screamed and flew up. He became a small black dot in the distance. With a plop, he fell into the lake of death. Everyone crawled up pathetically. However, they were in a daze. They couldn't even see their own fingers. They could only hear whoosh whoosh whoosh, boom boom boom, boom boom boom. Evidently, the two of them were still fighting in midair. After a long while, the snow started to fall. Their vision became clearer. Everyone immediately raised their heads to look at it. They saw that dozens of Elder Yu and Shi Changfeng had appeared in midair. Each of them wielded a sword and were fighting one-on-one. Chu Yang focused and looked up. He was relieved. No matter how Elder Yu's movements changed, he was still standing above the lake of death. Shi Changfeng could only face Elder Yu's attacks. He was facing the lake of death. One was facing the other, while the other was facing the other. This was very clever. Duke Yu laughed and said indifferently, "The experts of the Shi family of the upper three heavens are indeed extraordinary." Shi Changfeng snorted and said, "Elder Yu from the dark bamboo is also not to be underestimated." Duke Yu chuckled. His laughter was very gentle and carefree. It was like a gentle breeze blowing through the bamboo forest. Although it made a rustling sound, it made people feel peaceful and relaxed. Following this, Elder Yu said softly, "However, how can the Shi clan compare to me?" His silhouette flashed, and he suddenly traversed through the air, flying all the way. He actually kept all the afterimages he had created, and he was the only one left in the air. Then, a faint flush appeared on his fair face as he shouted, "The real attack is coming." He clapped his palms together and a crisp sound could be heard. It was as if he had suddenly crushed space, and 7 black holes appeared in the air at the same time. Following this, the water of the lake of death rose from all directions. There were 7 streams of lake water. They carried warm air with them as they flew 800 feet into the sky. They turned into 7 huge swords. They attacked at the same time. A scream could be heard in midair. Chu Yang focused and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He saw that the tip of one of the 7 swords was actually a person, Tian Buhui. He had just fallen into the middle of the lake of death. Just as he was about to swim up, Elder Yu seemed to have treated him as water and swept him up. He was used as a weapon. At this moment, Tiangong's hands were tightly pressed against his waist. His legs were tightly pressed together and his neck was stubbornly stiff. His entire body was like an arrow released from a bow. With a momentum that could chase the wind and break the clouds, with a speed faster than lightning, he brought along a giant sword formed by endless streams of water. He was attacking Shi Changfeng. Tian Buhui's adoptive father, Chu Yang, guessed that elder Tian Buhui had never unleashed such speed in his entire life. F***ck. He's flying through the air. Tian Buhui is truly amazing. GMO exclaimed. The outcome of this battle was clear. There was no way to not be clear. One side was already dead. How could they not accept it? Just as Dukyu had said, not a single one of them came out. We won. Mo Tianji looked at the white-haired enforcer who was already standing on the ground. That's right. The enforcer's expression was a little complicated. As an enforcer, he had fought countless battles in his life. Furthermore, all of them happened in the upper three heavens. It could be said that every battle was much more intense than this one. The people who participated in the battles were also much more powerful than the people who were fighting in this battle. However, this battle in the upper three heavens was filled with an indescribable feeling. The battle is over. We have won. Mo Tianji smiled and said, however, I still want to ask the enforcers something. Regarding the sudden appearance of monarch-level experts, emperor-level experts, and saint-level experts. Does anyone have any questions? What is the reason for these experts who should not have appeared in the upper three heavens to appear out of nowhere? He laughed and said, of course, they are already dead. There is no point in saying more. However, if this goes on for a long time, and the heavens can interfere as they wish, the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens will become a mess. I am very suspicious about the purpose of the enforcer's existence. Mo Tianji stood proudly and said indifferently, Lord Enforcer. Ha ha ha, the white-haired enforcer's face turned red. He glared fiercely at Shi Qingyu. If not for your Shi clan, why would we be insulted and not be able to say anything? I will settle this matter with your clan when we return. Shi Qingyu's face turned red. His eyes flashed with anger as he said, nonsense. Those people just now were indeed from the Shi clan. However, they were all acting out of personal grievances. They had no choice but to act. Furthermore, they are already dead. What's so honorable about slandering a dead man like this? I did not say that I was honorable. Mo Tianji said indifferently, however. No matter whether it is personal grievances or national grievances, the laws of the heavens are the laws of the heavens. In the laws of the heavens, it doesn't say that you can interfere with private grudges. However, the laws of the heavens didn't say that we can't interfere with private grudges. Shi Qingyu sneered. Mo Tianji still said indifferently, regarding the heavenly laws, you should discuss it with the enforcers, not me, Mo Tianji. I'm very sorry. I'm not familiar with the laws of the firmament. Shi Qingyu was stunned. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with the way the three law enforcement officers looked at him. His face immediately paled, and his body began to tremble. Suddenly, it was too late for regrets. He knew that he had fallen into Mo Tianji's trap. Everything that Mo Tianji had done was just to lead him to say this sentence. The laws of the heavens did not say that private grudges could not be interfered in, he only needed to say these words out loud. It was destined that the yellow mud would fall into the crotch of his pants, layered heaven laws. Since when was it your Shi family's turn to explain? Then what was the use of the enforcers? As the Duke of the Shi family, if he said this in front of everyone, wouldn't he be telling everyone that the Shi family was indeed making use of the enforcers this time? If Shi Qingyu did not say this, then when the enforcers went back to ask, the Shi family could say that they did not know. What? They actually went down? I'll investigate immediately. Therefore, after investigating and dealing with a few people who were neither too big nor too small, this matter was reduced to a small one. However, from the moment Shi Qingyu said this sentence, the Shi family could no longer escape from the responsibility. How could Shi Qingyu not panic? The three law enforcement officers didn't say anything. They just gave him a deep, meaningful look. Then, they turned their heads. Shi Qingyu looked around in panic. He only saw Li Ba Tian, Yi Shiyu, Meng Se, and the rest looking at him with gloating eyes. His face instantly turned ashen. The gazes of the other 8 great clans and the enforcers were all focused on a few people. Their gazes were fervent, Gudu Xingdong Wu Shang and Mo Tianji. These 3 people were the most dazzling young people, a sword emperor and a saber emperor. The master of calculation and manipulation. As for Duke Yu, they all knew that such a person could no longer be recruited. As for the others, they did not put them in their eyes. Chu Yang's performance was also very dazzling. However, compared to these 3 people, he paled in comparison. This was the situation that Mo Tianji had purposely created for this battle. The 3 people stood out and suppressed the halo above Chu Yang's head. People would notice him, but they would not pay special attention to him. This way, the threat that others posed to Chu Yang would be reduced. After all, it was still acceptable for a few geniuses to appear in such a big 3 heavens. For a day and a night, no one said anything. No one did anything. Everything was to recover their strength. This included the great clans and the enforcers. The supreme martial artist's suppression just now was not easy to bear. They had to circulate their martial arts to slowly recover. Furthermore, it was impossible for them to fully recover after a day and a night. Furthermore, they had just gone through a big battle and were feeling depressed. They could not possibly continue to talk about important matters. That night, Mo Tianji stepped on the 7 stars illusion. With the sun and moon lantern above his head and the yin and yang swords in his hands, he began to calculate the secrets of the heavens with all his might. This was the procedure that he had planned step by step before the battle. Right now, although the situation had changed a lot, it was still progressing according to his plan in an orderly manner. The moment the moon shone in the sky, Missouri Tianji violently spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Chu Yang hurriedly supported him and fed him a heavy pill. Only then did Mo Tianji wake up. His expression was extremely weak. I have realized that you are basically using your own life to predict the secrets of the heavens. Chu Yang grumbled, if this goes on, what will happen? Mo Tianji chuckled, predicting the secrets of the heavens requires a person's life as compensation. If I don't pay a little, how can I get anything? His eyes were filled with joy as he said, but this is also the greatest value of my existence. It is also my greatest joy. Every time I know something that others do not know, that sense of accomplishment surpasses everything else. Chu Yang sighed deeply, not knowing what to say. Are Dong Wushang and Rue Butong outside? Mo Tianji asked, invite the 2 of them in. I want to say a few words to them. Wushang, do you like Mo Lei? No one expected this. After Dong Wushang came in, Mo Tianji actually asked such a question. Dong Wushang was a little stunned and also a little confused. He scratched his head and said, this. I really don't know. I only know that I don't dislike being with her. Dong Wushang was tall and burly. Scratching his head like this made him look especially cute. Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, then, Wu Shang, when you saw Mo Lei vomiting blood and fainting, did your heart hurt? Yes. Dong Wushang was very straightforward this time, there was a sudden pain. Then, I felt my heart clench. But this doesn't seem to have anything to do with whether I like her or not. Hearing this sentence, even the wise and far-sighted Mo Tianji rolled his eyes. Alright, you see, Mo Lei's father, the Black Devil, is already seriously injured and disabled. The Black Devil clan basically died out after that battle. As for us, even if the Black Devil clan is on our side now, we won't allow such a clan of assassins to flourish again. So, it doesn't seem appropriate for Mo Lei to stay here now. Mo Tianji chose his words carefully and said, if Mo Lei goes with you to relax. Firstly, you can get rid of the mental block in your heart. Secondly, you can fulfill the Black Demon's wish. Thirdly, you can even do something for your brothers and be of great help. Are you willing? Dong Wushang only heard the last sentence, you can do something for your brothers and help them greatly. Thus, he readily agreed, what's there to be unwilling about? Then, very good. Prepare yourself. Prepare to live together with Mo Lei. Mo Tianji smiled strangely and said, don't worry, we will take good care of the Black Devil. As long as I, Motng, am here, the Black Devil will be fine. Even if he really dies, I, Motng, will die before him. You will also die before him. The fact that Motng had spoken to this point showed how serious he was. There was no doubt about it. I believe you, Dong Wushang said without hesitation. Okay, next you, and so on, 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 and so on. Motng lowered his voice. Ah? Dong Wushang shouted. His eyes almost popped out. What are you shouting for? I will send someone to help you. Motng looked at him angrily. Butong, do you want to go to the upper three heavens? Motng smiled and asked Rue Butong kindly. Whoever doesn't want to go is a bastard. Rue Butong was even more straightforward. That's great, there's a chance now. Motng raised his eyebrows. In the dead of night, Chu Yang and Motng slowly strolled by the side of the Lake of Death. After this chaos in the upper three heavens, I'm afraid that the upper three heavens will also be in chaos. Motng said, after this chaos, I'm afraid that part of the passage between the upper three heavens and the upper three heavens will be blocked by the enforcers. The other part will also be heavily guarded. There won't be people from the upper three heavens sneaking down to stir up trouble. At least for a short period of time, it won't be possible. So you arranged for Dong Wushang and Rue Butong to go to the upper three heavens first? Chu Yang asked seriously. That's right. Motng looked at the sky with his hands behind his back and said softly, your fate is still in chaos. I can't calculate it. But whether or not I can calculate it, I'll make plans in advance. After all, it's better to be prepared. You also know that I have a habit of preparing for a rainy day. Motng smiled faintly, the upper three heavens is too unfamiliar to us. I won't recklessly charge in with you. Dong Wushang is brave and resourceful. Rue Butong is cunning and flexible. With the two of them going, we can explore the bottom of the sea and fight steadily. No matter how many years it takes before we can go up, we must first bury 2 nails. Motng narrowed his eyes and said. Boss, I won't say anything now, but after many years, you'll understand that if you plant a tree today, when it's about to die from the sun, there will be a forest waiting for you. Chu Yang smiled faintly, I can think of a forest, but it's not a good idea for you to always overdraft yourself like this. If he fights the heavens, your body won't be able to take it and you'll be a burden to us. Motng smiled warmly, absolutely not. Everyone knows that grasping the world was created by Xianxia himself. But after studying it for a while, I realized that it's limitless. He blinked and said, since we can use our lifespan to exchange for the prediction of heaven's secrets, then we can use luck and other methods to make up for our losses. I reckon that Senior Xianxia was so powerful back then because he obtained this controlling the world. Chu Yang suddenly remembered. Xianxia was a wise man of his generation. He started when he was 20 years old. He changed his mind and rushed to revered martial artist in the lower three heavens. After entering the lower three heavens, he created his own technique and rushed all the way to the lower three heavens. Any trash cultivation method, in his hands, could be turned into something magical. His highest achievement was that of a peak-grade martial monarch, but he reached this level with his own hard work, and it only took him 10 years. Although his surname was Xiao, he wasn't from the Xiao clan of the lower three heavens. Moreover, the most unbelievable thing was that with the strength of a great martial monarch, he fought for a territory in the lower three heavens with his bare hands. Even the big ruling families acknowledged it. Before that, Chu Yang always thought that martial monarchs were unattainable. So, he didn't feel anything wrong. But as his knowledge increased, Chu Yang gradually realized that martial monarchs weren't that amazing in the lower three heavens. But how could Xianxia run rampant in the lower three heavens with the cultivation of a great martial monarch? Now that he thought about it, it was an unsolvable mystery. Motng looked at Chu Yang's expression and couldn't help but smile. Xianxia relied on the word wisdom in his life. Before he gained a firm foothold in the upper three heavens, he never fought with anyone directly. Those who took the initiative to attack him would find themselves fighting with the other great clans of the upper three heavens for no reason at all. He has always been on the right and the left, but he doesn't rely on anyone. What he has learned in his life is as vast as the ocean. Therefore, in the end, he created a situation where all the great clans needed his help. Thus, a delicate balance was formed. None of them dared to touch him. But once he dies, the forces he created will be immediately divided up. Mo Tianji sighed deeply and said, but precisely because he learned too many things, even though he had a treasure like controlling the world, he stopped at the level of a low-grade martial lord because of too many things. What an amazing person! Qi Yang exclaimed in admiration. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, in that case, wouldn't you be like Xiao Fengyun and be able to deduce many things about any martial arts? Mo Tianji smiled bitterly and shook his head. I'm different from Xiao Fengyun. I'm not interested in music, chess, painting, poetry, wine, and tea. In fact, because of tea, I even wasted my own Tianji tea. What I'm most interested in are intelligence, heavenly secrets, fate, yin and yang, and heaven and earth. Although there are many things, when all of them are added together, they are actually one thing. It's called creation. Mo Tianji said indifferently, therefore, this is my current main focus. As for martial arts, I originally wasn't very interested in them. However, after this battle, I will cultivate them. This is because only when my cultivation is high and my martial arts can my ability to see through heavenly secrets improve. Xiao Fengyun only realized that he had neglected the fundamentals and focused on trifles 10 years after he obtained the world-grasping treasure. He immediately regretted it. However, at that time, it was already impossible for him to have any great achievements in any of the areas. Mo Tianji sighed. When I saw what Xiao Fengyun left behind, I also sighed. I have this fate, but I don't have this fortune. This is also the reason why I resolutely gave up on other miscellaneous things. Qi Yang said, but you clearly know that martial arts are the pillars. Why? Because I didn't have time. Mo Tianji's eyes were bitter. I was constantly struggling to survive under Mo Tianyun's pressure. Under those circumstances, I could only learn this to save my life. However, right after Mo Tianyun died, you came. I had no choice but to rack my brains for you and for us to survive. He chuckled. However, the current 3 days are basically peaceful and uneventful. Therefore, I have enough time to control the Mo clan and cultivate at the same time. Therefore, you don't have to worry about me. Perhaps, I will reach the other side of martial arts earlier than all of you. That's good. Qi Yang relaxed. Qi Yang did not ask what the world-grasping treasure was. However, he believed in Mo Tianji. Whether he asked or not, it was the same. Just like the Calamity Sword. Even if Mo Tianji was 10,000 times smarter, he would not be able to use it. Even Qi Yang might not be able to control the world. However, it was suitable. Most importantly, in Mo Tianji's hands, it was the same as in Qi Yang's hands. One heart, one life, one goal. Furthermore, only a naturally intelligent person like Mo Tianji could unleash the greatest power of the world-grasping treasure. That night, Mo Tianji looked for GMO, Gudu Xing and the rest for a secret talk. Before dawn, he had a secret talk with Dukyu. Finally, he gave some instructions to Mo Laer. Mo Laer was initially reluctant and wanted to stay behind to take care of her father. However, in the end, Mo Tianji said something and she actually relaxed and listened to him obediently. This made Qi Yang very puzzled. How much sacrifice did the Black Devil make for his daughter? For her father, Mo Laer was so anxious that she vomited blood on the spot. That was blood and qi attacking the heart. What she vomited was heart blood. She almost died following the Black Devil. It was easy to imagine how close the relationship between this father and daughter was. Mo Laer would not leave her father no matter what. She was also worried. But, what did Mo Tianji say to make this one-track-minded young Black Devil feel relieved and follow Dongwu Shang? Qi Yang asked himself. He probably did not have such means. When he asked Mo Tianji smiled and said, Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. This made Qi Yang spit on his face. The next day, after Qi Yang and the others woke up, they tidied up. The big clans also got up and walked over. The battle here was over. It was time for them to go back. Of course, other than the Li clan, no one else achieved their goal. Who was the Tribulation Sword Master? There were only two possibilities, one was Gu Duxing and the other was Dong Wushang. However, Dong Wushang was the Saber Emperor. How could the Tribulation Sword Master be the Saber Emperor? Therefore, he was ruled out. As for Gu Duxing, he was the Sword Emperor. Everyone knew that although the Sword Emperor appeared because of the Tribulation Sword Master, the Tribulation Sword Master was definitely not a simple Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor needed to be undistracted and focused on cultivation. Only then could he succeed. However, the Master of the Calamity Sword had always been an all-knowing person. His thoughts were complicated, and he was even more cunning than the number one sage of the Zhuge family, who was famous in the heavens. How could such a person be the Sword Emperor? Therefore, Gu Duxing was also ruled out. As for the others, they were even less likely. There were people who suspected King of Hell Chu, but King of Hell Chu was really too unremarkable in this battle. Furthermore, from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be the leader of this group of people. He fought while he was still a sovereign. How could the Tribulation Sword Master be like this? Which one of them was willing to be under someone else? Furthermore, as long as the Tribulation Sword Master fought, no matter how he changed his moves, the big clans would be able to recognize him at first glance. Chu Yang's sword technique was extremely sharp and could be called a sword technique. However, compared to the Tribulation Sword technique, it wasn't at that level. Furthermore, Chu Yang was very familiar with it. It was obvious that he used it often. That was even more impossible. Therefore, they started to suspect Mo Tianji. However, Mo Tianji. What was there to suspect? Mo Tianji was a strategist, therefore, the big clans, including those who held the sword technique, were all stunned. There were already a few people who locked their gazes on Li Xiongtu, who was being led by Li Batian. This guy was probably one of the tribulations of the Tribulation Sword Master. This matter was a little complicated. Chu Yang and the others were suspicious at first, but Chu Yang and Mo Tianji had a secret discussion that day, which made the first impression the strongest. However, they completely eliminated the suspicions of the people on their side. Now, all the big clans were suspicious of Li Xiongtu's day. Of course, they ignored Li Xiongtu's enemies. How could the brothers of the Tribulation Sword Master kill each other? Wasn't that a joke? After Li Xiongtu fainted that day, Li Batian didn't let him wake up after seeing that the Li clan was dead. If this guy didn't take things easy after he woke up, Li Batianji wouldn't be able to control himself here. Furthermore, he came down this time to help his entire clan. Now, he was only left with a single strand of hair. He couldn't explain himself when he returned. If something happened to Li Xiongtu, he would be in deep trouble. You're Gu Duxing? The clan leader of the Gu clan in 3 days? The white-bearded cultivator looked at Gu Duxing with an amiable expression. If the cultivator didn't speak, the others wouldn't dare to make the first move. Gu Duxing was already prepared. He replied respectfully. Are you interested in following me back to 3 days? The white-bearded cultivator said kindly, with your talent, it's a waste for you to stay here for 3 days. If you follow me back and become the disciple of a great master, you'll be able to master your swordsmanship very soon. Gu Duxing's face flushed red. He seemed very agitated. However, his face turned pale immediately. He seemed to have thought of something. However, anyone could tell that he was hesitating. He was conflicted. He seemed to be struggling internally. After a long while, he said with much difficulty, I really want to go, but I have no choice. I can't go for now. He seemed to have made a difficult decision. However, he still said, however, if I can settle the matter here, I'll definitely go to 3 days. When that time comes, I'll have to ask the cultivator to take care of me. The white-bearded cultivator calmed down. He thought that since Gu Duxing said that, it would be easy to handle. He could tell that Gu Duxing was leaving him a way out. He thought, who knows when I'll go and find you. But now, I have no choice. I understand. After all, a martial artist's dream is to go to 3 days. The white-bearded cultivator nodded his head generously and became even more amiable. He took out a purple crystal token from his bosom and said, Duxing, if you arrive in the 3rd heavens, you can take this token and come find me. No matter what it is, this old man can handle it properly for you. As he spoke, the white-bearded cultivator swept his indifferent gaze across the faces of the big clans. His gaze was not sharp. However, the warning was obvious. This person, this Sword Emperor, the future Sword Monarch, Sword Saint, even. I've already decided who dares to snatch him from me. When they met his gaze, the big dukes were all expressionless. Ling Hanxue said lightly, Elder Mu, since you've already decided, we naturally won't be tactful. It's not early for everyone to come out, it's better to get down to business. Everyone nodded, obviously agreeing with Ling Hanxue's words. We're not stupid. How can we snatch the person you've decided on? At most, we'll snatch him after we return or after he's out of your sight. If that doesn't work, won't we destroy him secretly? The white-bearded cultivator snorted and stuffed the jade pendant into Gu Duxing's hand. He said to Dong Wushang, You're Dong Wushang? Dong Wushang said straightforwardly, Yes. I'm going to the upper three heavens to take a look. The white-bearded cultivator and the big clans were all stunned. This guy is really straightforward. We haven't had the chance to ask him. If it were anyone else, wouldn't they take this opportunity to fight for benefits? Seeing that the cultivator thinks so highly of you, he'll definitely give you whatever you want. I've never seen such a stupid person. This guy just blurted it out so straightforwardly. At the side, Dong Wushang's eyes suddenly became hot, and a wave of guilt suddenly hit him. Wushang, did it for me, right? He lowered his head and sighed softly in his heart. He only felt sad. I forced my own brother to leave and go to the upper three heavens. Good. Good, good. The white-bearded cultivator couldn't help but say good 3 times. He said, Since that's the case, I'll bring you up with me. But I have a request, Jiang Wushang said in a daze. Everyone almost fainted. What the F***? So this guy isn't stupid, he's waiting here. Now that he's whetted his appetite, he can get whatever he wants. What request? Elder Mu's face also twitched. I'm going up to take a look. I want to explore the upper three heavens. However, I don't necessarily have to join any organization. Dong Wushang said straightforwardly, I'm a straightforward person. Of course, if you want to join, you can't do it now. No matter what, you need to have some foundation and some achievements. Everyone understood in their hearts. This guy looks silly, but he is not stupid at all. Right now, even if it was the Saber Emperor, he would only be an unremarkable little minion. Once he had some strength, his value would multiply. The white-bearded man laughed heartily and said, Of course. That's not a problem. Even if we are the law enforcers, we can't force people to do things they don't want to. He made up his mind, once I go there, I'll take out my sincerity to recruit you. I'll let you take a low-grade Saber Saint as your master. Let's see if you're willing to part with Zhao. What he didn't know was that even if he invited a Saber Supreme to be Dong Wushang's master, Dong Wushang would probably scoff at him. I have another request. Dong Wushang said. You have another request? The white-bearded man was stunned. Yes. Dong Wushang said righteously, if I go to the upper three heavens, my wife has to go too, right? Behind him, Emolaer's face was red. She hid her face behind Dong Wushang's back and secretly pinched his waist. Wife. When did I become your wife? You make it sound so vulgar and unpleasant. Dong Wushang stood firm and unmoving. The muscles on his black face contorted violently without leaving a trace. That's only right. The white-bearded man, Elder Mu, was instantly relieved. Isn't it just bringing your wife? Besides, if I don't let you bring your wife, what are you going to do? My brother also wants to go and take a look. Dong Wushang pulled Rui Budong over. He wants to go and find some medicine. I'm sick. Rui Budong had come out in high spirits, but when he heard the last sentence, he immediately lowered his head deeply, almost stuffing it into his pants. This is so embarrassing, what reason can't you say? Must you say this? In front of all the brothers and big clans, what's the difference between that and announcing it to the upper three heavens? Seeing everyone's strange looks, Rui Budong was in so much pain that he wanted to die. I can foresee that the name Rui Budong will soon be famous all over the upper three heavens. How am I going to find a wife in the future? Just as he raised his head, he met Yishu's somewhat passionate eyes. Instantly, his whole body trembled and he started to shiver like a quail in winter. That gaze is too scary. Suddenly, Rue Budong was a little afraid of going to the upper three heavens. He secretly swore in his heart, once I reach the upper three heavens, I will immediately disappear without a trace. I will definitely not let any of you find me. Rue Budong gritted his teeth and thought fiercely. The white-bearded man agreed and thought, I thought it was a big deal. Isn't it just impotence? Yes, if it's serious, it will be very difficult to find such medicine even in the upper three heavens. Dong Wushang's matter was settled just like that. Next, it was time for the confrontation. He asked Mo Tianji, but Mo Tianji didn't answer and only revealed a warm smile. His smile was amiable and impeccable, just like the smile in the textbook of nobility. However, the meaning of I'm not going in his smile was also so obvious. So obvious that it made people feel embarrassed to ask again. Luo Kadi shook his head like a rattledrum. GMO grabbed Huyan Albo's hand with a face full of happiness. Xia Danqiong, the young clan head of the Xia clan, how could he leave, Ao Xieyun? Needless to say. As for Tan Tan, the white-bearded man only took a glance and turned his face away. This face was indeed a little too horrible to look at. Especially when the law enforcer looked over, Tan Tan unexpectedly revealed a smile. There was no way to describe this smile. The white-bearded man felt very lucky. Luckily, I haven't eaten this morning. Damn it, next was the problem of dealing with the funeral. Actually, there wasn't much to do. It was just a memorial service and everyone should go their separate ways. After the man left, the big clans expressed their condolences and tactfully mentioned it to Gudu Xing and the rest. However, seeing that everyone's attitude was firm, they had no choice but to accept this fact. However, when they were about to leave, these young talents gathered together and looked at each other with a kind of one day, we'll meet again in the upper three heavens. Although they were all smiling and amiable, the faint wariness between them was extremely tight. Everyone had a feeling, these people will be my opponents in the future, it's very dangerous. Not only did Chu Yang and the rest have this feeling, but Li Ba Tian and the rest also felt it very clearly. After a few hypocritical and tacit words, the big clans left one by one under the supervision of the man in charge. Finally, Dong Wushang, Rue Butong and Mo Lei Er bid farewell to everyone and left with the man in charge. The Black Devil and his brothers came out to send them off. Although the Black Devil was severely injured, he struggled and insisted on coming out. The Black Devil felt very gratified that his daughter was going to the upper three heavens. He said happily, Dong Wushang, I'll leave my daughter to you. You have to protect her well. Take care of her. If you dare to let her be wronged. Humph. Dong Wushang patted his chest and said heroically, don't worry. Leave everything to me. The Black Devil nodded. Then, he turned his head to look at Dong Wu Lei and said, the two of them have gone up together for many years. A man and a woman alone together. Why don't we take advantage of the fact that both of us are here? I'm Lei Er's father and you're Dong Wushang's elder brother. As the saying goes, an elder brother is like a father. Let's settle the marriage here. It'll be more justifiable. When he said this, Mo Lei Er's face burned with anger. Dong Wu Lei said, that's good. Let's exchange tokens. This is an emergency, so we can only do this. What tokens? The Black Devil waved his remaining hand disdainfully and said, we're people of the pugilistic world. Our words hold the weight. You said it, I said it and everyone is a witness. Then, from now on, the two of you are husband and wife. It's so troublesome and annoying. The man is in charge of the outside and the woman is in charge of the inside. Exchanging tokens is nothing more than moving from one's left pocket to the right pocket. Don't you know how annoying it is? He raised his eyebrows. Dong Wushang, from now on, my daughter is your wife. He turned around and shouted, Lei Er. This is your husband. How the two of you fight and scold each other is your business. No one else can interfere, and they can't do anything about it. Including me. From now on, your happiness is your business. If you're unhappy, it's your own fault. That's it. Does anyone have anything else to say? When he turned around, he saw that everyone was stunned in place. This was the first time they saw a father-in-law like this. There was no betrothal gift, no matchmaker, no dowry, no confirmation ceremony, no wedding ceremony, and no ceremony. They were husband and wife just like that. They had heard of a final decision, but they had never heard of such a final decision. Even the bride-to-be, Mole forgot to be shy. She looked at her father in a daze. Her pretty eyes were wide open. She had never thought that she would be married off just like that. Clap, clap, clap. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji clapped together. It's the Black Devil indeed. So clean and neat. I can't help but be impressed. Today was a good day to have won the war, and the scenery was beautiful. Furthermore, there were many brothers here, and 2 supreme martial artists as witnesses. Dong Wushang, this is a heaven-sent marriage. Hurry up and greet your father-in-law. Dong Wushang, who was not mentally prepared at all, was like a duck that had been struck by lightning. He did not regain his senses for a long time. Just kowtow. The Black Devil waved his hand again. His voice was still as sinister as usual, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. Go. Chu Yang kicked the back of Dong Wushang's leg, and he fell to his knees with a plop. Dong Wushang still hadn't come to his senses, and was about to get up in a daze. All. The brothers swarmed forward and held Dong Wushang down, and flipped him over to the ground with a plop. Luo Kadi and GMO held his shoulders, and Xia Danqiong held the back of his waist, pressing him forward. Bow. Mo Tianji dragged his words. Everyone exerted their strength. Rue Butong held Dong Wushang's head. He was completely taking revenge. He smashed Dong Wushang's head into the snow as if he wanted to smash through the ground. I said that I was typing with 2 fingers, but you didn't believe me. I have witnesses. When I saw Dark Mountain last time, this guy was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out. You're actually typing with 2 fingers? You're even competing with me? You actually beat me every time? Poof. 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 Dong Wushang's head was held by Rue Butong and smashed onto the ground like a battering ram, causing snow and ice to fly everywhere. Dong Wushang's head, which was already dizzy, became even more muddled. His head smashing onto the ground represented 3 kowtows. Rue Butong felt good all over. Damn, this is so satisfying. The ceremony is complete. Mo Tianji dragged his words. This temporary master of ceremonies had obviously simplified all the procedures. What's done is done. What's done is done. Chu Yang nodded. Son-in-law, please rise. The Black Devil was obviously inexperienced as a father-in-law for the first time. He grinned and even messed up the way he addressed Dong Wushang. When this sentence came out, those who didn't know would think that it was this father-in-law who was kowtowing. Everyone cheered with a loud bang. Dong Wushang stood up and turned around in a daze. He met everyone's gaze. Mole shyly bowed to Dong Wu Lei, and then the couple knelt down together and kowtowed to Dong Wu Lei and the Black Devil. This could be said to be the simplest wedding in history, and it was completed just like that. Second Master Dong seemed to have woken up from a dream. He scratched his head and his eyes were still filled with disbelief. So, from now on, I also have a wife? Mole hummed shyly. He patted Dong Wushang's shoulder and said earnestly, Wushang, you're going to be taken from now on. You need to be more vigilant when you hunt for food. You need to clean up the aftermath. Dong Wushang nodded. This sentence provoked countless punches. The brothers laughed and scolded him. They pressed GMO into the snow and beat him violently. It seemed that this wasn't enough to vent the excitement in their hearts. After a long time, GMO was rescued by Huyan Ao Bo. Chu Yang touched his chin and said thoughtfully, Ao Bo, from what GMO said, he is a little familiar with this. He's so experienced. But I believe that GMO is definitely not that kind of person. Huyan Ao Bo was stunned. She immediately looked at GMO fiercely, as if she wanted to eat him. GMO wailed, Boss, you're killing me, the time to leave finally arrived. Wushang, I'll make up for it next time. Wushang, there are so many beauties in the upper 3 heavens. Wushang, when it's time to strike, when it's time to strike, strike. Be careful, don't let sister-in-law find out. Even if he finds out, he has to deny it. Mo Leer's face was flushed red. She pulled Dong Wushang's hand and ran away as if she was running for her life. She didn't even dare to look back. Wushang, you must remember that I, Butong, have an illness. You must cure him. Jimo's words made Rue Butong unable to restrain his anger. He turned his head and fiercely bared his teeth. Everyone burst into laughter. Some of them even laughed so hard that they clutched their stomachs and squatted on the ground. The black demon opened his mouth and laughed so hard that his wounds hurt, but he still laughed. In his entire life, he had never felt so happy before. It seemed that as his cultivation disappeared, his heart gradually lost its original coldness. The sorrow of parting had vanished without a trace. After a long time, the black demon clutched his stomach, which was hurting from laughing. He felt the pain and the twitching wound. He thought to himself, everyone says that when a daughter gets married, she will feel a little sad. This is really nonsense. I don't feel sad at all. Sigh, mother of my child, if only you were here to accept my daughter's and son-in-law's greetings with me. Lei don't cry. In the distance, Dong Wushang, Rue Butong, and Mo Lei, who had gone down a mountain, stood still and looked back. I'm going. I won't disappoint you. The base for our battle against the heavens is in my hands. I must build it. Wait for me, I'll wait for you. Dong Wushang touched the 4 small jade bottles that Chu Yang had secretly stuffed into his arms. Inside were life-saving elixirs. He remembered the last sentence that Chu Yang had said to him, everything is not important. Protecting yourselves is the most important thing. Dong Wushang smiled slightly and finally moved. The 3 figures flew away as if they were flying, disappearing from this world. Although Chu Yang didn't prepare anything, how could he not give his brother a congratulatory gift when he got married? These 4 incomplete heavy elixirs were Chu Yang's heartfelt gift. Only Chu Yang and a group of people were left on the mountain peak. The people from the big clans had all disappeared. After laughing, everyone felt a little sad. But no one showed it. The water in the lake of despair suddenly started to churn. As if a pot had been opened, it started to boil more and more. Everyone widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the churning lake water. They didn't know what was going on at all. The calamity sword in Chu Yang's dantian suddenly shook. Then, it shook again and again. Slowly, from slow to fast, it spun violently and uncontrollably in Chu Yang's dantian. As if it couldn't wait to fly out, but it had some kind of fear and didn't dare to fly out. The sword spirit in Chu Yang's consciousness seemed to have felt something. Its whole body started to tremble violently. There was a look of heartfelt fear on its face. To be able to make a spirit that had faced life and death for tens of thousands of years reveal such an expression was simply unbelievable. Chu Yang's face was calm. Of course, he felt the change in his body and knew the reason. The 4th fragment of the calamity sword was about to be born. His birth this time was indeed a life and death calamity for him. The sword spirit was afraid. Even the calamity sword was afraid. What did this mean? Sword spirit, you're afraid? Chu Yang said with concern. Yes. I can't not be afraid. This is the life and death tribulation that Lord set back then. You, sigh. The sword spirit sighed. Chu Yang was silent for a while. Then, he said, Sword spirit, I need you to do me a favor. What favor? The sword spirit asked. Chu Yang chuckled. Okay. The sword spirit gritted his teeth. Chu Yang smiled. Then, he leisurely walked towards his brothers. He didn't show anything on his face. He just smiled and looked at Gudu Xing and the others. Then, he said in a brisk voice, let's quickly take care of this matter. After all, there's still a large area at the foot of the mountain waiting for us to take care of. Haha. When this matter was mentioned, everyone became excited. That's right. In this decisive battle, all the enemies would be taken care of. All the forces at the foot of the mountain are waiting for us to take over. From now on, the entire 3 heavens will belong to us. This was a situation that had never happened in thousands of years. Thinking of this, everyone felt an itch in their hearts. Only Mo Tianji looked at Chu Yang thoughtfully. His brow slightly furrowed. He suddenly started to worry for some reason. Qi Yang's expression and tone didn't change at all. However, Mo Tianji still felt that something was wrong. As for what was wrong, he couldn't tell. He could only think hard at one side. Before we go down the mountain, I want to remind everyone of something. Qi Yang said lightly, our clans have finally won the battle of the three heavens. However, it's not uncommon for both sides to suffer losses due to unequal distribution of the spoils. I hope that this won't happen to you. Xiaoxiayun and Xiadanqiong looked at each other and smiled. They said, Boss, don't worry. If anyone dares to do this, we'll attack him together. We won't recognize him as a brother anymore. Mo Tianji will calculate the distribution of the spoils and then distribute them uniformly. Qi Yang said, does anyone have any objections to this? No objections. Everyone shouted in unison. It's good that you don't have any objections. Qi Yang smiled with relief. Tonight, we'll stay for one night. We'll go down the mountain tomorrow morning. Qi Yang laughed. He was in a good mood. Although we've sacrificed a lot in today's battle, we've also gained a lot. Tonight, brothers, let's gather together. Let's drink together with the heroic spirits at the battlefield. All right. All right. All right. All the brothers became enthusiastic. Even Gudu Xing, who had always been cold, revealed a rare smile. Mo Tianji's brows furrowed even tighter. However, he lowered his head, so no one noticed. Qi Yang was so normal that he couldn't be any more normal. Even his gaze, facial expression, facial muscles, and body movements were the same as usual. However, Mo Tianji still felt that something was wrong. Furthermore, this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Mo Tianji was deep in thought. Facing the lake of despair that was boiling for no reason, he was deep in thought for a long time. He didn't even hear lonesome Luo Kudi greet him. That night, everyone took out good wine. Although it was cold, everyone still drank in full swing. After 3 rounds of toasting, everyone returned to their own tables and started to drink to their heart's content. Qi Yang, Mo Tianji, Xiaoxiayun, Gudu Xing, GMO, Luo Kudi, Xiadanqiong, Xiadanfeng, Tan, and Huyan Albua occupied a big tent. They sat around a big table. Hearing the cheers outside, all the brothers were very excited. Qi Yang drank his wine. Not long after, he was already tipsy. As for Dongwu Lei, Luo Kuwu, and the others, they were with Ao Tianxing and the others. We've won this battle. Qi Yang, who was holding his wine bowl, seemed to have thought of something. He put it down again. His expression became serious. However, I've also discovered many problems from this battle. I've also gained many insights. He looked at the few people in front of him. It's related to all of you. Seeing Qi Yang's serious expression, everyone couldn't help but put down their wine cups and look at Qi Yang. During this period of time, Qi Yang rarely put on such a serious face. Now, on such a joyous day, he said something like this. There must be something behind it, and it must be serious and serious. Everyone's spirits were lifted. They looked at Qi Yang with serious expressions and listened to him go on. Mo Tianji held his wine cup and slowly turned it in his hand. His eyes were downcast and his expression was serious. He still hadn't figured it out. Apart from Tan and Gudu Xing, all of you can basically be considered as the top of the 3 heavens. Whether it's the progress of your cultivation or your state of mind, all of you are very stable. At this rate, it won't be difficult to achieve something. But it's still not enough to reach the peak. The difference is too great. Qi Yang said indifferently, so, this battle has exposed your shortcomings. It makes me feel like there's a fishbone stuck in my throat. Boss, if you have something to say, feel free to say it, everyone said in unison. For 1,000 miles away, a man and a woman were desperately flying across the night sky like shooting stars. They were Chu Fei Ling and Yang Ruolan. The couple was burning with anxiety. They changed horses and hurried on their journey. However, the strength of a healthy horse was not enough to travel 10,000 miles. Therefore, after a few hundred miles, the horse was already exhausted. Every time this happened, if there was a town nearby, they would immediately buy a horse at a high price and continue their journey. If they were in the wilderness, they would abandon the horse and use their lightness technique to fly madly. In 3 days, the two of them had traveled 1,000 miles. They were still 4,000 miles away from the Heavenly Sword Peak and the Lake of Death. Compared to their cultivations, this kind of speed was already world-shocking. However, the two of them were almost completely exhausted. Yang Ruolan was still desperately urging them to fly forward without any regard for their physical strength. They knew that if they rushed over now, they would not be able to affect the battle situation. Even if they rushed over, the couple would not have the strength to fight before the battle ended. However, the two of them were holding back their anger and had to rush over. Along the way, Yang Ruolan's heart was in turmoil. She thought about Wu Qianqian's words. He is an orphan. Or rather, an abandoned child. Others have parents, but he doesn't. When he was at Beyond the Heavens sect, he was usually very quiet and did not speak much. Before that, he did not attract any attention. Later on, I heard from my father that Chu Yang was very strange. It seemed that he had never truly laughed. Even if he laughed, it was a cold laugh, a mocking laugh, and a self-deprecating laugh. It was the same even when he faced a supreme martial artist. No one knew what he was thinking when he laughed. However, there were only a few times in his life when he was truly happy. When I came to Iron Cloud Citadel, it was the same. His face was like a piece of iron. Perhaps it was only for a few short days. That was when the Hamo clan came. He laughed. I heard it very clearly. When he laughed, he was like an unrestrained child. Unfortunately, his smile was hidden behind the mask. I could not see it. After the Hamo clan left, he went to Great Zhao and fought a bloody battle. I'm afraid he would not laugh. Even after destroying Great Zhao and Golden Horse Riders Department, I only saw him heave a sigh of relief. He did not laugh. I wanted to make him laugh. But I lost myself in it. Haha. I really don't know what kind of heartless parents would abandon such a child. These were Wu Qianqian's words. Wu Qianqian was probably already in the upper 3 heavens. However, Yang Ruolan's eyes would brim with tears every time she thought of these words. Everyone else had parents, but he didn't. He rarely smiled. He was a piece of iron. In his life, there are only a few times when he is truly happy. The only time he smiled was hidden behind the mask. I wanted him to smile. Yang Ruolan felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Right now, the only thing she wanted to do was to hug her son tightly in her arms and make it up to him for the past 20 years. However, she was also afraid and nervous. This child was so strong and independent. When she opened her heart, he might not accept her, but whether he accepted it or not, a mother's embrace was always open to her son. When I was with him for the past few days, I rarely saw him smile. There were polite smiles, hesitant smiles, bashful smiles, sneers and mockery, but I have never seen a sincere smile or a hearty smile. This was what Chu Feiling said when he was reminiscing. Every time they talked about this, the couple would be speechless. Only their hearts would shatter into pieces. How can I make it up to you, my son? In another direction, Dooku was dressed in black and masked. He swept across the land like a ghost and chased after the figures in front. In front of him were the people from the Li clan. Of course, there were also people from other clans. If it was only the Li clan, Dooku would have completed his mission long ago. Unfortunately, there were more than one group of people with ulterior motives. Therefore, even someone as strong as Dooku could only wait for an opportunity. If he couldn't win against this group of people, he could escape no matter what. However, the key was that if he exposed his true identity, everything would be over. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji gave him this mission. If he couldn't do it, Dooku felt that he could only go home and hug his child, Heavenly Sword Peak, in the tent beside the Lake of Despair. Chu Yang was talking. On the surface, GMO seemed to be full of tricks. His sword was sharp and unstoppable. Luo Kudi was ruthless and merciless. Ao Xiayun was far-sighted. He had already thought of dozens of ways to adapt to the situation. He easily killed the enemy with his sword. Xie Danqiong's viburnum flowers fluttered in the wind. His eyes were cold and unwavering. It was enough to show that his determination was superb. Chu Yang said slowly, listing out everyone's strong points. Everyone listened attentively. They didn't understand what he was going to say. However, it's far from enough. You're far from enough. I can only say that if you guys reach the upper three heavens, you won't even be fit to carry the shoes of others. Within a few days, corpses would be everywhere. There wouldn't be a place to bury them. Chu Yang's gaze turned sharp. He swept his gaze across the faces of the few people. His gaze was cold and sharp. You guys are far from enough. Although no one refuted his words, the doubts and unwillingness on their faces were obvious. No matter what, they couldn't be as bad as Chu Yang described. Don't be unconvinced. Did you see the various dukes who came today? Chu Yang laughed coldly and asked. Of course, we saw those few people. They are also important people to pay attention to. Xianxiang weighed his words carefully and said, Boss, don't be angry. From what I see, there are a few people among them. However, most of them rely on their clans. It looked very tiresome. Perhaps there's another side to them. However, from the looks of it, even if they're hiding something, they can't reach there. When he said this, GMO and Luo Kudi nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Indeed, those few people were simply unbearable to look at. For example, Yi Shiyu was arrogant, Li Ba Tian was arrogant, Shi Qingyu was lured into a ditch by Mo Tianji, and the domineering Qin Fei Chen. The gloomy Xiao Ju Qin. These people undoubtedly gave people a bad first impression. Gu Duxing raised his eyebrows. Ao Xiaoyan frowned. Mo Tianji held his wine cup. He looked a little unhappy. The three of them wanted to stop Xiadan Xiong and the other two from speaking. However, they didn't do so in the end. It was better to suffer a little than to be told off. Chu Yang's face darkened. Is that what you think? Perhaps there's something that we haven't seen yet. Xiadan Xiong tried to salvage the situation. Ha ha ha. Chu Yang was so angry that he laughed. If Luo Kudi and GMO said this, I wouldn't be surprised. However, when you, Xiadan Xiong, said this, I really wonder if your brain is stuffed with paste. Chu Yang snorted heavily and said, You only saw that they each had their own temperament. However, you didn't see that they all knew when to advance and retreat. They knew how to make a choice and knew how to distance themselves. More importantly, each of them was confident. I also didn't think that since they had tempers, what was supporting their tempers after their tempers? It's their abilities. Chu Yang said angrily. Yi Shiyu's womanly behavior is a joke. However, you have to know that as long as they're not pure women, it's very rare for them to behave like this in public. Even if a man is mentally perverted and desires to be a woman, he will still pay attention to his image and his self-esteem. He will only show some abnormalities when he's not paying attention to them. However, Yi Shiyu is so unscrupulous. Why? As a member of the Yi clan, how can he be so shameless? Have you ever thought that this is actually a deadly disguise? Now that you see him like this, even if he's a member of the Yi clan, he will still feel contempt. You will feel that you look down on him. Isn't that right? However, if you think this way, you've already placed your lives in your own hands. He only let you see the transvestite side of him. However, he didn't let you see the ruthless and decisive side of him. This side of him is indispensable to a member of the Yi clan. If he's not good enough, he won't be able to survive in the clan. And Yi Shiyu is the third duke of the Yi clan. He's waiting for you to look down on him. Once you're faced with an enemy, even if your abilities are on par with his, you'll still lose your life to him because of this. Because since he sacrificed his reputation in exchange for this slight advantage, he won't give you a chance to regret it. Therefore, under his transvestite appearance, there's definitely a deadly aura. If he doesn't do this, then he's not Yi Shiyu. He's also not fit to be the third duke of the Yi clan. Every clan has a good-for-nothing brother. However, no good-for-nothing brother can become the third duke of a big clan like the Yi clan. Big clans have tens of thousands of years of history. When we consider anything related to them, we have to consider the most terrifying aspect. The brothers broke out in cold sweat. Indeed, when they saw Yi Shiyu, they all felt that he was funny, looked down on and had goosebumps. However, the only thing they didn't feel was fear. However, this feeling of not feeling fear was the most terrifying thing. Ling Hanshui is a woman. However, it's precisely because of this that a woman can represent the Ling clan. It's not just because of her strength. It's definitely because of her intelligence. However, when we look at Ling Hanshui, she's like a piece of ice that won't melt. Normally, people with cold hearts and cold faces give people the impression that they're cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Another impression is that they're not very scheming. Because coldness is a layer of protection. There's another point. Coldness can arouse a person's desire to conquer. Especially those with high positions who think that they're great. The greatest achievement in conquering a woman is conquering this type of iceberg. Coincidentally, no matter how courteous the dukes of big clans appear to be, they're also very arrogant. Then, could Ling Hanshui's coldness be a trap? Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, I'm very unwilling to think of a cold and beautiful woman in that way. Perhaps she's not cold and beautiful, but I still have to think of it this way. This is related to our survival in the future. Do you understand what I mean? Everyone nodded. Therefore, this Ling Hanshui is definitely not to be underestimated. Chu Yang said, what's your impression of Ling Hanshui? Ao Xieyun and Xia Danqiong, all of you admire a type of beauty. It's one thing to have a beautiful heart, but after beauty comes danger. Even idiotic women can make men fight for them if they have a beautiful face. Not to mention noble ladies from big clans? Chu Yang snorted, you didn't see what you should have seen, and you blindly saw what you shouldn't have seen. You've made enemies for yourself. The other clans have more or less invited the two of you, but why didn't the Ling clan? It's because the two of you are already dispensable in her eyes. If you take a step forward, you'll be killed. If you take a step back, it doesn't matter. The four of them lowered their heads in shame. Sweat dripped down Jimo's head. But he didn't dare to make a sound. This was because there was an extra hand on his waist, and the muscles on his waist had been twisted. Behind him, Huyan Aobo's face was solemn as she listened to Chu Yang carefully. It was as if that hand didn't belong to her. Also, the elder of the Zhuge clan hasn't said a single word since he came here. He's so low-key that it's unbelievable. However, look at the other 8 clans. Whether it's the arrogant Li Ba Tian, the domineering Qin Fei Chen, the perverted Ji Shiyu, or the otherworldly Meng Se, none of them dared to provoke the elder of the Zhuge clan. They didn't even exchange any pleasantries. Why? Don't tell me that the clans don't greet each other when they meet in the upper 3 heavens? Even if it's a blood feud, shouldn't they do something when they meet? This is enough to prove that they're wary of this person. And this person's low-key nature gives them a chance to save their face. Then, what kind of role does the elder of the Zhuge clan, who didn't even reveal his name, have? Chu Yang said all this in one breath. Even Mo Tianji's face changed. This was because there were many things that even he didn't think of and didn't notice. How can a man of the upper 3 heavens not disguise himself as an outstanding gongong of a great clan? Think about yourselves. The clans of the upper 3 heavens fight to the death. Don't you think that the upper 3 heavens doesn't? Mo Tianji, when you fought with Mo Tianyun, you pretended to be a saint. As for Ao Xieyun, I don't think you're like this in front of your brothers. Luo Kudi just got rid of his crisis, but what about before? GMO, are you really born so lazy? Even you guys can pretend. And it's for a clan that can't even compare to the branch of a great clan. Why don't you guys consider it, but not the elders of great clans? Have you inherited a bunch of idiots after 10,000 years? Is that even possible? Why do you only see the domineering, arrogant, perverted and ridiculous exterior, but not the inner workings? The more Chu Yang spoke, the angrier he got. Based on your current state of mind, I'll bring you to the upper 3 heavens. To court death? The more Chu Yang spoke, the angrier he got. In the end, he was on the verge of swearing. This was the first time that these brothers had seen Chu Yang lose his temper. So, they couldn't help but keep quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Mo Tianji frowned and slowly pondered. The brothers may be lacking, but they are definitely not as bad as Chu Yang said. Chu Yang even went so far as to accentuate and magnify a certain kind of disadvantage. Then, he used this as a pretext to make a fuss and scold the locust tree. He exaggerated one deficiency to 10 points and even included everyone. What was his intention? Li Ba Tian. The moment he appeared, he was arrogant and domineering, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. But when he saw Ling Han Shui, he immediately softened. Why? Was he trying to say that he bullied the weak and feared the strong? Or is he trying to prove to everyone that he's a lecher? Let me tell you, no matter what you think of him, once you enter these two areas, as long as you face him, you will definitely die. Chen Feichen has no regard for others. He seems arrogant, but everyone who tried to recruit Du Xing only said that he was rich and powerful. But Chen Feichen said at the end, if you're willing, we're brothers. We'll share fortune and misfortune. We'll never abandon each other in life and death. We're willing to swear to the heavens and earth. Chu Yang smiled gently. A duke from a great clan in the upper three heavens made such a huge promise to someone from the upper three heavens. If it wasn't Du Xing, but someone else, what would their reaction be? A gentleman would die for his friend. He's so eager for talents and has such sharp eyes. How can he be the arrogant person that he appears to be? The other great clans only have hope for Du Xing. They think that he's extraordinary. But Chen Feichen is certain that Du Xing will reach the peak. That's why he's doing this. Have you ever thought of this? Everyone lowered their heads. Their faces were heavy. Chen Feichen had obviously avoided everyone when he looked for Du Xing. But why would Du Xing hide it from Chu Yang? Now that Chu Yang said this, everyone was shocked. Don't blame me for being angry. We'll eventually reach the upper three heavens in the future. Many of these people will be our enemies. Chu Yang said seriously, a single mistake in judgment will be a matter of life and death. If I don't say it today, it'll be too late after a few days when your hearts are set. Because your first impression will have already left a shadow in your heart. But that shadow will be the cause of your failure. Everyone nodded silently. They felt that they were already sweating profusely. Their hearts were beating wildly. The tipsy feeling that they had just felt was gone. Everyone's heart was clear. Mo Tianji thought deeply and nodded slowly. What Chu Yang said made a lot of sense. It was indeed necessary. However, what Mo Tianji valued and thought about was Chu Yang's observation in these words. Chu Yang's understanding of human nature, his research into conspiracies, his plans for the future, and his deep thinking about how to conduct himself in the world. Mo Tianji smiled in his heart. It's really a blessing to be friends with Chu Yang in this life. If he can get through this crisis, then I will be able to move unhindered in the upper three heavens with him in the future. Then, my intelligence and his scheming methods will complement each other seamlessly. They will be a perfect pair of pearls and jade. Thinking about this, Mo Tianji was suddenly stunned. He thought of something. Could it be that Chu Yang himself also felt the crisis this time? Now, he's deliberately giving me a warning, making arrangements for my death. Thinking about the words giving me a warning, making arrangements for my death, Mo Tianji suddenly understood. Chu Yang's words just now, especially towards the end, had clearly used a kind of shocking martial technique. The effect should be, giving me a warning. Chu Yang deliberately drank with everyone first. When everyone was tipsy, he slowly attracted everyone's attention. Unknowingly, he giving me a warning. He made everyone wake up from their drunken stupor with a start. In this way, everyone was sweating profusely and their drunkenness was gone. Mo Tianji stole a glance at everyone and saw that everyone was sweating profusely. Luo Kudi's cotton clothes were also soaked, revealing traces of wetness. Mo Tianji secretly nodded. This was the moment when a person's mind was the most flexible and clear-headed. It was also the moment when it was easiest to have indelible memories. Since this was the case, what Chu Yang was going to say next would be of great importance. Then, he only needed to consider what he was going to say next to know what he was thinking. Mo Tianji lowered his eyes. His face was calm and peaceful, but he was extremely alert. He pricked up his ears and prepared to analyze what Chu Yang was going to say next. He had even secretly used the world control technique to merge his own energy into the ethereal operation of heaven's secrets. It was as if a pair of eyes had opened in the dark and were looking at Chu Yang, analyzing Chu Yang's state of mind and the operation of heaven's secrets. He suddenly had a feeling. Perhaps, Chu Yang's analysis and planning this time was the real first step of heavenly armament pavilion to conquer the heavens. Sure enough. Chu Yang's sharp eyes looked at the brothers one by one and said, when the big clans tried to recruit us, except for Du Xing, they only tried to recruit us perfunctorily. This also shows that they did not put us in their eyes at all. In fact, they are indeed stronger than us now. The reason why they are stronger than us is because, since young, they have been instilled with the ultimate goal in their lives by their clans. From the beginning of their cultivation, they have been constantly moving towards that goal. Their goal is incomparably clear. Mo Tianji was suddenly enlightened when Xu Yang said this. He suddenly realized something. He always felt that the big clans had an inexplicable confidence compared to his brothers. But it was not the arrogance of a superior. Mo Tianji had been thinking about it, but he did not understand where this confidence came from. But when Xu Yang said this, he immediately understood. Goal, a life with a clear goal and a life without a goal were completely different. Think about it. You know how to work hard, know how to improve, and even be willing to risk your life. But you do not know what you want to do in the future. This kind of hard work was equivalent to useless work. The higher one's cultivation, the bigger the gap between them and people of the same level. This was also a case of a first-grade martial saint being able to kill another first-grade martial saint instantly. That was the biggest difference between them. Having a goal was blissful and full of motivation. A life without a goal was full of sorrow and confusion. How could this be the same? Chu Yang said solemnly, and among us, there are only 3 people who have already determined their life goals. That is Du Xing, Tianji, and me. As for the rest of you, you have not. GMO. Let me ask you, why are you cultivating, working hard, and risking your life? What do you want to do in the future? What do you want to achieve in the end? Where is the end of your life? Chu Yang asked a series of questions. GMO thought carefully. Suddenly, he lowered his head deeply. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down from his forehead. They dripped into the wine bowl in front of him and made a sound. Ao Xianyun, what about you? Chu Yang's cold and sharp gaze looked at Ao Xianyun. I. Ao Xianyun was tongue-tied. He, who had always been eloquent, was actually speechless at this moment. After a long while, he lowered his head as well. Chu Yang's gaze turned to Luo Kadi. Luo Kadi shrank into a ball like a quail, avoiding his gaze. Chu Yang looked at Xia Danqiong. Xia Danqiong had already lowered his head. Before this, everyone thought that they had a goal, and their goal was clear. But at this moment, after asking about it in detail, they realized that their goals were too general, too vague, and had no substance at all. Moreover, their goals in the past were nothing more than to control the clan and become the clan leader. However, there was no need to be afraid of not knowing the quality of the goods. Instead, there was a need to compare the quality of the goods. Compared to the great aristocratic families of the upper 3 heavens, this goal was not worth mentioning. Was the goal that they worked so hard for their entire lives something that could be destroyed with just a word from others? So, other than sincerely recruiting Gu Duxing and Mo Tianji, they were just perfunctory with the few of you. They even hoped that you would not agree. In other words, they looked down on you. You are not in their eyes at all. Everyone's breathing quickened as they rushed over. Everyone was panting and their faces were gradually flushed red. Their eyes were burning with anger and they couldn't help but clench their fists. Everyone was proud and arrogant. How could they be willing to be looked down upon like this? Chu Yang looked at them coldly and said, "You're not convinced. What's the use of not being convinced?" He paused and his face became more and more serious. It was as if a layer of frost had covered his face. For a long time, no one spoke. Only the sound of heavy breathing could be heard. "I've created a goal for each of you." Chu Yang insipidly said, "If you want to achieve this goal, you'll have to put in 100 times more effort than before. I'll say it one by one. As for whether you can achieve it or not, that's your problem." Everyone's spirits were lifted. Mo Tianji arranged for Dong Wushang to go to the upper 3 heavens because Dong Wushang has the protection of love and the ultimate saber. He no longer needs a goal. The reason why I'm not talking about Gu Duxing is because Gu Duxing has nothing else in his life other than his sword. He no longer needs a goal. GMO. Chu Yang shouted. Jimo's whole body trembled and he straightened his back. "Boss. You're too jumpy. You don't have a long time. No matter what he did, it would only last for a few days. Once it's gone, you'll forget about it. Because you're too open-minded, if you continue like this, you'll never reach the peak. So, from now on, you have to focus on changing this aspect. I'll give Xianxia a plan for this later. She'll be in charge of urging you to change. Mo Tianji almost spat out the wine in his mouth. Hu Xianxia urging GMO. Chu Yang's move was really a stroke of genius. You can't focus on controlling the sword, but the sword is still your focus. Your goal is to chase after Gu Duxing. This is your lifelong goal. No matter how far Gu Duxing goes, you have to chase after him with all your might. Remember, I'll only allow you to be 3 levels behind him. If you surpass the 4th level, it's up to you. Chu Yang's voice was very cold. GMO only felt a surge of hot blood in his heart. If second brother Gu surpasses the 4th step, then I, GMO, don't need to live anymore. He's already at the 4th rank. Moreover, Duxing will be able to break through to the 4th rank of Sword Emperor in half a year's time. Therefore, you must break through to the Emperor level within these 6 months. Then, you must break through to the 2nd grade of the Emperor level. We must do it. GMO shouted. Duxing, if you're waiting for him because of your brotherhood, then you'll also be done for. Chu Yang said. I will teach him a lesson. Let him know that he has to pay a price for chasing after me. Gu Duxing faintly smiled. It's over. It seems that third brother Ji won't even have the time to consummate his marriage. Luo Kudi winked. Hu Yan'ao's face turned red as she glared at Luo Kudi. To ensure that Miss Ao's advice is effective, I suggest we get married immediately after we return. Chu Yang said, regarding this matter, Mo Tianji will act as the matchmaker. Gu Duxing will act as the person. After the 2 clans contact each other, we'll quickly settle this matter. All the brothers were stunned. Mo Tianji is the matchmaker, Gu Duxing is the matchmaker, what are you doing? You're the boss. But Chu Yang obviously didn't want to waste any more words on this matter. Then, he changed his target. Luo Kudi. Your goal is even simpler. Keep up with GMO and advance side by side. Let him surpass you by 2 ranks, then you can go home and sleep. If you can't even keep up with GMO, then you're really useless. There's no future for you to mingle among the brothers. Chu Yang said coldly. Luo Kudi's face turned pale for a moment, then it turned red. It was as if he had been thrown into an ice cave and then fished out of it. Then, he was thrown into the mouth of a volcano. How can I not even keep up with third brother Ji? Boss, don't look down on me. Luo Kudi said angrily. Whether you can keep up or not, it's not a matter of words. Chu Yang said coldly. You, little wolf? You think you can keep up with me? GMO sneered and looked at him disdainfully. Luo Ku. Di was furious and glared at him. Mo Tianji sighed in his heart. Chu Yang didn't even mention the upper 3 heavens or dominating the heavens because that goal was too far away. Instead, it was easy to be frightened. It was just that the brothers they were most familiar with set the goal, made them feel that they were within reach. That was why they put in 1,000 times more effort. In other words, Chu Yang was using the brotherhood that everyone cherished the most to force them to change. If you don't change and improve, then I'm sorry, please leave our circle of brothers. If this was said a year ago, even if everyone felt uncomfortable, they wouldn't do anything. But now, during this period of time, the brothers had already become an inseparable group. If they left in humiliation because they were not strong enough, everyone wouldn't be able to bear it. But Mo Tianji also broke out in cold sweat. Although the goal of catching up with Gu Duxing was real, it was actually more difficult than dominating the heavens. This was a sword sovereign that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Ao Xianyun. Chu Yang turned around. Since you treat me as a brother, I'll also make a plan for you. Ao Xianyun said calmly, I will definitely abide by boss's words. You have too many distracting thoughts and it's not good for your cultivation. So you must abandon them. You are now at the same level as GMO and Luo Kudi. So, your goal is to not fall behind the 2 of them at any time. If you can't surpass them, then it's your failure. If you are still left behind by them, then it's your elimination. Chu Yang's voice was firm. This sentence caused the three of them to feel indignant at the same time. Xiadan Qiong. Chu Yang said calmly, you are different from others. You are an introvert and actually already have your own goal. It's just that you are not clear about it yet. Xiadan Qiong said respectfully, please advise me, boss. When your viburnum flower is released, your face is full of murderous intent and your eyes are also full of murderous intent. Your whole body has the aura of a butcher. Chu Yang said, this is the lowest level of viburnum flowers. The lowest level? Xiadan Qiong muttered to himself. When your heart is as still as water and your eyes are calm when you release the viburnum flower, then you will be at the second level. When you release the viburnum flower and feel happy, then you will be at the third level. When you release the viburnum flower and feel the joy of the viburnum flower, then you will be at the fourth level. When you release the viburnum flower and feel the joy in your heart, from your eyes to your whole body, blooming like a viburnum flower, then you will have reached the pinnacle of viburnum flowers. At that time you will naturally have a new understanding. Chu Yang said, but that goal is too far away. You'd better take it step by step. Xiadan Qiong pondered for a long time and said, I will remember. Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing and the others secretly clicked their tongues. At first glance, Xiadan Qiong's cultivation was very simple and only his face and eyes changed. But thinking carefully, it was creepy. When the viburnum flower was released, it was to kill, without murderous intent. How could it kill? To practice until the viburnum flower was released. What kind of state of mind was this? The experience during this period was enough to make a person go back and forth in the 18 levels of hell. After Chu Yang finished, he didn't speak anymore. Xiadan Feng kept waiting for him to speak, but he didn't. She couldn't help but feel anxious. She asked, Big Brother Chu, you have told everyone. Why not Tan Tan? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Tan Tan has his own path. I can't make a plan for him. He sighed deeply in his heart. Not only can I not make a plan for Tan Tan's goal, but I also can't make a plan for his marriage. Who knows what kind of awakening will be like, if I forcibly tie Xiadan Feng and Tan Tan together, and there will be a tragedy in the future. What should I do? Chu Yang didn't have the slightest confidence in this matter. What about me? Xiadan Feng asked. Follow your heart. Chu Yang thought for a long time. Then, he said these words in a deep voice, but, no matter what choice you make, don't regret it in the future. Don't have any regrets. Xiadan Feng's face lit up. Suddenly, she hugged Tan Tan's hand and said loudly, no matter where you go, I will follow you. I won't leave your side. Tan Tan giggled foolishly and said happily, you are so annoying. Mo Tianji remained silent and waited. But, Chu Yang didn't say the words he wanted to hear the most. Mo Tianji's heart gradually sank. He couldn't help but ask tentatively, what about the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? What about the Heavenly Armament Pavilion? When Chu Yang heard this, he immediately became excited. He happily raised his eyebrows and said, Tianji is indeed Tianji. You can see the crux of the matter at a glance. Gu Duxing will be in charge of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion for the time being. Mo Tianji will be the strategist. Brothers, let's work hard together. What about you? The brothers asked together. I am going to cultivate in seclusion. Chu Yang's face flashed. In the eyes of the brothers, there was a kind of hope and joy that came from the bottom of his heart. He said in a deep voice, this time, I came to the lake of despair the most. First, the supreme martial artist's divine sense made me feel something. It seemed to belong to the heavenly Tao. It was very ethereal and I couldn't grasp it. So, I want to cultivate in seclusion here at the lake of despair for a while. I believe that once I succeed in comprehending it, my strength will soar. I am very confident about this. Chu Yang chuckled. The brothers immediately beamed with joy, really? This is great. Cultivate in seclusion here? Mo Tianji frowned and his heart sank. Also, when that bastard Gu Duxing broke through, he actually pulled me into his realm. So, my understanding of the way of the sword has also improved. Chu Yang said clearly, so, although I will need some time to cultivate in seclusion this time, I will definitely reap great benefits. That's right. Boss told me this before I broke through. Gu Duxing nodded. I see. Seeing Gu Duxing nod, everyone cheered. This time, I need absolute peace for my seclusion. Xianxia said, so, when you go down the mountain tomorrow, leave some resources for me. I won't go down with you. I will cultivate in seclusion on the mountain. He raised his eyebrows and his eyes turned cold. I will say the ugly words first. I don't know how long this seclusion will take. Will it be a few days or a few months? But when I come out of seclusion, if your strength is still the same. Humph, you know what I mean. The brothers laughed and said, when the time comes, you will definitely see us in a different light. Let's wait and see. Yang looked at everyone with suspicion and ridicule. It's a deal. Luo Kudi and the others raised their chests. The tent was filled with jubilation. Everyone was beaming with joy. Mo Tianji's face was very gloomy. His hand that was holding the wine cup trembled. He felt as if his heart had fallen from a cliff and suddenly sank. He felt a sharp pain. Could it be that Yang has already finished settling his affairs? My heart hurts to find out that my monthly votes have been destroyed. This really makes me sad. In the morning, the group started to descend the mountain. Yang was full of joy as he bid farewell to his brothers. Everyone patted his shoulders and laughed. The group gradually left. The world returned to silence. The side of the lake of despair was clean. Not even a trace of blood was left. Snow started to fall from the sky again. Yang smiled and walked back. Calmly. Only a tent was left. The brothers worked together and firmly set up the tent before they left. More than half of the tent was buried in the snow. Such a tent would only be destroyed by the wind. It would never be blown away. Inside, there were piles of food and wine. It was enough for Yang to use for half a year. On the coffee table at the side, there were lamps and flints. These were more than enough for a year. Top-quality animal skins covered the entire tent from the ceiling to the walls and even the ground. Yang lay on the animal skins and thought for a long time. Gu Duxing is in charge and Mo Tianji is in charge. I'm at ease. You all have your own goals. I'm also at ease. In the future, even without me, you can roam freely in the heavenly layer. As for Mo Qingwu, let's not talk about her. With Mo Tianji as her elder brother, he would never mistreat his younger sister. With Tan Tan, who was about to awaken as the Demon King, Meng Chao Ran's wish wouldn't be a problem. As for the rest, you're at ease, right? Yang smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with melancholy. In this life, I've made up for all my regrets, right? There's nothing else that I can't forget. It's a pity that I've never stayed in my mother's arms for even a moment. Mother. I don't even know what you're like. The water in the lake of despair was boiling more and more. It was as if there was something at the bottom of the lake that was calling out to it, the sword tip of the calamity sword, the sword blade. The sword edge began to move intensely and anxiously. Yang had a feeling that he couldn't suppress it. The space was tangled. She was also flipping the screen. The sword spirit was nowhere to be found. I'm at ease. Yang lay quietly. He didn't move. From dawn to dusk, he felt the calamity sword's movement in his body. His heart was clear. He couldn't control it. Yang could feel that his body was no longer under his control. He was walking towards the lake of despair step by step. He was being sucked in. It was over. However, the sword spirit's last words had left Yang without the slightest bit of hope in his heart. This time, your chances of surviving this great tribulation are definitely not more than 5%. Even. There wasn't even a 1 in 10,000 chance, therefore, Yang had asked the sword spirit for a favor. Using all of the sword spirit's divine power to help him suppress the calamity sword's abnormal movements, and then providing him with a strong spiritual power, he used the method of severe warning to make his brother firmly remember what he said today. That was their life goal. Originally, Yang had wanted to get a few sets of mental cultivation and martial arts that were suitable for his brothers to practice. However, the sword spirit fell into a deep slumber after doing all this. Its godly power had been completely exhausted. This time, the sword spirit was able to accept it. Anyway, Yang won't be able to survive. So, I'll still have to fall into a deep sleep. He slept for 10,000 years. If Qu Yang can endure it, then I can wake up at any time as Qu Yang's cultivation progresses. Night fell on the land again, clang, the calamity sword's sword tip shone brightly. It jumped out of Qu Yang's dantian and flew around Qu Yang's body. Clang, the calamity sword's blade also came out of Qu Yang's body and shone with a majestic light. Whoosh, the calamity sword's blade flashed coldly on the surface of Qu Yang's body. The three parts of the sword let out a clear sword cry. Suddenly, there was a huge storm in the lake of despair. A sound like a dragon's roar seemed to ring out from the depths of one's spirit. In the lake of despair, a sword light suddenly rushed out of the water like a dragon emerging from the sea. It carried with it thunder and lightning. The two supreme martial artists released their divine senses at the same time and faced the sword light. With a loud bang, the divine senses of the two supreme level experts suddenly vanished like smoke in thin air. Then, a sword light flew up as if it was cutting through the blue dome of heaven. In an unknown place far away, two people opened their eyes at the same time. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Then, they spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Who's so powerful? Could it be a god? Both of them said at the same time. Their gazes were heavy and serious. He destroyed their divine senses with one strike. What kind of cultivation was this? Both of them turned their heads at the same time and looked at a place in the void with conflicting gazes. Over there, in the distant past, both of them had left their divine senses there. Let's go and take a look. A thunderclap exploded in midair. The entire dark sky suddenly split into two different colors. Half of it was bright as day. The other half was pitch black. It was almost transparent. The sword roared like a dragon and rushed into the clouds. With a loud rumble, the entire level heavens continent trembled in unison. Countless mountains and valleys collapsed at this moment. Countless snowy mountains and icy peaks collapsed at the same time. Such a scene happened in the upper three heavens, lower three heavens, and upper three heavens. The sword tip let out a long cry, the sword edge let out a long cry, and the sword blade let out a sharp whistle. Three sword lights entwined up at the same time. 4 streaks of sword light circled in the air, cutting the night sky into pieces. After a long time, the sword lights flashed and formed streaks of lightning that connected the heavens and the earth. Night fell again. In the pitch-black night sky, 4 sword lights crisscrossed to form a character. Come. Qu Yang laughed and floated out of the tent. His gaze became steady at this moment. No hope? Hee. Even if there's only a 1 in a million chance, will I, Qu Yang, give up? Death is one thing, but the destruction of my divine senses is nothing more than this. But before I die, I, Qu Yang, am still Qu Yang. I'm still the owner of the calamity sword. I'm coming. Qu Yang laughed and leaped up. He welcomed the strong suction force and flew like a dragon in the sky. In a flash, he landed in the lake of despair. In the lake of despair, where waves were surging, the sword lights in midair disappeared instantly. The sword tip, sword edge, and sword blade pounced into their mother's embrace. They followed behind Qu Yang and entered the lake of despair. The lake of despair was surging like a raging ocean. In an instant, it became as smooth as a mirror, even. There were no ripples on the surface of the water. Everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. The commotion here caused the entire heavens to be in an uproar. Almost everyone in the heavens saw the huge word in the sky at the same time. Come. Come where? Come what? Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan were so tired that they didn't even look human. Even with their cultivation, they felt as if their legs were filled with lead. They were still 2,500 miles away from the heavenly sword peak. At this moment, the sky flashed crazily. The two of them saw the huge word in the sky, come. What happened? At this moment, the two of them fell to the ground due to the shock brought by the huge word. This word seems to be in the direction of the heavenly sword peak. Chu Feiling looked at the huge word and said solemnly. What? Yang Ruolan jumped up. Did something happen at the heavenly sword peak? Let's go quickly. The two of them jumped up. They didn't care about their clan's reputation anymore. After running for some distance, they discovered a caravan. They immediately went forward to snatch 2 horses and galloped away. The big clans in the upper 3 heavens became worried at the same time. Come. In a Secret courtyard in the Zhuge clan, an elder in hemp clothes sighed deeply. In the Zhuge clan's hall. Someone was flipping through the clan's records. On the first page. The diary left behind by the first ancestor of the Zhuge clan. When the Lord Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, there was a strange phenomenon in the sky. A word eye spanned across the sky. The wise men of the Zhuge clan all had solemn expressions. The Yi clan was the most powerful clan among the big dominating clans. They also opened a book made of purple crystal pages. This book was the size of a room. Just this book made of purple crystal was a treasure trove of vitality, but only one book was made. Every page was filled with words that were carved with the tip of a sword. This was the true record of the heavens. It was the life of the heavens ruler, the Calamity Sword Master. Here, there's a record here. Someone pointed to a small paragraph of writing on the second page. An elder with silver hair and beard looked at this line of small words. He seemed to feel the crisscrossing sword aura of the writer and read it out softly with a respectful expression. When the Lord Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, a huge word appeared in the heavens and earth, sword. This word connects the heavens and earth. Everyone's expressions were solemn. They turned another page. There's more here. When the Lord Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, a huge word appeared in the heavens, Master. Page 1. When the Lord Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, a huge word appeared in the heavens and earth, heaven. Page 8. Lord Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Sword of Calamity. Strange phenomena appeared in the heavens, shocking the entire world. The sword light formed a large character that shone with boundless radiance, illuminating the heavens, earth, page 10. When the Lord Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, a huge word appeared, who? Page 12. When the Lord Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, a word appeared, can. Page 14. When the Lord Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, a word appeared in the heavens and earth, obstruct. Page 10. When the Lord Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, thousands of mountains collapsed and the heavens passageway was completely blocked for 3 months. Up and down were not connected. At that time, a word appeared in the heavens, I. When the white-bearded elder saw this, he let out a long sigh. After a long time, his eyes were lifeless as he said in a heavy voice, do you see it? This is the life history of the previous 8 masters of the Calamity Sword. Moreover, the clearest record is the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword. There is no description of the other fragments. The previous 8 masters of the Sword Master each had a word. When combined, it was, the Sword Master of the heavens and earth, who can stop me? Now, another word appeared in the heavens and earth. It has come. This means that the current master of the Calamity Sword, the first generation, has obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword. When the first and second words are combined, it is a complete sentence, the Sword Master of the heavens and earth, who can stop me? The calamity has begun. The silver-haired elder let out a long sigh. Where should the Yi clan go from here? Everyone was dumbstruck at the same time. Old ancestor, the current head of the Yi clan, Yibu Kong, had always been eloquent and scheming, but at this moment, he actually stuttered. Let's wait and see. The old ancestor let out a long sigh. This old ancestor was the spiritual pillar of the Yi clan. His cultivation had already reached a frightening level. 3,000 years ago, he had already stepped into the ranks of the supreme beings. He was as famous as Xianxia and Bulu Qing back then. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the old ancestor of the Lu clan was, including the other members of the Yi clan who appeared in this room. Every one of them was a senior expert. The one with the lowest seniority was the current head of the Yi clan, Yibu Kong. These people had not appeared in the past few decades or hundreds of years. Ordinary members of the Yi clan didn't even know that there were such existences in their clan, let alone seeing them. However, when the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword caused the phenomenon of heaven and earth, these people, no matter where they were in seclusion, all rushed here at the same time. It could be seen how serious the matter was and how serious it had become. As members of the ruling clans who were familiar with the Calamity Sword's master, these senior experts all firmly remembered one thing: the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword was the true beginning of the turning point of the heavenly layer. When the Calamity Sword's master obtained the fourth fragment, the heavenly layer would truly be turbulent. No matter how many clans had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, they would be tossed about in the wind and rain at this moment. No one could guarantee that their own Quan clan would be able to survive the cleansing of the Calamity Sword's master. In other words, from this moment on, the Calamity Sword's master would start a fight to the death with the ruling clans, because the appearance of the fourth fragment meant that the Calamity Sword's master had successfully found his tribulations. His claws and fangs, a character who could overturn rivers and seas, the next head of the ruling clans. In other words, none of the existing ruling clans would be chosen, they would definitely be mortal enemies. At this moment, the ruling clans who still had some hope in their hearts felt as if their hearts had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Think of a way to find this Calamity Sword's master and destroy him. Yibu Kong thought silently. Don't think about destroying the Calamity Sword's master now. You won't be able to find him. You won't be able to. The ancestor of the Yi clan, Xianxia, rolled his eyes. He seemed to have seen through Yibu Kong's thoughts. He specifically warned, for the past 10,000 years, there have been many clans who have been trying to do this. However, those clans who have this idea are usually the first to be destroyed. Moreover, the Calamity Sword Master is mysterious. I'm afraid that even his subordinates don't know his true identity. If you want to kill him, you have to kill everyone in the upper and lower heavens. Moreover, with the appearance of the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword, the mysteries of heaven are completely obscured. No one is allowed to pry into it. The most important thing is the fourth fragment of the Sword of Calamity. It will completely seal off the sky. After a month, there won't be a single path that can be used. No one knows whether Master Tribulation is in the upper three heavens, the lower three heavens, or the lower three heavens. Because Calamity Sword's master has a special privilege that surpasses ours. Before the second sword fragment appears, the passageway to the heavens cannot be opened. Yi Chenqiu said slowly, if you want to kill Sword Master Jia, you have to wait until he comes to Shang three heavens. This was the will of heaven. Anyone who disobeys will die. I see. Yibu Kong fell into deep thought. Ancestor, this is really strange. It's clear that the heavens are protecting Sword Master Jia. Yi Chenqiu's face darkened. All the seniors of the Yi clan looked over with burning gazes. There was strong dissatisfaction in their eyes. Yibu Kong was nervous. Did I say something wrong? Yi Chenqiu rolled his eyes and looked at Yibu Kong with ghastly eyes. They flickered like phosphorescent flames. He gritted his teeth and said, bastard. He flicked his sleeves and left. Yibu Kong was stunned on the spot. Did I say something wrong? The seniors of the Yi clan all flicked their sleeves and left. The last one was finally stopped by Yibu Kong. Grandfather, why? The old man shook his head and said sadly, you destroyed the Yi clan. Yibu Kong was stunned. The old man pointed at the amethyst book and said, how many times have you read this book? Yibu Kong's face changed drastically. The old man laughed coldly. Since ancient times, who has been able to live for more than 10,000 years? Who knows what happened 10,000 years ago, or even 10,000 years ago? However, it's all recorded and memorized bit by bit. Today, you actually asked such a childish question. It's clear that you haven't read this book. He sighed. This amethyst book has recorded everything. Besides the enforcers, there's no third book in the world. Such a peerless treasure has been in your hands for 100 years, and you haven't even looked at it? Humph. The old man snorted angrily and suddenly disappeared. Yibu Kong was shocked and lost. He was the only one left in the hall. He moved closer and slowly read from the first page, starting from the first word. Slowly, his face became paler and paler. This was an encyclopedia about Sword Master Jia that had been buried for tens of thousands of years. Yibu Kong looked up and sighed. He was extremely depressed. So, it's all here, but, can you blame me for this? This had always been the most important treasure of the Yi clan. Usually, one would have to go through more than 10 checkpoints to enter. Even the head of the Yi clan couldn't enter for no reason. Who would have thought that such an earth-shattering thing was recorded in this book? Just as he was sighing, a shout came from afar and entered his ears. The heaven passage will be sealed within a month. Quickly gather your men and return to the Yi clan. No one is allowed to stay outside. Yi Bukong was shocked awake. Yi Xianxia seemed to be sighing softly in the sky. This is the turning point of life, one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one. Yi Bukong was stunned again. A turning point of life, the Sword Master Jia has already appeared. According to what you said, the aristocratic families are definitely going to die. What's there to turn around for? However, another order came from the sky. Send a message to the other 8 aristocratic families. All the elders are to discuss important matters in the Yi clan within 3 days. Prepare to stop the Sword Master Jia. At the same time, the rulers of the aristocratic families all fell into insomnia. Everyone's minds went blank at the same time. Where should they go? No one expected the Sword Master Jia to come so quickly this time. The first Sword Master Jia spent 10 years to obtain the 4th fragment of the Sword Master Jia after a strange phenomenon appeared on the first fragment of the Sword Master Jia. The second Sword Master Jia also took 70 years, even the 8th Master of Calamity Sword took 20 years. However, the current Master of Calamity Sword took less than 3 years. Is he a monster? All the aristocratic families started to feel uneasy. It was as if a storm was coming. In an instant, it filled the upper 3 heavens. At this moment, they received a message from the Yi clan. The 8 aristocratic families didn't do anything on the surface, but everyone who was qualified to know all this knew that their elders had already rushed to the Yi clan. The Sword Master Jia obtaining the 4th fragment of the Sword Master Jia was a matter of life and death for the aristocratic families. At the same time, the aristocratic families all sent out an order. All the members outside were to return immediately. Those who disobeyed would be killed without mercy. At the same time, the Heaven Enforcers. This was an ice mountain. The entire ice mountain seemed to have been hollowed out. Inside, a white light flashed. Waves of fragrant fragrance spread out in an elegant manner. Taking a closer look, there was actually a large cluster of beautiful snow lotuses every 100 feet on the ground. Each snow lotus was snow white and as big as a silver plate. Each petal seemed to be made of gold and jade, giving off a sparkling and translucent glow. They were actually huge stalks of snow lotuses that were connected together to form a tea table. This snow lotus was called the 1,000-year ice lotus. It would sprout for 100 years, sprout for 100 years, grow for 100 years, and bud for 100 years. However, it would take another 100 years for the bud to bloom. After 2,000 years, it would be as clear as jade and as tough as it was now. This was definitely a heavenly spiritual medicine. It was a sacred healing medicine. Every stalk was extremely expensive outside, and it was priceless. Who would have thought that it would only exist as a tea table here? This extravagance could be said to be earth-shattering. At the highest position, on a platform that was 1 foot above the ground, a white-robed man stood with his hands behind his back facing the door. He didn't move and seemed to be deep in thought. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his white robe was whiter than snow. His neck, wrists, ears, and other skin were all shining with a smooth luster. It was like the skin of a 17 or 18-year-old youth. His fingers were slender and delicate. It could be imagined that these 10 fingers were absolutely incomparably nimble. Whether it was holding a sharp sword or taking a life, it was all done with ease and effortlessness. His eyes were even colder than an iceberg. Although he didn't move, his body was also very thin and frail. But when he stood there, it was as if all the lights in the hall had turned into dense dark clouds that were brewing a storm in the sky. Even the extravagant decorations seemed to have turned into ordinary grass and flowers under his shadow. There was no aura of a peerless treasure. Footsteps sounded softly. People filed into this extremely luxurious ice palace. No one made a sound, but they all stood behind the ice lotus tea tables. When the 30 tea tables were all filled with people, the man who was standing with his hands behind his back finally turned around and said calmly, "Sit." Although he had turned around and there was no veil covering his face, there seemed to be a thick fog that would never disperse in front of his face, concealing his appearance within the dense fog. No one could see clearly. The Calamity Sword Master has already come into contact with the 4th fragment of the Calamity Sword. The white-robed man's voice was calm and cold, without any fluctuation, joy, or anger. It was as if he was talking about something that wasn't worth making a fuss about. So, from this moment on, the aristocratic families are no longer under our control. From now on, before heaven calms down, the law enforcement officers will give up on law enforcement. Heaven will enter a chaotic era of sword masters. The white-robed man's eyes were very cold as he glanced at the faces of the 30 people below. If the hall was originally peaceful and quiet, then after this sentence, it was completely frozen. Everyone was dumbfounded at the same time. 30 pairs of eyes looked at the white-robed man in disbelief. Such expressions appeared on the faces of these people. This was definitely something that could shock the whole world, because those who were qualified to stand here were at least at the 5th stage of martial saint. There were even a few supreme martial artists among them. It could be said that in the past 10,000 years, ever since the establishment of the law enforcement officers, the power of the law enforcement officers had never been as strong as this batch, but it was these super experts who could remain indifferent even when a mountain collapsed in front of them and the sky collapsed in front of them. Now, they were showing extreme shock in their lives. This was very likely to be the only time in their lives that they would experience such a thing. Their shocked expressions lasted for a breath. Then, everyone's faces returned to normal. Many of them were deep in thought, and many of them were suspicious. There were even 2 people whose eyes were filled with anger. I object. The white-robed young man standing at the front raised his eyebrows. His eyes were burning as he took a step forward. Beside him, a beautiful woman with hair as long as the clouds smiled quietly and took a step forward to express her support. Why do you object? The white-robed man looked at the person who spoke coldly. He naturally knew that although this guy looked young, he was indeed an old and immortal fellow, the white-robed young man, Xianxia. This was a very feminine name. It was said that Xianxia's father was an erudite scholar at that time. At that time, he already had 3 sons and longed for a daughter. So, before she went into labor, he even named her. In the end, she was born a son. He was greatly disappointed. At that time, the wife of Xianxia's sworn brother was also about to go into labor. The 2 families agreed that if they were both daughters, they would be sisters. If they were a man and a woman, they would be husband and wife. And these 2 families, one was surnamed Yu and the other was surnamed Feng. Moreover, Xianxia's father liked snow. The father of the Feng clan was also a learned scholar who liked wind and rain. Drunken moon listens to the snow, gentle wind listens to the rain. This was also the realm that the 2 great Confucian scholars pursued their entire lives, to drink with friends, to lie under the moon, to listen to the sounds of nature, as snowflakes gently drifted down. Leaning against the window, facing the wind, listening to the drizzle, heaven and earth gentle, this was a poetic sentiment that the 2 of them had longed for their entire lives and had pursued for their entire lives. Therefore, both parties had decided on a name before the child was born. The members of the Yu clan, regardless of gender, were all called Xianxia. The Feng family, regardless of gender, would be called Feng Yuro. Now, the woman in white standing beside Xianxia was like a gentle spring rain and wind. She was his wife, Feng Yuro. Both husband and wife were supreme beings. Not only did the 2 inherit their father's knowledge and talent, they also became a pair of sword guts and zither hearts. The Dharma Supreme had worked with the 2 of them for so many years, so he naturally knew that this Xianxia, who was like a youth in white, was, in fact, an extremely demonic character. He had only lost once in several thousand years, and that was to Ning Tianya. That time, he had battled with Ning Tianya for 3 months, and Ning Tianya had won by 1 move. However, he had retreated completely unscathed. Just this terrifying cultivation alone was enough to make anyone look at him in a different light. In fact, if Feng Yuro was also present then, when the couple battled with Ning Tianya would have no choice but to flee. Lord Dharma Supreme, this doesn't seem right, right? Xianxia's eyes narrowed into 2 sharp swords. Law enforcement officers are the rules of the Tribulation Sword Master. They control the laws of the heavens. Since when did they rule that when the Tribulation Sword Master obtained the 4th fragment of the Tribulation Sword, he had to wash his hands of it? The Dharma Supreme snorted and said indifferently, that was then, and this is now. Law enforcement officers are the greatest help to the Tribulation Sword Master. At the very least, they have to allow the Tribulation Sword Master to grow. The stone tablet is still standing at the back of the hall. Its divine power has yet to fade. Yu Lingxue said seriously, Lord Dharma Supreme, are you going to go against the rules today? When he spoke, Feng Yuro didn't say a word. She just stood quietly beside her husband, her expression still tranquil. No matter what decision her husband made, she could only support him, the white-robed Dharma Supreme said indifferently. However, the stone tablet has also ruled that the chaotic times of the heavens will inevitably arise. As long as the Tribulation Sword Master causes chaos, we law enforcement officers can only retreat. However, the rules say that we can only wash our hands of it after the Tribulation Sword Master obtained the fourth fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Yu Lingxue's gaze was sharp as he said, but now, from the looks of the heavens, we have only just obtained the fourth fragment. The Dharma Supreme was still indifferent. So what? If you give up from the fourth fragment, you are undoubtedly giving up on the justice of the heavens and our original position. You want us law enforcement officers to turn from supporting the Tribulation Sword Master to opposing him? The Dharma Supreme was silent for a while before he said, there is no need to discuss this anymore. I have already made up my mind. Lingxue, I will talk to you later. You are stubborn? Yu Lingxue frowned slightly and said unhappily, don't forget, even the heavens cannot stop the power of the tribulation. Do you want the law enforcement officers who have been passed down for 10,000 years to be destroyed in your hands? That may not be so. The Dharma Supreme's voice became a little deep. Don't forget, there is also this part in the prophecy, tribulation becomes nothing, humans and ghosts walk the same path, the Sword Master of the heavens, heaven and earth walk the same path. So you think that the law enforcement officers will definitely be destroyed by the Tribulation Sword Master? Yu Lingxue sneered. You need to calm down. The Dharma Supreme's eyes flashed, somewhat displeased. No matter what, my husband will definitely not accept this order of the Dharma Supreme. The Dharma Supreme nodded slowly and said, if that is the case, then so be it. His eyes flashed like lightning and he said solemnly, how many others do not agree? Everyone below looked at each other, but no one spoke. A few people's eyes shone intensely, as if they were tempted, but they still lowered their heads in the end. Yu Lingxue laughed. You all still want to continue to rule the heavens and are unwilling to take the risk of giving up power. He laughed heartily and said, since that's the case, there's no need for us to work together. The two of us will take our leave for now. Yu Lingxue's ice-cold eyes swept across and he took his wife's hand. Both of their figures suddenly melted like ice and snow, disappearing without a trace in this hall. They only left behind a faintly discernible sentence. Dharma Supreme, law enforcement officers are law enforcement officers. It is precisely because of the existence of the Tribulation Sword Master above the law enforcement officers that the law enforcement officers are not rulers. They are only tools, nothing more. If you do not want the law enforcement officers to overturn the ruling power, I'm afraid there will be a day when it will be too late for regrets. I only hope that the law enforcement officers will not become a place where people fight for power and profit. You are on your own. His voice kept echoing in the hall, but everyone knew that Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro were already thousands of miles away. That's good too. The Dharma Supreme's eyes shone. After a long time, he sighed softly and said, both of you, you are on your own too. His eyes flashed sharply, and then he lowered his gaze, seemingly indifferent to Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro's departure. He said, act according to my orders immediately. Yes. Deputy, you stay for a while. Okay. Yes, Moon Breeze, understood. I will do it right away. Not long after, with a sudden sound, the entire ice peak between heaven and earth suddenly disappeared. It seemed to have melted into the air. The strong fragrance of ice lotus floated in the air, not dissipating for a long time, turning into spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Dukyu followed behind the Li clan and actually could not find them. The various clans and law enforcement officers were all hurrying along together, and they were not far from each other, only a few hundred feet apart. The security was tight. And the Li clan was actually walking behind the law enforcement officers. The other clans were all monitoring the Li clan's movements. And the law enforcement officers were monitoring the movements of everyone in the clans. Everything was linked together. Furthermore, Dukyu discovered something strange, and that was, it seemed like everyone in the clans had other tasks on their shoulders. Along the way, everyone was distracted, but they had no choice but to hurry back. This was because the law enforcement officers did not allow them to act rashly. This way, Dukyu's chances of completing his mission will be even lower. Seeing that they were about to reach the entrance of the upper and lower heavens, Dukyu was very anxious. Could it be that I can't complete such a simple task? The other clans were also helpless. These law enforcement officers are following us like ghosts. How can we complete the task given by our clans? Only Dong Wusheng and the other two who were following the law enforcement officers were excited. We are about to enter the upper three heavens. Finally, Dukyu could not take it anymore and decided to take the risk. Li Xiongtu was on Li Ba Tian's back the whole time, and did not leave for even a moment. Li Ba Tian had even rejected the help of two of his guards. This was because he knew that his current cultivation was not as good as these two experts of his clan. If there was any danger, with Dong Wusheng on their backs, their fighting strength would be greatly reduced. The seemingly arrogant and despotic Dukyu was very meticulous. There was no doubt about it. Dukyu could not find an opportunity, and he could not take it anymore. Finally, he decided to take action. Suddenly, the heavens and earth shook, and the entire world was filled with sword light. In the sky, a huge character flashed in front of them. Everyone changed at the same time. They all stood still and looked up at the sky, deep in thought. In the next moment, everyone floated up to the treetops and looked into the distance. Li Ba Tian also wanted to jump up and take a look, but just as he was about to leap, a low voice said, "Wait." Li Ba Tian and the other two were stunned, and they turned around. They saw a black-cloaked masked person suddenly appear 30 feet in front of them like a ghost. His eyes were quietly looking at Li Xiongtu, who was on Li Ba Tian's back. The fresh wounds on Li Xiongtu's body slowly turned into scars at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bit by bit, they formed scars. Soon, the scars turned from red to dark red before turning black. Then, they started to wrinkle. Everyone's eyes widened. They were dumbfounded. Was this the effect of a pill? However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Li Xiongtu said unconsciously, "It's so itchy." He couldn't help but scratch, rustle, rustle, rustle. Wherever he scratched, the scars would fall off like flour, revealing the fresh skin underneath. Wherever he didn't scratch, the scars started to dry up and fall off. In an instant, Li Xiongtu's body became as smooth as a newborn baby's. It was white with a tinge of red. Everyone's jaws dropped to the floor. Everyone stared at Li Xiongtu's body in a daze. They didn't even blink. There was only one shocking voice in their hearts that kept repeating, "Calamity Sword Master. Heavy pill. Calamity Sword Master. Heavy pill." Li Ba Tian almost vomited blood. "Damn, it's good enough that you've recovered. Why did you have to do a reality show in front of everyone? How am I going to end this?" What he didn't know was that the heavy pill that Chu Yang had taken out had additional ingredients. Not only was there a hallucinogenic drug, but there was also a drug that made his entire body itch. There was even a drug that made him feel hot all over. With these three ingredients working at the same time, even if Li Xiongtu was the most resilient person in the world, he wouldn't be able to take it. Finally, the feeling in his body dissipated. Li Xiongtu also woke up. He moved his body strangely and asked in confusion, "I've recovered? I've recovered?" Li Ba Tian was about to cry, "Brother, put on your clothes." Apart from the Li clan, the other 24 pairs of eyes from the other 8 clans all focused on Li Xiongtu's day. Their gazes were complicated, and they kept flashing. One of the calamities, one of the future ruling clans of the upper 3 heavens, it's actually this person. Humph, 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 humph. How can I let the Li clan gain such a huge advantage? However, on the surface, no one made a sound. In fact, they didn't even mention the words Calamity Sword Master. Everyone's heart was filled with passion. Even a person like Li Xiongtu was overwhelmed by this unexpected favor. Was this still the father-in-law of the great ruling family? When did he become so approachable? But in their hearts, all of them were cursing inwardly. With such an obvious target, if we let you, one of the calamities, live to dominate the heavens, then we really don't need to be human anymore. What's more, with your current strength, you're even weaker than trash. Everyone silently calculated in their hearts. The enforcer's eyes flashed with shock. Then, he said a few words and everyone continued on their way. A few days later, all the major clans finally received the news. All members who were outside were to return to their clans as soon as possible. The heavenly layer world was about to be sealed. Everyone was shocked. They quickened their pace and rushed into the upper three heavens. Li Batian continuously sent out emergency requests for help. When they reached the upper three heavens, the Li clan had already gathered 12 martial saints to escort them. The group of people rushed back to the Li clan. Li Batian finally felt relieved. Damn it, we're finally safe, but, in the eyes of the other clans, everyone knew what was going on. Everyone wore cold smiles on their faces as they bade farewell and left. This matter must be reported to the clan as soon as possible, everyone thought fiercely. F***CK. The Li clan? They actually want to continue? What the hell? Xianxia sank to the bottom of the lake of despair like a rock. At this moment, he even had a feeling that he was safe and relaxed. In this warm water, he felt warm. It was as if he had returned to his mother's embrace. It was full of comfort and contentment. He didn't feel any danger at all. His body kept sinking. The water in the lake of despair didn't seem to have any buoyancy. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at the lake water that surrounded him. He felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. After a long while, he remembered, there were no fish or prawns in this water, there weren't any living creatures. Even the corpses that had been thrown down had disappeared. The lake water was clean and transparent. There weren't any impurities. Furthermore, Xianxia didn't feel suffocated in this lake water at all. Everything felt as if he was outside in broad daylight. The sword point, the sword edge, and the sword blade, the three parts of the broken sword emitted a bright light. They surrounded and guarded Xianxia as they floated downwards. Everything was so calm. Xianxia wanted to recall the situation when he had obtained the fourth fragment of the Calamity Sword in his previous life. But he suddenly realized that he couldn't remember. It was as if this calm and gentle lake water had cut off his memories of his previous life. After sinking for a long time, Xianxia finally felt that he had stepped on something. He looked down and realized that it was a rock that was as white as jade. Furthermore, as far as he could see, the entire bottom of the lake was filled with rocks like this. Every rock was squarish and huge. They had a radius of more than 100 feet. In the center of every rock, there was a small dark red hole. Countless hot bubbles came out from this dark red hole. It warmed up the entire lake. Xianxia stood on this white jade-like rock. He felt that the soles of his feet were extremely warm. There wasn't any burning sensation at all. Looking around, he couldn't help but be amazed. Who was it that had set up such an uncanny workmanship at the bottom of the lake? Suddenly, there was a faintly discernible movement in front of him. The sword tip of the Calamity Sword became excited. With a flash of light, it rushed towards the place where the movement came from. The sword edge and sword edge followed closely behind. Xianxia's heart moved. He followed closely behind. He thought, could it be that the sword spirit had guessed wrongly? What danger is there? Although he thought so, Xianxia didn't let down his guard at all. After floating for thousands of feet, a hole with white light appeared in front of him. It was at the bottom of the lake. It still led straight underground. This hole emitted a gentle white light and called out to him. It seemed to be saying to Xianxia, "Come, come. Let me devour you." Xianxia clearly felt that there was something that he had desired for his entire life inside. Without any hesitation, Xianxia threw himself into it. He threw himself into a place called Lu Jing, but Xianxia would never have thought that he would come to such a place. Xianxia threw himself into the cave without hesitation. The moment his body disappeared into the cave, Xianxia felt his vision blur. The blazing white light in front of him turned into darkness. After taking a few steps forward, he saw a faint light in front of him. Xianxia frowned and walked forward step by step. 7 feet ahead, Xianxia took a step forward. A figure flashed in front of him and a person appeared in front of him. "GMO?" Xianxia exclaimed, "Why are you here?" The person who appeared in front of him was GMO. He grinned and raised his eyebrows mischievously. "Boss, you didn't expect this, right?" "Indeed, I didn't expect this." Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. He originally suspected that it was an illusion, but the moment his hands touched GMO, he felt a familiar and real touch. He knew that this was not an illusion. Hee, boss, Missouri Tianji knew that you would come here to take risks. So, when you were lying in the tent, we came down first. GMO grinned. He was very happy. Boss, don't hide such things from us in the future. We are brothers. How can you take risks alone? GMO laughed. If we don't live and die together, how can we be brothers? Boss, you are too arrogant. Yang said shamefully, it's my fault. I didn't want you to worry about me. Halfway through, he suddenly realized, aren't you all here? Where are the others? GMO smiled, of course, they are in front. He took a step forward and held Yang's hand. Boss, I will bring you to them. Ha ha ha. The two of them walked forward holding hands. Yang felt that his heart was filled with happiness at this moment. This bunch of people, he didn't know if he was satisfied or blaming them, but he muttered something. Another person came out in front. It was Luo Kudi. Oh whoa, boss, you didn't expect this, right? Luo Kudi shouted excitedly and pounced over with bared fangs. Yang's heart was filled with warmth. He scolded with a smile, you little wolf. Humph, you actually lied to me. See how I will deal with you when we get back. Luo Kudi laughed happily as he got closer and closer. Suddenly, Yang's pupils shrank, and he shouted, be careful. Because he was horrified to discover that a blazing sword light had appeared behind Luo Kudi. A sword brimming with the aura of death was flying towards Luo Kudi's back at lightning speed. This sword was soundless, and even the water flow did not change at all, but it was so sinister that it made Yang feel despair. Luo Kudi's face was still filled with the joy of being with his brothers, and the joy of finally being able to help Yang. He did not react to Yang's roar at all, and asked in confusion, what? Blood splattered everywhere, Yang roared in heartache. He felt as if his heart had suddenly shattered. Luo Kudi was already 20 feet away from him, but his body was forever frozen in place. The tip of a sword suddenly emerged from Luo Kudi's mouth. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword and spread across the water. This sword strike was so vicious that it was precisely aimed at Luo Kudi's heart. Even if Yang had 10,000 complete heavy pills, he would not be able to save Luo Kudi. Luo Kudi still had a smile on his face, but it had already turned into ashes. Fresh blood continued to gush out from his chest. He barely managed to control himself, and he coughed and laughed. Oh whoa, I originally wanted to help boss, but I didn't expect that I would only make boss sad. I'm really sorry about this. Little wolf. Yang roared and rushed forward. The tip of the sword in Luo Kudi's mouth moved, and it disappeared with a whoosh. Don't pull out the sword. Don't pull it out. Yang roared in heartache, and he even pleaded. He knew that if the tip of the sword was pulled out, Luo Kudi's last bit of life would also be taken away, but the sword was still pulled out, and it disappeared. Luo Kudi's body swayed, and he finally fell forward. Yang let out a heart-wrenching scream, and he rushed forward, hugging Luo Kudi. Luo Kudi's body trembled in his embrace. He tried his best to open his eyes, and he looked at Yang. His face was full of longing and regret, but his eyes finally became calm. He even moved his lips, and a smile appeared on his face. He murmured, "Boss, I'm sorry. I went back on my words. If there's a next life, I will definitely accompany you." Traversing the heavens. Brother. Yang hugged Luo Kudi tightly, and his whole body trembled. His tears fell like rain, and he choked, "Don't go." Luo Kudi looked at him in a daze, and he finally squeezed out a smile, and said, "Awoo. Boss, don't cry. I'll lose face if I have a crying boss." He raised his hand, as if he wanted to wipe away the tears on Yang's face. But his hand was only halfway, and he suddenly dropped it. His eyes were filled with regret, and he was deeply worried. "Little wolf." Yang roared towards the sky, and a mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out. He stared with his eyes wide open, and the corners of his eyes were already cracked. He looked at the place where the fatal blow came from with hatred. There was no one there. "Come out." Yang roared furiously. "Who are you?" *CK your 8 generations of ancestors. "Come out and die. Come out and die." Yang roared crazily, and his eyes were red. Yang had killed people before, and he had also scolded people before. But he had never scolded his relatives like this before, but this time, he could no longer hold back. The water opposite him was calm. There was no movement at all. If Luo Kudi's body was not clearly in Chu Yang's arms, Chu Yang would almost think that this was a dream. Little wolf. GMO screamed sharply, and rushed over while crying crazily, Little wolf. Little wolf, what happened to you? Wake up. Wake up. Caressing Luo Kudi's cold face, and looking at Luo Kudi's apologetic eyes, GMO finally burst into tears, don't scare me, don't scare me. Chu Yang's facial muscles spasmed crazily, and his eyes shot out a terrifying light. He picked up Luo Kudi's body, and slowly walked forward. Little wolf, I want you to see with your own eyes that I will avenge you. Chu Yang murmured, and slowly walked forward with Luo Kudi's body in his arms. His whole body was already prepared for battle. Boss. Jimo's cry came from behind, and Chu Yang's whole body shook. There was no sadness in Jimo's cry, only reluctance, surprise, and a touch of disbelief. Chu Yang turned around like a whirlwind. Suddenly, there was a wild cry, and two cries, and blood spurted out continuously. Two shining swords were being pulled out of Jimo's body from both sides, the swords flashed, and blood was everywhere. After a section was pulled out, the blood dissipated in the water. Jimo's mouth was constantly bleeding, but his two hands were tightly grasping the sword that was being pulled out from the left side of his body. The sword's edge. Blood came out from his hand that was holding the sword's edge. He struggled, and his eyes were anxious. Boss, don't worry about me, Gu. Gu and the others are still in front. You go quickly, there may be danger. He took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. I am with Little Wolf, we are not afraid. Boss, you go quickly. At this moment, the sword turned with a whoosh, and Jimo's 10 fingers fell off neatly. The sword's edge also spun a circle in his heart. Two silhouettes flashed like illusions, letting out sinister sneers as they appeared and disappeared in the next moment. Chu Yang did not have time to chase after them. In his heart that was almost numb from grief, there was only a large amount of blood. He could not think of anything else. Fresh blood spread in the water. Jimo's face convulsed, and this was the last pain of his life. But he did not scream, and only smiled. Boss, care about the living, not the dead. We are leaving. You guys, take care. Then, his body trembled, and the anxiety and worry in his eyes suddenly froze. His eyes were still wide open, and they were still flashing with urging, go quickly. They are in danger. They need you. Brother. I beg of you. Chu Yang let out a long and crazy howl, as if his heart had been cut to pieces. His heart became ice cold. Two brothers had become corpses in front of him. Just a moment ago, they were still laughing and joking with him. But in the blink of an eye, they were gone from this world. Even his last request was so heart-wrenching. The first meeting in the lower three heavens, the vigorous training, the grievance of being forced to wash socks, the high spirits of the ranking competition, the dominance of the lower three heavens, and the ambition of the upper three heavens were all gone. Everything was gone. A wood dog ant. I am so happy today. This was Jimo's voice, and he was roaring continuously after breaking through. Awoo, is it finally my turn? This was Luo Kudi, who was unwilling to be left out before the big battle. Chu Yang could even clearly remember the burning fighting spirit on Luo Kudi's face at that time. Brother. Chu Yang closed his eyes, and 2 streams of tears fell silently. Luo Kudi's body slipped from his hand silently, and he lay down beside GMO. Chu Yang's eyes were full of tears. He forced himself not to look at the corpses of his 2 brothers, but he could not help but look again. Then, he rushed out furiously and indignantly. GMO was right, Gu Duxing and the rest were still in front, and there were still other brothers. They might have encountered danger. It might even be more dangerous than here. Care about living, not caring about death. This sentence was very true. However, such a simple choice was simply too cruel for the current him. It was too cruel. Chu Yang rushed forward crazily. In front of him, banging sounds could be heard continuously. Along with angry roars and shouts, a few figures were crazily attacking each other in this area of water. Chu Yang's spirit was lifted. Gu Duxing was not dead. The other brothers were still here. He rushed forward hurriedly. He was afraid that if he was a step late, what awaited him would be a new tragedy. The hazy scene suddenly brightened, and a large empty space appeared in front of him. Gu Duxing's face was cold and serious, and his sword was like a dragon. Ao Xian's sword was like a cold star. Xie Danqiong's flowers were dancing, and Mo Tianji's clothes were fluttering. Tan Tan and Xie Danfeng were attacking together. They were each fighting crazily with a guy whose clothes were almost the same as the water. Chu Yang approached like a whirlwind. He took a look at the ranking list, and he was ranked 10th in the monthly votes. He was about to fall out of the top 10, ha ha ha. Yang, you've kept me in the dark for so long. Chu Feiling's tone was slightly reproachful, but most of it was relief. Fortunately, I finally reacted and rushed here. Child, you must be strong. Chu Yang looked at him blankly and said as if he was in a dream, at? The beautiful woman was already sobbing. She looked at Chu Yang closely. Her eyes were full of guilt and heartache. Child, you've suffered, you are? Chu Yang felt something in his heart, but he still couldn't believe it. This is your mother. Chu Feiling sighed. Do you know that once we confirmed your news, we couldn't sit still anymore? Your mother insisted on coming with me. Child, put down your sword. Don't do anything stupid. Don't tell me that you want your mother to lose you forever again after losing you for 18 years and finally being able to see you again after losing you for 18 years? How can your mother bear that? Chu Feiling said sadly. My mother? Chu Yang opened his mouth. He only felt that his soul, which had been broken into pieces, exploded again and disintegrated again. In an instant, he saw stars. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. His body swayed and he fainted. He only felt that he had fallen into a gentle and loving embrace. This smell, this feeling, it was so lingering and intoxicating. Chu Yang cried loudly after he fainted. He thought that he had changed his fate, but he didn't expect it to become even crueler. All of his brothers were miserable in front of him. And he could only look on helplessly. This blow to Chu Yang was worse than Mo Qingwu's virginity in his previous life. His heart was already in despair, but at this moment, his parents came to his side. The warm embrace of his mother, which he had never tasted before, embraced him so warmly. Chu Yang was at a loss. What should he do? He could only faint. Chu Yang was awakened by a tremor. When he woke up, he found himself in his mother's arms. And his body was constantly being turned. It was actually a high-speed movement. Could it be? Chu Yang opened his eyes and found that Chu Feiling and his mother were besieged. All around, there were masked men in black. How could this be? Chu Feiling's body was already covered with wounds so deep that his bones could be seen. Mother's body was also bleeding. Chu Yang was shocked. He flipped over and broke free. Then, he pulled out his sword. Ha ha ha. Chu Feiling. We were able to force you and your wife into a corner 18 years ago, and today, we can kill your entire family here. The leader of the masked men laughed. This is your son, right? Ha ha ha. What a pity. We've just reunited, and now we're going to have our whole family together. I express my deepest regret. Another person laughed wildly. Chu Feiling and his wife gritted their teeth and frantically blocked the other party's attacks. However, they were defeated. Their cultivations were simply not on the same level as the other party. Chu Yang roared, and attacked with his sword. However, Chu Feiling and his wife suddenly grabbed him at the same time. Yang, leave quickly. No. Chu Yang roared madly. How could he leave at this time? Let's go. Don't let the two of us die. Mother looked at Chu Yang with sad eyes. Child. 18 years ago, we were chased by these people, so we had no choice but to separate you from us. I didn't expect that today. She looked at her son longingly. Her eyes were full of reluctance and love. Child, leave. You're alive, and our greatest hope. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly let out a muffled groan. The shining tip of a sword protruded from her chest. She let out a muffled groan. She exerted force in her hand, and Chu Feiling exerted force at the same time. They threw Chu Yang's body far away, the bodies of the husband and wife were instantly submerged in a sea of swords and sabers. Chu Yang's body was flying backward, but his spirit had already collapsed. His mother's eyes were still looking at him lovingly. Until she was completely submerged in the sea of swords and sabers. No. No. Chu Yang roared. He only felt that his spirit was also convulsing. Don't be so cruel. I was in my mother's arms for less than 15 minutes, it's actually an eternal separation again. Chu Yang could feel that his soul was gradually shattering. His consciousness was slowly collapsing. In the distance, the group of men in black had already stopped. At their feet, 2 bloodied bodies lay motionless. Chu Yang's heart and soul were completely shattered. That little one is still alive. Kill him. The men in black roared and chased after Chu Yang. Chu Yang roared and drew his sword to meet them. He only thought about destruction. He only thought of madness. He also knew that his parents wanted him to escape and live on. This was their last wish. He really shouldn't risk his life at this time. But he had already experienced the tragedy of his brothers, and now he saw his parents in front of him. Chu Yang had already collapsed. He didn't care about any consequences at all. He had nothing left to live for. Both sides were about to come into contact. The men in black surrounded him with ferocious gazes from all directions. Chu Yang's eyes were crazed. He roared and rushed forward. At this moment. Don't hurt my brother, Chu Yang. A rainbow shadow fell from the sky. A dreamlike saber appeared in front of Chu Yang. With 2 clangs, it cut the 2 swords into 2. A graceful figure in red landed lightly in front of him. A little girl appeared in front of him. Yes, compared to when they parted, Mo Qinggu had obviously grown a lot taller. At this moment, a pair of bright and beautiful eyes were looking at him worriedly. Little Wu. Chu Yang moaned, as if crying and laughing at the same time. Brother Chu Yang, are you okay? Mo Qinggu rushed toward him. You really shouldn't have come. Chu Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. He felt powerless. Grief, despair, and anxiety. Mo Qinggu rushing over now, wasn't it the same as sending herself to death? Where are your 2 masters? Chu Yang's mind flashed. If Ning Tianya and Baluqing were here, they would definitely save Mo Qinggu's life. They didn't come. Mo Qinggu pouted and said, they came back to visit family this time. They met second brother at the foot of the mountain. They came up to find you and asked me to wait by the lake. I waited for a while, but they didn't come up, so I came down too. She blinked. Eh? Where are second brother and the rest? Chu Yang's heart was in pain. He closed his eyes in pain and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Go quickly. But the black-clothed men had already surrounded him. Sabers and swords were coming down together. Chu Yang's body was instantly enveloped in a sea of saber light and sword shadows. No. Mo Qinggu's shrill scream suddenly rushed in madly. Her petite body slammed into Chu Yang's body and actually knocked Chu Yang's body out. The saber light was like a waterfall. In an instant, Mo Qinggu's body bloomed with a brilliant bloody light. Chu Yang wanted to scream, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. Mo Qinggu's petite figure trembled in the blood. Her eyes were full of pain. Finally, she slowly fell into Chu Yang's arms and looked at him affectionately. Brother Chu Yang. You're hugging me, I am so happy. She took 2 quick breaths. Her eyes shone brightly, as if the flame of life was beating for the last time. Brother Chu Yang. I originally wanted to wait for me to grow up and marry you, but I can't grow up anymore, little Wu. Chu Yang looked at Mo Qinggu numbly. Suddenly, he felt like his head was exploding. With a loud bang, all his thoughts, all his memories, all his experiences, all his everything, all turned into pieces. He already couldn't feel pain, sadness, regret, can't feel anything. Mo Qinggu looked at him deeply and said miserably, Brother Chu Yang. Hug me, I'm so cold. Chu Yang's tears fell like rain. He hugged this petite body tightly, wishing that he could rub her into his body. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. He only felt that his chest was so stuffy that he couldn't breathe. At any time, his chest would explode, and Mo Qingwu's breathing gradually weakened, her lotus-like arms that were tightly hugging Chu Yang tightened, and then loosened. She used up the last of her strength to tighten her arms, and then loosened them again. She swayed in the air and a blissful smile suddenly appeared on her face. She blushed and murmured, "I'm so happy, and I can't bear to. Brother Chu Yang, if there's a next life, how good would it be? I'll definitely give birth to a lot of children for you, and be the best wife for you." Her voice suddenly stopped. And Mo Qingwu's eyes slowly closed. She fell into a deep sleep in Chu Yang's arms. Her fan-like eyelashes gently covered her eyelids, but she wouldn't open them again. Chu Yang knelt down in a daze. He didn't feel anything. "In my previous life, you were in my arms, and you closed your eyes in my arms. In this life, you slept in my arms for me again. I still see you close your eyes with my own eyes. I still see you in my arms with my own eyes. I feel your body temperature gradually turning cold. I still can't do anything, I still can't do anything, why? Why? My brother, my parents, my lover." Chu Yang hugged Mo Qingwu and roared at the sky unconsciously. His heart was gone, his soul was already illusory, his spirit shattered, his consciousness exploded instantly, his spirit was shattering bit by bit. His spirit that was originally damaged, at this moment, was like a 1,000-mile river dike with a gap opened. The flood rushed out from the gap and, this majestic river dike gap became more and more, and more and more. In his mind, cracks gradually appeared in the tribulation space. Chu Yang stood quietly in a daze. His past flashed through his mind. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sad and bewildered smile. "It's over, there's no other shore in the lake of despair. There's indeed no other shore, brothers. Du Xing, Tianji, GMO, Little Wolf, Lover, Qingwu. Qingwu, Father. Chu Feiling, Mother. Mother." Chu Yang's heart suddenly shook. Crazily. He suddenly remembered, "I only know my father's name. Mother. What's my mother's name?" Chu Yang's body stiffened. "I don't have a nickname. When master calls me, he always calls me by my full name and surname. My only nickname is Ichi, which Tan Tan jokingly calls me, but my parents call me Yang Yang." "Why do they call me Yang Yang?" Meng Charon's indifferent eyes appeared in front of Chu Yang. "My lover is called Ji Chuchen." Chuchen, Chu Yang. "So you're called Chu Yang. So you're called Chu Yang. So, you're called Chu Yang." Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan were running forward as fast as they could. Now, they were less than 1,000 miles away from the Heavenly Sword Peak and the Lake of Despair. The husband and wife were burning with anxiety, but when they reached this place, they didn't have any strength left in their bodies. Their legs seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds, and they couldn't move anymore. They could only rest for now. In the middle of the night, Yang Ruolan suddenly screamed and woke up from her dream. She was drenched in cold sweat, and her forehead was sweating like rain. "What's wrong?" Chu Feiling was meditating to recover his elemental energy. He had overdrawn it in the past few days. This martial monarch also felt the fatigue in his soul. I suddenly saw our son." Yang Ruolan stared blankly. She was still in shock, and her face was pale. I saw our son coming to bid farewell to me, covered in blood. I. Her eyes were full of panic. "Fei Ling, Chu Yang, will our son be okay? You're just saying things out of concern. He's with his brothers. Furthermore, there are many experts in the alliance. How can anything happen to him?" Chu Feiling comforted her. "But I'm always anxious. I feel that something bad has happened." Yang Ruolan frowned. "My heart is in my throat." She hurriedly put on her clothes and got off the bed. She paced around the tent, feeling more and more anxious. Her heart had completely lost its calmness. She thought about it, and all she had was a bad premonition and an ominous prediction. For the entire second half of the night, Yang Ruolan paced around the tent. She was anxious and panting. When the sky just brightened, she pulled Chu Feiling up. "Let's go." The pitiful Chu Feiling had only recovered half of his energy before he was pulled up to run. "If you delay my meeting with our son, I'll skin you alive." Yang Ruolan was aggressive, and her eyes were glowing. The couple ran all the way. This place was already deserted, and there weren't many fat sheep to rob. At noon, they finally met people from the Ao clan. They were coming down from the heavenly sword peak. Their banners were waving, and their men were strong. It was obvious that they had won the battle. Chu Failing stepped forward to stop them. After inquiring about the situation, he learned that Chu Yang's side had won. His wife and her husband immediately felt relieved. The two of them did not dare to reveal their identities. They only asked a question and claimed to be Chu Yang's elders. Ao Tianxing naturally treated them with courtesy and eagerly received them. He told Chu Yang that they were still on the mountain. Yang Ruolan was overjoyed. She watched the Ao clan and the other big clans descend the mountain. Then, the husband and wife went all the way up the mountain. Yang Ruolan's heart still felt heavy even though she had obtained the exact information. In fact, it was so heavy that she couldn't breathe. If he couldn't see his son with his own eyes, he couldn't be at ease. Upper three heavens, Mo Qinggu suddenly woke up from the warm jade bed with a start. She shouted loudly, "Brother Chu Yang." Suddenly, her whole body was drenched in cold sweat, and her eyes were staring straight ahead. His entire body began to tremble. In the lower three heavens, Tai Budian was currently holding Tai Yang in her arms as she read through memorials in the imperial study. The child had already fallen asleep in her arms. However, Tai Budian was in the midst of reviewing when her heart suddenly trembled. Her brush landed on the memorial with a loud smack, leaving an eye-catching mark on it. All of a sudden, his mind was in a mess, and his heart tightened. Her whole body trembled, as if the cold wind had made her feel cold all over. She couldn't help but walk quietly to the window. Looking at the dark night outside, her brows were tightly knitted. "What happened, Chu Yang? Was it you? If it wasn't you, who else could it be?" Chu Yang desperately wanted to wake up. The sudden appearance of Meng Charon's eyes in his heart allowed him to recover a little bit of his consciousness. Perhaps, this was also his only chance to be clear-headed in this calamity. Therefore, Chu Yang was like a drowning person who suddenly grabbed onto a straw. "No matter what, I won't let go. Even if it's confirmed in the end that everything here is true, I won't let go. I don't believe it either. Even if this is the truth, I won't accept it." The stubbornness, persistence, and tenacity of his previous life helped him to the greatest extent at this moment. Then, he forced himself to shift his mind away from the sadness and forced himself to start thinking. Or perhaps, even he himself didn't realize it. Ever since he stepped into this place, he had lost the ability to think. He could only watch and listen, but his heart didn't think at all. It was as if his heart could only accept what he saw and heard, but he couldn't make a single decision. But now, he finally started to think. From every bit of it, he started to struggle. He started to save himself. Chu Yang silently said to himself, "This is my last chance. If I can't hold on, my soul will be destroyed. Therefore, I must hold on. Even if my brothers die, my parents die, and Qingwu die, as long as I'm here, I will think of a way to revive them. I won't give up. Because there are so many emotions, so many unforgettable memories, so many regrets that I can't give up. Hold on. Chu Yang." Chu Yang roared and stabbed the sword into his thigh muscles. Then, he used his hand to fiercely twist the sword. The blade of the sword moved back and forth in his muscles, giving him the deepest and most painful pain. This allowed him to maintain a trace of consciousness that was difficult to come by. He tried his best to clench his teeth and force back his tears. He was thinking. He tried his best to think. Impossible. Who was Mo Tianji? Even if he understood his feelings, how could he allow his brothers to participate in this kind of tribulation for the sword master? Wouldn't that be messing up his mind? Moreover, his divination had already given the prophecy of heavenly secrets in chaos, sword heartbroken, lake of despair, no other shore. Therefore, Mo Tianji definitely wouldn't do such a thing. But if Mo Tianji didn't agree, other than Gudu Xing, no one else could come. Therefore, this must be fake. If it was impossible for Mo Tianji to bring his brothers here, it was still possible. But it was impossible for Chu Failing and Chu Yang to suddenly come here. How would they know that he was here? What was his mother's name? That feeling was real, but why couldn't he remember his mother's appearance at all? He had clearly just seen her. Who was the one who gave herself the nickname Yang Yang? As for Mo Qingwu, it was even more impossible, because everyone knew how much Ning Tianya and Buluqing treasured Mo Qingwu. How could they let a little girl like her travel 3 heavens and thousands of miles to visit her family, and she even coincidentally met Mo Tianji? What kind of coincidence was this to be able to do it? Chu Yang reminded himself over and over again, or rather, he was numbing himself over and over again. Don't panic. Don't panic. This must be fake. This is an illusion. This is the 4th stage of the tribulation for the Sword Master, and also the most serious test. It was also the place where the Sword Spirit repeatedly said that his soul would be destroyed, and his soul was almost destroyed just now. The only thing he could rely on now was himself. He tried his best to break out of this path, but he kept feeling that something was missing. Not only did this feeling not break out, but it became more and more real. The part of his soul that was missing after being possessed by the Sword Spirit was like a moat, blocking his thoughts. He already knew that this was fake, but he sadly realized that he couldn't go back. Beside the Lake of Despair, Chu Yang's tent. Mo Tianji, Gudu Xing, GMO, Luo Kudi, Ao Xia Yun, Xia Dan Qiong, Tan Tan, Xia Dan Feng, Huyan Ao, and the rest were all present. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Since Mo Tianji had guessed Chu Yang's intention, how could he let Chu Yang take the risk alone? Hence, after he led his brothers down the mountain, he immediately gave a secret order to gather them. Then, when night fell, he secretly returned to the Heavenly Sword Peak and hid in the snow. Then, everyone saw the strange phenomenon in the sky and saw Chu Yang jump into the Lake of Despair like a moth to a flame. This scene made everyone feel as if their hearts had been struck by a sledgehammer. GMO and Luo Kudi were extremely shocked. They opened their mouths to scream, but Gudu Xing and Mo Tianji covered their mouths tightly. The two of them struggled with all their might, but they couldn't get out. When they could finally open their mouths, Chu Yang's body was already in the lake. What are you doing? GMO was furious. Why are you stopping me? Luo Kudi jumped up. Didn't you see that boss jumped in? A pair of bastards. Gudu Xing shouted angrily. Sit properly. This is his battle alone. Mo Tianji looked at the place where Chu Yang jumped in and said slowly, he won't drown if he goes down. But if we go down, we'll definitely die. Why won't he drown? Luo Kudi stretched his neck. Because his name is Chu Yang. He's not a stupid pig called Luo Kudi. Mo Tianji said coldly. The only thing we can do is to believe in him. Love this place and wait for him to come up. Mo Tianji made the final decision. If anyone wants to act rashly and ruin boss's plan, you can leave now. Then, you can leave now. The brothers were silent. Tan Tan kept his head down. When he saw the word come in the sky, he fell into deep thought. He didn't move for a long time. Xia Danfeng kept him company quietly. It was already midnight. The Lake of Despair was as calm as a mirror. However, a strange and dense aura suddenly appeared in the air. Everyone who had already entered a meditative state felt at the same time, as if something was about to happen. Everyone's heart suddenly surged with an indescribable feeling. It was as if a crisis was about to befall them. It was as if something important was slowly leaving. Mo Tianji opened his eyes in horror and looked worriedly at the calm waters of the Lake of Death. He thought to himself, Chu Yang. You must come back. All of a sudden, a tornado appeared in the sky and came crashing down. Chu Yang was at his wit's end now. Other than trying his best to keep himself awake, thinking about it over and over again, denying it over and over again, and verifying it over and over again, there was nothing else he could do. However, at this moment, his heart finally calmed down. This was because he already knew that everything he had just experienced was fake. It was all an illusion. Although the illusion was so realistic that he almost couldn't extricate himself from it, he still understood in the end. The most important thing now was to find a way to return to reality from this illusory realm. Therefore, Chu Yang was anxious and frustrated for a while. Then, he forced himself to calm down. He had already figured out where his flaw was, holy sh*t, this was the final loss that he had caused by letting the sword spirit take control of his body. Although he had survived the most dangerous moment, as long as his god was incomplete, he probably couldn't get out. This point was no different from the total annihilation of the gods. However, he was happy in his heart. As long as they didn't die, it was fine. You're still stubborn. A sigh seemed to sound from the depths of his heart. Chu Yang opened his eyes and vaguely saw a white light in the water in front of him. Then, an illusory figure suddenly appeared from a different dimension and floated over. Even when it was in front of Chu Yang still couldn't see the figure's face clearly. It's just an illusory figure, but it's real here. Who are you? Chu Yang asked calmly. The figure chuckled. Who I am isn't important. What's important is that I can get you out. Get out? Chu Yang was shocked. Then, he calmed down. What price do I have to pay to get out? The figure smiled. You're smart. Chu Yang snorted. Nonsense. If you're not here to take advantage of me, what are you here for? There's no free lunch in the world. Tribulation Sword Master. The figure sat down in front of Chu Yang patiently. Do you know what a Tribulation Sword Master is? How can one become a Tribulation Sword Master? Chu Yang said calmly, I'll wait for your explanation. Do you know why you can't get out? The figure said calmly, the sword spirit must have told you that you're missing a piece of your god. Therefore, in this fourth fragment, your body and soul will be destroyed. Is that so? Chu Yang didn't speak. I want to tell you. You're wrong. The figure shouted. Chu Yang looked up at him. Your god isn't missing at all. It's just that it was occupied by the sword spirit for a while and lost its original divine sense. However, you'll get this part back sooner or later. Therefore, it's not a loss. Therefore, you can't get out and your body and soul will be destroyed. It's not because of your god. The figure said slowly. What's the reason then? Chu Yang frowned. It's because, you can't let it go. The figure seemed to be smiling gently. As long as you let it go, you can get out anytime. Can't let it go? Chu Yang muttered to himself. Tribulation Sword Master is a mysterious existence. He can't be emotionless. Because if he's emotionless, he won't get tribulation. He won't be able to gather all the pillars of the continent. However, he can't be emotionless. Because if he is, he won't be able to let it go. Similarly, he won't be able to become a Tribulation Sword Master. The figure said slowly, every generation of Tribulation Sword Master has great help. One of them is in charge of the sword tip. Others are in charge of the sword tip, the sword blade, the sword guard, the sword tassel, the sword hilt, the sword tongue, the sword pommel. When all these people are gathered, it's the Tribulation Sword. The sword masters the world. Is this the origin of the great ruling clans? Chu Yang asked quietly. That's right. The existence of the great ruling clans is the world's compensation for the tribulation. The figure's voice was calm and slow. And the existence of Tribulation Sword Master is to lead the tribulation and complete the mission of the Tribulation Sword. Compensation? Why compensation? Chu Yang was shocked. Because they will be sacrificed in the end. The figure smiled. However, the sacrifice of one person in exchange for the prosperity of his clan for 10,000 years is compensation. It's worth it. Sacrificed in the end? Chu Yang's face turned cold. He laughed coldly. Why? The figure smiled. Because the world needs them to be sacrificed. And their sacrifice will be caused by you. Their sacrifice will be caused by me? Chu Yang sneered. Yes. The figure said, because you've led them to the tribulation. Therefore, you have to personally send them to the heavens. Chu Yang laughed coldly. Therefore, you have to let it go. The figure said, because they're only your tools. They're not your brothers. They're your tools. You can use them however you want. As long as they're of the greatest value to you, why do you care? Only if you let it go, you can get out immediately. And obtain the fourth fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Charge into the upper three heavens and achieve greatness. Let go of kinship. Let go of brotherhood. Let go of love. The figure said word by word. Every word exploded in Chu Yang's heart. Tribulation Sword, this stage, is to break your love. Break your love, break your love. Only by letting go of all your restraints can you reach the other side. The figure's voice became cold for the first time. If you can't let it go, if you can't see past it, you'll never get out. You've done enough for them. The figure said, you've given them the path to success. You've given them the hope of reaching the peak. You've given them 10,000 years of prosperity. What they've given me is no less than what I've given them. Yang interrupted the figure. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I don't want to talk about who gave more to whom. It's meaningless. Therefore, please disappear. The figure smiled and said, but, you'll regret it. Regret. Yang faintly smiled, since you know so clearly, then you should know that I'm a person who has already died once. So what? The figure said, after all, you're still alive. Being alive is the most important thing. What I want to say is, in this life, I profited. Yang smiled. Even if I can't get out, so what? I've just returned what I've gained. And I've taken advantage of it. The figure smiled. Do you think that if you don't let it go, if you don't give in, if you sacrifice for your brothers, they'll be able to live? The Tribulation Sword Master and his tribulation are one. If the Tribulation Sword Master dies, even if the others don't die, they'll live an ordinary life. The figure smiled coldly. They won't be able to live either. After all, that's after I die. Yang said indifferently. As long as I'm alive, I won't let them die. No one, including myself, can hurt them. If I die, then it won't matter anymore. Because I won't be able to see or control them. I won't care about things that I can't control. But, as long as I'm conscious, I won't send them to their deaths. Yang's voice was soft but firm. The shadow sighed and said, if you insist on going your own way, then you won't be able to complete the mission of the Calamity Sword. At that time, the Level Sky Continent will be turned into ruins because of you. Everyone in the Level Sky Continent will be turned into powder, he asked solemnly. Could it be that you're willing to disregard the world for these few people? Yang said lightly, if I can use the lives of all the people in the world to exchange for their lives, then I think I will do it. But, if I use their lives to exchange for the world's peace? He rolled his eyes and said coldly, what do the world's lives have to do with me? The figure was furious. You. Yang laughed coldly, me? What about me? He raised his eyebrows, such a heartless path. Even if I can reach the peak, what's the fun in being alone for the rest of my life? Others might choose, but I, Yang, would rather die. Yang finally understood one thing. Back then, he had asked the Sword Spirit, are all the previous masters of the Tribulation Sword heartless? The Sword Spirit did not reply. Looking at it now, it was likely that those people had chosen to sever their relationships during the process of obtaining the fourth fragment, and in the end, all of their brothers were buried. Yang snorted in his heart. He suddenly felt a sense of disdain, betraying his brothers and giving up on his love and family. So what if such a person reached the peak of the world? He would still be a pitiful person. What does the world have to do with you? The shadow stared at him for a while and suddenly laughed. However, if the world is destroyed because of your selfish decision, won't you feel guilty? Yang laughed, but if I kill my brothers with my own hands, I'll feel even more guilty. If the world dies because of me, I'll feel guilty. But, they have nothing to do with me. If I feel guilty, I'll feel guilty, because I don't have a specific target. But my brothers have been with me day and night. He smiled faintly. Besides, if I'm here today, even if the world dies, how can I feel guilty? If that's the case, when I reach the netherworld, do I still have to be responsible for the ghosts? Yang said fiercely, I, Yang, only have 2 shoulders and 1 head. I can't shoulder the world. But I can shoulder my brothers. To me, that's enough. To them, that's enough. You really can't give up? The shadow asked word by word, as if it was an ultimatum. Scram. This was Yang's answer, you're so annoying. If you want me to live, then you better hurry up and King do it. What's the point of wasting your saliva? Ever since I came to this world, I've never thought of going back alive. The figure stared at him for a long while before he suddenly smiled and said, since you can't make this decision yourself, then someone else will make it for you. With that, he waved his hand. Yang immediately felt that something was amiss. He shouted, what are you doing? The figure gave a strange smile. You'll know in a while. His hand flicked. Suddenly, a thin tornado appeared above Qu Yang's head. The tornado swept out from the bottom to the top. With a swoosh, the nearby water flow suddenly disappeared at the same time. This place had turned into a dry zone. Then, the tornado flew out, sweeping the sky and sweeping the earth. From the eye of the tornado, Qu Yang could even see the clouds and light in the sky outside. As the tornado formed in the sky, there was a sudden whooshing sound. Qu Yang's tent was rolled up into the air. Then, it silently turned into a mass of clouds in the air. Then, Mo Tianji and the others who were caught off guard also rushed up into the air. They couldn't control their bodies at all. Tan Tan let out a fierce shout. His eyes emitted a jet-black divine light. It seemed as if this tornado had reminded him of some unbearable memories. He suddenly let out a loud roar, and straightened his body. Then, he waved his hand in midair, and tore a hole in the tornado. Then, he grabbed Xia Danfeng with one hand, and flew out amidst a long and loud shout. Then, he flashed and disappeared to an unknown place. He disappeared without a trace. However, Mo Tianji and the others didn't have Tan Tan's terrifying foundation. They could only helplessly follow the tornado. Then, they fell rapidly. Then, a huge pit of ice and snow suddenly appeared on the ground. Mo Tianji and the others were suddenly buried in this pit. Then, the snow covered them. It was flat. Mo Tianji and the others faintly felt that their souls had left their bodies, and were floating up. Then, they followed the tornado in the center of the lake, and threw themselves into it like moths to a flame. The lake of despair was split into two sides. Then, the waves wrapped around a few transparent souls and quickly shrunk back. The lake was as calm as a mirror. At this moment, Chu Fei-ling and his wife climbed up the mountain in exhaustion. The two of them were so tired that they vomited blood. However, when they came up, they saw that everything was calm. It was as if nothing had happened here. The entire mountain seemed to have been cut open by a sword. It was so flat that they could see the end of it. Was there a second person? Where is he? Yang Ruolan didn't even have time to catch her breath. She jumped up and ran along the lake of despair to search. Chu Fei-ling looked around. His eyes were filled with confusion and sorrow. Where is he? They clearly said that the child is up there. But, where is he? Yang Ruolan's eyes were filled with tears. They were about to fall uncontrollably. She ran in circles for a long time. Suddenly, she looked up and screamed. Her voice was shrill. Where is he? Where did he go? My child. My child, where are you? Then, she fell down. Yang Ruolan placed all her hopes, all her blessings, all her regrets, and all her efforts to make up for it. She was certain that it was her child. He was absolutely certain of his location. She had worked so hard to find this place. But, for some inexplicable reason, he couldn't see anything. Yang Ruolan's heart had been boiling like boiling oil. However, it was suddenly extinguished. In that instant, her limbs turned cold. Her heart turned to ashes. At the bottom of the lake, there was a turbulence. Qu Yang looked on in a daze. Suddenly, he was shocked. Mo Tianji, Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kudi, Ao Xia Yun, Xia Dan Qiong, Huyan Obua. These 7 people suddenly appeared in front of him in an illusory form. The illusory figure laughed and said, I'm sorry. I'm just a divine consciousness now. I can't summon their bodies. Therefore, I can only lock their souls and let them make a decision for you. Despicable. Qu Yang gritted his teeth. Mo Tianji and the rest saw Qu Yang too. Their eyes were filled with joy. The godly soul's body gently rippled in the water without any fixed pattern. Then, Qu Yang felt that he was being shielded. He couldn't speak. He couldn't move. He could only watch and listen. Mo Tianji, GMO, and the rest were also locked. They couldn't see or hear anything. They were worse off than Qu Yang. Outside, there was only Gu Duxing left. Gu Duxing. The illusory figure said, Tell Qu Yang, are you real? Gu Duxing laughed coldly, What do you mean? To prove that you're really here. The illusory figure said. Gu Duxing laughed, Why? Although Gu Duxing wasn't good with words, he was a smart person. When he saw this situation and heard this question, he guessed that Chu Yang was in an illusory realm. Whether he admitted it or not, it wouldn't do Chu Yang any good, therefore, Gu Duxing would never admit or deny it. However, Chu Yang's eyes lit up. Then, they dimmed. He was sure that it was Gu Duxing's soul that was here. Just based on Gu Duxing's personality, the illusory figure smiled, "That's okay. Gu Duxing, do you know who your boss is?" Gu Duxing snorted and retorted, "What does it have to do with you who he is? What does it have to do with me?" The illusory figure laughed, "You have the same bad temper. Gu Duxing, let me ask you. If Chu Yang needs you to sacrifice yourself to save him, are you willing to do so?" Gu Duxing was stunned. Although he was unwilling to work with this strange illusory figure, he had to consider carefully. Because Chu Yang was listening. He said slowly, "If boss needs me to sacrifice myself, I, Gu Duxing, will have no objections." However, his eyes flashed and he said lightly, "But if someone uses boss's name to slander me, I will get to the bottom of it. You have to know that my life is not so easy to swindle." The illusory figure smiled warmly, "If you don't, I'll kill him." He shook his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Chu Yang's throat and used his strength. The sword pierced through Chu Yang's skin and blood dripped out. He said coldly, "This is the moment. Gu Duxing, make your decision. If you don't, I'll kill him. If you don't, I'll let him go. There can only be one of you. Only one can live. Now, it's your turn to choose." Gu Duxing laughed and said, "Choose? Choose my ass. There can only be one of you. Of course, it's me." He strode over and grabbed the sword with his hand. He laughed coldly, "You underestimate me." He used his strength and slashed his own neck. "You dare?" Chu Yang roared silently. Blood seeped out of his eyes. He glared at Gu Duxing and used all his strength to shout, "If you don't, I'll definitely do the same. You want to be righteous and have no regrets. I won't let you do as you wish, Gu Duxing." Gu Duxing laughed loudly, "Boss, even if you want to do the same, it'll be in front of you. I won't be able to see you. But I definitely won't let you do the same while I'm alive. I'd rather you feel guilty than to let me feel guilty for you." He actually slammed his own neck against the sword. The illusory figure seemed to be moved. With a flick of his wrist, Gu Duxing's soul was pushed to one side and was surrounded by water. Motianji was released. Motianji, if Chu Yang needs you to do the same for him, are you willing to do the same for him? The illusory figure asked. Of course not. Motianji smiled faintly. His expression was calm. Why not? The illusory figure was stunned. I'm me and he's him. We are two people. So, why should I have to seduce him if he wants me to seduce him? Motianji ridiculed, the friendship between us isn't that deep. Motianji's wisdom was as vast as the sea. He naturally knew that he could not follow the illusory figure's words. Once he fell into his trap, then his sword heart would truly be broken. Hence, no matter what the illusory figure asked, he would do the opposite. If Chu Yang does the same, Mo Qingwu will do the same. The illusory figure said coldly, use your life to exchange for both of them. If you don't, I'll kill him now. Mo Tianji could not help but be stunned. If Chu Yang was the person he had the highest hopes for, then Mo Qingwu was the person he cared about the most. Now, the lives of these two people were in front of him and he had to make the decision. Even though Mo Tianji was the master of calculation and manipulation, he could not help but be stunned. Then, he regained his senses. I don't. Before Mo Tianji could finish, the shadow interrupted him, you don't have to lie. You were stunned just now and that explained everything. With a wave of his hand, Mo Tianji and Gu Duxing were stunned. Then, it was GMO and Luo Kudi. The two of them started cursing and swearing the moment they came up. They were easily dealt with by the shadow. Then, it was Ao Xiayun. After a long while, the shadow waved his hand and locked Mo Tianji and the rest up. He faced Chu Yang alone. How is it? The shadow looked at Chu Yang proudly, even if you don't want to, your brothers are prepared. So, it doesn't matter if you want to or not. You have to give up. Chu Yang was deep in thought and finally raised his head. I'm very curious, he said slowly. Breaking off feelings may be a cultivation method. But I, the current master of Calamity Sword, am not in a hurry. Why are you in a hurry? The shadow was stunned. You can't wait to destroy our relationship? You want to destroy our friendship? Chu Yang's gaze became sharper than ever. The shadow was stunned. You can't stand the beauty? Chu Yang pressed, why? The phantom involuntarily took a step back. Chu Yang thought of this and it was as if he had broken a cage in his heart. His thoughts became clearer. This is the most beautiful relationship in the world. But you can't wait to destroy it. Could it be that you've been destroyed before? Have you lost it? Chu Yang looked at the shadow coldly. Is that why you feel unbalanced? The shadow's body shook violently. His voice was as cold as ice. You're spouting nonsense. You know whether I'm spouting nonsense or not. Chu Yang looked at him mockingly. Are you envious of my brothers? Are you jealous? Do you feel resentful? Do you really want this relationship to not exist? The phantom steadied itself and laughed sinisterly. What did you think of? I didn't think of anything. I just felt that you were jealous of me. Chu Yang looked at him proudly. So I'm very proud, very proud. You are indeed inferior to me. You're far worse than me. The phantom glared at Chu Yang fiercely. Jealous of you? Who do you think you are? I have brothers. You didn't. Or maybe you once had one, but you abandoned it. So you're jealous. I have the ability to dominate the Sword of Calamity, but you don't. That's why you're here to destroy it. If I, Chu Yang, am a god in the heavens, then you are a pitiful worm on the ground. Chu Yang was merciless. He said sarcastically, if I, Chu Yang, am the bright moon in the sky, then you are a pile of shit on the ground. You're worse than a pile of shit. Because I already know who you are. Chu Yang fiercely clenched his teeth and said, you are a complete and utter trash. The phantom screamed in rage, bullshit. You know who I am? How can you know who I am? Chu Yang said coldly, I thought that you were a divine consciousness left behind by one of the seniors who created the Sword of Calamity. But then I realized that you're not. Why am I not? Why can't I be him? The phantom screamed. Because, although that senior destroyed the heavens once, his motive was to ensure that there would be no conflict in the heavens. So, although his methods were cruel, his motive was good. He wanted to save the heavens. And you obviously want to destroy the heavens. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, to think that you're threatening me with the lives of the heavens. So you're definitely not him. Chu Yang laughed coldly, I'm afraid that you're only here to test me. That's all. And you, a piece of trash, actually changed the nature of the test. This is your own selfishness. Isn't it? The fog on the figure's face suddenly dispersed, revealing a square face with big ears and a wide mouth. However, at this moment, this dignified face was filled with panic. This figure's forehead was actually dripping with cold sweat. Facing Chu Yang, who could not move, he actually took 2 steps back. The reason why the previous masters of the Sword of Calamity were so heartless, was it because of you? Chu Yang laughed coldly and stared at him. Originally, when I said this, I wasn't sure who you were. But now, I know who you are. The phantom shouted, then tell me, who am I? You are the first master of the Sword of Calamity. Chu Yang shouted, you are that bastard. Scum. Bastard. You went down the wrong path, but you caused the entire heavens to go down the wrong path. You are an unforgivable, despicable, and shameless person. The phantom stumbled back, his face pale. He was in a sorry state. Chu Yang finally understood everything. Why did this test become the severing of emotions? Didn't he also sever emotions in his previous life? But, where were his achievements? And now, in this life, the Sword of Calamity was asking him to sever emotions again. How could this be? If Chu Yang was completely immersed in the illusion at the beginning, then Meng Chaoran's accidental appearance made him sober up for a while. But until the phantom appeared and told him and forced him, this test required him to sever emotions, to sever all emotions. It was only then that Chu Yang regained his clarity of mind, Because he had severed emotions before. It was precisely because he severed emotions in his previous life that it led to Mo Qingwu's tragedy, which led to Chu Yang's regret, which led to his rebirth in this life. How could Chu Yang be willing to repeat the same mistake? If he still had to sever emotions in this life, then what was the use of being reborn? Just to repeat the path that he had already taken? To repeat the regrets of the past. Chu Yang only discovered some suspicious points after slowly unraveling the cocoon. When the phantom forced him, his heart was clearer. When the phantom actually captured Mo Tianji and the rest, Chu Yang was already sure, this wasn't a test, it was obviously forcing him to his death. A test? There was no need to force him to such a dead end, right? Going too far was as bad as not going far enough. There was another point. The sword spirit reminded him time and again that the biggest obstacle in this test was the loss of his spirit. But this phantom said that it didn't matter if his spirit was damaged. The key was to sever emotions. Chu Yang would rather believe the sword spirit than this phantom. The sword spirit wouldn't lie, so the key was definitely the spirit and not the sever emotions. So this guy was lying, he was playing a trick. Since he was lying, there must be a conspiracy. Why was there a conspiracy? He was just a phantom, so why was he so persistent? At this point, Chu Yang understood half of it. As he boldly speculated and hurriedly said one sentence after another, he unexpectedly discovered that this phantom's true identity, so Chu Yang immediately launched a counterattack. The phantom had existed here for 80,000 years. There had been 7 tribulation sword masters. After such a long time, no one could see through him or suspect him. Now that Chu Yang had exposed him, even though he was just a remnant of his consciousness, he couldn't help but be confused and scared out of his wits, and his reaction had confirmed Chu Yang's conjecture. But at this point, there was still the biggest doubt. Why was this phantom here? If he didn't have the permission of the creator of the tribulation sword, how could he be here? Since he was allowed to be here, why was he allowed to do whatever he wanted without stopping him? Chu Yang's eyes flashed as he tried to think. But he couldn't figure out what was going on. Ha 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 ha. The phantom laughed bitterly. Not bad, you are indeed the most outstanding tribulation sword master. You guessed everything correctly. His square face showed a hint of savagery. He said happily, that's right, I am the first tribulation sword master. I was the first to come here and accept the test of the 4th fragment. My family, brothers, and lovers all died in front of me. Then the phantom told me to forget them. To use them as tools. I did as I was told. But I failed. This is a bastard. He roared crazily. Since he wanted us to fulfill his wish, why did he set up such an obstacle? The phantom laughed bitterly. After I left, I followed the instructions here strictly and walked the path of heartlessness. After I unified the heavens, I put this brother into the foundation of the heavens. Why did he do that? Wasn't it to complete his task? But why was it wrong? Why did I end up as a remnant of my soul and get trapped here? Why did he give me a new task to remind you? Ha ha ha. The phantom laughed crazily. Why should I be so kind? I walked the wrong path, why do you have to walk the right one? Why? Chu Yang looked at him pitifully. You are crazy. Yes. I am crazy. So, if you want to be destroyed, we will all be destroyed together. Anyway, this is a test of the soul. If you can't pass the test, that's your problem. What has it got to do with me? The phantom laughed bitterly. But your task is just a test. You shouldn't have made your own decision and led people astray. Chu Yang said sternly. So many beautiful feelings were destroyed by you. How can you be so proud? Beautiful feelings? Ha ha ha. Why didn't I destroy them? If I can't have them, no one else can. The phantom laughed crazily. If anyone wants to have them, it should be me, the first tribulation sword master. Not you. Unreasonable. Chu Yang spat out a mouthful of saliva in contempt. So what if you know? What can you do to me? The phantom laughed evilly. Your soul is missing. You will never be able to get out of this phantom. That's your fatal wound. You can only wait for the 10th tribulation sword master. Ha ha ha. But by then, I will still be here. I will still be here. As long as I'm still here, who can succeed? The figure opened his arms and laughed maniacally, who can succeed? Even if the world grows old, no one will be able to pass through here. As he spoke, his illusory body suddenly shook and became slightly thinner. His expression changed. He waved his hand and shouted, "Go!" The divine souls of Motianji, Gudu Xing and the rest flew out. Let them live in the outside world. You can stay here forever. The figure laughed. It's not that you don't want to keep them here. It's just that you don't have the ability to do so, right? Chu Yang's eyes were sharp. Naturally, he noticed his weakness. He looked at him mockingly, "That's all you can do. So what?" The figure laughed maniacally, "Do you think you can fight with me here?" Chu Yang laughed. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You said you can kill me, but you didn't. If you could kill the past masters of Calamity Sword, you would have done so long ago. So, you're limited. You can't kill me. You can only use tricks. So, you can't kill me either." Chu Yang said with certainty, "So, you can't kill Tianji and the rest. So, you can only let them go. You've been bluffing all this time. You don't have any power at all. You're just a useless piece of trash. You're just a dog that only knows how to bark." Chu Yang's words were as sharp as a knife. Every word he uttered was like a sharp blade that cut into the spiritual realm of this phantom bit by bit. He was merciless. "You!" the figure shouted angrily. Then, he laughed sinisterly, "I can't do anything to you. However, don't forget that your divine soul is damaged. You can't get out of this illusion even if you want to. Are you trying to anger me? Ha ha ha. You're the master of Calamity Sword. I was once the master of Calamity Sword too. Do you think I'll fall for your trick?" Chu Yang laughed coldly and said, "If the past masters of Calamity Sword could get out, why can't I? Do you think I'll believe you?" The figure laughed, but none of the past masters of Calamity Sword had a damaged divine soul. You, on the other hand, are damaged. Chu Yang sneered, "So what?" Phantom was overjoyed. "So what? Ha ha ha, your question is really funny. His soul is damaged, and he's at the turning point of the Calamity Sword. You still want to leave? Unless you're daydreaming." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Then, he suddenly smiled strangely, "You seem to be very weak right now? That should be the case, right?" The phantom was stunned. "What do you mean? Or perhaps you're here just to test me. As for the strength of your spiritual energy, when your test is over, there won't be much left, right?" Chu Yang laughed and said, "It seems like that Almighty Master will never allow you to do whatever you want. So why are you still here?" The figure hesitantly asked, "What do you want to say?" Chu Yang shook his arms, and suddenly walked out of the place where he was being restrained. The aura that had previously restrained Chu Yang from moving had suddenly disappeared without a trace. It had lost all effectiveness. "Although I don't know how to get out of here, I believe that the way out lies with you." Chu Yang looked at him calmly, "Because you shouldn't be here, but you're here." Phantom's expression changed. Chu Yang's words seemed very contradictory, but from this, one thing was clear. It had faintly evoked the deepest fear in his heart. "What do you want to do?" Phantom took a step back, and covered his chest with his hands. His face was full of vigilance. He could feel that his own strength was rapidly depleting. Just like when he had trapped the other masters of Calamity Sword in the past. But in an instant, this figure had already become a little weak. At this moment, 3 clanging sounds were heard. 3 resplendent beams of light suddenly appeared in the distant land of flowing water, the 3 pieces of the sword that had followed Chu Yang down, the sword tip, sword edge, and sword blade suddenly flew over like meteors from afar. With a joyful sword sound, they whizzed into Chu Yang's dantian. Phantom was stunned, and suddenly shouted, "Why are you, dantian?" Chu Yang was confused by this sentence, and said, "Why can't I be dantian?" Before the phantom could speak, a dense sword light suddenly emerged from Chu Yang's dantian. A section of the Calamity Sword suddenly appeared beside him like a phantom. The phantom screamed and turned around to escape. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stepped forward, grabbed his shoulder, and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" A ripping sound was heard, and that arm was torn off by Chu Yang. At the same time, the sword light of Calamity Sword struck out, and it pierced into the phantom's chest. Phantom's body froze, as if he was struck by lightning, and he let out a long cry. His voice was mournful, and his face was full of despair. Chu Yang, who was holding the phantom's arm, was also stunned. He had only done this based on his instincts, but who would have thought that he would be able to tear off this guy's arm? Wasn't he a phantom? Why was his arm still in his hand after he tore it off? And the phantom, who had lost an arm, was still standing there, trembling. Chu Yang was confused. What's going on? At this moment, the calamity space in his mind suddenly opened, and with a whoosh, Chu Yang's arm was sucked in. Chu Yang was empty-handed. The phantom screamed in agony. "Ah, bastard! Give me back half of my soul." But the calamity space did not care about him. He looked at Chu Yang with a face full of hatred, but he could not move his feet. It was as if he was fixed there by the sword light of calamity sword. Chu Yang felt his vision blur, and he had already arrived in his mind. In the calamity space, in front of him, there was a faint, fog-like figure. It was only 1/3 the size of Chu Yang's mind, and it looked like the phantom outside, the first-generation calamity sword master. At this moment, this squarish face was full of despair and pleading, and there was also an indescribable ruthlessness and viciousness. A pair of eyes stared at Chu Yang. An irreconcilable atmosphere rose just like that. "Why are you here?" Chu Yang frowned. That phantom screamed, and suddenly pounced over like a gust of wind, biting Chu Yang's shoulder. Chu Yang felt a pain in his soul, and a piece of his body was bitten off. In a fit of rage, he kicked out. However, the phantom was not affected at all. It passed through his leg and bit down on his leg. A look of satisfaction and viciousness appeared on its face. Chu Yang's soul hurt again, and he had a flash of inspiration. "He wants to devour me? In here, physical attacks will not work, because this is the calamity space. The only way to attack is to devour each other." Just as he was thinking, that phantom seemed to have tasted the sweetness. After taking 2 bites of Chu Yang, its body seemed to have solidified, and it pounced over again. Chu Yang snorted and pounced over. "If you can devour me, why can't I devour you? After all, only one person could survive in this space." Chu Yang opened his mouth wide and bit down on the phantom's body. The phantom trembled violently, and a look of extreme pain appeared on its face, but it could not break free. Even if it had lived for 10,000 years, it was just an ordinary soul. Moreover, this was only a small part of its soul. Chu Yang was the original owner of this space, and his soul had been tempered by the soul-quenching spring more than once. How could this wisp of remnant soul resist it? If the phantom's entire soul came in, it might cause some trouble. But right now, it was just a soul condensed from an arm, and it was absolutely no match for Chu Yang. In the calamity space, 2 white dots, one big and one small, were chasing back and forth. The bigger one was naturally Chu Yang. Every time he caught up, he would take a bite. Every time he took a bite, Chu Yang would feel that he had gained some strength out of nowhere. It was as if this was not only a supreme delicacy, but also a supreme tonic. Whoosh, Chu Yang grabbed the last white dot and stuffed it into his mouth. He realized that his soul had grown a lot in the calamity space, and there was a faint feeling of substance. As expected of the soul of the first-generation calamity sword master, it's really King nutritious. Chu Yang vomited. Thinking of such a big piece of tonic outside, he stood there and could not help but stand there. He thought, swallowing one piece is swallowing the whole thing is also swallowing. I might as well swallow them all. Minister Chu's ambition soared. His soul flashed and disappeared from the calamity space. Outside, Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and stood there, with a faint smile on his face. The phantom trembled in front of him, looking at his face. Suddenly, Chu Yang opened his eyes, and there was an almost solid light in his eyes. He looked greedily at the phantom. The phantom was disheartened. "No," Chu Yang waved his hand, "catch him for me." The dense sword light of the calamity sword seemed to understand Chu Yang's words, and it floated towards Chu Yang with the phantom. Chu Yang chuckled, and the tribulation space suddenly opened. It was as if an ancient demon god had opened its bottomless black mouth in front of this phantom. The phantom struggled and cursed, and then it began to beg desperately, but it could not resist the calamity sword's coercion. "Let me go. You bastard, I used to be your master. How dare you treat me like this? Let me go." No, don't catch me. Chu Yang, you bastard. You'll suffer. Chu Yang. You bastard, you're despicable. Fight me if you have the guts. How can you be a hero when you plot against others? Chu Yang, I beg you, don't swallow me. I'll give you 10,000 years of experience, I'll give you all my wisdom. Chu Yang, I beg you, please let me go. The moment the phantom entered the calamity space, it completely broke down. I woke up late today, and slept for a full 20 hours. There's still a little bit left. I've launched an event, the Glory of the Great God Badge. Well, it seems that as long as you subscribe to all of my works, you can receive this badge. Fortunately, I haven't written a lot. It's just 3 books. It's very easy. If you have enough money, please subscribe to it. Now, the author's name shows how many people have received the Glory of the Great God Badge. This is the sign of a hardcore fan. There are only 20 or 30 words behind my name. It's too embarrassing. If you have the ability, please go and receive it. Let me shine. Also, I can earn more money. With a whoosh, the phantom involuntarily entered the tribulation space like a moth to a flame. Chu Yang followed with a smile on his face. After a long time, Chu Yang felt as if his body was about to explode. It was as if every strand of hair on his body was in a state of drinking the blood of a lust dragon. It was very high. After a not-so-arduous battle, the phantom was completely swallowed by Chu Yang. This was at least 80,000 years old. Not only did Chu Yang's damaged spirit recover, but it was also dozens of times more. Chu Yang was almost bursting at the seams with such a huge compensation. With his current spirit power, he couldn't completely digest it. This was like a person who could only eat 2 steamed buns for a meal, but ate 20 steamed buns for a meal. Chu Yang was filled with a sense of fullness. He even felt lazy and didn't want to do anything. Even if he blinked, he felt that it was unnecessary. Forcing his spirit to immerse in the soul-tempering pool, Chu Yang closed his eyes. After a long time, Chu Yang only felt that the inside of his spirit seemed to be shaking constantly, and there was a constant roaring sound, followed by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. Finally, there was a loud tremor. Outside, Chu Yang's body, which was sitting cross-legged on the ground, shook violently, and blood spurted out of all the pores on his body, and in the tribulation space, Chu Yang's face finally showed a relaxed smile. This strong tremor woke up the sword spirit who had fallen into a deep sleep. The sword spirit was obviously extremely weak, and he was barely able to support himself to get up. Looking at the soul-tempering pool, he saw Chu Yang's spirit, which was almost solid, soaking peacefully in it. The sword spirit trembled and gasped. His whole body trembled, and his eyes were wide open. After a long time, he moaned, "Oh my God, what's going on?" The sword spirit stared blankly. Isn't this little one's spirit damaged? Why is his spirit almost as strong as mine now? Chu Yang opened his eyes lazily. You're awake? I'm awake? The sword spirit unconsciously repeated these words. Then, he rushed forward like an arrow. What the hell is going on? Chu Yang spread out his hands. I swallowed the guardian here. It's that simple. It's that simple? The sword spirit took 2 steps back in a daze. You swallowed the guardian. You. He suddenly gritted his teeth and gave a thumbs up. You're awesome. Then, he sat down in the tribulation space. He was so stunned that he didn't say anything. So, that illusion could be devoured, but why? Didn't the previous 8 generations of Calamity Sword Masters? What was going on? No wonder Chu Yang's divine soul was completely healed. So that was the case. If that's the case, then you're very lucky. The sword spirit woke up after a long while and sighed again and again. He didn't know if he was envious or jealous of this guy's good luck. I think so too. Chu Yang frowned. It's just that I only feel very full now. I don't feel any other function. You still want to obtain other benefits? Dream on. The sword spirit was speechless and despised him. You just devoured him. Replenishing his divine soul was already the greatest benefit. What's more, you don't have the ability to digest this energy now. What can you get? You have to cultivate step by step to strengthen your divine soul, and then slowly digest this powerful divine soul power. Extract some experience and memories from it. Then turn them into your own. The sword spirit snorted, but you have to be careful. This divine soul power has lost its own consciousness and turned into pure divine soul power of heaven and earth. But this energy is still not something you can bear now. You've just swallowed it, and its backlash hasn't come yet. Backlash? Xianxia was stunned. Of course it's backlash. Do you think that you won't have to pay a price or work hard to get such great benefits out of thin air? The sword spirit looked at him strangely. It's like a free lunch falling from the sky? Is that so? Xianxia smiled bitterly. What will happen if I suffer a backlash? I don't know. The sword spirit shook his head, but, if your divine thoughts are unstable, it won't be a problem for it to be scattered by him. Even if it shatters your divine thoughts in one go. I won't be surprised. Xianxia was shocked. But if you can hold on. And you can completely digest it and turn it into your own divine soul power. Then, from then on, your divine soul will be eternally stable. The sword spirit looked at Xianxia enviously. Eternally stable divine soul. Xianxia was deep in thought. After talking for so long, you still haven't told me who that guardian is? The sword spirit asked curiously. Don't you know him? Xianxia widened his eyes strangely. I should know him? The sword spirit also widened his eyes strangely. Suddenly, he exclaimed, You mean? Xianxia looked at him quietly. You mean, he's one of the past Tribulation Sword Masters? The sword spirit looked at Xianxia in disbelief and suddenly shook his head. No. He's been there since the second generation. So, he's the first Tribulation Sword Master? Smart. Xianxia praised him. The sword spirit's body shook, and he looked like he was going to faint. For 10,000 years, I've never felt what it means to collapse. The sword spirit murmured, Today, I finally feel it. Xianxia was surprised. Other than eternally stable divine soul, what other benefits are there? Xianxia asked. Other benefits, you'll know in the future. The sword spirit was a little jealous and a little sad. He looked at Xianxia speechlessly. You go and experience it yourself. I'm going to continue sleeping. Sigh, why did I sleep at such a bad time? The sword spirit looked up at the sky and sighed. If only I was still here when you devoured him. How good would that be? I could also have a share of the benefits, and you wouldn't have to suffer too much backlash. The sword spirit sighed as if he resented the heavens for being blind. The sword spirit walked to the side of his soul-quenching pool shakily and dived in. Xianxia snorted and rolled his eyes. He said in his heart, You wish. Then, he felt his vision blur, and he was already out of the mental space. The water around him gurgled and wrapped around Xianxia's body. In front of him was a cave entrance that was shining with white light. Xianxia's eyes widened. He was actually out of the illusion and back to the time before he fell into the illusion. Outside the mysterious cave entrance. His left foot was stepping into the cave entrance. The inside was shining with white light. It seemed to be filled with endless mystery. Xianxia took a deep breath and checked his body. Only then did he realize that there were no wounds on his body at all. In the illusion, he remembered that he had stabbed himself with thousands of swords. It turned out that it was all fake. Xianxia looked at the cave entrance that was filled with a warm aura, and his heart still had lingering fear. Previously, GMO, Gu Duxing, and the other brothers died in front of him one by one. His parents died tragically, and the scene of Mo Qingwu's death seemed to still be in front of his eyes. Although he knew that it was fake, although he knew that he had passed this stage, Xianxia still had goosebumps all over his body. It was too scary. Such an illusion was simply heart-wrenching, even if it was an illusion. Xianxia didn't want to experience it again. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge of the calamity sword danced in front of him, excitedly urging Xianxia to go inside. Inside, there was a sword in tent that was chanting intensely. It was like a baby waiting to be fed, calling for the arrival of its mother. It was full of desire, but Xianxia hesitated and looked at the cave entrance, full of fear. Countless times, he wanted to turn around and leave. At this moment, the fearless king of Helchu was really afraid. He was afraid that after going in, he would experience such a blow again. His eyes flickered. But, finally, His left foot took a step forward. The step he took was filled with unyielding resolve. Even Chu Yang himself had a heroic feeling of a warrior who would never return. But after entering, there was nothing. Other than the transparent water flowing slowly, everything was calm and without waves. Chu Yang raised all of his spiritual power, and cautiously walked forward step by step. He didn't encounter anything. He also knew that that kind of tragic illusion would never appear again. But he was still vigilant. There was a blazing white light in front of him, and a bright thing was jumping. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge of the calamity sword whistled at the same time. But Chu Yang didn't say anything and didn't express his permission. The sword point, sword edge, and sword edge of the calamity sword didn't dare to be presumptuous. The white light in front of him jumped more and more intensely, gradually turning into a mass of thick white light, with a strict aura, as if it was impregnable. It seemed that no matter what kind of attack, in front of this white light, it could only be blocked. This was the strongest defense between heaven and earth. Chu Yang's heart moved, sword guard, walking in front of that mass of white light. With every step Chu Yang took, that mass of white light shrank a little. With another step, it shrank a little more. He took 7 steps forward. The white light disappeared without a trace. In front of Chu Yang, a small white jade stone platform appeared. On the stone platform, a broken sword quietly stayed on it, obediently and motionlessly. This was a handguard. The wild goose pond had a double opening. The shape was beautiful, simple, and generous. One could imagine that when this handguard was installed on the body of the sword and stuck close to the hilt, it would be able to protect the hand holding the sword to the greatest extent. It would not allow the hand holding the sword to receive any damage. Chu Yang's heart moved, and the sword guard quietly floated up, emitting a faint white light. The white light emitted a strong feeling of joy. "You came," Chu Yang said quietly. The sword guard flipped in the air happily, then turned into a thin white light, and went straight into Chu Yang's dantian. The sword point, sword edge, and sword blade went in happily. In his dantian, the illusory tribulation sword shone brightly. The sword point, sword edge, sword blade, and sword guard all became solid at the same time. Chu Yang clearly heard a clang in his mind. The light of the tribulation sword faded, and it returned to its original state. And a passage of words, like lake water, entered Chu Yang's mind. There seemed to be an illusory figure, holding the tribulation sword, dancing in the air. This was the 4 moves of the tribulation sword technique. These 4 moves belonged to the sword guard. Chu Yang looked at it with rapt attention, and read it out softly. "Iron walls and copper walls have never stopped fighting. What more can I ask for in this life? Clouds and clouds gather. As long as I am alive, you will have no worries. Sword guard, protect." The 4th fragment of the tribulation sword was in his hands. Chu Yang tried to figure it out. He had learned these 4 sword techniques in his previous life. In his previous life, he had also obtained the 4th fragment of the calamity sword here. However, there were no illusions or divine souls. It was just a broken sword, and there were 4 sword techniques engraved on the broken sword. In this life, there were no engravings on the broken sword. It was a divine soul imprint. It was completely different. Even the sword techniques were different. This difference made Chu Yang almost think that his previous life was just a dream. Chu Yang remembered very clearly that these 4 techniques in his previous life were purely for defense. However, the 4 techniques that were appearing in front of him were not just for defense. It was true that the sword guard was mainly for defense. However, defense was not necessarily defense. One had to know that killing all the enemies was also a form of defense. The strongest defense was offense, and the strongest defense was to kill all the threatening enemies in the germinal organization. The Iron Wall and Bronze Wall were still fighting. This sentence was one for defense and one for offense. The Iron Wall and Bronze Wall were naturally a flawless defense. First, the Iron Wall and then the Bronze Wall were 2 types of defense. The Iron Wall protected itself, and the Bronze Wall was already showing its fangs, ready to counterattack. The battle was not over, but it expressed a fierce fighting spirit. "You want to stop, but I don't. You want to leave after attacking me? No way." The battle was fierce, therefore, this was a move that was both offensive and defensive. One move with 3 changes, from defense to offense. It was flawless. The attack was like the wrath of thunder, and the defense was like the blue light of the sea. The second move, what more could one ask for in this life? This move, looking at the name of the move, seemed to be a question. However, it was actually a kind of affirmation. The affirmation was that, with the protection of the sword guard, there was no need for any defense in this life. Moreover, this was a pure killing move. The whole move was like a huge question mark between heaven and earth. Who could break the firmament? The firmament naturally contained endless arrogance and domineering, the firmament gathering. This move looked like a storm, but this move was purely for defense. Since the firmament gathering was here, there were enemies on all sides, and there were ambushes from all directions. In such a situation, it was even more important to defend impenetrably. However, when I was still alive, Jun Wuyo had no worries. This move was filled with iron and blood, looking down on the world. This was a desperate move. As long as he used this move, he would be risking his life. Chu Yang silently watched, silently pondered, and silently experienced. So far, he had obtained a total of 10 moves of the Calamity Sword art. Sword tip, a single ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? A sharp will buried deep does not change. Gather the wind and clouds to become the emperor. Sword edge, a sword that had been famous for thousands of years. Moving unhindered from the west to the east, the sun and the moon were the generals of the thunder. The sky was blood red. Blade, a blade across the sky for 10,000 autumns. This road leads to the netherworld, cut off the passerby of the mortal world. Wherever the tip of the spear passed, everything would cease. Sword case, the iron wall and copper wall were still fighting. What else could he ask for in this life? The clouds gathered together. Don't worry while I'm still alive. Plus the 4 moves that Chu Yang had created himself. The skeleton in his palm was as tall as a mountain. Under the sword, a pool of blood surged like waves. The world of mortals was originally a path of ruthlessness, beheading the world without retracting the blade. Right now, Chu Yang had a total of 20 sword moves in his hands. But the most powerful ones were undoubtedly still the 10 moves of the Calamity Sword art. Chu Yang realized that he had gained a different understanding of the first 12 moves after he had obtained the 4th sword guard and the sword technique had been linked together. From the first section to the 4th section, there were a total of 30 moves in the Calamity Sword art. It seemed that it was a complete set. Every time he added a section, the power of the sword art would also be enhanced. Chu Yang couldn't help but think, when the tribulation is gathered, how terrifying would the power of this set of sword art be? That was something that he didn't even dare to think about. The 4 moves that he had created also seemed to be very powerful. But it was undeniable that as the sections of the Calamity Sword were gathered, his 4 moves were really a little inferior. They still needed to be perfected. Chu Yang praised, the wisdom of the predecessors is unimaginable. I still need to work harder. Finally, the Calamity space was silent. Chu Yang stretched out his hand, and the Calamity Sword quietly appeared in his hand, flashing with a cold light. Chu Yang held the sword and danced. The first move, the second move. When it came to the 3rd move, Chu Yang realized that with his current cultivation, he still couldn't activate the power of this move. Clouds and clouds gathered together. The imaginary enemy of this move seemed to be enemies from all directions, from the heavens to the earth, and this move still had to be impenetrable, without any flaws, to ensure that his body wouldn't be hurt at all. The complexity and precision of this move was almost close to an inescapable net. As for the 4th move, you shall not worry before I die, it was an extreme move that risked his life. The desperation of putting one's life on the line, as well as a kind of hostility that could be felt just by looking at the sword move, Chu Yang felt that the power of this move wasn't inferior to the last move of his previous life. With my heart's blood, collapse all tribulations. It could be seen how domineering this move was. But Chu Yang didn't even need to think about such a move now. He didn't have enough strength and cultivation to use it completely. Just as he was thinking, a strange airflow suddenly surged out from the sword guard and poured into his dantian. In an instant, Chu Yang only felt that his body was filled with endless spiritual energy of heaven and earth, almost exploding. Just as he was about to circulate his energy to dissolve this energy flow, his gaze suddenly focused. He saw the white jade platform holding the sword guard slowly rise and crack in the air. It turned into a big word. Sword Master Heaven and Earth, who can stop me? This word had the same style, the same arrogance, and the same insufferably arrogance. Chu Yang's gaze focused on the first word. Come. This word was clearly the word he saw. Whether it was the charm or the handwriting, it was exactly the same. What does this word mean? Chu Yang frowned. He tried his best to calm down his breathing and sober his thoughts. Sword Master Heaven and Earth. Who can stop me? Chu Yang muttered, but he felt uncomfortable and felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. It shouldn't be read like this, that is. Sword Master Heaven and Earth, who can stop me? Come. Shaking his head, Chu Yang still felt that something was wrong. He muttered, how can this heaven and earth be ruled by a sword? No matter how magical a sword is, it's still something created by human hands. How can it rule the heaven and earth? So it's definitely not. Chu Yang looked at it for a long time, and the more he looked, the more he felt that this word was arrogant. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sneer, Sword Master Heaven and Earth, who can stop me? Let me. After saying this, he suddenly felt proud. He roared and laughed, yes, yes, Sword Master Heaven and Earth, obviously it's referring to the Calamity Sword, and I'm the Calamity Sword's master. Who can stop me? Of course it's me. So, let me. Chu Yang looked up and laughed. The large character suddenly dispersed, turning into wisps of flowing light and disappearing into the lake. Chu Yang smiled faintly, his gaze a little unfocused. A wisp of warmth rose from his heart. He thought, I've already obtained the 4th fragment of the Calamity Sword. The 5th fragment is in the upper 3 heavens. Maybe I should go to my home to take a look. Father. Mother, this was such a strange yet intimate name. Chu Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. In his previous life and this life, he had longed for family love. Now, when it was so close, Chu Yang felt his heart was in a mess. He didn't know what kind of feeling it was. After a long sigh, Chu Yang stood there despondently. In his previous life, he didn't know and didn't have any clues, so he couldn't go back even if he wanted to. But in this life, since he knew that his parents didn't do anything wrong back then, he wouldn't have a conscience if he didn't go back and let his birth parents suffer and have sleepless nights. Wouldn't that be extremely unfilial? How could a loving mother wash her face with tears as a son? He took out his purple crystal jade essence from the calamity space with one hand and played with it unconsciously. There seemed to be a faint warmth on the purple crystal jade essence. Chu Yang couldn't help but put the jade essence to his mouth and kissed it lightly. His eyes quickly became misty. Father, mother. How did you survive all these years? Did you miss me? I've missed you for 2 lifetimes already. At this moment, the spiritual energy surging out of the sword guard finally occupied his meridians like a tsunami. Chu Yang frowned and was about to use the heaven-lifting divine technique to guide the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He had a feeling, as long as the spiritual energy was digested by him, he would be able to reach the heavens in one step and become a sword sovereign. He wouldn't even be inferior to Gu Duxing's current 4th stage sword sovereign. This was a great opportunity. Such an opportunity only belonged to the Calamity Sword Master, but just as he started to use his spiritual energy, his body suddenly shook and there was a piercing pain in his head. It was as if millions of steel needles were piercing his brain from all directions at the same time. The spiritual energy that he had just gathered actually dissipated under the attack of this excruciating pain. Chu Yang's eyes widened and he couldn't help but roar to the sky. But he found that he couldn't make a sound. It was as if he had fallen into a nightmare. Then, countless information surged into his brain. Chu Yang felt that there was an explosion in his brain. It was blank. All of his divine senses and consciousness were blank. Chu Yang had lost all his thoughts. He had lost all ability to control his own body. He didn't even have time to let out a groan before he fell down stiffly on the ground. Dizziness, unconsciousness, deep unconsciousness, unconsciousness. In his right hand, the purple crystal jade essence that he had just taken out was still tightly held. His palm shone with a purple luster. Everything happened so suddenly that he didn't even have the time to keep the purple crystal jade essence back into the calamity space. He was already unconscious. The strong backlash from swallowing the divine soul of the first Calamity Sword Master actually came at this moment. When the power of the sword guard surged into his body, the backlash from the divine soul suddenly exploded. It directly destroyed Chu Yang's brain. It caused him to fall into a complete unconsciousness. At the bottom of the lake of despair, waves suddenly surged. A stream of water emerged from the ground and swept up Chu Yang's body. Then, like a crazily climbing tornado, it swept up Chu Yang's body and rushed straight up. Yang Ruolan was in a state of despair as she searched the snowy plateau. She searched from south to north, and from east to west. She didn't close her eyes from morning to night. Then, she searched from night to dawn. She stubbornly searched. Occasionally, she would climb to a high place and look around. Her long hair fluttered in the cold wind. She even lifted up some of the slightly cracked rocks and large ice blocks to examine them. Chu Feiling only sighed. Even a 3-year-old child could see that those cracks couldn't hide anyone. But Yang Ruolan was an adult and a monarch-level expert. Yet, she had lost her judgment. But he didn't say anything. He only accompanied his wife and searched around. He understood his wife's feelings. Yang Ruolan stared blankly. Her hair was scattered. Her beautiful face was already haggard. Her lips were dry. Her bright eyes were bloodshot. Yes, they said that Chu Yang was on this mountain. He didn't go down. They saw him when they went down, then, they went up and down the mountain. There was only one way. But, where was he? Where did he go? Yang Ruolan was about to collapse. My son, where did my son go? It had been 10 years. Yang Ruolan had never been happy since her son went missing. She felt guilty, blamed herself, and worried. She missed her son all the time. Where was he? Was he still alive? Was he picked up by someone? Was he doing well? Did the person who picked him up abuse him? Did he practice martial arts? He was 3 years old, 8 years old, 10 years old, 18 years old. It was cold. Was he cold? Did he have any clothes to protect him from the cold? It was raining. Where was he? Would he get sick from the rain? It was snowing. The road was slippery. Would he fall? She had been fantasizing. She had been hoping, but she didn't dare to believe it. The more time passed, the more hopeless she felt. The Chu clan searched for him year after year, but there was no result. Every time she searched, Yang Ruolan would start to stay up all night. Every time she saw someone enter the Chu clan, her gaze would follow him closely. Later, Chu Feiyan, who was in charge of searching, would run away when he saw his sister-in-law. He really couldn't bear to see the deep hope in her eyes. Every time Chu Feiyan saw such a gaze, he felt that he had committed a heinous crime. Year after year of disappointment, year after year of despair. Finally, this year, he received news of his son. It was confirmed that their son was still alive. He had grown up. He had a lot of skills, his wisdom was outstanding, and he was handsome. He was chivalrous. His heroic spirit was matchless. He was the most perfect man in the world. At that moment, Yang Ruolan's heart exploded. Pride, heartache, relief, longing, hope, worry. 18 years of emotions, almost all gathered in her heart during this period of time. All these emotions were fermenting crazily in her motherly heart. He was about to explode. He was finally here. He was finally going to see his son. The evidence was irrefutable. The location was confirmed. They just had to wait until they went up the mountain to meet. But, when they reached the top of the mountain, all they saw was a vast expanse of flat land. Where did the child go? This was Yang Ruolan's greatest hope. She was also the most excited. But at this moment, this great hope and excitement instantly became the cruelest blow. She finally stopped searching. She stood blankly and helplessly by the side of the lake of death. Her eyes were lifeless, and she was dejected. It was as if the pillar that supported her had been completely taken away at this moment. Her tears quietly slid down and dripped onto the snowy ground. The couple was heartbroken. They didn't realize that the calm water of the lake of death was slowly churning. It was as if something was about to rush out from the bottom of the lake. Yang Ruolan stood there dejectedly. She didn't speak or move. She was like a lifeless statue. The moment her tears fell, they came into contact with the bitter cold. A faint mist rose up and froze on her face. She didn't even circulate her martial arts to resist the cold. She just stood there blankly and watched. Ruolan, are you okay? A hand was placed on her shoulder. It was Chu Feiling. Yang Ruolan didn't seem to feel anything. She stared blankly at her surroundings. Suddenly, she screamed at the top of her lungs, "Where is he? Where is my son?" Her voice spread far and wide. In this silent world, there were echoes. Where is he? Where is my son? Chu Feiling sadly closed his eyes. He knew that his beloved wife was on the verge of breaking down. But at this moment, he felt as if all the bones in his body had been taken away. He was extremely disappointed. Chu Feiling was exhausted from all the hard work he had done during this period. He forced himself to stay alert and said tiredly, "Ruo Lan, you." Just as he said these two words, his body suddenly shook violently. He screamed in shock, as if he had discovered something. Just now, his eyes unconsciously swept across the surface of the lake. He suddenly realized that the calm surface of the lake had unknowingly split into waves and surged violently. And in the center of the lake, a tornado-like current was emerging. But this wasn't the most surprising thing. It was, the current seemed to be carrying a human body and was slowly rushing towards the shore. What is that? Chu Feiling's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He pointed forward with a trembling voice. A human? Yang Ruolan's unfocused eyes casually looked over. Suddenly, her pupils shrank. An indescribable feeling suddenly surged in her heart. It was as if the blood in her body was boiling at this moment. An indescribable feeling rose from her heart. Is that a human? Yang Ruolan's heart was beating wildly. Her eyes were wide open and unblinking. It is a human. Chu Feiling gazed into the distance. I don't know if it is a living person or a human. Shut up. Yang Ruolan suddenly shouted. Her eyes were almost spitting fire. It was as if she was going to swallow her husband alive. Chu Feiling shrank his neck and hurriedly shut his mouth. Just as he spoke, he knew that he had said something wrong. According to the description, only his son was on the surface. How could he say that it was a human? He laughed dryly and could only look into the distance. It is coming over. It seems very young, it is not very old, it is not moving. With a whoosh, Yang Ruolan had already swept out like a gust of wind. At this moment, Yang Ruolan's speed shocked Chu Feiling, not to mention that they had been on a long journey for more than 10 days. So, the two of them were already exhausted. They would feel tired just by lifting their hands. In fact, Yang Ruolan's speed wasn't as fast as this even at her peak. Chu Feiling could not understand where his wife's strength came from at this time. Before Chu Feiling could react, Yang Ruolan had already jumped into the water with a splash and swam over with her hands and feet. She hugged the black-clothed human body that floated over. Yang Ruolan let out an earth-shattering scream with just one look. This scream made Chu Feiling feel as if Yang Ruolan's heart was about to burst out from her mouth. It is him. Our child. Yang Ruolan's voice was trembling and sharp. Then, she wailed. In the water, she hugged the body tightly and did not let go. However, she seemed to have lost all her strength. She cried with joy, he is still alive. He is still alive. He is still alive. Chu Feiling only felt his whole body go numb. All the hair on his body stood up. This was a feeling of extreme excitement and uncontrollable. All the blood in his body suddenly rushed to his head. Stars appeared in front of his eyes and he almost vomited blood and fainted. His body swayed twice and he rushed out like an arrow. With a splash, he jumped into the water and desperately pulled the two people out of the water. The husband and wife were dripping with water. They knelt on the snowy ground by the lake. Their breathing was rapid and their eyes did not blink. They looked at the young man's face as if they were looking at a treasure. Sword-like eyebrows, a fair face, a straight nose, thin lips, and tightly shut eyes. As she looked, Yang Ruolan choked. It is absolutely true. This is my son. Chu Yang's hand was still tightly clutching that piece of purple crystal jade essence, which was emitting a brilliant purple light. However, even if he didn't have the purple crystal jade essence in his hand, Yang Ruolan still recognized it at a glance. This is my son. There was no reason. This was purely a mother's intuition. This was her nature. Chu Feiling recognized him at first glance. This is my sworn younger brother. In other words, King of Hell Chu Yang, my son. At this moment, he did not know what to feel in his heart. He almost wanted to stomp his feet and shout, but he also wanted to cry out loud. All the joys and sorrows of the past 18 years rushed to his heart in an instant. That embarrassing feeling of mistaking a child for a younger brother from before had completely vanished. What was there to be afraid of? My son is back. This is more important than anything. Right? Yang Ruolan's eyes scanned the young man's face. Although it was a question, her tone was certain. Yes. Chu Feiling nodded affirmatively. That's great. Yang Ruolan held Chu Yang's body in her arms as if he was a fragile treasure. She slowly pressed her face against his. Tears rolled out of her eyes and flowed onto Chu Yang's face. She sobbed softly. She did not dare to be loud, but her body was trembling. The trembling was getting more and more intense. Heaven bless me, my son is finally back by my side. After moving for a while, she remembered that her son was still unconscious. Quick, take a look. What's wrong with him? Why is he unconscious? Yang Ruolan placed her hand on Chu Yang's wrist and urged Chu Feiling to take a look. Chu Feiling nodded heavily. He placed his palm on his son's back. A strong wave of elemental energy carefully entered his son's body. After a long time, the husband and wife looked at each other in shock. Yes, he's not injured at all. Looking at him, he seems to be in a deep sleep. Chu Feiling frowned. Moreover, the qi in his body is full and messy. It's almost a mess. Moreover, it's empty as if he doesn't have any cultivation at all. This is the first time I've seen such a strange scene. Yang Ruolan asked worriedly, then what's going on? Chu Feiling grinned secretly and thought, what's going on? It'd be great if I knew what's going on. He grinned and said, this is really strange. The two wives didn't know that Chu Yang's current situation had never happened since the creation of the heavenly continent. It was definitely an unprecedented case, not to mention the two of them. Even if a few supreme martial artists were here, facing Chu Yang's current situation, they would also be in a daze. Now, in Chu Yang's space of consciousness, he was trying his best to digest the spiritual energy that had suddenly exploded and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that had surged out from the sword guard. His consciousness and his spiritual energy swelled one moment, then swelled the next moment, then swelled the next moment. It went round and round, without the slightest pause. All of his spiritual energy, all of his consciousness and all of his soul were used for this. He couldn't spare any energy for anything else at all. It's impossible for him to wake up before he's completely stabilized. The power of his divine monument was like a dam that was on the verge of collapsing. Water was constantly overflowing, and he had to constantly repair it passively. Where there was a breach, he had to quickly repair it. He couldn't let the line of defense be broken. The moment they let their guard down, a hole would be breached and they wouldn't be able to repair it in time. Then, the dam would collapse instantly. If that were to happen, Chu Yang would really become an idiot. So Chu Yang himself didn't even know that he was underwater now? Or was he there? He was completely unconscious. After being busy for half a day, the husband and wife were exhausted. They looked at each other and were at a loss of what to do. What should we do? Tears were brewing in Yang Ruolan's eyes again. She was so scared. It wasn't easy to find her son, but he would be in a deep sleep. If that were to happen, Yang Ruolan would definitely break down immediately. The only thing we can do now is to return to the clan and make plans. Chu Feiling's face was solemn as he said, however, from the looks of it, it's not a big deal. His breathing is steady, his face is rosy, and his heartbeat is strong. Perhaps he'll recover after sleeping for a few days. Yang Ruolan carefully felt the pulse on her son's wrist. She finally felt a little relieved and said, I think so too. It's the same as sleeping. His pulse is long. But, how can his sleep be so, perhaps he fell into some kind of trap. However, since it's no different from sleeping, it's not something to be afraid of even if he fell into a trap. He'll be fine after sleeping for a few days. Chu Feiling tried his best to comfort him. Yang Ruolan thought for a long time. Then, she finally heaved a sigh of relief, I hope so. If it's not what you said. Chu Feiling, you'll have to pay the price for what you said today. Chu Feiling's eyes immediately widened. I was just comforting you. Why? Why did it suddenly become my responsibility? With a bitter face, he turned his head and coughed, Bai du tiaba Xianxia zi. His heart was full of helplessness. Son, wake up quickly. If you don't wake up, your mother. I can't afford to offend her. Yang Ruolan hugged her son and examined his face. Her face was full of satisfaction. Look, our son. His face is so delicate and fair. It's even prettier than a young lady. There's a hint of rosy in his fair skin. No wonder so many extraordinary women in the world are madly in love with him. This sentence was true. Chu Yang's body had been cleansed dozens of times by the tribulation sword. If his skin wasn't good, there would be no justice. The more Yang Ruolan looked, the more satisfied she was. The more she looked, the more she smiled from the bottom of her heart. Finally, she said, no matter what, it's good that my son is back. Even if he's asleep, my son is back. The feeling of hugging my son is really good. It's like hugging the whole world. As for other things, I feel like I don't lack anything. Don't lack anything? Chu Feiling laughed and thought, this is how you feel at this moment. Now, you only want to find your son. Now that he's in your arms, of course, you don't want anything else. If he doesn't wake up in a few days, you'll be worried sick. By then, you'll feel like you're lacking everything. Yang Ruolan's wish for nearly 10 years was to find her son. Now that she had found him, she was so happy that her heart was about to explode. She hugged her son tightly and didn't let go for even a moment. At this moment, she suddenly felt that the pain of nearly 10 years was nothing. 10 years of worry had all been compensated. She hugged Xu Yang like this and began to regulate her breath. During this period of time, she was really exhausted. Her mental and physical strength were all exhausted. But she only rested for half a morning before the husband and wife opened their eyes at the same time and stood up. Their son was unconscious and they couldn't find the cause of his illness. How could they delay such a big matter? So, once they recovered their ability to move, the two were ready to set off. I'll carry him. We'll go down the mountain first and find the nearest market. We'll buy some things and hire a carriage. We'll immediately rush to the entrance and return to the upper three heavens. As long as we return to the clan, everything will be fine. Even, the resources in the upper three heavens are much better than in the upper three heavens, Chu Feiling said. Okay. Wait. Yang Ruolan frowned, how can we carry him? Wouldn't it be uncomfortable, to carry him? Forget it, I'll do it. I'll carry him. You carry him and his body is hanging halfway down, swinging here and there. He's unconscious. How can you be so cruel and kiss him again? Chu Feiling was speechless. He couldn't even carry him, but in front of his wife, he could only give in. He admitted that he was a cruel father. Then I'll carry him. With your body, carrying your son on a long journey, you'll be exhausted, Chu Feiling said. Well, you're so stupid. Stretch out your hands and hold him. Oh, don't let his neck hang down. That's uncomfortable. You're so right. Oh, why are you so stupid? Yang Ruolan chattered on and on, constantly criticizing and correcting him. Chu Feiling felt that he was being ordered around by his wife. He almost couldn't walk anymore. Before he could say anything, Yang Ruolan had already taken off her cloak and draped it over Chu Yang's body. Then, she carefully picked up Baidu Tieba Chi Xianxia Zi and made sure that there wasn't any cold air that could touch his skin. Then, she shouted, why aren't you leaving? It's so cold. Do you want him to freeze? It's obviously because you're busy here and wasting time, isn't it? Chu Feiling's face was full of black lines. He was angry but didn't dare to say anything. He could only carry this little ancestor that he had just found and speed up. Previously, he didn't have much status in the family because he couldn't find his son. But that was understandable. Now that he had found his son, Chu Feiling found that his status in the family had plummeted again. Originally, he still had some status in his wife's heart. Now, he was directly thrown to Java. So, the husband and wife worked hard, while the wife followed closely beside him. She looked at her son in her husband's arms like an old hen taking care of her eggs. Sometimes, she smiled foolishly, sometimes she frowned, sometimes she was lost in thought, and sometimes she sighed and gritted her teeth. On the snowy road down the mountain, the two figures gradually disappeared. When they reached the foot of the mountain, the husband and wife ran for a while and found a market. They bought a carriage directly. The carriage was cushioned with flowers and felt warm and fragrant. Then, they carefully carried their son in. Yang Ruolan followed in closely. She was afraid that her son would be bumped while running. So, she folded a quilt and placed it on her lap. Then, she carefully lifted her son's head and placed it on her lap. She hugged her son with both hands and made sure that her son wouldn't be hurt by the bumps. Then, she finally gave the order to start the journey. Chu Feiling didn't have the right to sit in the carriage. He could only be the coachman. Moreover, other coachmen were polite to the owners of the carriages. As a coachman, he would probably be scolded until his head was full of bumps. He waved his whip, "Go." The carriage shot out like an arrow. "You're starting too fast. Can't you speed up slowly?" Yang Ruolan complained. The family of three finally left the Heaven Sword Peak and headed towards the entrance of the upper three heavens without stopping. At this moment, Chu Feiling and his wife didn't know that the entrance to the heavens was about to be closed. They were only thinking of rushing back, the faster the better. However, it was the second day after the family of three entered the upper three heavens. All the entrances to the upper three heavens were closed. From then on, they were no longer accessible. Chu Yang was unconscious. Naturally, he didn't know that he was being carried by his parents all the way to the upper three heavens. If he knew, he would probably stay in the upper three heavens no matter what. Because there were too many unfinished things in the upper three heavens, how could Chu Yang be willing to leave just like that? How could he be at ease? But he didn't know. When he found out, he was already in the upper three heavens. All the passages were closed. It was difficult to come down even if he wanted to. Of course, if the sword spirit was awake at this moment, he would control his body to stay even if he had to damage Chu Yang's divine soul again. After all, Chu Yang's divine soul was overflowing. If the sword spirit used a little, it wouldn't affect Chu Yang at all. Instead, it would reduce Chu Yang's burden. However, the sword spirit had already fallen into a deep sleep at this moment. The bizarre twists and turns of the world were evident. It couldn't be changed by anyone's will. The second day after Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan left. Beside the Lake of Despair. There was a small snow pile here. It was inconspicuous. However, following a loud explosion, the snow and ice suddenly flew out from the ground, revealing a big hole in the ground. A few figures dashed out of the pit as if they were flying. Everyone's faces were pale. Mo Tianji, Gu Du Xing, Ao Xia Yun, Xia Dan Qiong, GMO, Luo Kudi. Huyan Albua. They were frozen here by the Mirage's supreme magical power. They finally broke free at this moment. Everyone felt that he had dreamed the strangest dream. Third update. This chapter had been written to waste once. Originally, I wanted to let the main character stay and wrap up the upper three heavens. After writing more than 2,000 words, I realized that I didn't feel any joy at all. Thus, I had no choice but to give up my original plan and start writing again. I wrote until now. Sometimes, the aftertaste is also good, right? But I will slowly insert it in the future. Yes, 3 chapters. Begging for votes. Begging for the glory of the great God. Begging for recommendation votes. Begging for evaluation votes. The upper three heavens has finally begun. Brothers, I'm very excited, I'm very excited, I'm very excited. Mo Tianji and the others were at a loss. Their bodies were covered in ice and snow. They couldn't come back to their senses for a while. They didn't understand. They were clearly in the tent. How did they end up in such a huge pit in the blink of an eye? Other than Huyan Ao Bo, the others felt like they had a strange dream. However, they weren't sure if this dream was real or not. They were afraid that others would laugh at them. Their lips moved, but they didn't say anything. They only looked at each other's faces. They were scrutinizing and examining each other. Their eyes were full of questions. Then, everyone stared at each other. They frowned and seemed to be deep in thought. Everyone had the same expression. They looked at each other thoughtfully. Then, they looked at themselves thoughtfully. Then, they looked at the Lake of Death. The Lake of Death was calm. It seemed like it hadn't moved since ancient times. I think I had a dream. After a long time, GMO was the first to break the silence. Me too. Luo Kudi replied. I think I saw boss. Gu Duxing frowned. He looked cold and worried. He said, boss's situation doesn't seem good. Yes, that's it. I still remember boss looking at me anxiously. Xia Danqiong was deep in thought. That's right, quiet. Mo Tianji frowned. He was deep in thought. His gaze was unpredictable. When he heard that things were getting chaotic, he couldn't help but scold them. Everyone calmed down. They looked at Mo Tianji and waited for him to explain. Everyone has a dream. If it's the same dream, then it's not a dream. Mo Tianji said coldly. He rubbed his forehead and said, let's put this matter together. He said softly, when I went down, boss seemed to be unable to move. He looked very anxious. There was a strange illusion beside him. I couldn't see his face clearly. This illusion asked me if I was willing to die for him. When Mo Tianji said this, the brothers started to clamor, yes, yes. We were the same. Mo Tianji frowned and continued to speak. I suddenly arrived at that place. So, I took a look at the surroundings. It seems like that's the bottom of the lake of despair. What's strange is that there aren't any corpses at the bottom of the lake. There isn't even a trace of seaweed. At the bottom of the lake, it was very flat. There were huge tiles on the floor without any undulations. Mo Tianji closed his eyes and frowned. He was trying his best to recall the scene at that time. There was a small hole between each tile. And a string of bubbles came out from these small holes, that's right. That's exactly what happened. Everyone suddenly recalled that the scene at that time was indeed like that. So, we are going to the same place. Mo Tianji's face was full of worry. He concluded, then, we are definitely not dreaming. Everyone's expression turned heavy at the same time. Mo Tianji looked around, and finally said, Albua, are you dreaming? Huyan Albua replied, no. Mo Tianji replied with an O. His eyes flashed as he said, who else hasn't had this experience? He looked at them one by one. Everyone shook their heads. Mo Tianji grunted. Without any hesitation, he said, Albua, can I trouble you to look around and see if there is anyone else here? Huyan Albua immediately stood up and said straightforwardly, okay. She immediately ran out. Although she looked rough, she was a smart girl. She knew that these brothers wanted to discuss an extremely secret matter. Mo Tianji wanted to send her away. The matter they were going to discuss was probably extremely sensitive and serious. Otherwise, based on her relationship with GMO, and Mo Tianji's understanding of people, he would not be so unreasonable. Therefore, she very understandingly walked away. When Mo Tianji said this, the faces of the brothers immediately turned heavy. They also understood that Mo Tianji must have his reasons for doing this. Moreover, this matter was of great importance. This matter concerns Big Brother. Mo Tianji explained with some difficulty. He looked at GMO apologetically, I have to be careful. Everyone nodded slowly. Today's matter is very strange. I don't know what you are thinking or guessing, but I hope that you will all keep this matter to yourselves. Mo Tianji said word by word seriously. Gu Duxing and the rest nodded again. This time, when we went down, the shadow asked if we were willing to sacrifice for Big Brother. Mo Tianji sneered, since he asked us, it means that Big Brother has already rejected this question. Big Brother has already defeated the shadow to a certain extent. That is why the shadow asked us. That is why we encountered this situation. Mo Tianji's voice was heavy, but Big Brother's strength is incomparable to that shadow's. When we went down, he could not even move. From this question, we can see that the key to this problem is not us. It is Big Brother. We need to sacrifice something for Big Brother to be able to escape and even do some things. Mo Tianji said seriously, but now, we are very normal. We did not pay any price and did not sacrifice anything. That is to say, Big Brother rejected the shadow and saved us. Then, what will happen to Big Brother in the end? Mo Tianji's eyes suddenly became sharper than Gu Duxing's sword. The breathing of the brothers quickened. After being reminded by Mo Tianji, everyone thought of the danger that Chu Yang was in. This was really something unimaginable. With the Phantom's heaven-defying methods, killing Chu Yang was no different from killing a chicken. So, Big Brother has not come up yet. He is still down there. Mo Tianji slowly raised a hand and stopped the brothers from moving. So, from now on, I, Mo Tianji, give you a gag order. We can wait. But this matter concerns Big Brother's life. If anyone dares to leak it out, don't blame us for not being courteous. His eyes swept across the crowd like a knife. Everyone nodded heavily. In fact, what Mo Tianji had said was completely different from his final warning. But Mo Tianji said it so straightforwardly, giving everyone a feeling of abruptness. If anything happens to Big Brother, it will be because of us. I hope you all remember this. Understand this. We will wait for heavens. Mo Tianji took a deep breath and said, after heavens, if Big Brother does not come out, we will go down and search. Counting yesterday, there are 8 more days. Heavens? Xianxia frowned. Then, isn't that, Big Brother is not an ordinary person. If water could drown him, I'm afraid he would have drowned long ago. Mo Tianji said lightly, there are 8 more days. I don't want anything to happen. Mo Tianji had gathered his brothers because he wanted to explain Chu Yang's status. He knew that among the brothers, there were already a few who had vaguely guessed something, but they could not prove it and did not dare to believe it. He wanted to use this opportunity to explain Chu Yang's identity to everyone. So, he sent Huyan Aobo away. But when the words reached his mouth, he changed his mind. Chu Yang would not do it. His matters should be told to the brothers by himself. It was not good for him to overstep his boundaries and meddle in other people's affairs, but his heart was also filled with anxiety like never before. That night, Mo Tianji used the world-controlling divine technique and began to predict the heavenly secrets. Near dawn, there was a wah sound. Gu Duxing rushed over at lightning speed and saw that the 72 lamps beside Mo Tianji had all been extinguished. Mo Tianji's face was as white as paper. He spat out a large pool of blood and was on the verge of death. The heavenly secrets cannot be predicted. Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with intense worry. He forced himself to say this to Gu Duxing. Gu Duxing nodded heavily and his eyes shone sharply. Rest first. Big Brother will be fine. On the second day, Mo Tianji had just recovered some of his energy and could not wait to start his second divination. This time, he directly fainted. It was already the 7th day. In these 7 days, Mo Tianji risked being devoured by the heavenly secrets whenever he had a little bit of energy. But every time, he was severely attacked by the heavenly secrets. He could not predict anything. Mo Tianji became weaker day by day. On the 8th day, Gu Duxing forcefully stopped Mo Tianji's divination. He slapped Mo Tianji, who had almost sunk into paranoia, awake. Mo Tianji woke up and let out a long sigh. On the 8th day, the brothers began to enter the water to search. But when they entered the water, they realized that the depth of the lake of death was unprecedented. Also, for some reason, the buoyancy of the lake of death was also incomparably huge. Even with Gu Duxing's cultivation as a 4th-grade sword sovereign, he could only dive for less than 2,000 feet while carrying a huge rock that weighed 5,000 pounds. He could not go any further. Such a cruel reality made the brothers feel almost hopeless. Mo Tianji stood by the shore and quietly looked at the calm waters of the lake of death. He did not move for a long time. In these few days, he had vomited blood and his body was extremely weak. Thus, he did not enter the water. But Mo Tianji firmly believed in one thing: Chu Yang would not die, he would definitely come back. Looking at the calm waters of the lake, Mo Tianji's gaze was far away. He thought to himself, Chu Yang, if you don't come back, I will curse you for all eternity. Mo Tianji tried his best to persuade Fan Tian to stop this futile effort. The brothers came out of the water naked. Their faces were pale and they looked as if they had lost their souls. Even someone as strong as Gu Duxing had tears in his eyes. A few days ago, he still turned his body to hide it. But now, he did not even have the mood to hide it. There was an indescribable sadness in his heart. It almost tore everyone's heart into pieces. Everyone felt as if their hearts were bleeding. The word S filled everyone's heart. But no one dared to say it out loud. They did not even dare to look at each other. Occasionally, when two pairs of eyes met, they would immediately look away. It was as if the other person's gaze contained information that they did not want to see. Seeing everyone's expression, Mo Tianji was furious. He felt that he had never been so angry in his life. Boss won't do that. Mo Tianji said angrily, he will definitely come back. His eyes were also red. Boss is only leaving temporarily. Don't tell me you have so little confidence in him? It was a heavy sadness. Even if boss did do that, it's still for you. That was for you. Mo Tianji stomped his feet and cursed, what kind of people are you? You're using this method to repay him? All the brothers were shocked and raised their heads. How many things are left for boss to do? How many things are left for you to do? Are you going to do it with such a sad expression? Mo Tianji said angrily, Gu Du Xing. Pull out your sword. If anyone dares to shed a tear, kill them. Everyone held their breaths in that instant. Their eyes shone with a warm light, and boss's goal. Mo Tianji gritted his teeth and stared at everyone. That night, boss pointed out everyone's weakness and direction. Why? It's not to make you cry. Mo Tianji shouted, a bunch of bastards. When will you be able to experience boss's painstaking efforts, even just once? GMO, Luo Kudi and the rest were stunned. Did that mean? Boss already had a premonition at that time? Purposely arranged for his funeral, Gu Du Xing took a deep breath and suddenly roared towards the sky. His roar surged and soared into the sea of clouds, shattering the clouds in the sky. His voice was filled with pain and sorrow. Clang, Gu Du Xing unsheathed his black dragon sword and let out a dragon roar. His eyes shone and tears rolled down his cheeks. I, Gu Du Xing, have been alone since young and was adopted by my foster father. In the Gu clan, I was ostracized by my two foster brothers. Sister Xiaomiao was beaten until she was disabled because of me. She was imprisoned in the dragon prison cave. Her future was bleak and uncertain. Gu Du Xing's voice was heavy, fierce and resolute. My hopes were dashed. I went out to the lower three heavens and met boss. My originally gloomy future suddenly shone brightly. It was boss who gave me hope and lifted me up. He let me become a sword sovereign. Let me save Sister Xiaomiao. In these 3 days, let me rule the world with my sword and command the wind and clouds. Boss made up for all my regrets and completed all my leduo. But he never claimed credit for it. Gu Duxing looked up to the sky and held. Although he's younger than me, I'm willing to acknowledge him as my boss. Now, it's time for me, Gu Duxing, to fulfill boss's wish. Holding the sword in one hand, Gu Duxing's expression became even more bleak and lonely. His eyes quietly looked at the flashing blade of the black dragon sword. Everyone has their own aspirations. You can't force them. If anyone wants to leave, I, Gu Duxing, will see you off. Whoever leaves is a bastard. Jimo's face was full of tears as he shouted. Even if you want to you have to wait until I've fulfilled boss's wish before Luo Kudi crouched on the ground, punching the icy ground with his fists. He didn't use any elemental energy, and his fists were dripping with blood. They were remorseful. Why didn't they think of it that night? Chu Yang had never been so demanding of his brothers, but that night, Chu Yang was very different from his usual self. He was simply nitpicking. Any shortcomings were magnified and attacked. This was not normal at all. Why didn't they think of it? We're not leaving. Ao Sheyun and Xia Donqiong took a deep breath and forcibly held back the tears in their eyes. Before boss's wish is fulfilled, no one can leave. What is boss's wish? Mo Tianji frowned and looked at everyone. To charge into the upper three heavens. GMO said fiercely. To laugh at the heavens. Luo Kudi said seriously. The heavenly armament pavilion. Gu Duxing's eyes lit up. His 5 fingers slowly gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. Wrong. Mo Tianji said seriously, these are not the most important. Boss's main wish is, for all of you to charge to the peak. Boss's wish is to protect. Boss said that if one day he becomes a legend, then he hopes that his legend will have us. If one day we become legends of this world, then he hopes that this legend will have him. Gu Duxing took a deep breath and said this sentence word by word. Thinking of Chu Yang's expression when he said this in the lower three heavens, Gu Duxing's heart was in so much pain that he wanted to die. That day, there was me, Dong Wushang, GMO, Luo Kudi, Rui Butong. At that time, Dong Wushang said, as long as boss can give me a saber that is compatible with my soul, I will work for you for the rest of my life. It's not that serious. It's not about working for me. Chu Yang said seriously, what I lack are brothers, not subordinates. What I lack are brothers who are willing to reach the peak with me, to control the winds and clouds, and to dominate the world. What I hope is that in my life, I will always have a few good brothers who will never leave me, who will take care of me with all sincerity, and who will share life with me. Chu Yang said deeply and longingly, I hope that I can do anything for my brothers. That kind of feeling without regrets is the feeling of a man. I also hope that when I am at the peak, my brothers will also be there so that I won't be lonely. And what I hope even more is that when my brothers are at the peak, I won't let them be lonely. What I hope even more is that when I am down and out, when I am helpless, when I am hesitating, there will be brothers by my side, Chu Yang said very emotionally. A trace of stubborn desire shone from his eyes. Love was what Chu Yang lacked the most in his previous life. It was also what he yearned for the most in this life. I hope to fight for a lifetime of glory and splendor with all of you, to fight for an eternal legend. And what I hope even more is that if we can become legends thousands of years later, then I hope that in my legend, you will be there, and in your legend, I will be there. I will never let down the word brother in my life. When he said this, even Gu Duxing and Rui Badong, who were at the side, were stunned. Both of their eyes were shining brightly. A few years later, if I become a legend, then I hope that my legend will have you. A few years later, if you become a legend, then I hope that your legend will have me. I will never let down the word brother in my life. I will never let down the word brother in my life. Chu Yang sighed. His eyes looked at the dim horizon in the distance, and he exhaled deeply. Brothers are forged through hard work. Through trials and tribulations together, through hard work together, on the road together, all the way forward. Only then can one be as firm as steel, and love more than gold and stone. Not only Gu Duxing, but GMO and Luo Kudi also thought of that day at the same time at this moment. That day was night, and the stars were shining brightly. That night, Chu Yang's eyes were shining. The eyes of his brothers were shining brightly. That night was the night when the relationship between the brothers was first established and the embryonic form was first formed. I will never let down the word brother in my life. GMO and Luo Kudi lowered their heads, softly chewing on these words. Suddenly, it was as if an electric current had suddenly passed through their bodies, and even their souls seemed to be trembling. Yes, Chu Yang had already used his own life to prove that these words were not just empty words. His brothers could sacrifice themselves for him. Really? As long as he agreed, there would be no problem, and there would definitely be no danger. But he refused. He chose to protect his brothers and sacrifice himself, although during this process, due to the restrictions at the bottom of the water, none of the brothers could say a word to him, but the anger, anxiety, and worry in Chu Yang's eyes at that time were clearly remembered. I don't want you to lose, only I can lose. Because I am the boss, and I have the obligation and responsibility to hold up the sky for my brothers. As long as I am around, no one can hurt my brothers. He did not say these words out loud, and the brothers did not hear them either, but now that they thought about it, they heard these words from the deepest part of their hearts. He had long expected this, so he sent his brothers away and came alone. He had long had a premonition, so he gave them a heads up in advance and pointed out their respective directions. He had thought of everything for everyone. If he left, they should be relieved, right? I hope that one day, even without me, all of you can still laugh proudly. These were also words that Chu Yang had said. Ao Xieyun and Xia Danqiong sobbed. GMO and Luo Kadi were in tears. Gu Duxing looked up at the sky, his face cold and stiff. Mo Tianji gently closed his eyes, and his tears finally fell. It was as if he had heard Chu Yang's words when he first met him, blowing through the lake. Only I can control the purple jade flute. Chu Yang, you haven't married my sister. Mo Tianji closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. His cheeks bulged as he roared in pain. How can you lose? How can you lose? This is what you promised. You kept your promise, but are you going to go back on your words? Then I will look down on you. I will look down on you. The cold wind whistled, and snow danced on the heavenly sword peak. The lake of despair was covered in fog. The world was boundless. After a long time. Have you cried enough? Mo Tianji said coldly, from now on, no one is allowed to cry. I will distribute the tasks. Chu Yang's wishes, one by one, must be fulfilled. If you can't, find a place to wipe your throat. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion does not need such people. Chu Yang's wishes, Big Brother's wishes, Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kudi, Aoxia Yun and Xiadan Xiong looked up at the same time. First, Big Brother Chu Yang of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is currently missing. Mo Tianji's Adam's apple bobbed as he repeated the words. The second word missing was said in a sonorous voice. Dong Wushang and Rui Butong are currently in the upper three heavens. Therefore, Gu Duxing is in charge of everything in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Mo Tianji said solemnly, all brothers, including me, must obey all orders. If there is any disobedience, we will kill them together without mercy. Yes. Gu Duxing's sharp eyes fell on the black dragon sword. He slowly and heavily agreed, as long as I, Gu Duxing, am alive, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion will always stand tall in the upper three heavens. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion will unify the upper three heavens and rule the martial world. If there is any disobedience, kill them without mercy. Mo Tianji's eyes were half closed. His voice was as cold as steel and as sharp as a knife. Yes. All the brothers were fired up. GMO, your mission, besides the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, is to improve your cultivation. Mo Tianji looked at GMO coldly. Big Brother gave you instructions before he left. You must walk the path yourself. No one else can help you. Luo Kudi and Xiadan Xiong, the two of you are the same as GMO. Mo Tianji said coldly. Yes. The three of them agreed at the same time, if we can't meet Big Brother's requirements and expectations, we won't have the face to continue living in this world. Good. Mo Tianji said, Aoxia Yun, your situation is a little special. He thought for a while and said, Chu Yang once said that you have to walk half of your path by yourself. But, the other half needs you to awaken your bloodline as soon as possible. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. You have to take out the dragon veins and treasures of the Ao clan as soon as possible to improve your own strength. You don't have much time left. You have to make the most of it. Yes. Aoxia Yun solemnly agreed. Also, Chu Yang has always been worried about his junior brother, Tan Tan. This is also our goal from now on. Mo Tianji said, Tan Tan and Xiadan Feng went missing in the incident a few days ago. We have to find them as soon as possible. If there is any news, inform the other brothers immediately. No matter what, I won't allow Chu Yang's junior brother to get hurt in the next 3 days. Yes. Everyone agreed. I, Mo Tianji, will always be the military advisor of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. I hope that everyone will cooperate with me in my plans. Yes. After Mo Tianji finished delegating, he looked at the water of the Lake of Death and said slowly, strength. The most important thing is strength. Once you have enough strength, your wings will be full. We will carry Big Brother's wish and lead the Heavenly Armament Pavilion into the upper three heavens. At that time, we will fulfill Big Brother's wish to stand at the peak and laugh proudly at the heavens. We will carve Big Brother's name in the supreme position of the Heavenly Imperial Court. Yes. We will fulfill Big Brother's wish to stand at the peak and laugh proudly at the heavens. We will carve Big Brother's name in the supreme position of the Heavenly Imperial Court. The brothers shouted themselves hoarse. GMO and Luo Kudi could almost feel the blood in their bodies boiling. If I become a legend, you will definitely be a legend. If I become a legend, you will definitely be a legend. Big Brother, we brothers will fulfill your wish for you. As the snow fell, the few of them stood like statues beside the Lake of Despair. They stood there quietly for a long time. Everyone felt unbearable pain in their hearts. They had unified the three heavens here, they had fulfilled the wishes of the various clans here. Chu Yang had been planning and guiding all of this ever since he came to the three heavens. He had stirred up a storm and changed the situation of the three heavens. He came to the three heavens empty-handed. In a year, the world had been turned upside down, but after he succeeded, he disappeared without a trace. He left all the fruits of his victory to his brothers. How could the few of them not feel as if their hearts were being cut by a knife? After a long time, let's go. Gu Duxing suddenly turned around and strode out. 2 drops of tears fell onto the ground at the same time as he turned around. The few of them turned around at the same time and walked down the mountain. Everyone walked slower and slower. Finally, when they were about to reach the bottom of the mountain, they all stopped in their tracks. They looked back. How they hoped that Chu Yang could jump out and appear in front of everyone at this moment, but even when everyone's eyes were sore, there was still nothing. The wind slowly grew stronger. Snowflakes flew everywhere and made sounds on everyone's bodies. But the few of them stood there quietly and looked at the lake of despair that was covered in snowflakes. They didn't even blink. After a long time, Gu Duxing let out a long roar and flew up like a shooting star. He became one with his sword in midair and disappeared into the wind and snow in a flash. Only his long roar became louder and louder as he went further and further away. It resonated through the clouds and didn't stop for a long time. Mo Tianji waved his sleeves and went down the mountain without saying a word. Ao Xieyun and Xiadan Qiong stood side by side and looked at each other for a long time. Finally, they sighed deeply and went down the mountain together. GMO, Luo Kudi and Huyan Aobua stood at the entrance of the mountain. After a long time, GMO suddenly shouted with all his might, "Boss! We'll wait for you to come back." As soon as the words left his mouth, the cold wind flowed back into his mouth and turned into a whimper. The three of them stood there for a long time. Then, a gust of wind and snow swept over and covered their figures. Not long after, Mo Tianji and the rest went down the mountain. With 2 whooshing sounds, 2 figures appeared as if they were riding on clouds. They silently flew into the heavenly sword mountain from outer space. The 2 of them were like 2 illusions. They stood on the 2 stone tablets on the lake of despair, one on the left and the other on the right. Their eyes turned and their spiritual senses instantly covered the entire sky sword peak. "Nothing unusual," one of them said in a low voice. "If there is no abnormality, then there is an abnormality," another person said coldly. "That word should be calamity phenomenon." The first person said, "Could it be that one of the calamities is under this lake?" "Very likely." The 2 of them looked at each other. Suddenly, they waved their sleeves at the same time. With a whoosh, all the hot spring water in the lake of death surged up at the same time. It split into 2 halves and flew into the air. It was as if 2 walls of water had suddenly appeared in midair. Each of them was tens of thousands of feet tall and hundreds of feet wide. The lake of despair instantly dried up. There was not a single drop of water left. The flat ground below was exposed, and there was nothing there. The 2 of them had actually dried up the entire lake of despair with a wave of their hands. What kind of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine technique was this? The 2 of them looked at the same time and saw a small pile of fine powder on the same spot. "It is indeed the Calamity Sword Master," one of them said. "But this Calamity Sword Master is obviously different." The other person's voice was still cold. The first person thought for a while and laughed. "He is indeed different." The other person's eyes flashed and said, "This is the first one, right?" The first person seemed to think for a while and said, "Starting from the sword, this is the 8th one, right?" "Oh, we haven't returned for 10,000 years, this is the first one. It's about time." The first person smiled faintly and said, "Very soon, we will have an opponent." The other person laughed softly and said, "I'm looking forward to it." The 2 of them turned and looked at the bottom of the lake at the same time. It was an extremely secluded place. At the bottom, there was a narrow passageway that emitted a faint, eerie fog. "It seems like this entrance is still fine. It's enough to support us." One of them sniffed and said, "Yes, a large number of heroes have died here in the past few days. That's how it is." The other person snorted and said, "As long as the entrance doesn't collapse, it's a good thing." The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. They exerted strength in their feet and injected their divine senses into the stone statues beneath them. Then, they retracted their hands, and the 2 water walls in midair fell with a whoosh. They were so huge and heavy, but once they fell into the lake of despair, they didn't make a single sound. The lake water instantly filled up, and there were no ripples. The two of them laughed and leaped up. They floated through the clouds as if they weren't affected by gravity at all. They flew out just like that. From afar, one of them laughed softly, "The first calamity, Sword Master, he he he. I'm looking forward to it." The voice disappeared. The 3 days finally came to an end. After losing Chu Yang's brothers seemed to have suddenly grown up and matured. The 3 days entered a period of unification. The Mo clan, Ao clan, Xia clan, Gu clan, Dong clan, Ji clan, and Luo clan completely took over the territories that originally belonged to the main clan, Tian clan, O clan, Zhao clan, Li clan, Tu clan, Black Devil clan, and so on. These few clans cooperated sincerely and started to rule the three heavens with an iron fist. The master of abacus and calculation, Mo Tianji, held great power in his hands. He cleaned up the entire three heavens. Other than the dark bamboo, all the other powers were wiped out. Those who didn't submit were quickly wiped out by the few clans. 3 days. After the chaos of the Jianghu, the world had entered a relatively peaceful era. At the same time, an organization called the Heavenly Ping Pavilion rose rapidly. Its members were very famous. The Solitary Sword Emperor, Gu Duxing. The Master of Abacus and Calculation, Mo Tianji. The Evil Duke, Ao Xiayun. The Viburnum Flower, Xiedan Qiong. The Lonely Swordsman, GMO. The Wolf Lord, Luo Ku. These few people seemed to advance together. They dominated the three heavens and laughed proudly in the martial world. The Heavenly Armament Pavilions' heavenly armament orders were everywhere. They were famous and unparalleled for a time. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's strength was growing stronger by the day. It was developing at a speed that had never been seen before in the history of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The few pavilion masters of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion rarely smiled. Every one of them seemed to be cast from the same mold. They were cold and unapproachable. Only, when someone broke through the bottleneck of his cultivation, at the peak of the Heavenly Sword Peak, there would be one or a few people standing in front of the Lake of Death for a long time. Or, there would be a few people who didn't know fatigue and jumped into the Lake of Death with a huge boulder. Then, they would use all their strength to dive down. Although they had never succeeded, if someone calculated, they would realize that the frequency of this happening was very high. Almost every once in a while, someone would appear there. And the person who appeared must have broken through. Moreover, the depth of their dive was also increasing with each dive. The upper three heavens. The upper three heavens was a mysterious world. It was completely different from the three heavens and the lower three heavens. The lower three heavens was a place where the empires fought for hegemony. It could be said that it was a vast land with abundant resources. Although the population of the upper three heavens was smaller, it was definitely not smaller than the lower three heavens in terms of size. The upper three heavens was 3 times the size of the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens combined. The lower three heavens was filled with schemes and wits. The upper three heavens was filled with iron and blood. However, in the upper three heavens, if there was only wits and no martial strength, one would definitely not be at the peak. If there was only martial strength and no wits, it would be even more difficult to advance. At the peak, there was a huge ruling clan. Other than that, there were many other big powers. Each clan had their own territory. Various big sects were like bamboo shoots after the rain. Strange people were not rare. At the peak, there were people who oversaw everything. This was a place with rules, organic chlorine, a foundation, traditions, culture, and laws. This was a place with rules and regulations. It was like a place that combined all the characteristics of the lower three heavens and the upper three heavens. It was like adding oil and sauce to form a separate continent. There were only things that one could not imagine. Nothing did not exist. This was a colorful world. In the upper three heavens, there was a clear standard of good and evil. There was a clear code of conduct. Filial piety was the most important of all virtues. In the upper three heavens, the flat mountain ridge. Although this place was called the flat mountain ridge and seemed to be just a mountain ridge, it was actually a huge human gathering area. Just the flat mountain ridge included countless valleys, mountains, plains, and hills. The number of people living there was also hundreds of thousands of people. and the Chu clan. The Chu clan was one of the three big clans that dominated the flat mountain ridge. The Chu clan was not a super clan, nor was it one of the big dominant clans. However, the Chu clan's strength was also extremely powerful. The elder ancestor was in charge of the clan. There were countless experts in the clan. The four brothers of the Chu clan's direct bloodline were all dragons among men. Their cultivation was not ordinary. They were known as the four heroes of the Chu clan, the heroes of the flat mountain ridge. The four brothers' cultivation was superb, and their wits were outstanding. After the eldest brother, Chu Failing, married the youngest sister of the Yang clan from the Aspen Valley, the reputation of the Chu clan was even more powerful. However, the good times did not last long. In less than 2 years, the eldest brother of the Chu clan, Chu Failing, suddenly met with an accident. He was chased and fled with his wife, who had just given birth. After the chase, although the couple was lucky enough to escape, they lost their newborn child. From then on, Chu Failing was almost unable to recover from the setback. He rarely went out, as if he was defeated by this tragic blow. The new leader of the Chu clan became the second brother of the Chu clan, Chu Failong. Chu Failong was both skillful and intelligent. In a short period of time, he actually made the Chu clan, which had suffered a setback, rise again. This made everyone look at him in a different light. On this day, a horse carriage rushed into the gate of the Chu clan at lightning speed. Chu Failing, who had not appeared in front of others for a long time, actually drove the carriage himself. On his face, there was both excitement and worry. It seemed that he was very anxious. When he reached the gate of the Chu clan, he did not stop and directly rushed in. Suddenly, the Chu clan was in chaos. After a while, there was a piece of news. The eldest grandson of the Chu clan, who had been missing for 10 years, was actually found. Today, he returned to the clan. In the study room of the Chu clan, the current clan master, Old Master Chu Xianxia, was putting a map back to its original position. He sighed, Flat Mountain Ridge is so big. How can it be united? Moreover, each of the three big clans is doing their own thing. Isn't this a joke? If the Chu clan forcefully conquers, the consequences will be unimaginable. It's not just two big clans. Old Master Chu sighed. His broken eyebrows were almost squeezed together. To Chu Xianxia, he was already satisfied that the Chu clan had been guarding the flat mountain ridge for generations. The Chu clan had grown stronger and stronger. Moreover, his descendants were all working hard now. It wouldn't be difficult for them to achieve great things in the future. As the clan master of the older generation, Chu Xianxia was already very satisfied. As for the annexation of Flat Mountain Ridge, the Chu clan would be the only big clan and complete the mission of the big clans. Chu Xianxia didn't even think about it. Since the world is stable, why should we kill each other when the Three Stars Divine clan is still thriving? Everyone just wants to protect themselves and develop steadily. It's fine. Of course, Old Master Chu definitely didn't know that his eldest grandson had returned to the Chu clan. This king of hell Chu overturned the entire lower three heavens and changed dynasties. With a wave of his hands, the lower three heavens changed. In just 2 years, he had overturned 2 planes. Such scheming martial arts could be said to be unparalleled in the world. If Chu Xianxia knew about this, he wouldn't care about the Chu clan's current problems. The problem was, he didn't know. Just as he was sighing, he suddenly heard a commotion from afar. It seemed like someone was shouting, yelling and running around. The entire Chu clan was like a pot of boiling water. Old Master Chu frowned. He pushed open the window and shouted, "What's the matter?" "It's a mess. Why is there a ghost in broad daylight?" Old Master Chu was born in the pugilistic world. Although he had studied for a few days, he still felt that there were too many twists and turns in the minds of scholars. Therefore, he looked down on them. A guard was scared out of his wits and threw him over. "Clan Master, Master is back." "So what if he's back? What's so great about that?" Chu Xianxia said angrily, "Are you all hoping that he won't come back? What's so shocking? This old man thought you had seen a ghost." No. It's..." The guard was sweating profusely. "The problem is that you didn't come back alone, he came back with young mistress?" Chu Xianxia's broken eyebrows twitched and he almost wanted to jump out of the window. "Bastard. If he doesn't come back with your young mistress, is he going to find a mistress? Does he have the guts to do that when he sees his wife? The guard's face was full of black lines. Did he bring back the young master who had been missing for 10 years? What do you mean missing for 10 years? Chu Xianxia only said half a sentence. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and gasped for breath. You, brat. What did you say? Suddenly, he jumped out of the window and grabbed the guard's neck. Say it again. Yes, the eldest young master, who has been missing for 10 years, has been found. The guard's expression was very pitiful, and his voice sounded like a chicken being slaughtered. His neck was choked, and his feet were off the ground. F***ck. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chu Xianxia said angrily, at the boss's place? I'll go take a look. Just as the guard nodded, old Master Chu had already disappeared. The guard fell to the ground and coughed a few times with his hands on his throat. Finally, he rolled his eyes and got up. I still wanted to get some reward, but I didn't expect to be beaten up, damn it. While he was muttering to himself, a white glowing object suddenly flew back and hit him on the back of his head. He was immediately knocked to the ground, and a visible bump appeared on his head. Old Master Chu's voice came from afar. I'll reward you with a piece of white crystal, ha ha ha. The guard touched his unicorn-like head and wanted to cry. I'd rather you didn't reward me. The Chu clan was in an uproar. The so-called direct bloodline. What was the direct bloodline? According to the rules of the clan, it was passed down to the elder and not the younger generation. The eldest grandson was the true direct bloodline in the traditional sense of the clan. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chu Xianxia's eldest grandson was Chu Feiling. Chu Feiling's eldest grandson, he only had one son. In other words, the true direct bloodline of the Chu clan was only this one. Of course, if Chu Feilong or other brothers took over, it would be a different story. Chu Xianxia had been worried about this. If the eldest grandson didn't take over, and the second grandson took over, this would be a sign of chaos in the clan. Now, when he heard that his eldest grandson had suddenly returned, how could old Master Chu not be excited? Chu Feiling's small courtyard was already full of people. Everyone in the Chu clan was gathering here. The fourth son of the Chu clan, Chu Fian, landed. His eyes were brimming with tears. Damn it, I've been searching for 18 years. Now, I've finally come to an end. In the future, I'll be free. He rushed in like a gust of wind. Big brother, big brother. I heard that you found the little brat. Once he entered, he was shocked by the heavy atmosphere in the room. Chu Feiling raised his head with bloodshot eyes. Yes, I found him, sigh. He sighed. Unexpectedly, there was unspeakable sorrow in his voice. What happened? Chu Fian was stunned. He's injured and unconscious. Chu Feiling rubbed his temples. Chu Fian was dumbfounded. He naturally knew what Chu Feiling meant by unconscious. If even Chu Feiling had such an expression, then, the Chu clan might not be able to do anything. If there was a little hope, Chu Feiling wouldn't be so sad. Where is he? Where's my grandson? Old Master Chu Xianxia suddenly appeared with a loud roar. Inside. Chu Fian stretched out his hand. Before Chu Feiling could stop him, Old Master Chu had already rushed in. Wah-ha, little brat, why aren't you kowtowing? Grandpa has a big gift. Chu Xianxia was in high spirits. All these years, he had suffered a lot from his in-laws, but he couldn't refute them. Now that he heard that someone from the Yang clan was here, Old Master Chu immediately ran away, regardless of whether it was an elder or a young one. Now that his grandson was back, it meant that all his worries were gone. However, before he could finish his sentence, his words were suddenly stuck in his throat. What's going on? Old Master Chu stood in front of the bed in a daze. Half of young Rua Lan's body was on the bed, and she held her son in her arms. She raised her head reluctantly and smiled. Father-in-law is here, what's wrong? Chu Xianxia looked at the young man on the bed and stretched his neck. Injured, unconscious. Young Rua Lan sighed softly. It's already the next day, this. Old Master Chu suddenly trembled. Don't tell me. Halfway through his sentence, he almost wanted to slap himself. If there's hope to save him, why would my daughter-in-law act like this? He couldn't help but sigh. He glanced sideways and saw a dazzling purple light. Isn't this the purple crystal jade essence? In the unconscious son's palm, a ray of purple light shone out. In his palm, there was a piece of purple crystal. Chu Xianxia's heart trembled. He gently took son's hand and wanted to take out the purple crystal to take a look. However, although Chu Yang was unconscious, his hand was tightly clenched, and he couldn't take it out. If he wanted to take it out, he would have to break all 5 of his fingers. He seems to know that this is the only hope for him to acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. He actually refuses to let go. Yang Ruolan's tears flowed down. My poor child, ah. Chu Xianxia sighed. He stood rooted to the ground and stared blankly for a while. Then, he walked out. I'll ask the elder if there's any way. If there's really no way, I'll personally make a trip to the Medicine Valley. Yang Ruolan's eyes brightened and she said, Thank you, eunuch. Chu Xianxia sighed. What are you thanking me for? He's your son, but isn't he my eldest grandson? Don't tell me that I feel better in my heart. At this moment, a clear voice was heard from outside. Big brother, congratulations. I heard that my eldest nephew has finally been found. Haha, this is a joyous occasion for our clan. It was the second son of the Chu clan, Chu Feilong. Chu Feilong's voice was filled with gratification and blessings from the bottom of his heart. He seemed to have finally heaved a sigh of relief. The heavens have taken pity on us. My eldest nephew has been gone for 18 years. Now, we're finally reunited. The Chu clan finally has a successor. Sister-in-law, you can finally rest assured. This is really worth celebrating. When Chu Feilong arrived, the 100 or so people in front of Chu Feiling's door suddenly dispersed. Their gazes were evasive, and their footsteps were light. It was as if they had seen a monster. Chu Feiling and Chu Feiyan, who were inside, both frowned. In the inner chamber, Yang Ruolan also frowned. She seemed to be about to flare up, but she only sighed in the end. Chu Xianxing's face turned black. Everyone could tell that Chu Feilong's words were from the bottom of his heart. It was as if he was giving his blessings wholeheartedly. However, his words were too hurtful. The Chu clan finally has a successor. Sister-in-law, you can finally rest assured. This sentence had a profound meaning. Chu Feiling had a son, and Chu Feilong had more than one. Since when did the Chu clan not have a successor? Even the third brother, Chu Feihan, had a daughter. As for the next sentence, sister-in-law, you can finally rest assured, it was as if Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling were determined to take over the position of the eldest grandson. Chu Feiyan's face changed slightly. He raised his head and looked at his eldest brother and second brother. Suddenly, he felt a surge of undercurrents. He thought, what's wrong? Second brother seems a little abnormal today. Second brother, thank you for your concern, Chu Feiling smiled faintly and said. This sentence also had a double meaning. Chu Feilong smiled gently and said worriedly, but I wonder how my eldest nephew is now. Eldest brother, can I go in and take a look? Chu Feiling stepped aside. Second brother, please go ahead. We're brothers from the same mother. As his second uncle, it's natural for you to take a look at your nephew. After all, we haven't seen each other for 18.5 years. Chu Feilong laughed and stepped into the room. He said, Sister-in-law, Feilong is here to visit. Before entering the inner room, he had to inform her first. After all, Big Brother's inner room was sister-in-law's territory. Come in. Chu Xianxia shouted angrily. Chu Feilong was stunned. He didn't expect his father to be here first. He even made a face at Chu Feiling and Chu Feiyan. He complained softly, the two of you are really something. You know that old master is here, but you still let me take the thunder. After he finished speaking, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Chu Feiling sighed in his heart. Chu Feiyan's doubts were swept away. He laughed and said, Second brother is really unlucky this time, Chu Feiling snorted. When Chu Feilong entered the inner room, he saw 2 pairs of eyes staring at him. He couldn't help but shrink his neck. He laughed awkwardly, Father, sister-in-law, you bastard. Chu Xianxia was furious, but he couldn't vent his anger. After all, it was fine if you understood Chu Feilong's words as a form of concern. However, if you misunderstood it, it was fine. Especially as the clan master, he couldn't say such things casually. Once he made a mistake, it would be too late for him to cry. This is my nephew, right? Chu Fei Long took a step forward and looked at Chu Yang, who was on the bed. He took a light breath and said, "You're indeed a talent." Sigh, it's a pity. Father, do you have any good ideas? Chu Xianxia said angrily, if I had any ideas, would I still be sitting here like this? Are you King slapping my face? Chu Failong smiled apologetically, I don't know how to speak. Chu Xianxia snorted. Suddenly, Chu Failong thought for a while and said, Sister-in-law, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. Yang Ruolin stroked her nephew's hair and said lightly, say it. Chu Failong smiled embarrassedly and said, Sister-in-law, this, nephew, I don't know if you verified it before. Cough cough, I don't mean anything else. It's just that our Chu clan is big, and it's inevitable that there will be imposters. Cough cough. I'm just saying it casually, however, his words immediately made Chu Xianxia raise his guard. Only then did the old man remember that he had been too happy to ask this important question. If he mistook Feng Jing for Ma Liang, and brought someone else's child home, making a fool of himself was a small matter, but would the Chu family's foundation fall into someone else's hands? After taking a closer look, Chu Xianxia said suspiciously, second brother, I think this child isn't fake. Look, he looks so much like your eldest brother when he was in his teens. Chu Fei Long smiled bitterly, father, looks alike, every child that the Chu clan has brought back in the past 18 years looks like big brother when he was young. The most important thing is, the verification of the bloodline. Father, I remember that there is a way. Not bad. Chu Xianxia immediately said, I remember that old Yang told me about a method called blood of the tongue, purple crystal hum? This can't be faked. Chu Fei Long clapped his hands and said excitedly, isn't this the purple crystal? Let's give it a try. Won't the truth be out then? Yang Ruolan's face turned as cold as ice. She said slowly, eunuch and second brother, are you saying that we should take out this piece of purple crystal jade essence now, and then take the blood of this child's tongue to verify his identity? Chu Fei Long said sincerely, sister-in-law, I know that this matter is really difficult for you. Everyone has sons and daughters. A child is like a piece of flesh that has fallen from the mother's body. How can we not feel heartache? Not to mention taking the blood of the tongue, even if it's just a little bit of flesh, as a parent, our hearts will feel as if it's being cut by a knife. He paused for a while and continued earnestly, but now, we have to verify my nephew's identity. You have to know, from a young age, no matter whether it's the figure or appearance, there are many changes. Who knows what a child will look like when he grows up? But no matter what, the bloodline can't be changed. Chu Fei Long took a deep breath, and his expression suddenly became solemn. If sister-in-law trusts me, I'll do this personally. I'll naturally reduce my nephew's pain to the minimum. I'm sure of this. Chu Fei Long's words were sincere and his voice was filled with emotion. His voice and his sincerity moved Chu Xianxia. He stroked his beard and said, these words make sense, I don't agree. Yang Ruolan said sternly, the child is unconscious now. How can he bear such pain? Furthermore, he's holding the purple crystal jade essence tightly in his hand. We can't take it out at all. If we want to take it out by force, we'll have to break his fingers. How can we do that? She said indignantly, the child values the purple crystal jade essence so much. Isn't this enough to prove it? Moreover, a mother's heart is linked. When I saw him, I knew that he was my son. Don't tell me this is also a lie? Chu Xianxia stroked his beard and muttered, these words make sense. Chu Fei Long smiled calmly and said, sister-in-law, you're overthinking. And your words are too serious. How dare Failong question his sister-in-law? But, sister-in-law, if you put yourself in my shoes, you've lost your child for 18.5 years. It's such a long time. How can you say that a child is your son when you see him? He smiled bitterly and said. Then, you insist on the family's agreement. Ha ha ha. Isn't this a little too childish? He paused for a moment before continuing, besides, extracting the blood from the tip of the tongue isn't a big deal at all. It's just a simple prick of the needle, and it's done before anyone even realizes it. As for his finger, Chu Fei Long frowned and said in an arrogant voice, how can a man not bleed in this chaotic world? Who doesn't get hurt? For a few pieces of purple crystals and white crystals, they can even turn the world upside down and leave corpses everywhere. What's more, this is an important matter for the heir of a big family. It's just 5 fingers, but they can prove his bloodline. Even if they're broken, so what? Moreover, Lu Eng's injury isn't unrecoverable. The Chu family has many miraculous medicines. As long as it's proven that he's my eldest nephew, we'll not only treat his injuries, but also provide him with all our resources for his cultivation. We'll hope that he'll achieve something soon and bring glory to our ancestors. But if it's proven that he's not of our Chu family's bloodline, then, what's the point of losing his 5 fingers? He laughed coldly. Not only his 5 fingers, even the rest of his bones will be broken and interrogated. Who came up with such an idea to destroy our Chu family's bloodline so effortlessly? Chu Feiling and Chu Feiyan had already quietly entered the room and were listening to these words. It had to be said that Chu Feilong's words were reasonable. From the big and small points, strengths and weaknesses, as well as the distance and near, they were all considered. It was impeccable. Chu Fian recognized Chu Yang. But at this moment, Chu Feilong, Yang Ruolan and Chu Xiongqing were all covered up and couldn't see them. When he heard Chu Feilong's words, he couldn't help but agree. Second brother's words make sense. Chu Feiling suddenly turned his head and glared at him angrily. Yang Ruolan laughed coldly and said resolutely, "No matter what you say, I won't agree. This is my son. I'll fight with whoever dares to touch him." Old Master Chu Xiongqing frowned and persuaded, "Ruolan, look at this matter. Since you're so confident, we're only going to verify his identity. Don't tell me that we don't even have the right to verify the identity of our Chu family's grandson?" Yang Ruolan said blankly, "We need to verify his identity, but not now. If we don't want to verify his identity now, we'll have to break my son's 5 fingers. I won't allow that. If we really want to verify his identity, then we'll have to wait until my son wakes up." Chu Feilong's eyes flashed and he said, "What if he doesn't wake up?" "Then we'll wait." Yang Ruolan said resolutely, "We'll wait until he wakes up." "Ha ha ha. Sister-in-law. What's your intention for delaying time like this?" Chu Feilong took a breath and said solemnly, "Time is the most precious thing. 2 hours can destroy a clan. 3 days and 3 nights is enough to change a dynasty." He sighed softly, "Sister-in-law, if we continue to delay, who knows where the crisis will be?" Upon hearing this, Chu Xiongqing and Chu Fian were both shocked and moved. Although the Chu clan was one of the 3 superpowers in the flat mountain ridge, the 3 superpowers were in turmoil now for unknown reasons. They heard that it was because of the Tribulation Sword Master, and that the higher-ups had made arrangements. The next step for the flat mountain ridge was to unify. At such a time, the 3 superpowers were willing to do anything. And Chu Feiling had found his son at such a critical juncture. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Chu Feike's face was solemn and worried, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. Yang Ruolan already had one foot in her trap. After he received the news, he didn't make any moves on the surface, but secretly started to investigate. He soon found out that Chu Yang was holding on to the purple crystal jade essence tightly. So when he came personally and saw Chu Yang holding on to the purple crystal jade essence, he was even more determined. In fact, when he saw Chu Yang, who looked almost the same as his elder brother when he was young, he had already confirmed that this was true. But he couldn't admit it. Not only could he not admit it, but this was also an important time to attack Chu Feiling. Once he missed this opportunity, he might regret it for life. As long as Yang Ruolan left the Chu clan with her son, Chu Feiling's father-in-law, who was a powerful helper, would be half destroyed, so he insisted on verifying the identity of his son. He understood what a loving mother meant. Her son, who had been missing for 18 years, had returned to her side and was unconscious. Which mother would be so cruel as to break her son's 5 fingers to verify his identity at such a time? She would rather die than do that. So, as long as you don't agree, I have my ways. What I'm afraid of is that you're willing, Yang Ruolan said coldly and resolutely, "No matter what, whoever dares to touch my son will have to step over my dead body first." Chu Feiling's body shook and he said hoarsely, "Ruolan." Yang Ruolan tilted her head and stubbornly ignored him. Chu Feiling shook his head and sighed. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he whispered, "Sister-in-law, this matter can't be arranged by the Yang clan?" The king of hell wakes up. Yang Ruolan squinted her eyes. What do you mean? Chu Feilong sighed and said, this is a matter that concerns the future of our Chu clan. Sister-in-law, why do you insist on stopping us? He suddenly said with grief and indignation, Sister-in-law, what are your intentions? You insist that this is your son. We want to verify his identity and ensure the purity of his bloodline, but you're obstructing us again. You're even threatening us with your life just to verify his identity. Chu Feilong shook his head and sighed. His face was solemn. I really don't want to suspect you, sister-in-law. Chu Xiongqing and Chu Feiyan lowered their heads as they heard this. Chu Feilong's words were reasonable and logical. Everyone couldn't help but think too much about it. In the eyes of men, even if they had to lose an arm to prove their innocence, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. What's more, it's just 5 fingers, in the Jianghu, who hadn't paid a price that was more serious than these 5 fingers? For the Chu clan to be able to stand in the upper 3 heavens, how many people had died, let alone 5 fingers, but they didn't realize how cruel it was to break the fingers of a mother who owed 18 years of debt to her son in front of her. Chu Feilong made use of the iron-blooded indifference of the people in the martial world and the feelings of a mother who was full of guilt. He knew that even if Yang Ruolan died, she wouldn't allow anyone to touch a single strand of her son's hair. That's why he provoked her so unscrupulously. Moreover, he was acting like a loyal and righteous person, justifying his coercion. Chu Feilong. You're too much. Chu Feiling stepped forward and said angrily, how dare you speak to your sister-in-law like this? I'm sorry, big brother. Chu Feilong's face was solemn and helpless. Please believe me. I don't want to suspect my sister-in-law more than anyone else. But you're still suspicious. Chu Feiling said angrily, you don't believe your sister-in-law, but do you believe my words? I've said that this is my son. My only son. He's the descendant whom the Chu clan owes 18 years of debt. Is that enough? Not enough. Chu Feilong straightened his back and said frankly, big brother, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that. I'm more convinced that, the blood of the tip of the tongue and the hum of the amethyst. That is the bloodline that has been recognized since birth. His eyes were filled with guilt as he said, big brother, I know that you and sister-in-law can't bear to part with her, but, how can this kind of thing be taken lightly? Love is long, but the heroic spirit is short. If there's really such a scheme, then it's a small matter for our Chu clan to become a laughingstock. It's a huge matter if we end up giving away all the blood and sweat that our ancestors have sacrificed for us. As he said till here, Chu Feilong's face was full of pain. He suddenly stood up and took 2 steps back. He tidied his clothes and knelt down. He said with a sorrowful face, big brother, please be ruthless, for the sake of our Chu clan. Sister-in-law, even if I'm being unreasonable today, please, show me the evidence. For the sake of the Chu clan, for the sake of the clan, for the sake of Sun Wandai, and for the sake of the blood of our ancestors. Chu Feilong knelt down. His tears actually dripped down, but he didn't even blink. He shouted painfully, big brother. Sister-in-law. Please, grant me my wish. Everyone was shocked when Chu Feilong knelt down. Old Master Chu Xiongqing looked at his second son with a complicated expression. There were some tears in his eyes, but there was also a trace of relief. A man should have gold under his knees. If he wasn't forced to the extreme, how could Chu Feilong, the current head of the Chu clan, be so compromising and kneel on the ground? It could be seen that Chu Feilong was loyal to his clan. He valued the inheritance of his bloodline even more. For the Chu clan to have such a grandson, it was enough to comfort their ancestors. Chu Feiyan stood by one side. This upright 4th son of the Chu clan was also deeply moved by Chu Feilong at this moment. He couldn't help but say, big brother. Chu Feiling gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He was well aware of Chu Feilong's intentions. He had always known that his second brother was cunning and sly. But he really didn't expect Chu Feilong to be able to do things to such an extent. In front of Chu Xiongqing, Chu Feiyan and Chu Feilong, Chu Feiling didn't have any way out. There was no way out. Chu Feilong. You, how are you? You're so vicious. Chu Feiling almost vomited blood. Chu Feilong knelt down. His face was full of loyalty. He looked straight into Chu Feiling's eyes and said sorrowfully, big brother, if you don't agree, I will kneel here until I die. His voice was fierce and resolute. Chu Xiongqing sighed. Fei Ling, your second brother has already knelt down in front of you. What else do you want? Don't tell me, you really want him to die? Chu Fei Ling suddenly turned back and looked at his father with grief and indignation. He said sorrowfully, Father, don't say any more. Let me ask you, your second brother, didn't he do it for our Chu clan? For our clan? Isn't it for you? What else do you want? Chu Xiongqing shouted. Chu Fei Ling trembled. Father, this poor child has been abandoned by us for 18 years. 18 years? He screamed. For 18 years, we didn't do anything for him. How did he grow up? It's really tough. Now that he's finally returned to the clan, he's going to cut off his fingers. He screamed. Father, how can you bear to do this? He's your grandson. Chu Xiongqing sighed and his eyes became wet. Chu Fei Long knelt on the ground and said resolutely, Big brother, it's too early to say the words grandson. Before we verify his identity, who can be sure that he's my grandson? He raised his head and said loudly, Of course, if we verify his identity, he's indeed the descendant of our Chu clan. Then, we'll compensate him in the future. We'll get whatever we want. But if not, our Chu clan can't afford to lose face like this, and can't bear such a loss. Big brother, can you stop being so muddle-headed? Brother, I'm begging you, begging you. Shut up. Chu Fei Ling said angrily. Chu Fei Long, don't think that the tricks you played all these years. He was furious and was about to say everything. Enough. Yang Ruolan suddenly interrupted him. She looked at Chu Fei Long, Chu Fei Yan, and Chu Xiongqing. After that, she looked away and looked at her son lovingly. Her gaze was extremely gentle and resolute. She knew that although the two of them knew that Chu Feilong was the one who did all those things, they didn't have any evidence at all. If Chu Feiling said it now, he would definitely be blamed by Chu Feilong. In that case, once a conflict broke out, Chu Feilong's fingers would definitely be cut off with Chu Xiongqing present. She took a deep breath, and her voice calmed down. I just want to ask the Chu family, is it necessary to carry out the bloodline test today? The Chu clan, Yang Ruolan had already proven her determination by saying these words. For her son, she would rather not be a member of the Chu clan. Of course. Absolutely. Sister-in-law, please fulfill my wish. Chu Feilong said sternly. He had waited so long for this moment. How could he give up this opportunity just because of Yang Ruolan's words? Naturally, he blocked her way out. All right. Yang Ruolan smiled gently. She said calmly, since the Chu clan can't tolerate my son, I'll take him away. Aren't you afraid that my son is fake? As long as I take him away, it won't matter if he's real or fake, right? Leave? Where are you going? Chu Feiling was shocked. Ruolan, don't be rash. Yang Ruolan shook her head calmly. I'm not rash. I'm leaving here to return to the Yang clan. She lowered her head and looked at her son's face. She said slowly, you won't let him take the surname Chu, but I can let him take the surname Yang. Chu Feilong heaved a sigh of relief secretly and said, Sister-in-law, why do you have to do this for such a simple matter? At this moment, a voice suddenly said, yes, why do you have to do this for such a simple matter? Everyone heard Chu Feilong's words. Naturally, they knew that he was the one who said this. However, the second voice was unfamiliar to everyone. This voice was very calm and indifferent. Furthermore, it was filled with disdain and arrogance. The voice was clear, but every word was enunciated clearly. Furthermore, this voice was filled with weakness. He seemed to be out of breath, which made people who heard him couldn't help but worry that he wouldn't have the strength to continue after saying the first word. However, he said every word clearly. Although he was weak, he said it in one breath. The only strange thing was that no one had heard this voice before. Everyone was stunned, even Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling were stunned. An instant later, everyone turned their heads at the same time and looked at the unconscious youth on the bed. He had already opened his eyes. He didn't seem to have any strength, but his eyes were as clear as autumn water. Everyone was dumbstruck. Chu Yang, everyone argued for a long time. They all had the same thought, this fellow won't wake up. But at this moment, this little one had unexpectedly woken up. Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan were overjoyed when he woke up. However, Chu Feilong, who was kneeling on the ground, seemed to have lost his mind. This was such a heaven-sent opportunity. At the last moment, this fellow's words caused such a huge change. Their efforts were all for naught. Chu Yang raised his hand with difficulty. The purple crystal jade essence in his palm landed on the bed. He tried his best to smile and said weakly, "Since, then, it's only right to verify my identity, otherwise I would be too embarrassed to stay here." Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect this fellow to be so reasonable when he woke up. His body was as weak as cotton. Chu Yang coughed a few times and said weakly, "As a brother of the Chu clan, how can I not verify my identity?" A cold light flashed in his eyes, but because his head was lowered, no one saw it. He coughed a few times and said weakly, "This second uncle, I don't know if your sons have all been tested?" Chu Yan had been walking on a tightrope. A huge amount of heaven and earth origin energy surged out from the sword guard. An endless amount of divine spirit energy attacked his mind from the soul of the first tribulation sword master that he had devoured. This huge amount of divine spirit energy pushed Chu Yang to the brink of collapse thousands of times in these few days. It was as if he was walking on a tightrope at the speed of a turtle on a cliff covered with ice and snow. Furthermore, the tightrope was slippery because of the ice and snow. If he wasn't careful, he would be smashed into pieces. He didn't even know how long he had been unconscious for. Until there was a period of time when he felt as if he was in a warm embrace. It was a kind of happiness that was close to a baby's death. He was surrounded by his mother's aura. It was the warmth of a dream that he had yearned for 2 lifetimes. This feeling made him relax a lot. From then on, his progress gradually stabilized, until today, he suddenly felt that the warm aura suddenly became violent and angry, as if it was filled with pain. This feeling made the unconscious Chu Yang wake up a little. Although it wasn't the best time for Chu Yang to wake up, he almost forced himself to wake up. When he woke up and regained some consciousness, Chu Yang felt that his eyelids were as heavy as a mountain. He felt weak all over, as if he was paralyzed. His body seemed to be floating in the water, but also seemed to be floating in the sky. He couldn't calm down for a long time. There were only vague yet clear words that drilled into his ears, one sentence after another. Sentence after sentence, clear yet ethereal, as if he was talking in a dream. After a long time, Chu Yang finally understood. Could it be that he had returned to the Chu clan? What was going on? He didn't have time to think about anything. He only heard people talking more and more fiercely. The matter had already reached the point of no return. Feeling his mother's sadness and anger, Chu Yang opened his eyes recklessly. "This second uncle, I don't know if your sons have all been tested?" Chu Yang's words were earth-shattering. "Me? What do I need to test?" Chu Feilong was stunned. He subconsciously said, "My children aren't lost." Chu Yang smiled weakly. He forced himself to be alert and quickly changed the topic. "It's just that I don't know, what are the conditions for testing? How can I do that?" Chu Xianxia looked at the weak young man who was lying on the bed. His gaze was complicated, filled with love and calmness. After a long while, he said, "The key is the purple crystal jade essence in your hands." He sighed deeply. Back then, Rulan's father obtained the purple crystal jade essence. He split it into 2 pieces and asked a friend to help him make 2 jade pendants. One of the pieces was made by using your own blood from the tip of your tongue to break into the jade essence to form the word Chu. If it's really you, I'll extract a drop of blood from the tip of your tongue and pour it into the purple crystal jade essence. When it overlaps with the Chu character, it will naturally fuse, and the Chu character will turn golden. That is to verify his identity. Chu Xianxia said slowly. "Father is right. That's exactly the case." Chu Feilong nodded his head and looked at Chu Yang. He said kindly, "Young man, you must know that the purity of the clan's bloodline is related to the inheritance of the clan. Don't harbor any resentment." "I am very cooperative." Chu Yang said weakly, "I'm more eager than anyone to acknowledge my ancestors and have a family. I've been longing for 10 years." Hearing this, young Rulan's eyes were filled with tears again. She almost wanted to hug her son tightly and kiss him to her heart's content. This Purple crystal jade essence should be something that everyone in the Chu clan can use, right? Chu Yang coughed and said, because, after all, it contains the blood of a descendant of the Chu clan. As long as you're from the Chu clan, you should be able to use it, and there shouldn't be any conflicts. Theoretically, that's the case. Chu Xianxia touched his beard and faintly felt that Chu Yang's words had other intentions, but he couldn't figure out what it was. Chu Yang couldn't possibly want to stir up any trouble right after he returned, right? Chu Yang panted weakly and said hurriedly, then what are you waiting for? Isn't it just a drop of blood? Let's start quickly. I can't wait. Chu Feilong twitched his mouth in disdain. This country bumpkin seems to have been leaping for a long time. No wonder he's so impatient. Ever since Chu Yang opened his mouth, the fourth son of the Chu clan, Chu Feiyan, was stunned. Others really hadn't heard this voice before, but Chu Feiyan had heard it more than once. It's really this little one. Chu Feiyan wanted to groan out loud. The king of hell whose name shook the lower three heavens, Chu Feiyan's face became distorted. If others knew that he had already found him more than a year ago, but didn't have any concrete evidence and didn't bring him back, he had actually dragged on for more than a year. If father, sister-in-law, and elder brother knew, he would definitely not be able to keep his skin and flesh. It would be a miracle if he wasn't skinned alive. Furthermore, if the elder knew that he had done such a thing, he would probably be punished even more severely. He might even be punished to face the wall for decades. That wouldn't be strange at all. The entire clan was looking forward to it. You've already found him, yet you still dragged on for more than a year and a half. What kind of a bastard was this? Therefore, Chu Feiyan lowered his head and shrank to one side the moment Chu Yang opened his mouth. He thought to himself, if there's really light, then how can I erase this matter? It seems that the root of the problem is still this little one. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Ruolan used her trembling hand to hold a thin needle and gently pricked the tip of Chu Yang's tongue. A drop of red blood seeped out. Chu Xianxia waved his hand and that drop of blood flew out from the tip of Chu Yang's tongue and landed on the purple crystal jade essence. Immediately after, Old Master Chu suddenly let out a hiss sound. His entire body was covered in white light. He had already activated his divine technique to control this drop of blood and imprinted it on the Chu character between the purple crystal jade essence. He originally thought that this would require a lot of strength. However, he didn't expect that the drop of blood would seep in almost instantaneously before he could exert any strength. In the next moment, the drop of blood seemed to have its own consciousness as it climbed onto the Chu word. Then, without any warning, the Chu word suddenly shone brightly and turned into a bright golden color. Around the Chu character on the jade essence, a ring of purple light soared, appearing extremely majestic. Then, a line of small words suddenly appeared in this circle of light. Everyone looked at it. Blood on the tip of the tongue, soul of the purple crystal, the bloodline of the Chu clan, confirmed. The heavenly precision technique is unquestionable. These 24 words were as thin as a strand of hair, but the strokes were clear. They naturally carried a sense of arrogance. It's him. It's definitely him. In the inner chamber, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Including Chu Feilong. His expression now seemed to be that of surprise from the bottom of his heart. Child, it's been hard on you. Chu Xianxia cried and hugged Chu Yang in his arms. Chu Yang hissed and exhaled, gently, gently, my bones are about to break. His entire body was weak now, just like cotton. After being hugged by Old Master Chu, his bones were almost fractured. Old Master Chu then realized, oh. He hurriedly let go of him. Although they were already prepared, Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan were still shocked by this huge surprise. In that instant, they felt that their hearts were beating like drums and almost jumped out of their throats. The two of them stood there in a daze. For a moment, they couldn't even move. My son. It's really my son. Now, there was no longer any doubt. Even Chu Feilong didn't have any reason now. Congratulations, elder sister-in-law. Congratulations, elder brother. Chu Feilong and Chu Feiyan congratulated at the same time. Their voices were sincere, but which one was sincere and which one was fake? It was worth pondering over. The entire room seemed to be filled with a jubilant atmosphere. The hostility from before seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Chu Feilong naturally hoped that this matter would pass just like this. He was very depressed now. He had painstakingly built up everything, but it was all gone just like that. How depressed was he? As for Chu Xiongqing, old master naturally didn't want any more twists and turns. After all, they were all from the same clan, and they were all his sons. Old master didn't want to see any unhappiness. Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling only wanted to chase them away at this moment. Son, I haven't hugged you properly yet. This was a good time to talk. However, some people didn't want this matter to pass just like that. My identity has been verified? Chu Yang panted weakly, and there was a sense of grief and indignation in his voice. Good boy, it's been verified, it's been verified. You're my good grandson. I'll be the first to tear apart anyone who dares to say otherwise. Chu Xiongqing hurriedly assured and comforted him. His old eyes were still a little red. Poor child. He is so loyal, honest, polite, and sensible, that's great. Then I'm the Chu clan's eldest grandson? Chu Yang's voice was weak, but he persisted in asking. It was as if he would faint after asking this question. Of course. Old Master Chu Xiongqing gave the final word. That's great. If that's the case, then call the daughters of second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, and so on. Let's test them. Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief and said in a comforting manner. He said it very briskly, as if he was saying, after holding it in for so long, I can finally take a piss. It feels so good. Come and take a piss too. It was so normal, however, everyone was stunned. Test? Why? Old Master Chu was a little dizzy. Grandfather. I'm thinking for the clan. Our Chu clan's bloodline must be pure. For the thousands of years of blood and life of our ancestors. For the purity of our descendants for thousands of years. Chu Yang's voice was so weak that it seemed as if he was about to stop breathing. However, his voice was full of righteousness. His loyal and devoted heart could illuminate the sun and the moon. He said resolutely and decisively. For the clan, for the inheritance, we must test it. This. Old Master Chu was in a difficult position, there's no need for that, right? Chu Feilong smiled and said, Nephew, my family's situation is different from yours. Your brothers have never gone missing. Chu Yang's face was full of loyalty and honesty. He even looked a little silly, as he said this. His heart was filled with hatred. Damn it, why would I care about your second uncle? You're obviously up to no good. How dare you bully my mother like this? Damn it, if I don't play with you today, I'd rather not be surnamed Chu, I'll follow my mother's surname Yang. From today onwards, I'll be called Yang. Minister Chu was furious, but on the surface, he looked honest and loyal, with an innocent face. However, the moment Chu Yang's words left his mouth, everyone in the room was startled. Old Master Chu Xiongqing opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he couldn't. Finally, he closed his mouth and shook his head. Damn it, I was still praising him just now. I felt that this grandson of mine was very sensible and loyal. I didn't expect him to detonate a bomb with his next sentence. Furthermore, this bomb wasn't an ordinary one. He's really a troublemaker. On the first day he acknowledged his ancestors, he had already offended all three of his uncles. Chu Feiling's face turned black and he turned his head away. Yang Ruolan's face was calm and her heart was comforted. You dare to bully me? I have a son to stand up for me. Chu Feilong, let's see what you're going to do this time, it's so satisfying. You wanted to break my son's finger just now, but my son made you a cuckold the moment he opened his eyes. You're really quick to repay your debt, awesome. Chu Feilong's square and dignified face instantly turned purple. No matter how well-mannered he was, he couldn't tolerate such words. This was the greatest humiliation for a man. He said angrily, Big nephew, what do you mean by this? Chu Yang put on an honest smile, and said in a sincere tone as if he wanted to dig out his own heart, Second uncle, although this nephew has just entered the clan today, but just now, second uncle was full of righteousness for the clan, and your words and actions were full of loyalty and righteousness. I admire you very much. From that moment on, I've already vowed to learn from you and follow your example. I'll wholeheartedly work for the clan. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords, plunge into a sea of fire, and jump into a pot of boiling oil. We must bring glory to our Chu clan and maintain the purity of our bloodline. He weakly took a few deep breaths before he continued to speak from the bottom of his heart. Second uncle, you see, although I just entered the family today, my father is the family head, and I am naturally the eldest grandson. How heavy is the responsibility on my shoulders? Now that the heavenly layer is surging, people's hearts are unfathomable, and schemes are emerging endlessly. My Chu clan isn't one of the top ruling clans, right? Their position is rather unstable. Everyone wants to annex them, right? What kind of dire situation is this? Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. Such a heavy burden is about to fall on my shoulders. Poor little nephew, how can I bear it? That will require second uncle's assistance. Minister Chu's words were sincere and sincere. His words were full of affection and good intentions. However, everyone had mixed feelings in their hearts. Judging from the way this guy spoke, it seemed like he already considered himself to be the future clan head. He actually said, a heavy burden, small shoulders. Did he say that he wanted you to be the clan head? He actually said, second uncle, you have to assist me. What the heck? After Minister Chu finished speaking, he even added, second uncle, don't you think so? Without waiting for Chu Fei Long to reply, Chu Yang had already smoothly continued, second uncle, of course, has no objections. Anyone with a discerning eye will know that I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart for the good of the clan. Chu Fei Long had just opened his mouth, but Chu Yang had already finished speaking. He couldn't help but stare. In front of his father and brother, how could he have the face to argue with his eldest nephew? He could only swallow a mouthful of saliva. Since my position is so important, my responsibility is so heavy. Chu Yang was full of responsibility. He said resolutely, how can I not give it my all? How can I not do it for the sake of the clan? How can I not ensure the purity of the clan's bloodline? Fortunately, this is a heaven-sent opportunity. With the purple crystal jade essence and the bloodline of the Chu clan in it, we'll know whether it's pure or not after a test. Chu Yang chuckled and said with great success, besides, this isn't a troublesome matter. I just need to call my brothers and sisters over and prick them lightly. Everything will be fine. Furthermore, I don't need to break my fingers. I've already pricked them just now. It doesn't hurt at all. From his tone, it seemed that he was very proud of this idea that he had thought of. You've indeed pricked them, but what's your situation? Why should others prick them for no reason? Besides, how is this a simple prick? This is simply a humiliation, a complete humiliation. This matter isn't just a matter of bloodline. It's directly related to the survival of the clan. Chu Yang said sincerely, I know that this matter has offended second uncle, third uncle and fourth uncle. But, seeing that I'm wholeheartedly doing this for the clan, I believe that the few of you won't blame me. Second uncle, why don't you call your brothers over for a test? Everyone will be at ease, right? After going around in circles, Chu Yang had directly raised this matter to the height that Chu Fei Long had mentioned just now. In fact, it was even higher than that. Furthermore, all these methods were used by Chu Fei Long just now. Now, Minister Chu was using the same method. He was giving Chu Fei Long a taste of his own medicine. Furthermore, he made Chu Fei Long speechless. Chu Fei Yan was sweating profusely at the back. This fellow is a schemer in the lower three heavens. Diwu Qingrou's huge empire was ruined by him in a year's time. At this moment, second brother, you've really met a troublesome person. It's only the first day, and he's already in such a mess. Furthermore, he's still lying down and unable to get up. If I wait for him to stand up energetically. Damn it, luckily I didn't offend him. The one who offended him was second brother. Nonsense. I've never lost my son. What's there to test? There's no need to test. Chu Fei Long angrily rebuked, what accident happened there? Chu Yang was displeased, second uncle, you're wrong. When did I say that there was an accident? Everyone was exasperated, when did you say that? You kept saying that there was an accident. Furthermore, just because you've never lost your son doesn't mean that he's your son. What if? It's a clan scandal. Let's not talk about it. It's more important to verify his identity. Minister Chu sighed with emotion. Of course, with second uncle's character and charisma, I definitely trust you. However, no matter how good your character is, it's not as good as solid evidence. The most important evidence of our Chu clan's bloodline is the blood of the tongue and the soul of the purple crystal. It's just a small prick. Second uncle, why are you stopping me? Don't tell me, you have ulterior motives? Chu Yang's eyes turned cold. Second uncle, you're stubbornly stopping our Chu clan from verifying his identity. What are you up to? Chu Feilong was so angry that his whole body started to tremble. These words were exactly what he had said to Yang Ruolan just now. He had almost driven Yang Ruolan crazy just now. Now that these words were being said to him, Chu Feilong finally knew what it felt like to be wronged for no reason. His limbs were cold and his chest was about to explode. Chu Yang sighed and said, Second uncle, it's true. Although my brothers aren't lost. But, what if? Second uncle, it's a small matter for us to raise someone else's son. However, the Chu clan's legacy and the efforts of our ancestors. How can we? It's really hard to say this. As a junior, I'm embarrassed to say this. Old Master Chu Xianxia's face turned black. You've even said that you're raising someone else's son, and you're still embarrassed to say it? Chu Feiling felt that his son was a little too much. No matter what, I'm still your second uncle before you fall out with him. But you're being accused of being a cuckold. It's a little inappropriate. Therefore, he wanted to stop Chu Yang, but Yang Ruolan grabbed him and rolled her eyes. Yang Ruolan was feeling very comfortable after hearing this. She felt that she had never felt so good ever since she was a young lady in her maiden home. Chu Yang's words were better than thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers. Seeing that Chu Feiling wanted to stop Chu Yang, Yang Ruolan was furious. You bastard, you brainless fool. Can't you see that he's standing up for us? I'm feeling very gratified. Why are you stopping me? Evil creatures. No matter how scheming Chu Feilong was, he was still angered by Chu Yang. He couldn't help but roar. Second uncle, you're right. Those with unknown origins are evil creatures. Chu Yang said in agreement, we have to verify their identities. We can't let those evil creatures of unknown origins exist in our Chu clan. Alright, it was just your brothers, but now it's a bunch of evil creatures of unknown origins. Old Master Chu Xianxia was sitting at one side and had already fainted. Although Old Master Chu had some tricks up his sleeves, he was still a pure warrior in his bones. Everything was direct and efficient. This was his strength. But if he were to be involved in such a conspiracy, it would be better to just cut off his head. Now, his eldest grandson and second son were at loggerheads. Old Master Chu couldn't say anything. He couldn't even leave in a huff. He was in a dilemma. You mean, you suspect that your second aunt is unfaithful? Chu Feilong bent down and looked at Chu Yang dangerously. A junior saying that an elder is unfaithful, this was a taboo in any clan. Chu Feilong's question was somewhat sinister. When did I ever say such disgraceful words? Chu Yang cried out as if he had been wronged, you shouldn't accuse me like this. I'm only suspecting the origins of those bastards. When did I mention my second aunt? Second uncle, you're slandering me like this. I'm very sad. He paused and suddenly realized something. Second uncle, in order to avoid verifying their identities, you actually used my second aunt's reputation? How can you do this? No matter what, my second aunt has lived with you for so many years, I'm really embarrassed to say this. Chu Feilong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Just now, when he knelt down, Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan had no way out. In less than an hour, Chu Yang had left him with no way out with just a few words. Furthermore, he was only making things difficult for Yang Ruolan. But now, what Chu Yang was doing was 10 times more humiliating than before, and he couldn't retaliate. Chu Feilong almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Xianxia, Chu Feiyan and Chu Feiling also almost spat out blood. Chu Xianxia sighed in his heart. The world is big and full of strange things. He's actually my grandson, and he's actually born in the Chu clan. The Chu clan has been loyal and upright for generations. This is really a donkey that came out of a flock of sheep. That mouth of his was like a knife. Chu Yang wasn't done yet. He said with a sad face, it's fine if you've wronged me. But for you to say such things about my aunt, don't you feel guilty at all? Furthermore, what did I say? I didn't say anything. Sigh, now I know what it means by if you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Everyone fainted when they heard this sentence. They had seen shameless people and troublesome people, but they had never seen such a troublesome person. You've said the most unpleasant words in the world, but you just said I didn't say anything, and I'm too embarrassed to say anything in the blink of an eye. Chu Fei Long's lips trembled and his whole body shivered. His hands and feet were cold. For the first time, Chu Fei Long regretted what he did today. His intestines were green with regret. Why did I provoke him for no reason? Now, I'm trapped and can't get out of this situation. Regardless of whether the test was carried out or not, I've suffered a great loss today. If word got out that the children I've raised for more than 10 years needed to be tested to prove that they're my children, then, how can I continue to live in this world? But if I don't do the test, how can I get through today? You keep saying that you're raising someone else's children. Is that a good thing? Chu Fei Long held his breath and asked word by word. Second uncle, you're being unreasonable. King of Hell Chu's words almost made Yang Rulan laugh out loud. Who's the one being unreasonable? I'm saying if. Chu Yang said with conviction, if. Second uncle, if. He looked very sad and indignant. The whole family is here. No matter what, I'm still surnamed Chu. How can I say this? Everyone scolded in their hearts. You still know that you're surnamed Chu? Chu Feilong is so scheming. You've already forced him to the point where he's about to commit suicide. What else do you want? Sure enough, Chu Yang said, in all my life, I've always left some leeway in everything I do. That way, we'll be on good terms in the future. Patience was like a knife above his head. No matter how angry he was, he would let go when he had to let go. If he could spare someone, he would spare them. But second uncle, you didn't give him any leeway. Forcing me like this. So, he said with grief and indignation, how far do you want to push me before you stop? Everyone was dumbfounded. Look at how magnanimous you are. You even improvised a poem, like a saint. But, how thick-skinned did he have to be able to say something like this? How far are you going to push me before you're willing to stop? This sentence was definitely what Chu Fei Long was thinking right now. If someone else were to say this, Chu Fei Long would definitely hold on to that person's hand with tears in his eyes and say, "You're my soulmate." However, these words were actually spoken by Chu Yang, who was in the middle of forcing people to the point that it was too late for them to hang themselves. This was truly admirable. Ugh, Chu Fei Long finally couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, he covered his chest and started to pant heavily. He stared at Chu Yang and said word by word, if I absolutely don't agree to the verification of my identity, what will you do? Chu Yang twitched his mouth and said, isn't that simple? For the Chu clan, for the blood of our ancestors not to be wasted, for the efforts of our ancestors not to be wasted, for our descendants to live on for generations to come. Ha ha ha, I'd rather kill 1,000 innocents than to let off a single one. Second uncle, don't forget. Our surname is Chu. Chu Yang's eyes were like lightning. Although he was lying on the bed, his cold and resolute killing intent made Chu Xianxia, who had experienced hundreds of battles, break out in cold sweat. Kill? Chu Fei Long laughed coldly, you dare? I don't dare? Chu Yang's eyes became sharp, I'm the eldest grandson of the Chu clan. As long as I don't make any mistakes, this clan will be mine in the future. Second uncle, do you dare to make a bet with me? As long as you refuse to verify my identity today, I dare to eradicate them one by one in the future. He laughed sinisterly, just like what you said when you bit off my finger to force my mother. This is for the Chu clan. For generations to come. I'm upright and have a clear conscience. The atmosphere in the room froze. Not to mention these few people now, even if you're still strong and have a few more children in the future, every one of them must be verified by the blood of the tongue and the soul of the purple crystal. If I don't verify, I'll kill every single one of them. Chu Yang said slowly, I believe that the ancestors of the Chu clan will agree. Chu Fei Long only felt a wave of anger in his chest. Without thinking, he said angrily, let's see who kills who first. Chu Yang had been waiting for this sentence. He immediately turned his gaze and said, Grandpa, listen, this is also what second uncle said. So far, I'm the only one whose bloodline has been verified. That is to say, only I am your grandson. Second uncle, he actually wants to kill me for an outsider, Chu Yang said with endless grievances. He felt so wrong that he was about to cry. How could he not make use of such a great deity beside him? Chu Xiongqing was confused and dizzy. Suddenly, he saw that the uncle and nephew who had just acknowledged each other were at daggers drawn and talking about life and death. He was thinking in his heart, what's going on? How did they end up here while they were talking? Then, he heard Chu Yang's words. He couldn't help but shout, how dare you? Chu Fei Long, what are you trying to do? Chu Fei Long's lips trembled and his face turned purple. He stared fiercely at Chu Yang. Am I wrong? Chu Yang shouted angrily, am I not doing this for the sake of the purity of the Chu clan's bloodline? Am I not doing this for your own good? Am I not doing this for Sun Wandai? Am I not doing this for the sake of the Chu clan? How am I wrong? Minister Chu said bitterly, how am I wrong? Second uncle, is this how you treat me? To put it bluntly, if one of your children belongs to someone else, how are you going to explain it? He said sorrowfully, you must know that there are many hats in this world. But there's a hat that has color. And it's like the grass in spring. Men don't like it, right? Second uncle, I'm doing this for your own good. Chu Fei Long shouted and spat out a mouthful of blood. His burly body was on the verge of collapsing. His square and dignified face was pale. He had never dreamt that he would be forced to such a state. Furthermore, his father was right in front of him. He couldn't do anything. So what if you spit out blood? I've been bullied and haven't spat out blood. Who are you putting on this act for? King of Hell Chu was already unforgiving. If you dare to treat the Chu clan's bloodline as a game, I'll ask my father to bring people to kill those who refuse to verify it. Grandfather is also here. I believe that he'll be able to distinguish between right and wrong. Stop talking, verify it. Old Master Chu Xiongqing's face was also purple. No matter how stupid he was, he could tell at this moment. If they didn't test it, the Chu clan would probably be torn apart by the war today. Father. Chu Fei Long raised his head in shock and looked at his father. What are you shouting for? Chu Xiongqing said angrily, isn't this all planned by you? You're still shouting here. He roared, call everyone here. I'll verify it myself. Chu Fei Long staggered back a few steps and fell onto the chair. Today, he had suffered a crushing defeat. Furthermore, the most aggrieved thing was that he had shot himself in the foot. Every time the other party retaliated, they used his own tactics. Every single one of his sharp words were exactly what he had just said. But when it was his turn, he felt 1,000 times worse, because the other party had already verified his identity. It was perfectly justified. Grandfather, you're so wise. Chu Yang flattered loudly. He sneered in his heart, go against me? Bully my mother? Humph. Second brother Chu, this matter won't end so easily. I'll settle the scores with you for the past 18 years sooner or later. With a command, a few youths came in. They were the younger generation of the Chu clan. Second brother Chu Fei Long's 3 sons, Chu Tinghu, Chu Tingjiao and Chu Tingyun. Third brother Chu Feiyan's 2 sons, Chu Tingxiao and Chu Tingkong. Fourth brother Chu Fei Yin still didn't have any descendants. At this moment, these 5 youths were all aggrieved. Trouble would come from the sky if one had nothing to do. This saying was not false at all. They looked at Chu Yang, who was on the bed, and their gazes were as sharp as knives. Chu Yang was calm as usual. You little brats, Diwu Qingrou's army of 10 million has already been played to a pulp by me. What can you little brats do with a few glances? Yes, that square-faced and big-eared Chu Tinghu looks the same as Chu Fei Long. He's the eldest, and he's 18 years old? He's only 4 months younger than me. Chu Tingjiao, 17 years old, had a slanted face and looked very gloomy. Chu Tingyun, 15 years old, rolled his eyes back and forth. He's smart on the outside, but he's nothing to worry about. As for the 2 sons of his third uncle, the eldest one looked very loyal, while the second one was more lively. One was 17 years old, while the other was 13 years old. Chu Yang silently memorized the characteristics of these brothers. Minister Chu's photographic memory was not for nothing. As long as he wanted to remember someone, he could recognize him at a glance even if he only saw him once or after many years. As for the blood test, Chu Yang didn't want to do anything. He only did this to disgust Chu Feilong and to vent his anger for his mother. As for the rest, he really didn't think about it. Besides, even if Chu Yang wanted to do something to the restriction set up by Dukyu, he couldn't do anything now that the sword spirit was in a deep sleep. Not long after, the 5 youths finished the test. Although the jade pendant didn't emit a dazzling golden light like Chu Yang's, there was still a reflection. It was enough to show that they were the grandchildren of the Chu clan. Now it's clear. Chu Feilong's chest heaved up and down as he shouted angrily. But there was no reply. Looking at Chu Yang, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chu Yang had already closed his eyes, and his breathing was shallow. He had actually fallen asleep again. Chu Feilong punched the air with all his strength. This feeling was almost enough to make him vomit blood. Chu Feilong snorted angrily and left. I've really embarrassed myself today. I'm afraid that tomorrow, my scandal will start to spread in the upper 3 heavens. The youths all followed him out. Chu Feiyan wiped off his cold sweat and also slipped out. I'd better stay away from this little ancestor for the time being. He's too scary. Nothing good will happen when I'm around him. I'm always on tenterhooks. Chu Xiongqing sighed and didn't know what to say. At this moment, Chu Yang opened his eyes again. He happened to see Yang Rulan and Chu Feiling looking at him with sparkling eyes. Their eyes were full of desire. He couldn't help but smile and said, "Big, what big?" Chu Feiling was anxious and sweated profusely. He hurriedly stopped him. "I'm your father." "What are you talking about?" Chu Feiling was anxious and sweated profusely. He quickly shouted, "I'm your father." Chu Yang was speechless when he heard this. Old Master Chu Xiongqing was stunned and confused. He didn't expect Chu Feiling to have such a reaction when he finally found his son who had been missing for 18 years. He stared and stuttered, "What's going on?" Yang Rulan, who knew the inside story and knew why Chu Feiling had such a reaction, almost couldn't help but burst out laughing even though she was in such a state of agitation and worry about personal gains and losses. Chu Feiling's face turned red and he was tongue-tied. What about you?" Old Master Chu shouted, "Your son has been missing for 18 years and you're acting like this the moment he comes back. What's the meaning of this?" He turned to Chu Yang and said, "Don't be afraid, my dear grandson. Your father has such a bad temper. Grandpa will stand up for you." Chu Yang was surprised. After a long time, he said softly and uncertainly, "This is really the Chu clan?" The 3 of them fainted when they heard this. "Does this little ancestor think that this is a dream?" They nodded, "Of course." Chu Yang took a deep breath. "Then, you're really my grandfather? Your father and mother?" The 3 of them smiled and nodded with tears in their eyes. His words made the 3 of them feel very sad. Chu Yang closed his eyes and finally opened them. Pinch me. I can't move." He wanted to sit up, but he still didn't have the strength. Yang Ruolan finally burst into tears. "Child." She hugged him and burst into tears. Chu Yang felt his mother's tears slowly slide down and soak his chest. He felt a kind of indescribable bitterness in his heart. He muttered in a stupefied manner, "So, I'm not dreaming." Feeling his mother's embrace, Chu Yang's eyes slowly became moist. A feeling of weakness slowly rose in him. At this moment, the king of Hell Chu, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, actually felt an impulse to cry out loud. This weakness had nothing to do with courage or anything else. It was a feeling that could only be felt in front of a loved one. He was like a child, stubborn and proud. In the face of the storm of the world, he faced it alone, frowned coldly, and shouldered everything. When they were hurt, bullied, and in pain, all they could do was grit their teeth and smile coldly. But when she faced her parents, she couldn't help but cry. Even if he was smiling just a moment ago, when he suddenly saw the person closest to him, this kind of weakness and even grievance would suddenly surge up. Chu Yang quietly stayed in his mother's arms. He gritted his teeth and didn't want to cry. However, her eyes were sore, and her nose was sore. She couldn't help it, and 2 streams of tears slowly flowed out. Then, as if a floodgate had been opened, tears surged out. Chu Feiling and Chu Xianxia had mixed feelings when they saw the mother and daughter hugging each other after being separated for 18 years. The two of them wanted to say a few words of consolation, but at the same time, they felt as if something was stuck in their throats. They couldn't speak, and it seemed as if they would burst into tears if they opened their mouths. After a long while, Old Master Chu Xianxia said in a hoarse voice, "Rulin, your child is back. Your crying is making your child feel bad. This is a joyous occasion, don't cry." Young Rulin raised her head and saw that her son's chest was soaked by her tears. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She wanted to turn around and wipe her eyes, but she couldn't bear to let her eyes leave her son. She could only wipe them with the back of her hand. "This is your grandfather." Chu Feiling coughed and said, "Chu Yang, come and greet him." Chu Xianxia also looked at Chu Yang expectantly. He said excitedly, "He's called Chu Yang? His name has always been Chu Yang?" "Yes," Chu Feiling nodded awkwardly. "Greetings, grandfather." Chu Yang lay on the bed and was also a little embarrassed. "I don't know why. I can't get up, and I don't have the strength. I hope grandfather won't be offended." "Why would I be offended?" Chu Xianxia stroked his beard and smiled, "It's good that you're back. As for your body, I'll find the best doctor in the upper three heavens. You'll definitely recover. Don't worry." "Okay." Chu Yang responded softly. He looked at Chu Feiling. His lips moved for a long time and even his face turned red. Chu Feiling looked at him nervously. He was afraid that this little bastard would call him Big Brother. If that happened, he would quickly dig a hole in the ground. "Father," Chu Yang finally called out softly. Chu Feiling's heart relaxed when he heard Chu Yang call out to his mother. He also felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. He smiled and said, "Good boy. That's your mother." Chu Yang's eyes turned and looked at Yang Rulin. Yang Rulin's body trembled. She looked at him nervously. Her eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't dare to blink. She forced the corners of her mouth to curl up. She wanted to show a gentle smile, but the sour feeling in her heart made it a little distorted. The more she tried to calm down, the more she couldn't maintain the expression on her face. Chu Yang smiled gently. His eyes looked deeply at Yang Rulin's face. His lips moved, but he closed them again. He forced himself to control himself, but his lips were already flattened in the end. His handsome face was also twisted strangely. His heartbeat was like a drum. It was as if his heart was about to shoot out from his mouth. He had never dreamed that he would be so weak. He couldn't even say a word. After a long time, "Mother." Chu Yang finally called out. But his tone was different. His voice was thick, as if he was crying. "Yes." Yang Rulin had been waiting for a long time. She hurriedly agreed. Tears flowed out of her eyes. Her body trembled violently. "Good boy. My good boy. My good boy." She choked. After a long time, she gasped for breath. She reached out and hugged her son. It was as if she wanted to rub her son into her body. She blinked desperately and gasped for breath. Finally, she said with a voice that sounded like crying and laughing, You finally came home." She cried and laughed without any manners. She hugged her son tightly. It was as if her son would disappear in the next moment. After a long time, Yang Rulin jumped up and grabbed Chu Feiling's hand. Feiling, did you hear that? My son called me mother. My son called me mother. I've been waiting for this for 10 years. I've been waiting for 10 years. I finally heard it. My son is back. He's back. He's back." Chu Feiling held her hand tightly and said emotionally, Yes, my son is back. He's back." Thinking of the suffering and worry that the couple had suffered in the past 10 years, he couldn't help but tear up. His heart was filled with mixed feelings. Chu Xianxia turned his head slightly. 2 streams of tears fell from his eyes. After a long while, his emotional state started to weaken. Yang Rulin was already sitting by the bed. Her fingers gently stroked her son's face and hair. Her face was full of satisfaction. Her eyes were still moist. She would sob from time to time, but she had already calmed down. Son, how have you been all these years? Yang Rulan thought of Chu Yang's past that Wu Qianxian had told her. Her heart ached. All these years? Chu Yang smiled gently and said, all these years, it's been very peaceful. I didn't encounter any big problems. I grew up with my master. He's a very good person. He took care of me in every possible way. I didn't suffer any grievances. Everything went according to my temper. All these years were peaceful. Peaceful. Yang Rulan couldn't help but want to cry again. She hurriedly held it in. She knew that her son was saying this to lessen the guilt in her heart. But, isn't it a little ridiculous to say that you've been peaceful? How many perilous situations have you faced? How many times have you escaped? He had overturned the entire situation of the lower three heavens with his insignificant cultivation level. How could the word dangerous be enough to describe this? How many dangers have you faced when you went deep into the enemy's hinterland, the capital of Great Zhao? How many dangers have you faced? You fled alone for 13,000 miles. You were hunted down by the entire nation. You were surrounded by a force that was thousands of times stronger than you. How tragic was that? Why didn't you say anything about this? The situation in the lower three heavens was turbulent. You led your brothers to battle at the Lake of Despair. That wasn't peaceful. You didn't say anything about it because you wanted me to feel at ease. Yang Rulan felt that she was choking. She looked at her son's smiling face and tried hard to find traces of hardships on it. However, she was lost in her son's face. Good child. Yang Rulan said dotingly, father and mother couldn't take care of you personally. You're still so handsome. Chu Failing smiled and said, this won't change. You look like me. No matter where you grow up, you'll still be handsome. Shameless. Yang Rulan smiled through her tears. She suddenly felt that something was missing. She asked, where's father? Chu Failing said, he gave me his blessings to take care of you. He went to arrange for a doctor. He smiled and said, I saw him crying just now. He must be embarrassed in front of his daughter-in-law. He hurriedly left. He tried his best to make it sound humorous. Yang Rulan and Chu Yang smiled at each other. They felt that the heavy and sorrowful atmosphere was gradually fading away. I thought you were the one who left first. You're the first deity to become sworn brothers with your own son. Yang Rulan pouted and said mischievously. Now that there were only 3 of them left, Yang Rulan naturally wouldn't give him any face. Haha, when he heard this, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Yang Rulan saw that her words had finally made her son happy. She couldn't help but smile. Her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. She felt as warm as when her son was just born. She hugged and rocked him in her arms to coax him not to cry. As she thought about it, she couldn't help but feel motherly love. The way she looked at her son also became gentler. She looked at him as if he was a rare treasure. No matter how she looked at him, she couldn't get enough of him. His eyebrows were handsome, his eyes were handsome, his face was perfect. Even the smell on his body was so fresh and pleasant. Chu Yang said unjustly, I'm really being wronged. How would I dare to take advantage of you? You didn't give me any chance to explain. You forced me to kneel down before I agreed. Then, when I was about to stand up, you pressed my head down and smashed it on the ground. Stop. Stop talking. Chu Failing's face was full of black lines. How can you blame me for this? Chu Yang muttered. If I don't blame you, am I to blame? Chu Failing looked at him majestically, trying to establish the dignity of a father. Why don't you let grandfather be the judge? Chu Yang didn't back down. Don't, judge? You're making a fool out of me. Chu Failing was finally discouraged. He had no choice but to raise the white flag. He admitted defeat. Ha ha ha. Yang Rulan suddenly laughed. She was overjoyed. Then, the whole family chattered a lot at Chu Yang's bedside. This was especially so for Yang Rulan. She forced Chu Yang to recount everything that had happened since he was young. Chu Yang was helpless. He could only choose his words carefully, fearing that he would say something sensitive. He could see that his mother was emotionally fragile, Chu Failing rolled his eyes as he listened. Yang Ruolan was very persistent, especially when it came to dangerous and injured situations. Chu Yang was obviously unwilling to talk about it, or simply skipped over it. But Yang Ruolan always wanted to get to the bottom of it. Then, she forced the truth out of Chu Yang's mouth bit by bit. Then, she cried guiltily. Then, it was the same for the next matter. Chu Failing couldn't understand it at all. My pain isn't much less than yours, but it's really inconceivable that you have to make your son speak and cry like this. Thinking, he suddenly thought of something and said, Chu Yang, now that you've acknowledged your ancestors and returned to the clan, look at your name. Is it according to the family genealogy? Family genealogy? Chu Yang was stunned. Yes, when it comes to your generation, it happens to be the Ting generation. Chu Failing said, our Chu clan's order of seniority is usually based on one character. I'm from the Fei generation. Hero soar, glory for 1,000 years. Working together, honor the clan. Ting generation. Chu Yang frowned, what is this called? You just need to add one word, Chu Tingyang. Chu Failing said gently. Chu Tingyang? Chu Yang's face darkened. Must it be painful? I don't want pain anymore. Chu Failing frowned and wanted to scold him. Chu Yang rolled his eyes, I don't want to be in pain anymore. I've been in pain for 18 years, Yang Ruolan's heart ached. She hastily said, then don't call him Ting. Just call him Chu Yang. Don't worry, Mom will help you. Mom, you are a good person. Chu Yang lay down contentedly. Chu Failing's face darkened, this is the ancestral rule, the rules of the ancestors are also set by people. Yang Ruolan argued irrationally, in any case, Chu Yang is the best. Don't jump. Whoever wants to feel pain can feel the pain. Chu Yang blinked and revealed a heavy expression. He said, this name was given to me by my master. My master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. Moreover, this name contains the most important wish of my master's life. I really don't want to change it. Chu Failing breathed a sigh of relief and said, I see. Since you don't want to change it, I'll go and talk to my father. Your master has nurtured you and taught you. We must not be ungrateful. When we meet, I'll definitely give him a toast. Chu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he really didn't like the name Chu Tingyang at all. Even if you don't change your fate, you still need a nickname, right? Chu Failing touched his chin and said, how about Ting Ting? This way, you'll have seniority. Ting Ting? Chu Yang was stunned. He looked at Chu Failing in horror and couldn't speak for a long time. Before he spoke, Yang Ruolan exploded, what Ting Ting? Chu Failing. Shut the hell up. My son's name will be Chu Yang. His nickname will be Yang Yang. He's my son. I'll call the shots. Chu Failing's face darkened. If you call me your son, you'll have to call me an elder. Yang Ruolan glared at him and said, do you have the right to speak? Chu Failing wanted to cry but had no tears. At this moment, a voice said, what elder? It was Master Chu Xianxia, who was dragging an old man with a white beard. He strode in. It was the #1 doctor in the Chu clan, Dr. Chiu. Chu Failing was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly greeted him, cough cough, elder, that means, cough cough, in our Chu clan, this child has a lot of elders. He has to know the rules in the future, cough cough, yes. Master Chu Xianxia didn't bother to listen to his explanation. He responded casually and said, I see. Then, he urged Dr. Chiu to treat his grandson. Chu Failing secretly wiped away his cold sweat and sat down on the chair. He suddenly felt that there was a volcano under his butt, the kind that could erupt at any time. This day, he couldn't live on. Dr. Chiu put his fingers on Chu Yang's pulse and frowned, it's a little strange, why is there such a pulse? What's wrong? Chu Failing, Chu Xianxia and Yang Ruolan asked at the same time. The pulse is a little strange. Dr. Chiu frowned and frowned, I've never seen this before. Is it good or bad? Master Chu Xianxia hurriedly interrupted and thought, could it be that our Chu clan has another genius? This, young master's meridian seemed to have some elemental energy, and it's quite a lot. This shows that young master was very diligent in his cultivation. Dr. Cho pursed his lips and didn't know how to continue. What's next? Master Chu's eyes were fervent. But I don't know why, but he's injured. It seems that his meridians have been restrained, there's a break point in his meridians. Dr. Cho frowned, in other words, his cultivation has been destroyed. His cultivation has been destroyed? This sentence was really shocking. Chu Xianxia, Chu Feiling and Yang Rua Lan exclaimed at the same time. Divine Physician Chio's expression was grave. If I'm not mistaken, young master must have offended some powerful cultivator, and this powerful cultivator must have placed a seal under young master's meridians. After a few days of rest, he'll be able to move freely. But if he wants to improve his cultivation, I'm afraid it'll be difficult. Let me see. Master Chu couldn't wait and grabbed Xu Yang's wrist. His monarch-level elemental energy surged into his meridians. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter, and his expression became more and more unpleasant. That's right, Xu Yang's meridians and vital energy were very dense. It was even far beyond the normal level that he could reach at his age. He could be said to be a super genius, but there were a few inexplicable obstructions in his meridians that prevented his elemental energy from flowing. With his monarch-level strength, it was as if he was facing a steel mountain. He didn't waver at all. Who did you offend? Who did this? Master Chu couldn't figure it out. Since this person was able to set up such a restriction, if he wanted to kill Chu Yang, he could do it thousands of times with a flip of his hand. Why did he spend so much effort to restrain Chu Yang's body? I don't know either. Chu Yang looked innocent. You're right. You won't be able to detect it even if you want to. Chu Xianxia sighed and said, I'll ask the elder to take a look at you when he comes out of seclusion. After that, he stood up and said, Fei Ling, tell the child about our clan. Let him rest for the next few days. When the elder comes out of seclusion, I'll report to him. I'll go to the Medicine Valley personally. Yes, Chu Fei Ling said worriedly. Yang Rulan grabbed Xu Yang's hand and comforted him. Yang, don't be afraid. Don't be depressed. You'll be fine. Xu Yang said, I'm not worried. Of course, he wasn't worried. Xu Yang was well aware of the situation in his body. This was clearly a temporary disorder caused by the overflowing of elemental energy and spirit. It wasn't a big deal at all. He just needed some time to straighten it out and everything would return to normal. But this matter was really hard to explain. How could he explain? Could he say that he was the Tribulation Sword Master and that he had swallowed the spirit of the first Tribulation Sword Master? If that was the case, Xu Yang reckoned that the elder would faint immediately. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 days, Yang Rulan didn't leave her son's side at all. She took care of him tirelessly. Finally, on the morning of the 3rd day, although Chu Yang's body was still weak, he could get out of bed with his own strength. He stood up and walked around the courtyard. Chu Yang regained the ability to move on this day. All his strength was accumulated in his meridians and consciousness. Although Chu Yang's body didn't have any strength now, his spirit was becoming more solid day by day. If the spirit of an ordinary person was a light smoke, then the spirit of an expert was a piece of white paper with a shape. The spirit of a super expert was like a towering tree. And now, Chu Yang's divine soul was already a verdant little tree that was growing healthily. And his spirit tree was different from other trees. Compared to an ordinary expert, his spirit tree was a golden crystal jade sandalwood. Golden crystal jade sandalwood was the toughest tree in the heavenly continent. This tree only existed in legends. It was said that it could even withstand the attack of a supreme martial artist, and in these few days, Chu Yang understood the situation of the Chu clan thoroughly. There were 2 mysterious elders in the Chu clan who were in seclusion all year round. His grandfather, Chu Xianxia, had 2 brothers. But his second brother, Chu Xiongwei, went missing when he was in his prime. No one knew if he was alive or dead. Below them were his father's generation. The 4 brothers were Chu Feiling, Chu Feilong, Chu Feian and Chu Fian. Together, they were a homonym of exquisite smoke. Chu Yang didn't know if there was a meaning behind this. In his generation, Chu Feilong had 3 sons, Chu Feian had 2 sons and 1 daughter, and Chu Fian had 1 daughter. It seemed that Chu Feian's daughter, Chu Lu was born with a chronic illness. Chu Feiyan spent most of his time outside looking for medicine and was rarely at home. The Chu clan was located in the flat mountain ridge in the southeast corner of the upper three heavens. It was one of the three big clans there. The Chu clan's strength wasn't considered a super clan in the upper three heavens. It was barely considered a small clan that could establish itself. Chu Yang once asked about the Wind Thunder platform intentionally. Because in his previous life, he received the summon of the fifth fragment of the Calamity Sword at the Wind Thunder platform. But Chu Feiling's answer made Chu Yang smile bitterly. The Wind Thunder platform was located in the northwest of the upper three heavens. It was extremely desolate. It was more than 37,000 miles away from his current location. The situation in the upper three heavens was complicated. The Chu clan was content to stay in one corner, but there were also constant conflicts in the open and in the dark. The current strength of the Chu clan was basically in the hands of the clan master. The high-level experts were basically the seniors of the Chu clan. They were all in seclusion when they had nothing to do. The other two big clans in the flat mountain ridge, the Bao clan and the Liao clan, were slightly weaker than the Chu clan, but not by much. The two clans were abnormally strong. Small frictions and conflicts happened every day. And this flat mountain ridge and the entire southeast area after the flat mountain ridge belonged to the Shao clan, one of the big dominant clans. There were dragons and crouching tigers, strange people, and sections. They were fighting for the chance to survive in the cruel survival of the fittest. A piece of land in the east, a Shao in the southeast, 10,000 miles of waves in the west. These were the clans, Shao clan and Chen clan. Shocking stones in the northwest, proud Ling clan in the southwest, fragrant orchids in the south. These were the Shi clan, Ling clan and Lan clan. Sharp swords in the north, mighty Zhuge clan in the south. These were the Li clan, Zhuge clan and Yi clan. These were the big dominant clans in the upper three heavens. The big clans each dominated a region. In the recent thousands of years, there were always some clans that emerged to fight for power and territory. Some clans even wanted to be independent and not be controlled by the big clans. Some clans even wanted to replace the big clans. These clans, without exception, were all annihilated. But it could also be seen that the big clans' control over the upper three heavens was not as good as before. The upper three heavens had been around for tens of thousands of years. Naturally, not everyone in the upper three heavens was a cultivator. There were more ordinary people. So, the basic necessities here could still be settled with gold and silver. But, as long as it involved the business of the big clans, it was a different situation. In the group of cultivators, they used spiritual energy to pave the way and crystal stones as currency to buy or exchange the items they wanted. Crystal stones were not only a currency, but also a source of spiritual energy for cultivation: purple crystal, black crystal, red crystal, blue crystal, and white crystal. One purple crystal was equivalent to 10 black crystals, one black crystal was equivalent to 10 red crystals, and so on. One purple crystal that was circulated by the government was equivalent to 10,000 white crystals. This was the ratio. King of Helchu felt that he was a pauper. He had never felt so poor before. After accepting Dukyu's white crystal ores, other than absorbing them, he also stored 7,000 to 8,000 pieces in his tribulation space. He had originally thought that this was a very, very large sum of wealth. Who would have thought that it was actually not even enough to exchange for a single purple crystal? As for the mountains of gold and silver in the space, King of Helchu sighed. I'll donate those to the clan in a few days. Letting the clan steward use it to do business with ordinary people, he really had no use for it. Motherf ****, I've been in the lower three heavens for half a lifetime. Everyone in the lower three heavens is either afraid of me or admiring me. I can also command a region in the lower three heavens. I didn't expect that I would become a small shrimp in the upper three heavens. Moreover, I'm a poor shrimp. In his previous life, although Chu Yang had reached the upper three heavens, he had only been a mere revered martial artist. He had taken a huge risk before he finally found an unknown channel and went straight to the Wind Thunder platform. They had to eat and sleep in the open along the way. They had to hide from place to place. When they finally arrived, they were immediately killed by Mo Tianji and his people. It could be said that he knew nothing about Wu San Tian. For the current Xianxia, even though he had the experience of 2 lifetimes, this upper 3 heavens was still a completely unfamiliar world, especially the big dominant clans that ruled the upper 3 heavens. Almost every clan had their own rules and taboos in their territory. In this way, the chances of conflict in the Jianghu would increase by 100 times. Not to mention that other than the big clans, in such a vast area like the upper 3 heavens, there were many different forces, and any one of these forces was not something that the current Xianxia could afford to offend. Everything was completely different from the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens. Whether it was the customs or the ways of the Jianghu, they were all completely different. When Xianxia had just finished listening, he was actually a little stunned. He remembered a sentence that Dukyu and Diwu Qingro had said before, actually, these are really nothing. Now that he thought about it, these words were really reasonable. The reason why Diwu Qingro admitted defeat so easily and did him a big favor while he himself obtained great luck, was because in his heart, these are really nothing. Indeed, they are nothing. Compared to the colorful world of the upper 3 heavens, the lower 3 heavens and the upper 3 heavens were like child's play. As for the so-called experts of the upper 3 heavens and the lower 3 heavens, in the vast world of the upper 3 heavens, they were even less than a fart. Xianxia had a feeling, I am a pauper, but I came to a world full of millionaires. What made him the most speechless was that the millionaires in his eyes were still at the lowest level here. He was like a beggar who suddenly came to a state banquet. There was a dazzling lineup, but it could not hide the confusion in his heart. What should I do? At night, Xianxia lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. Finally, he gritted his teeth and thought, what am I, Xianxia, afraid of? Didn't I come from beyond the heavens sect as a commoner? What am I afraid of? Didn't I still become the hegemony of Iron Cloud? When I first came to the upper 3 heavens, wasn't I alone and unarmed? In the end, didn't I overturn the entire upper 3 heavens? The upper 3 heavens is just a little bigger. That's all, he encouraged himself, and then began to plan what to do next. It was impossible to find the 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword in a short time. He could only establish a foothold in the clan, then build up the clan and develop it step by step. When he was strong enough and met the standards of the 5th fragment, he could go and find it. Before that, he could not let anyone find out about his identity, therefore, he had to abandon everything in the past. Everything had to start from the beginning. I am a pauper now. I have to put myself at the lowest level of the entire world, then climb up step by step. As long as I have the slightest arrogance, I am afraid I will die without a burial place. Xianxia slowly made up his mind, and his heart slowly calmed down. His identity as king of Helchu could not be mentioned again. He was an abandoned child that his parents found with great difficulty. As for his origin, he might as well use his brain. The name King of Helchu was famous in the lower 3 heavens, but there were very few people in the upper 3 heavens who would pay attention to it. In a huge world like the upper 3 heavens, there was probably no one who would put King of Helchu in their eyes. If he wanted to hide, he had a great chance. After a period of silence, he could slowly appear again. Then, no one would associate him with the Tribulation Sword Master. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly realized that Divine Dr. Chou's diagnosis of his cultivation being crippled was actually the best amulet in his current situation. Yes, Old Wu was crippled, Old Wu had to cultivate from the beginning. Have you ever seen a Tribulation Sword Master being crippled? Is this a joke? With this layer of protection, whatever he did would not attract much attention. If he secretly recovered his strength, not only could he protect himself, but more importantly, he could also trick people. Of course, during this period of time, he could not avoid seeking medical treatment, although it was a little troublesome for the clan. Chu Fei Long was now in charge. This old man had always been eyeing the 3 of them covetously. I will let him run errands for me. Of course, mother would also be worried. I will accompany her and coax her during this period of time, and everything will be fine. When I recover my cultivation and gradually rise up, I will treat it as compensation for her. Mother, one day, I will let you be proud of me. To manage external affairs, one must first settle internal affairs. The Chu family must be forged into a solid block of iron as the first step. Otherwise, with such a huge burden and concern here, he would be played to death by the big clans, and the rise of the clan depended on strength and wealth. Strength was martial power. Wealth was Motherf***Ker's crystal stones. Minister Chu gritted his teeth. Even if old Wu had to cheat and steal, he would still become the richest person in the heavens. Mother ****. You're so insidious. A voice sounded a little tired. Chu Yang was stunned. His divine sense entered the space of his consciousness, and he could not help but be surprised. You're awake? The one who spoke was the sword spirit. Your divine sense has been fixed forever. How can I not wake up? The sword spirit smiled bitterly. You're in the upper three heavens? Yes. Chu Yang nodded honestly. You're too weak now. So, your plan just now is completely feasible. The sword spirit pondered for a while and said, I basically agree with your approach and plan. Making a fortune quietly is the way of a king. He paused and reminded, I'm already awake now. I'll be able to recover in 3 days at most. In another half a month, I'll have the cultivation of the 4th fragment of the tribulation sword. Moreover, your divine sense has been fixed forever. Now that I'm in your body, there's no harm to your divine sense. So, if you're in absolute danger, or if you need to kill all of them, just call me out. He smiled ferociously. After 10,000 years, I can't wait to see what the experts of the upper three heavens are like now. Chu Yang smiled deeply. Don't worry, there'll be plenty of opportunities for you to make a move. The sword spirit smiled knowingly. A murderous aura reverberated back and forth in the tribulation space, as if a demon that had been suppressed for 10,000 years was showing its ferocious fangs. Chu Feiling and Yang Rulan were also sleepless that night when Chu Yang was making his plans. Say, what should we do about that? Yang Rulan frowned. There's nothing we can do. Chu Feiling sighed and lay beside his wife, somewhat absent-minded. Ever since his son went missing, he had been deprived of the right to share a bed with his wife. These few days, he had finally received the Emperor's grace. Chu Feiling felt that the bitterness was over and the sweetness was about to come. There's nothing we can do? Yang Rulan raised her eyebrows. Is my grandson going to stay in the lower three heavens like this? Then what do you want? Chu Feiling said innocently, firstly, your junior sister begged us not to tell him. We have to worry about this, don't we? If we fall out, she won't even let you see your grandson. That'll be really bad. Secondly, Yang has lost his cultivation and his meridians have been destroyed. Although he's forcing a smile every day to make us happy, we're all martial artists. How can we not know this feeling? If we mention this now, won't we only make him sad and worried, but we can't do anything about it? Won't this be torture? Alas. Yang Rulan sighed. She was upset and her heart was in a mess. After Chu Feiling finished speaking, he saw that his wife was no longer speaking, so he felt relieved. He leaned towards his wife and said gently, let's sleep. Yang Rulan was anxious and had no mood to think. She shouted angrily, get out. She stomped her foot. With a thud, Chu Feiling flew out of the bed and sat on the ground. He wanted to cry but had no tears. The next morning, Chu Yang told Chu Feiling about his plans. Chu Feiling was worried that if Chu Yang's identity was made public, it would cause unnecessary trouble. Moreover, people would use this as an excuse to attack him. Now that he heard Chu Yang's suggestion, it was exactly what he wanted and he agreed. He discussed a plan with his wife. When he was traveling in the three heavens, he accidentally found the purple crystal jade essence and then realized that it was his son. The whole family discussed this matter peacefully for a long time. After settling this matter, everyone felt as if a burden had been lifted from their minds. Father, you don't look too good. Chu Yang realized that Chu Feiling's face was a little pale and his eyes were a little red. He looked a little dispirited. Sigh. It's a long story. How could Chu Feiling tell his son about his shameful past? He said vaguely. Yang Ruolan blushed and looked at Chu Feiling. She was a little embarrassed. How could she not understand that Chu Feiling had been deprived of his right to do that when he was in his prime? And until now, he had never been a womanizer for 18 years, such a man was a rare and responsible man even in the entire heavens world. Not to mention his cultivation, tolerance, and other aspects, just this point alone was enough to make anyone admire him. She thought, if there's no harm in it, as she thought about it, her face blushed even more. Chu Yang saw that his parents' expressions became awkward and he couldn't help but laugh. He winked and said meaningfully, I know. Chu Feiling and Yang Ruolan slapped him and reprimanded him in unison. What do you know? Chu Yang staggered from the slap. At this moment, Old Master Chu Xianxia sent someone to report that he had invited a doctor and was about to come. These few days, Old Master had been coming here several times a day. It was obvious that he was very concerned. As for the doctors he had brought, there were more than 10 of them. Each of them was called a divine doctor in the local area. But after a long time, there was no effect. The miraculous doctors had all come with great ambitions and left dejectedly. Gradually, Chu Feiling and his wife lost all hope. After a while, Old Master came with a divine doctor. After a round of examination, he still left without any solution. The Old Master stayed behind. He didn't say anything and just sighed. The Old Master was worried about the Chu family's inheritance. This was a huge matter. Throughout history, the inheritance of aristocratic families was passed down to the elders and not to the young. It was to prevent brothers from killing each other. However, in Chu Feiling's generation, there was a problem. Originally, Chu Feiling's ability was more than enough to take over the position of clan master. However, she had strangely lost her own son, and since then, she had never had another child. In that case, there would be no successor. Besides, Chu Feiling had been depressed ever since he lost his son. He only cared about finding a son to comfort his wife, and he didn't pay much attention to the family affairs. Old Master had no choice but to let Chu Feilong take over. But I didn't expect that Chu Feilong's scheming methods were not inferior to Chu Feiling's. In fact, he was even better than Chu Feiling. He managed the entire Chu clan in an orderly manner, and it was thriving day by day. As a result, Old Master Chu began to mutter in his heart. Over the years, Chu Feilong's position had been confirmed. But he didn't expect that Chu Feilong would be found. This made Old Master ecstatic, but he was completely conflicted. Then, he saw that Sun Mo had a fight with his second uncle the moment he woke up, and even gained the upper hand. Old Master's heart began to move again. This fellow is definitely not a well-behaved fellow. If the position was passed to Chu Feilong, this fellow would definitely turn the Chu clan upside down in a few years' time. Therefore, Old Master had the idea of passing the position down to the elders. But, just as he had this idea, he heard that Sun Mo had been crippled. Old Master, who had just come out of a volcano, was suddenly thrown into an ice cave. This emotional journey was like riding a roller coaster. It was simply unbearable. Fortunately, Old Master didn't have a heart disease. Otherwise, his illness would have already acted up. Old Master held on to the slightest hope that Sun Mo could be cured. He kept looking for divine doctors to treat Sun Mo so that he could be cured quickly, but he didn't expect the divine doctors to shake their heads and stare. They were helpless. There was no need to mention how awkward Old Master's heart was. He shook his head and sighed for a while. Then, he sat down and comforted Chu Yang. What kind of eloquence did Minister Chu have? With just a few words, he managed to coax Old Master into a happy mood. Old Master squinted his eyes and stroked his beard. He felt that this Sun Mo was really to his liking. Smart, resourceful, and scheming. Once Sun Mo was cured, he would also have strength. Where could he find such a successor to the clan? But on the surface, he still kept a straight face and said, "Don't give me that. You only know how to flatter me." Chu Yang's face was full of admiration. He spread out his hands and said helplessly, "Look, if it was an ordinary person, he would have fainted. Only grandfather is so wise. You can tell that I'm flattering you at a glance. This really makes me feel a little defeated. Sigh, there are so many wise people in the heavens, but how many of them are deceived by others? It's impossible for second grandfather. Grandfather's eyes are like torches. He can see through everything. He's quick-witted and vigorous even though he's old. He saw through my thoughts clearly. Facing such a wise grandfather, flattery will definitely not work. I can only tell the truth in the future." Old Master's back straightened even more. He squinted his eyes and stroked his beard. He smiled deeply and said, "That's right. How can I be coaxed by a few words from a brat like you? Grandfather is so wise. I'm also experienced and knowledgeable. I've never seen a powerful person as clear-headed as you." Minister Chu said from the bottom of his heart. These words are reasonable. How can those vulgar people be compared to me? Old Master crossed his legs. He looked like he was floating in the air. Chu Yang once again threw out one flattery after another, as if it was free of charge. Master accepted all of them. Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling sat on one side in a daze. They only felt goosebumps all over their bodies. Their whole body was alternating between hot and cold. They looked at the shameless grandfather and grandson in disbelief. They only felt dizzy. Their father, who had always been majestic, would fly into a rage when he saw others flattering him. Now, he was more dizzy than anyone else. This well-behaved son, who looked upright, was now crazily flattering him. He said it so sincerely and innocently. The husband and wife only felt that they couldn't understand the ways of the world. After a long time, when Minister Chu's mouth was about to dry up, the old master finally stood up and said, "You guys chat, ha ha ha, my good grandson, you're really a good and considerate child. Grandpa will come and talk to you when he has time." Then, as if he was riding the clouds and riding the mist, he floated out of the room. He thought to himself, looks like, it won't be too late to look at the inheritance later. Chu Yang wiped his sweat and said, "That's amazing. Old Master's tolerance is too strong. An ordinary person would probably be blushing after being flattered by me for a third of the time." Old Master's face didn't even turn red from the beginning to the end. Yang Ruolan and Chu Feiling looked at each other. They were speechless, like two ducks who were struck dumb by lightning. In the afternoon, everyone in the Chu clan knelt down and kowtowed under the leadership of Chu Xianxia. Then, Chu Yang went forward and kowtowed to the ancestors one by one. The whole process was solemn. This announced that the eldest grandson of the Chu clan had finally returned. Minister Chu's face was solemn and he muttered in his heart, Chu Yang, who had been surnamed Chu for 10 years, was finally considered a member of the Chu clan today. Then, Old Master Chu Xianxia announced in public, Chu Yang was officially recognized as the eldest grandson of the Chu clan. From today onwards, Chu Yang's monthly salary would be distributed according to the standard of a direct descendant. Every month, he would receive 2 blue crystals and 50 white crystals. In addition, he would receive 500 taels of silver and 20 taels of gold for daily needs. When this decision was made, no one had any objections. Even Chu Feilong, who was angered by Chu Yang to the point of vomiting blood, seemed to have returned to normal today. He had a warm smile on his face and a graceful demeanor. The way he looked at Chu Yang was also filled with warmth. It was as if nothing had happened. This was his favorite nephew. Even with Chu Yang's scheming mind, he couldn't help but be shocked. Chu Feilong's scheming mind was indeed not to be underestimated. After suffering such humiliation, he actually acted as if nothing had happened. Such a smiling tiger was the most difficult to deal with. Then, it was time to greet the elders of the clan. Without exception, everyone gave a red packet. Chu Feilong handed over a red packet and laughed heartily. Naturally, Chu Yang was also respectful, friendly, and full of childlike feelings. This scene caused everyone in the hall to exclaim in admiration, the Chu clan's culture is indeed harmonious. Only Old Master Chu Xianxia, Chu Feiyan and Chu Feiling saw this scene and couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. This pair of uncle and nephew, if they didn't handle it well, the entire Chu clan would definitely be in a bloodbath. When Chu Yang met his fourth uncle Chu Feiyan, the red packet he gave him was especially heavy. Chu Yang raised his head, and saw a face full of anxiety and pleading. This face was very familiar. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and greeted his fourth uncle, but didn't say anything. Chu Fian was greatly relieved. He laughed heartily and patted Chu Yang's shoulder. What a great nephew. You're really talented, elegant, and handsome. Haha, I'll look for you in a while. Let's get to know each other better as uncle. Chu Yang smiled and agreed. Everyone's jaws dropped to the ground. Fourth brother is the punching bag of the entire clan. He's always so inflexible, as if everyone owes him a lot of money. When did he become so enthusiastic? Look at all the praises. His nephew whom he had just met had been praised to the point of being a flower. Chu Feilong's eyes flashed and he glanced at Chu Feiyan intentionally. Then, a few brothers came up to greet Chu Yang. Chu Tinghu came up first and stared at Chu Yang for a while before he finally greeted, Big brother. You may dispense with the formalities, Chu Yang said in an ostentatious manner. Chu Tinghu smiled and stepped aside. Chu Yang muttered in his heart, just like me, he's also a smiling tiger. However, his skills are still too low. The few little brothers came up to greet him one by one. Chu Yang also received them with a smile. Then, two little Lolas walked over. This is your third uncle's daughter, Lu Er. This is your fourth uncle's daughter, Xiaoxiao. Yang Rulan's eyes were full of pity. Chu Yang took a look and saw that Chu Lu Er was only 11 or 12 years old while Chu Xiaoxiao was only 5 years old. Chu Xiaoxiao was adorable and innocent. She took Chu Yang's red packet and jumped with joy. Her big eyes narrowed into crescents. As for Chu Lu Er, Chu Yang didn't know what to say. Her hair was a little yellow and her eyes were lifeless. She was frighteningly thin. Light green blood vessels were clearly visible on her fair skin. It was just a few steps, but she actually walked for a while. She was so tired that she was panting. She almost fainted when she bent down. Chu Yang hurriedly supported her and said, Lu Er, you don't have to be so polite. Then, he asked, Sister Lu Er, are you feeling unwell? Chu Lu Er smiled bleakly and said, I'm fine. Don't worry. Chu Yang was about to ask when Yang Rulan secretly gave him a look. Chu Yang could only swallow the question back into his stomach. A beautiful woman came out and carefully helped Chu Lu Er back. Her face was full of sorrow. Chu Yang looked at Chu Lu Er's back and was in a daze. Although Chu Lu Er was young, there was already a sense of despair in her eyes. Moreover, whether it was her expression or her aura, it was very similar to Mo Qingwu's expression when she was rejected by him in his previous life. It was a feeling of utter despair and despair, a feeling of sadness and sadness. Chu Yang's heart couldn't help but ache. On the way back, Yang Rulan sighed and said, Lu Er's life is too hard. She's such a lovable little girl, but she contracted such a strange disease. Strange disease? Chu Yang asked. Yes. Yang Rulan said, when your third aunt was pregnant with Lu Er, she was ambushed on the road and fought with them. Her fetus was hurt. At that time, no one thought much of it. But after Lu Er was born, she had a high fever and cried all night. It was only later that we got a doctor to take a look that we found out that the fetus was finally affected. Congenital deficiency. Yang Ruolan remained silent for a while. Then, she said these words. But if it was a simple congenital deficiency, it wouldn't be so serious. During this time, Chu Yang had been trying his best to digest the memories of the first-generation Tribulation Sword Master. Among them, there were medical skills. In addition, he was not unfamiliar with medical skills. Ever since he received the medical books from Dusher Qing, his attainments were already extraordinary. Naturally, he could tell that Yang Ruolan was hiding something from him. Congenital deficiency. Yes, she suffered a concussion in her mother's womb. I don't know what happened, but she injured her head. Every day, he would have a headache and his entire body would convulse and roll around in pain. Sometimes, she would suddenly fall into a coma for a long time. Usually, she would be very sleepy. Such a good little girl, to be tormented by this strange illness, sigh. Yang Ruolan let out a long sigh. There are so many divine doctors, is there really no way? Chu Yang frowned. There's nothing I can do. Yang Ruolan said a little angrily, those bunch of quacks didn't even find the cause of the illness. They could only see the child in pain but couldn't do anything. They didn't even have a way to reduce the child's pain. They could only watch the child continue to suffer. Sigh, for this child's illness, your third uncle has been out searching for elixirs all year round. He would only come home once when he found one. Your third aunt is younger than me this year. It looks like she's already much older than me. Even when her illness doesn't act up, she still has headaches. When it acts up, it's only 10 times worse. In other words, Lu Er is 11 years old this year. For the past 11 years, she has been in pain almost all the time. So that's how it is, Chu Yang said and frowned. No wonder Chu Lu Er had that kind of expression. She had been enduring this kind of pain all the time. She had already endured it for as long as her life was long. Chu Yang sighed deeply in his heart. How could this kind of pain be endured by a little girl who was like a flower? But not only did Chu Lu Er endure it, she had already endured it for 11 years. how did she endure it for 11 years? Would heavy pills be effective for this kind of illness? Normal heavy pills won't be effective, the sword spirit said in his consciousness. This illness is congenital. Her meridians are congenitally blocked and twisted. In her brain, there's also an extremely fine kind of damage. Normal medicines won't work at all. Normal medicines won't work? Xianxia pondered and said, that means there's still a way? Yes, but this method is also quite difficult. It needs to be gathered together before it can be treated, the sword spirit said. Gathered together? Xianxia asked. Gathered together means, absolute vine, colored lotus, single flower, jade clover ganoderma, life pangolin, lifeless deathwater, heavenly jade elixir, earthine soul ginseng, together with the ingredients for heavy pills and other rare herbs, to refine 3 special incomplete heavy pills. Only by taking 1 pill every month can the illness be completely cured. The sword spirit's words made Xianxia suck in a breath of cold air. Not to mention how difficult it was to find these 8 herbs, just their medicinal power alone was enough to shock people. Other than the jade clover ganoderma and heavenly jade elixir, the rest were all highly toxic. And all of them were top-class poisons in the world. It was one of the 10 most toxic poisons in the heavenly layer. When these poisons were mixed together, even a supreme martial artist would be poisoned to death. Now, they were actually used to treat a little girl who was like a flower? It's the limit, life also means death. Only between life and death can one come back from the dead. Your sister's life is already on the verge of extinction. And it's a congenital illness that's even more difficult to treat. That's why it needs to be gathered together. The sword spirit said, if she can't be treated within 2 years, I'm afraid. 2 years. Xianxia's eyes flickered. Some of these medicines should be able to be bought. Is there a way to temporarily reduce her pain? Not to give her a headache? Xianxia asked. The sword spirit hesitated and said, for the time being, there shouldn't be, unless I personally use the power of my 10,000-year spirit to suppress it for her. However, it can only be suppressed for 3 months at a time. After 3 months, it needs to be suppressed again. Xianxia said, that's best. Why don't you suppress it for her? The sword spirit rolled his eyes. Do you know that if the medicinal ingredients aren't found after 2 years, she won't be able to hold on? And if I suppress it for her at that time, I can suppress it for another 2 years. In other words, I can extend her lifespan by 2 years. And if I suppress it for her now, I can only suppress it for 2 years at the longest. After 2 years, if the medicinal ingredients aren't found, even the gods won't be able to save her. Why only 2 years? Xianxia was puzzled. Because her lifespan is only 2 years. So I can only suppress it for 2 years. Even if I don't suppress it now, I have to leave my spirit power for when her life is extinguished 2 years later. Suppress it. In other words, after I see her, there's only 2 years left. The sword spirit said, you decide what to do. Anyway, this doesn't cost me anything. Even if I suppress it, I won't use much of my spirit power. Besides, your spirit is eternally stable now, which has also caused my spirit to be eternally stable. I don't care. You don't care, but I do. Xianxia was conflicted. Of course, he didn't care about the spirit power. What he cared about was, if he couldn't find the medicinal ingredients in 2 years, what would he do? He sighed and couldn't make up his mind. As soon as he returned to his parents' courtyard, he was informed that his 4th uncle, Cultivation, had come to visit. Xianxia's spirits were lifted. Invite him in. Cultivation sneaked in sneakily and laughed dryly. Big brother, sister-in-law, eldest nephew, you're all here. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, Cultivation frowned. Young Rulin was dumbfounded. 4th brother. Are you sick? Cultivation frowned and looked at his 4th brother with dissatisfaction. You're an old man with children. How can you be so undignified in front of the younger generation? Cultivation nodded his head and bowed as he agreed. He thought to himself, my sins are now in your son's hands. If he says anything, I'll be beaten to a pulp. How can I still act like an elder, big brother, sister-in-law? Shouldn't you leave for a while? Cultivation laughed. I have something to discuss with eldest nephew. Something to discuss, you know each other? Young Rulin looked at Cultivation suspiciously. Chu Fian immediately broke out in a cold sweat and shook his head like a rattledrum. I don't know him. If you don't know him, why are you talking to him? Yang Rulan scrutinized him. I'll talk. I'll play. Large beads of sweat dripped from Chu Fian's forehead. Can't I talk to him for fun? Chu Feiling and Yang Rulan were speechless. They suddenly felt that the whole family seemed to be different since our son came back. What's going on? I'm talking to your son. It's inconvenient for the two of you to be here. Chu Fian pulled Chu Feiling and Yang Rulan out of the door. Then, he closed the door and heaved a long sigh of relief. What kind of exquisite mind does Minister Chu have? He knew at a glance that this guy didn't dare to say that he had seen him before. Well, why didn't he dare to say it? Well, he understood. The whole family had been looking for him for 18 years. He even followed him for a long time and didn't tell the family that he had seen him. Not to mention the family, if he said it, even his parents would tear him apart alive. Once he figured it out, Minister Chu immediately felt assured. At the same time, his heart suddenly brightened. Isn't this a very capable assistant? As long as... Humph, I can ask him to help me with anything. Looking at Chu Fian, who had turned his head back, Chu Yang said with a half-smile, so you're my fourth uncle. It's been a long time. Ha ha ha. Chu Fian's face turned bitter. He lowered his voice and said, eldest nephew, I'm here to discuss something with you. Alas. This? You must help me. What the hell? Chu Yang looked at Chu Fei Yan with a half-smile and crossed his legs. Fourth uncle, I'm very busy. My time is precious. Chu Fei Yan felt disgusted, but he couldn't do anything about it. He laughed dryly. Ha ha ha, Chu Yang exclaimed, hey, I'll make tea for fourth uncle. Don't trouble yourself. Chu Fei Yan hurriedly dissuaded him. Even if this little brat put croton in the tea, he could only bear with it. How could he let him make tea? Others didn't know how powerful King of Hell Chu was, but Chu Fei Yan was in the lower three heavens. How could he not know? This was a powerful person who overturned the lower three heavens when he was only a martial arts great master. In terms of scheming, Chu Fei Yan absolutely believed that no one in the Chu clan was a match for this young man in front of him. Although this guy looked harmless, if he really opened his mouth and bit someone, even a supreme martial artist would tremble. After he modestly declined, he was startled. This bastard said that he was going to make tea, but his butt was firmly stuck on the chair. He didn't even move an inch. He couldn't help but curse in his heart, little brat, but how could he not lower his head? He laughed dryly. Nephew, you're too enthusiastic. Chu Yang smiled gently. Third uncle, you're too polite. The two of them looked at each other and smiled at each other. The only difference was that Chu Fei Yan's smile was as bitter as Chinese gold thread, while Chu Yang's smile was as sweet as honey. Fourth uncle, what can I do for you? Minister Chu asked innocently. Chu Fei Yan shuddered and looked around. He leaned over and lowered his voice. Nephew, please don't tell me that I've seen you in the lower three heavens. Why? Chu Yang grinned and raised his eyebrows, revealing an extremely fake puzzled expression. Cough cough cough. Chu Fei Yan was so angry that he almost died. He looked at Chu Yang with a crooked mouth and an impulse to twitch. Bastard, you obviously know better than anyone else. But you're playing with me here. Just you wait, when I turn over a new leaf, if I don't catch you and smack your butt, in the end, he swallowed his anger and swallowed his anger. He knew that since this fellow had grasped his weakness, the chances of him turning the tables on this bastard was basically zero. Fourth uncle, you should know that this nephew has just arrived in the upper three heavens. There are many things that I don't understand. I don't know the ropes. Chu Yang changed the topic of discussion. Yes. Chu Fei Yan could only agree casually. He thought to himself, what is this guy thinking? Little nephew, it's difficult now. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. Chu Fei Yan was speechless. For example, I have medical skills, but there's no place for me to use them. Chu Yang lamented. Chu Fian was stunned. Medical skills, for example. I'm poor now. Chu Yang's voice was full of emotion. Fourth uncle, please be the judge. 50 white crystals and 2 blue crystals per month. What can I do with this? As for gold and silver, they're just a bunch of trash. Chu Feiyan said in a daze, but it's always been done this way. All the direct descendants of the Chu clan are treated equally, that's why I said it's not enough. Chu Yang looked at Chu Feiyan with disappointment. He increasingly felt that this fourth uncle of his was a little dull. Then what do you think we should do? Chu Feiyan asked. Why didn't you say this earlier? Do you know how long I've been waiting for you to say this? Chu Yang complained in his heart. He said enthusiastically, what else can we do? Third uncle, I need your help. Let's work together to earn big money. Each of us can get 10 million purple crystals. How cool is that? Chu Feiyan's eyes widened, 10 million purple crystals? You're not dreaming, right? There's so much in the upper heavens. Fourth uncle, you should know my ability. This is just a piece of cake for me, Chu Yang said confidently, what I lack now is a platform. That's all. Chu Feiyan said. So, in the entire clan, only you can help me. Chu Yang hugged Chu Feiyan's shoulders enthusiastically. He winked at Chu Feiyan, fourth uncle, will you help me? Chu Yang chuckled, fourth uncle, you can't not help me. Chu Feiyan felt that he had fallen into a trap. Do I dare to say that I won't help you? King changed the topic. Didn't you cover it up for so long just to trap me, if I say that I won't help you? I'm sure that you'll sell me to your grandfather and father in the next moment. Then, I'll be in trouble, how can I help you? Chu Feiyan felt as if there was a mouthful of burning iron sand in his throat. It was so troublesome to speak, it's very simple. So and so. So and so. That'll do. Chu Yang was exultant. He patted Chu Feiyan's shoulders heavily, fourth uncle, just wait to make a fortune. No matter what, I have to let you have some soup too, right? Chu Feiyan's face collapsed like a bitter gourd. Alas. Chu Feiyan sighed deeply, although I'm a punching bag in the Chu clan, but I'm also an elder. This is the first time in my life that I've been threatened like this, fourth uncle. Chu Yang said discontentedly, how is this threatening? We're cooperating sincerely. Alright, cooperation sincerely. Chu Feiyan was dejected. He really wanted to scold, how can cooperation be better than you, a brat, eating meat while I, as an uncle, can only drink soup? Besides, whether I can drink soup, depends on whether you've found your conscience. Chu Feiyan looked up at the sky miserably. He wanted to cry out loud, damn it, you bastard. Every time I came back, I was scolded by your parents and beaten by your grandfather. Now that I've finally found you, I've fallen into your evil hands again, why is my life so bitter? Where should I start? Chu Feiyan lamented for a while and accepted his fate. To deal with external problems, one must first settle internal problems. Chu Yang said confidently, isn't third aunt's Lu'er not in good health? Let me take a look at her. Lu'er? Chu Feiyan jumped up and widened his eyes, you can cure Lu'er? I mean, take a look. Chu Yang looked at him discontentedly, why are you making a fuss about nothing? Chu Feiyan was already on the move, if you can cure Lu'er. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. As he said, he couldn't help but sigh softly, that girl is really worrying. Chu Yang looked at him quietly. He looked at his fourth uncle who didn't seem to be scheming, but his eyes were filled with warmth and admiration. He slowly said, fourth uncle, you are a good uncle. Chu Yang said this with sincerity, from the words if you can cure Lu'er, I'm willing to sacrifice my life for you. Chu Yang felt a familial affection that he had never felt before. Only blood-related relatives would worry so much for their brother's daughter. Chu Feiyan snorted and said, what nonsense are you spouting? If I don't even care about my own niece, then I'm worse than a beast. He paused, then you wait here, I'll go and talk to third sister-in-law. I'll see what she thinks. As he said, he rushed out hurriedly. Chu Feiling and his wife, who were waiting in the courtyard outside, were guessing why their fourth brother was looking for Chu Yang. However, they saw Chu Feiyan rush out like a gust of wind. He walked so fast that he almost knocked into Chu Feiling. He couldn't help but be confused. The sky was getting dark. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? Chu Feiling walked in and asked Chu Yang. Oh, it's like this. We were talking about Luer's illness. I said that I've learned some medical skills before, so fourth uncle rushed out to look for third aunt. Chu Yang made an excuse. You too. Just based on your mediocre medical skills, who can you possibly cure? You're making your third aunt happy for no reason. Yang Ruolan rebuked. Chu Feiling frowned. He thought of the magical elixirs that Chu Yang gave him. Who knew if they could cure Chu Luer's illness? You still have those elixirs. Chu Feiling's question made Yang Ruolan suddenly realize. Yes, but not much. Chu Yang said, but, those elixirs can only treat injuries, nurse the body, and increase cultivation. They have no effect on congenital illnesses. Oh. I see. Chu Feiling heaved a sigh of relief. Chu Yang suddenly thought of something. Father, you must keep the fact that I gave you medicine to cure grandfather a secret. Don't tell anyone that I gave it to you. Chu Feiling glared at him. I know better than you. Both father and son knew that if the Chu clan was peaceful, it wouldn't matter if they knew. However, now that Chu Feilong was here, they had to be careful. If Chu Feilong sold this information, Chu Yang would never have a day of peace. His life might even be in danger. How would Chu Feiling dare to take such a risk? Hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Then, Chu Feiyan rushed in like a gust of wind with the frail Chu Luer in his arms. He rushed in too quickly, and the wind blew into Chu Luer's mouth, causing her to cough. Behind him, another white figure rushed in under the twilight. It was Chu Luer's mother, Chu Yang's third aunt, Duan Shui. At this moment, she looked anxious, with a hint of expectation and anxiety. Chu Yang hurriedly stood up. Third aunt. Duan Shui rushed over and grabbed Chu Yang's hand. Yang, can you cure Luer's illness? Chu Yang said cautiously, I've been taught medicine by an extraordinary person, so I have some attainments. However, whether I can cure her or not, I'll only know after seeing her. Then. Duan Shui said anxiously, why don't you take a look at Luer? Her eyes reddened as she said, Luer's illness, even the divine doctors of the Medicine Valley, said that they couldn't do anything about it. Your third uncle and I are really exhausted after all these years. Yang Ruolan held Duan Shui's hand and comforted her softly. Chu Yang smiled and looked at Chu Luer, who was in Chu Feiyan's arms, and said, come, Sister Luer, let me take a look at you. Chu Luer turned her head and looked at Chu Yang. She actually smiled quietly and said softly and slowly, Big brother, sorry to trouble you. She struggled out of Chu Feiyan's arms and walked over quietly. Her expression was actually very calm. She even looked a little stupefied. At such a young age, she actually looked as if she had seen through life and death and the ways of the world. Chu Yang knew that her illness was still ongoing. In other words, she was still having a headache now. But there was no trace of pain in this strong little girl's expression. She was already used to bearing it. The reason why she came here was so that her mother wouldn't be sad or worried about her. She was only 11 years old. Chu Yang also knew that she had actually completely given up on him. The reason why she came here was just to give her mother hope. That was all. She didn't think that he could cure her. In fact, even Duan Shui didn't think that Chu Yang would be able to cure her. But now, they had really reached the point where they were desperate to try anything. Even the most powerful Medicine Valley couldn't do anything about this illness. Who else could cure this illness? The reason why Duan Shui brought her daughter here was probably not to cure her daughter, but to tell her, Mother hasn't given up on you, you can't give up on yourself. Looking at Chu Luer's calm face, Chu Yang only felt his heart beating faintly. An extremely tender feeling surged up. This was his own little sister. She did not have any cultivation, nor did she have a prideful appearance. However, her determination and filial piety were enough to move anyone's heart. Sit down, Chu Yang said warmly. Chu Luer sat down quietly and stretched out her hand. Her palm faced up and laid it flat on the table. She was extremely familiar with this set of movements. Chu Yang looked and couldn't help but feel a tug in his heart again. Chu Luer's hand was perhaps only half the thickness of the arm of a little girl of her age. She was skinny, with skin wrapped around bones. At such a young age, her skin was already wrinkled. Chu Yang took a deep breath and stretched out his finger to touch Chu Luer's wrist. In the tribulation space, a wisp of the sword spirit's consciousness entered Chu Lu'er's meridians through Chu Yang's finger. After a long time, it's basically the same as what I saw last time. The sword spirit instructed. Chu Yang's heart sank, and he loosened his fingers. How is it? Chu Feiyan asked nervously. Duan Shui clenched her fists and stood aside, not daring to ask. Chu Yang took a deep breath. He didn't say anything. His face was solemn. Everyone's expression immediately turned sorrowful. Almost every time, after the diagnosis of the godly doctor, they would have the same expression. Could it be? Chu Lu'er sat quietly at her original spot. Her face was expressionless, as if everything around her had nothing to do with her. It was as if what Chu Yang was about to talk about was also an unrelated person's illness. She said softly, "Big brother, feel free to say it. I've already heard some words hundreds of times. Don't worry, it's nothing for me to hear it again." He had heard these words hundreds of times already. Chu Yang's heart ached again. He took a deep breath. He had no choice but to repeat the sword spirit's words. Sister Lu'er's illness is caused by a congenital injury. This kind of illness was very rare. Usually, if the fetus didn't die in the womb, it wouldn't live for more than 3 years after birth. But Sister Lu'er is already 11 years old this year. This shows how much effort third uncle and third aunt have put in all these years. You can actually tell? Duan Shui opened her mouth wide. She looked at Chu Yang, and for the first time, her eyes were filled with hope. Chu Yang said, "This kind of illness is a very subtle brain injury. The specific symptoms are constant headaches, drowsiness, confusion in the mind, spasms all over the body, or prolonged coma. The most painful part is cramping from the head to the shoulders, along the spine to the soles of the feet. It can even cause the whole body to curl up into a ball. This kind of feeling is even more unbearable than the cruelest torture in the world." Chu Lu'er stared at Chu Yang. Tears slowly slid down her cheeks and dripped down. Duan Shui covered her face with her hands. These were tears of pain, but also tears of hope. After so many years, this was the first time that someone had said it clearly after taking her pulse. At least, before this, no one else had said that the most severe part is cramping from the head to the shoulders, along the spine to the soles of the feet. Duan Shui was the one who understood this the best. Every time her daughter's illness acted up, she would hug her daughter tightly in her arms and feel her daughter's body twitching in vain. She could even see her daughter's tendons slowly bulging out, squirming and twisting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, her daughter's body would completely change shape, and her heart would also be throbbing and breaking at that moment. Can it be treated? Chu Fian asked anxiously. Treated? Chu Yang took a deep breath and said. It's very difficult to treat, very difficult to treat. Chu Feiling, Chu Fian, Yang Rulan and Duan Shui all shouted at the same time. Even Chu Lu'er, who was already disheartened, raised her head in a daze. Her eyes shone brightly as she looked at Chu Yang. Her dry, bloodless lips also began to tremble slightly. Very difficult to treat. What did that mean? Very difficult to treat. That meant it could still be treated. Although it was difficult, there was still hope. In the past, all the doctors, including the divine doctors from the Medicine Valley, would simply say that it couldn't be treated. Or that it was incurable, and there was no way to treat it. At most, only the high priest of the Medicine Valley gave a prescription to prolong one's life, which required a large amount of elixirs. He pointed out that as long as one had any of the elixirs in this prescription, one could prolong one's life. But at the same time, he pointed out that it could only prolong one's life until the age of 13. It was absolutely hopeless to cure it completely. Even if all the prescriptions were found, it would be useless. There was absolutely no one in the world who could treat this illness. For so many years, Chu Feiyan and Duan Shui had almost abandoned everything for their daughter. Chu Feiyan had tried his best to gather information from the outside, to earn purple crystals, and to collect herbs in places where no one dared to go or where even martial saints did not dare to go. Even the entire Chu clan had almost emptied all the purple crystals in their storage for Chu Lu'er's illness, but in the face of the expensive elixirs in the prescription, it was still a drop in the bucket, because that prescription was simply a prescription that would cause one to despair. Then dozens of spiritual treasures, all the rare elixirs in the heavenly level continent were listed. With such a prescription, not to mention the Chu clan, even one of the dominant clans, would go bankrupt. Moreover, it could only prolong one's life, but not cure it completely. So in the end, Chu Feiyan rejected the clan's help and left alone to search for elixirs for his daughter. Until now, he had only found less than 10 elixirs in the hundreds of prescriptions. Although the couple had already made up their mind that even if the elixirs they collected could only prolong their daughter's life by 1 day, they would still put in all their effort. Even if she could only prolong her life by 2 hours, they had to keep her alive for 2 hours, but if the entire Chu clan was implicated and declined, it was a responsibility that the couple could not bear. Now, Chu Yang said that it was very difficult to treat. Difficult meant that it could be treated. Duan Shui cried tears of joy. The oil lamp on the table jumped, and a cluster of lights burst out. Chu Yang walked over slowly and closed the door. Turning around, he walked to the table and sat down. He said in a low voice, "There are no outsiders here, so I'll be direct. Third aunt, Sister Luer's illness is very troublesome. Currently, I don't have any elixirs with me. This is the first reason. The second reason. Sister Luer's illness can only prolong her life for another 2 years." When this sentence was said, everyone was shocked to the extreme. They couldn't help but believe that Chu Yang really had the ability to cure Chu Luer. Because this illness could only prolong her life until she was 13 years old. Only the high priest of the Medicine Valley had said this before. And this sentence was the Chu clan's top secret. Outsiders never knew. But now, Chu Yang said it out loud. "What's the third reason?" Duan Shui asked in a trembling voice. The third reason. There are 2 possibilities. That is to say, while we search for those elixirs in these 2 years, if we can't find them in these 2 years, I'm still confident that I can prolong Sister Luer's life for another 2 years. We'll have more time to search for those elixirs. Chu Yang said. When this sentence was said, Duan Shui's tears flowed down. Prolong her life for another 2 years. That's great, that's great. Suddenly, she covered her face and started to cry. To Duan Shui, her daughter could only live until she was 13 years old. This was a heavy blow, like a curse. Every time she heard the word 13, Duan Shui couldn't help but go crazy. But now, she actually heard that not only was there hope, but that if she couldn't find the elixirs before she was 13 years old, she could prolong her life for another 2 years to wait for the elixirs. To Duan Shui, this was practically music to her ears. However, there was a sorrowful expression on Chu Luer's face. Her delicate little face seemed to have turned black at this moment. She clearly knew what prolong her life for another 2 years meant. This meant that she would have to endure this pain day and night for another 2 years. The little girl bit her lip, her eyes complicated. She had been tortured by her illness for a long time. Her mind was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary 11-year-old girl. She looked at Chu Yang with a conflicted expression, then looked at her mother who was crying tears of joy. She couldn't help but clench her hands tightly. For mother and father's sake. I'll endure it for another 2 years. So what? Isn't it just pain? I've already endured this pain for 11 years. What's 2 more years? Besides, she really couldn't bear to leave her mother and her home. You said that there are 2 possibilities. What's the second one? Chu Feiyan asked hurriedly. The second possibility is, I can treat Sister Luer now so that she won't feel any pain for 3 months. This means that I can temporarily suppress her illness. I can let her be like a normal child. She won't feel sleepy, cramps or headaches anymore. Chu Yang said solemnly. As everyone listened, they widened their eyes and opened their mouths in shock and ecstasy. But I can only suppress it for 2 years. Chu Yang continued solemnly. And after 2 years, if I can't find all the required elixirs, then I can't do anything about it. This means that I can't prolong her life for another 2 years. Everyone was stunned. Chu Feiyan swayed dizzily and sat on the ground. He was dumbfounded and didn't speak for a long time. This is a difficult choice. Chu Yang took a deep breath. So, I don't dare to make the decision myself. I need third aunt to make a decision. Everyone understood that only the child's mother, Duan Shui, could make such a decision. No one else had the right to do so. It was reasonable for Chu Yang to kick him out. There was nothing wrong with that. but everyone was still speechless. If she didn't want to suffer for the next 2 years, she had to give up the chance to extend her life for the next 2 years. If she wanted to extend her life for the next 2 years, it was impossible to reduce the pain for the next 2 years. Duan Shui bit her lips painfully. Her daughter had been in pain for 11 years. How could she let go of this rare opportunity? But, if she chose to live without pain for the next 2 years, what if the elixirs couldn't be found? The elixirs were hard to find. Everyone had personally experienced it these few years. Who was so confident that they could find all the elixirs within 2 years? But if she gave up the next 2 years, what if the elixirs were found soon after the child died? Wouldn't she regret it for the rest of her life? This choice was truly a dilemma. Everyone was silent at the same time. Chu Feiling frowned. Yang Rulan's face was solemn. Putting themselves in their shoes, if their child was in such a situation and they had to make a choice, the couple would not dare to make a decision rashly. This wasn't a choice, it was a dilemma. Chu Fian, who had always been the most enthusiastic, held his breath at this moment. He didn't even dare to cough. Duan Shui's face was full of contradictions and pain. She opened her mouth and closed it again. She didn't know what to do. Chu Lu'er watched from the side. After a long time, she suddenly plucked up her courage and said, "Big brother, can I choose?" Chu Yang was stunned. He said, "Lu'er, of course you can choose." Chu Lu'er pouted and stuck out her little tongue to lick her lips nervously. She turned to look at her mother, her eyes full of longing. She turned back and said resolutely, "Big brother. I want to live for 2 more years. Even if there's no hope, even if it's painful. I want to live to 15 years old." Chu Yang was stunned. Not only Chu Yang, but also Chu Feiling, Yang Rulan, and Chu Fian were stunned. Why? Chu Yang asked in surprise. Everyone thought that this girl would definitely choose to live without pain for 2 years. He would never have thought that she would choose to live for 2 more years. Endure the extreme pain and live for another 2 years. I want to accompany my mother and father. Chu Lu'er lowered her eyelashes and said sadly, "They can't bear to part with me, and I can't bear to part with them either. My parents are too pitiful. Ever since I was able to remember things, I've never seen them smile because of me, even if it hurts more. I want to accompany them for 2 more years. Big brother, you don't know this. When I'm in pain, my mother hugs me and I don't feel any pain anymore." "Really?" Chu Lu'er said seriously. "I'm afraid that my mother will be sad and my father will be sad." She paused and turned to look at her mother affectionately. "Even if it's just delaying their sadness by 2 years, it's still good. I'll be very strong. I promise I won't scream when it hurts." "Lu'er." Duan Shui let out a heart-wrenching cry. Chu Feiling's eyes were wet and he sighed deeply. Yang Rulan's tears had already flowed down. Chu Fian sniffled and took deep breaths. He kept blinking and not letting his tears fall. He kept muttering, "Good child. Good child." Chu Yang also almost shed tears. Everyone knew that the pain that Chu Lu'er was enduring now was really worse than death. Every day that passed was another day of torture. Every 2 hours that passed was another 2 hours of pain, but this strong little girl resolutely chose to endure this pain that was 10 times worse than purgatory for 2 more years so that her parents wouldn't be sad. Chu Yang's heart began to tremble. "No." Duan Shui suddenly raised her head with tears all over her face. "I want Lu'er to live without pain for 2 more years." "Ah?" Chu Yang, Yang Rulan, Chu Feiling, and Chu Fian exclaimed at the same time. Duan Shui hugged her daughter in her arms. Her voice trembled as she said, "Ever since Lu'er was born, she has never experienced what it feels like to live without pain. She has never had fun and never been happy. All the things that other children have are very normal. She has been in this world for 11 years, but she has never enjoyed even a little bit of it. Since there's this chance to let her live without pain for 2 years, then I have to satisfy her no matter what. It's good if we can find the medicine in 2 years. If we can't find it, if we can't find it." Duan Shui's tears streamed down. "If we can't find it, I'll let my daughter have 2 years of happiness. In her limited lifespan of 13 years, she grinned miserably. "If we can find it, 2 years is about enough." If we can't find it, even if we have 200 years, it will be in vain. That's fate. I only hope that no matter if my daughter is born or not, there will be days when she is free of illness and pain. Even if I can't find the medicine 2 years later, my daughter will still have 2 years of happiness. 2 years of no pain. Everyone was moved. There's actually such a mother and daughter in this world. Mother. Chu Le'er's tears streamed down. She stuffed her small head into her mother's arms. Her two thin and weak arms wrapped tightly around her mother's waist. She started to sob softly. That's good. Chu Yang took a deep breath. He only felt that his eyes were wet and hot. He said, that's right. Third aunt, Le'er, I only have one request. Duan Shui asked, what request? This matter has nothing to do with me. That means, no matter who asks, don't say that I did it, Chu Yang said seriously. I understand. Duan Shui sized up her nephew who had just arrived. There was understanding in her eyes, but more than that, there was some praise. It seemed that this nephew's intelligence far exceeded that of his peers. He was even more careful in his actions. It seemed that the Chu clan had hope. Since he was so careful in his actions, then, he must have some confidence in Le'er's matter. Fourth uncle, there's only 2 years, Chu Yang said, you have to help me find the medicine. Chu Fian nodded vigorously. Of course. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I must find the medicine for Le'er. Why is it only your fourth uncle? Are your mother and I just decorations? Chu Failing said unhappily. Yes. I misspoke, Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He nodded and bowed, apologizing to the old master first. Then, he took out a piece of paper and a brush and wrote on it. After a while, he said, these are the 8 medicinal herbs needed to treat Le'er. Every single one of them had to be found within 2 years. Furthermore, it had to be found within 23 months from now. Give me a month's time to prepare the medicine. Everyone came forward. Then, there was a series of uniform gasps. Absolute vine, colored lotus, single flower, jade petal, lingji, life pangolin, lifeless water, heavenly jade elixir, earthine soul ginseng. The 4 adults were stunned. These medicines were for treating Le'er's illness. If these medicines were gathered together, they could corrode the ground under the Chu clan by 3,000 feet. Have you memorized them? Chu Yang said lightly. Yes, Chu Fian muttered, concentrating on memorizing. Among everyone present, he was the one who knew King of Hell Chu the best. Since King of Hell Chu said that he could treat Le'er, then he could. If King of Hell Chu said that these medicines were effective, then they were effective. On this point, he had more confidence in Chu Yang than Chu Failing did. Yes. Chu Yang put this piece of paper on the lamp. The flame rolled out and the paper started to burn. It slowly burned to ashes. Chu Yang threw it on the ground and crushed the ashes with his foot. There was no need to say anything else. Chu Yang's action had already explained everything. This prescription must not be leaked out. The medicinal herbs needed must not be known to outsiders except for the few people present today. Everyone's faces became serious. Le'er, follow me to the inner chamber. Chu Yang said, Father, Mother, wait outside with 4th uncle and 3rd aunt. No matter how long it takes, don't let anyone disturb us. Yes. The 4 of them agreed at the same time. Yang. You. I'm counting on you. Duan Shui looked at Chu Yang with a pleading face. She looked at her daughter with concern. 3rd aunt, don't worry. When we come out, I promise to return you a healthy daughter. Chu Yang smiled and made a small joke to ease the tense atmosphere. Yes. I believe you. Duan Shui nodded vigorously. Chu Le'er kept looking back as Chu Yang pulled her into the inner chamber. Duan Shui looked at the entrance of the inner chamber in a daze. Her hands reached forward as if she wanted to grab something. She finally sat down and muttered to herself nervously, will it work? It will work, right? It will definitely work. Don't worry, it will be fine. It will work. Yang Rulin grabbed her hand and patted it gently to comfort her. Duan Shui was like a drowning person suddenly grabbing onto a piece of driftwood. She grabbed Yang Ruolan's hand tightly and said with tears in her eyes, "Sister-in-law. I'm counting on you now." I really didn't expect Yang to have learned such earth-shattering skills after being outside for so many years. Yang Ruolan knew that she shouldn't be proud at this moment. But, she still felt proud. And, she also felt the same way about Duan Shi's misery. So, she sighed. Then, she said in a somewhat proud and perturbed manner, "Don't worry. Yang is still young. But, she's very steady in her actions. She won't speak without thinking. Since he said he can treat it, he will definitely be able to treat it." Duan Shi nodded repeatedly. Yes. She grabbed Yang Ruolan's hand and didn't let go. "Sister-in-law, this is my last hope. You know what kind of life I've been living all these years." Although Chu Feiling and his wife had lost their child, they could still forget about her when they didn't see each other or when they were busy. They had hope in their hearts. As long as they found her, their child would be fine and there would always be hope in their hearts. On the other hand, the third brother and his wife stayed by their daughter's side all the time. They saw their daughter's pain, her convulsions, and her suffering, but they couldn't do anything about it. They knew that it was hopeless, but they still stayed by her side. They were like criminals on death row who knew when they would be beheaded. They were waiting for that day in vain, but they couldn't do anything about it. No, they were even worse off than criminals on death row. Because they still had to work hard, desperately accumulate all their wealth, desperately use all their means to stop this death that they knew was unstoppable. Parents in the world had a pitiful heart. Chu Feiyan and Duan Shi used their lives, souls, and all their hard work to realize this sentence, even if it meant that their child could live for another 15 minutes. They were still willing to give up everything. Now, Duan Shi was accompanying her child at home, heartbroken, while Chu Feiyan was still frantically searching for her in some unknown mountain. Yang Ruolan and Duan Shi sighed at each other. If you are not a parent, you will not know the hardships of raising a child. If you are not a parent, you will not know the kindness of a parent. In this world, who knew how many parents like this, who knew how many more were there? Chu Yang brought Chu Lu'er into the inner chamber. He smiled and pointed to the bed. "Lu'er, be good. Lie down on the bed. I'll treat your illness. You'll be fine in a while." Chu Lu'er tilted her head and looked at him. She actually smiled gently. "Big brother, although I'm young, you don't have to coax me like a child." Chu Yang was stunned. "Huh?" Chu Lu'er revealed a look of arrogance between her brows. At this moment, this thin and weak body actually revealed its sharpness. She smiled faintly and said, "Big brother, ever since I could feel pain, I've been going back and forth in the 18 levels of hell every day." She raised her eyebrows and smiled sadly but proudly. "In this world, I'm probably the only one who can survive like me, right?" Chu Yang looked at her deeply and said, "That's right, Lu'er. In terms of strength, you're the strongest I've ever seen." He added another sentence in his heart, "Even if you include the seniors, you are still the one and only." Chu Lu'er smiled. "Big brother, I was able to survive because firstly, I couldn't leave father and mother. The moment I thought of leaving them forever, I trained myself with all my might, endured the pain with all my might, and accepted the cruelest treatment and pain with all my might. Just so that, when I'm done with the pain, I can tell my mother, 'Mother, I'm not in pain anymore.'" At that time, a smile appeared on Mother's face. "Although it's bleak, every time I see it, I feel very happy. The pain is worth it. Also, when my mother hugged me, the warm smell of her body made me drunk." This was the second. Therefore, even though I knew that every day I lived was another day of torture for my mother and myself, I still couldn't bear to die. Because I'm afraid. I've heard that the world is dark and cold. There's no one to accompany you, and you're all alone. So I'm afraid. I don't dare to go. Big brother, don't you think I'm very selfish?" Chu Lu'er sat down leisurely in front of Chu Yang. Her frail back was actually very straight. His eyes, which were originally lifeless, were now shining brightly. "You're not selfish." Chu Yang's throat moved a little. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After organizing his words in his mind for a long time, he said slowly, "You're not selfish. Third uncle and third aunt have given up everything for you, just so that you can live on. You're right. Every day you live is a day of torture for them. But as long as you're alive, they'll feel motivated to work hard for you. If you give up and die, third uncle and third aunt indeed won't have to endure such torture in the future. But the pain you leave behind will torment their own generation. Because you should have lived to 13 years old, but you didn't. They'll feel that they've let you down. Remember, Lu'er, only this kind of inner guilt is the greatest torture in a person's life. After Chu Yang said this deeply, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Qinggu. If not for the guilt from my previous life, how could I be like this in this life? Big brother, what you said is really good. Chu Lu'er clearly became more cheerful after hearing these words. She actually smiled sincerely and said, I've always felt that I'm very selfish and also very guilty. Does this mean that I'm not? No, but even so, your strength has made up for everything. Chu Yang said deeply, you have to know that you were injured in your mother's womb. Third uncle and third aunt already feel that they owe you. If you continue, won't they really be in so much pain that they wish they were dead? Chu Lu'er's thin eyebrows furrowed. After thinking hard for a long time, she finally stood up quietly and bowed deeply to Chu Yang. She said, Big brother, thank you. She raised her head and looked at Chu Yang. Her eyes were clear and bright. She said, Big brother, do you know that in such a family, with parents, uncles, big brother, and now you, it's really very blissful. Such a family, even if it's poor, even if it makes me feel 1,000 times or 10,000 times the pain now, I can't bear to leave. Chu Lu'er said. Chu Yang's heart ached. He said gently, Lu'er, I promise that you'll never leave. Chu Lu'er said with tears in her eyes, Big brother, treat my injuries. With tears in her eyes, she smiled mischievously. I didn't believe that you could treat me at first, but now, I believe you. Chu Yang smiled and scratched her nose. He scolded, little rascal. Chu Lu'er giggled. Chu Yang realized that once this little girl smiled sincerely, there was actually a different charm to her. Her eyebrows first moved a little, and then the bridge of her nose wrinkled up slightly. At the same time, her lips curled up slightly, like spring flowers blooming. As Chu Yang instructed the sword spirit to prepare, he said sincerely, Lu'er, you'll definitely be a great beauty when you grow up. I don't know how many people will be charmed by you. Chu Lu'er held her hands in front of her chest and said happily, Really? Really? Chu Yang nodded affirmatively. And at this time, the sword spirit had also finished the preparations. Chu Yang helped Chu Lu'er to lie down on his bed slowly. He smiled and asked, Just now, you mentioned your pillars. I wonder if there's a third pillar. Chu Yang was originally joking, but after he said that, Chu Lu'er actually sat up straight and said seriously, Yes. Big brother, the third pillar, is that I feel that I'm the most amazing person in the world. She smiled proudly, with a sense of disdain for the heavens and the pride of looking down on all the men in the world. She raised her little neck slightly and said, Every day, I walk back and forth in the land of hell from the 1st to the 18th level. Every time I walk, I'll be tortured once. I've been like this for 11 years and 2 months, and I've been hanging for 18 hours every day for 3 days. Chu Yang couldn't help but be shocked. She remembered it so clearly. Chu Lu'er smiled and said, Big brother, I was born in the wee hours of the morning. I remember my birthday well. I want to know how long I can bear it. But no matter how long I can bear it, I'm afraid there's no one in history who can bear the pain like me. Even a supreme martial artist can't do it. This is my greatest pride. Although it's painful, I'm filled with a sense of accomplishment. It's this pride and sense of accomplishment that supports me to bear it day by day. As long as the heavens don't take me away by force, I'll continue to bear it day by day. Big brother. I'm actually very proud. Chu Lu'er smiled lightly and lay back. She even stretched. It's so comfortable. Big brother, your bed is even softer than mine. Chu Yang looked at her in a daze. He faintly felt that if his sister was really cured, she would definitely become a terrifying figure in the world of the heavens in the future, not for anything else, but for this tenacity. She was only 11 years old, but not only was she strong, she was also tenacious. The rarest thing was that in such a place of torture that was crueler than hell, she could actually still find happiness and a sense of accomplishment. This was already an inconceivable matter, and on the basis of all this, she could still reflect on herself and look down on the world, She already had all the conditions to become a peerless expert, and had far surpassed them. Once her chronic illness was cured, she would be a hidden dragon rising to the heavens. No one would be able to stop her from advancing. In the space of the tribulation, the sword spirit looked at Chu Lu'er quietly and said solemnly, "Chu Yang, do you know that when she was talking to you, her condition was gradually worsening? Her head was hurting more and more. Did you see that?" Chu Yang took a breath. "No." The sword spirit nodded and made a clear conclusion. "Chu Yang, your sister is the most terrifying person among all the people I've seen in the past 10,000 years." Only then did Chu Yang exhale the breath that he had just taken in. He said quietly, "I'm proud of her." The two of them didn't talk any more nonsense. Chu Yang stood quietly and held Chu Lu'er's wrist. Somehow, there seemed to be a shadow that came out of his body and entered Chu Lu'er's body through the meridians on her wrist. Then, extremely carefully, it climbed up to the position of her brain. It disappeared. Chu Lu'er moaned in pain and lost all consciousness. Outside, Duan Shi's eyes were fixed on the door of the inner chamber. She was restless. The two brothers, Chu Feiling and Chu Fian, sat opposite each other. It was as if there were nails under their buttocks. After sitting for a while, they would get up and walk around with their hands behind their backs. Or they would simply go out and patrol around the room before coming back in. The four of them didn't even dare to speak. Inside, Chu Yang seemed to be talking to Chu Lu'er, but their voices were muffled. Even if they used their martial arts, they couldn't hear what they were saying. This was the sword spirit's doing. With the sword spirit's cultivation, as long as he didn't want anyone to hear something, even a supreme martial artist could only stare helplessly. But if he wanted someone to hear it, even if they covered their ears or became deaf, they would still be able to hear it clearly. The four of them listened for a long time but couldn't hear anything. They were all very surprised. They were clearly talking, but at such a close distance, even a monarch-level expert could only hear muffled words. This was unbelievable. After a long time, they suddenly heard a soft chuckle from inside. Although the sound was soft and inaudible, it could be heard clearly. Although this voice was soft, it was indeed Chu Lu'er's voice. Furthermore, there was no pain in her laughter. It was filled with joy from the bottom of her heart. This was a joyous laughter that couldn't be faked at all. Duan Shi's entire body was trembling. Her tears were falling like rain. She had forgotten her feelings and grabbed Yang Ruolan's hand. She had used so much strength that it hurt Yang Ruolan's hand. She repeatedly said, "Sister-in-law, did you hear that? Did you hear that? It's Lu'er." Lu'er smiled. Lu'er smiled. Yang Ruolan was also excited. She muttered, It's Lu'er." Duan Shi sobbed and couldn't form a sound. Lu'er has never smiled like this in the past 11 years. Today, she actually smiled. She smiled so happily. "Sister-in-law. I'm really satisfied to be able to hear such a laugh in my life. I'm so happy." As she spoke, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. She said, "If Fayan could hear it. I believe that even if he's in the 100,000 mountains, he'd be gratified and happy." Chu Feiling's expression dimmed. He couldn't help but feel sad when he thought of how his third brother was still wandering around some barren mountain surrounded by clouds. The continuous clouds, the sky-reaching mountains, the dangerous valleys, the ferocious beasts, and the unpredictable human heart. Over the past 11 years, it didn't dispel his third brother's determination to seek medicine for his daughter. I wonder where third brother is at this moment. But he was still in the misty mountain range, searching for that illusory hope that was destined to be extinguished. The young child who followed behind him and called him Big Brother back then had now grown into an indomitable man, even though this process was so bitter and bitter. When everyone heard this laughter, it was as if they had heard the sound of nature. Everyone's eyes were a little red and their minds were a little dazed. For so many years, they had waited for such a laugh. How long had they waited? How much had they sacrificed for this laugh? Everyone stood there in a daze, deep in thought. Only Duan Shi's soft sobs could be heard in the room. She was still holding Yang Ruolan's hand. Her body was so weak that she almost fainted. "Sister-in-law, Yang can make Lu'er laugh like that. I'm willing to do anything for him." Yang Ruolan sighed deeply. She didn't know what to say. She only felt that her throat was blocked. So, she held young Ruolan's hand tightly. In the inner chamber, Chu Yang's mind was tightly connected with the sword spirit. It was as if he could see it. The sword spirit first entered Chu Luer's meridians and then followed her meridians to a pitch-black space. To Chu Yang's surprise, this space was brimming with vitality. The sword spirit sighed, "This little girl's strength can be seen at this moment. Even a perfectly healthy person might not have such vitality. However, this vitality is like water without roots." Then, the sword spirit stretched out his hand. When his two hands reached out of his sleeves, they transformed into thousands of rays of golden light. It was as if a heavenly deity had suddenly descended. Then, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He raised both his hands at the same time and made complicated gestures. Following his gestures, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the entire space. Rays of golden light shot out and disappeared into the corners of this space without a trace. Chu Yang counted carefully. A total of 81 rays of golden light shot out from the sword spirit's hands, then, it suddenly descended. It was as if a faint shadow had suddenly formed in this space. Then, it suddenly disintegrated and turned into rays of milky white light. They penetrated the space and entered Chu Luer's brain. Then, one could clearly see that this milky white light was suppressing bits and pieces of pitch-black matter. They separated from Chu Luer's brain and formed a black cloud. The white light suppressed the black cloud and entered her meridians. It gathered the bits and pieces of black matter in her meridians bit by bit and tried its best to suppress them downwards. Its speed became slower and slower. The sword spirit once again made complicated gestures. Then, another ray of white light exploded and entered her meridians. It formed a new force and suppressed the black cloud downwards. This happened 3 times in a row. Only then did all the bits and pieces of black matter were suppressed into a ball and placed into Chu Luer's dantian. The white light enveloped her layer by layer and remained stable. The sword spirit heaved a long sigh and said, "Chu Yang, this sister of yours." He suddenly stopped and changed the topic. "After 3 months, you must suppress her again at the same time. Otherwise, once it recoils, the pain will be 10 times more painful than before." Chu Yang nodded solemnly. "I will remember this and not delay it." The sword spirit revealed a tired look and said, "That's good. Although I could tell that this little girl's condition was bad, I didn't expect it to be so serious. The original plan was to suppress it once, but it actually happened 3 times. What exactly is this?" Chu Yang asked. "It's actually so domineering? This is a congenital illness. Or to put it more deeply, you don't understand. In the human body, other than the meridians, veins, bones, skin and flesh, there's an even more subtle component. Our heaven's continent hasn't recognized this component yet. But it's these parts that are the most important." The sword spirit said, "It's these parts that really control the joy and pain of the human body. The pain from being beaten, the anger from being scolded, the sadness from being sad, the sense of taste and so on, are all controlled by this part. And Luer is injured in these parts." Chu Yang said in shock, "There's such a thing?" The sword spirit smiled. "The human body is a universe of its own. It's all-encompassing. Not to mention this, there are many more subtle and more important things than these that haven't been discovered yet. If all of them are discovered, even if an ordinary person can reach the cultivation level of a second-grade supreme martial artist or even higher in a day, I wouldn't be surprised. The world is obsessed with finding treasures and reaping without sowing, but they don't know that the greatest treasure in a person's life is his own body. For hundreds of thousands of years, countless people in the heavens continent have lived in this treasure house, but they haven't touched it at all. They've been poor all their lives. It's really sad and lamentable." The sword spirit sighed deeply. Chu Yang frowned and pondered. Luer's illness is congenital. Congenital can make people achieve glory, but can also make people sink into misery. Usually, this kind of thing. The sword spirit pointed to the black spot in Chu Luer's dantian and said, "We call it poison of heaven and earth." Poison of heaven and earth. Chu Yang murmured, as if he had thought of something. The sword spirit didn't waste any more time. He transformed out of Chu Luer's body and returned to Chu Yang's sea of consciousness. He said, "I need to rest for a while." Once Chu recovers, her talent will be very heaven-defying. Although she started late, she'll definitely become a terrifying figure in the future. Or maybe, she'll be of great help to you. Xianxia smiled faintly. Sword spirit, you've underestimated me. Lu'er is my younger sister. If she doesn't have any great ambitions, I'd rather she live a peaceful and happy life. I'd rather she live an ordinary but happy life. But if she has the desire to become a strong person, I'll naturally pave the way for her. But, as for whether she'll be of help to me, I'm not so low as to use my sister. The sword spirit didn't answer. He had already entered a deep state of recuperation. Xianxia pushed the door open and walked out. Chu Feiling, Yang Rulan and Chu Fian, who had been waiting anxiously for a long time, immediately surrounded him when they saw him coming out. How is it? This was Chu Feiling. Is it done? This was Yang Rulan. Why didn't Lu'er come out? This was Chu Fian. Only Duan Shui was a little timid. She stood where she was, looking at Xianxia closely. She wanted to hear what Xianxia had to say, but she was also afraid of what Xianxia would say. She didn't dare to step forward. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Xianxia chuckled. His first sentence made everyone happy. Lu'er shouldn't feel any pain for the next 3 months. That's great. Chu Feiling and the other two clapped their hands excitedly. Duan Shui let out a choked moan. Her body swayed and she almost fell down. Yang Rulan was quick to react. She hurriedly caught her. Lu'er is asleep. Xianxia said, "Third aunt, go in and take a look." She's fine now. Duan Shui nodded emotionally. She wanted to take a step forward, but she felt that her legs were soft and didn't listen to her. Yang Rulan had to support her before she walked in. Although Duan Shui's cultivation wasn't considered high in the Chu clan, she was still a disciple of a famous teacher. She also had the cultivation of a martial emperor. Now that she was so weak, it could be seen how intense her heart was. Inside the room, Chu Lu'er was lying quietly on Chu Yang's bed. Her two thin and pitiful arms were crossed on her lower abdomen. Her small head was slightly tilted as she rested her head on the pillow. Her face was glowing with a long-lost blush. Her long eyelashes covered her eyelids like small fans. Her small lips would occasionally move slightly, and the corners of her mouth would curl up. It seemed that even in her sleep, she also felt this relaxed and happy feeling that she had never tasted before. She was smiling happily. Duan Shui stared blankly at her daughter who was sleeping soundly. Her eyes slowly filled with tears. Her daughter was already 11 years old, and this was the first time she had ever seen her daughter's face. Her body slowly softened until she knelt in front of the bed. She was full of gratitude and joy. She gently placed her head on the bed. She looked at her daughter without blinking and covered her mouth with her hands. Xianxia and the others quietly left. In the living room, the fragrance of tea rose in spirals. Yang Rulan had rebrewed tea for the three of them to soothe their throats. Everyone knew that Chu Lu'er's crisis had passed temporarily. From now on, it was time to compete. Medicine, this was the key thing. The time was very short. Only 2 years. Chu Fian frowned. This medicine. Our clan only has one type of absolute vine. This is the only type that my third brother stole from the 100,000 mountains 5 years ago. He almost lost his life because of it. We don't have the other 7 types. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. Even if we don't have it, other clans don't have it? We don't know if other clans have it or not. Chu Feiling frowned, but even if other clans have it, isn't this medicine also very expensive? And there's no market for it. Besides our Chu clan, there are 2 other big clans in the flat mountain ridge. The other small clans can be ignored. But these 2 clans have always been fighting openly and secretly with our Chu clan. How would they be willing to sell such precious medicine to us? That's right. Right now, the flames of war are everywhere in the heavenly realm. Chaos is everywhere. It seems that a great chaos is about to erupt. At such a time, poisons that harm people are more popular than life-saving medicines. Yang, you've just arrived in the upper 3 heavens and don't understand the situation. Don't think of everything too simply. Xianxia said innocently, I didn't think of it that simply. Don't tell me that there aren't any big businesses, auctions or organizations that collect remuneration in this flat mountain ridge? We don't have access to these channels. Plus, we'll collect by ourselves. 2 years is enough. Chu Fian smiled bitterly. 2 years is enough? I really don't know how you came to this conclusion. Even if there are, how can our Chu clan take out so many purple crystals to buy it? Not to mention that second brother is a little stingy in managing the household. Even if second brother isn't stingy, the Chu clan can't afford such wealth. Yang Rulan nodded. These things can't be bought with white or blue crystals. Chu Failing was thinking about another issue. This place belongs to the Xiao clan. The big businesses and auctions are all controlled by the Xiao clan. Furthermore, the organizations and individuals that you speak of are all under the control of the Dharma Wielders organization. The Law Enforcers organization has blood payers in the entire upper 3 heavens. As long as there are enough purple crystals, they can post tasks. Then, all the blood payers in the high heavens will see it. Those who are interested will take the task. In exchange for remuneration. Blood payer? Chu Yang asked with interest, what is a blood payer? The predecessor of blood payers was a punishment method set up by the law enforcers. That was to put up a bounty for those who committed heinous crimes in the heavenly layer, and set a time limit to kill them, allowing all the experts in the heavenly layer to hunt them down, and then reward those who succeeded. Because each of these rewards can only be exchanged with a bloody human life, they are called blood payers. But over time, people discovered that not only could this form kill people, but it could also do other things. For example, seeking revenge, finding medicine, killing people, bodyguards, escorting, and so on. As a result, the enforcers of the law specially set up the blood payer group to be in charge of this area. As for the warriors of the Great Bu continent, many of them are unwilling to live under someone else's roof, but they don't have the strength to start their own business, so they become blood payers. They relied on getting paid to live their lives. Over time, more and more people like this appeared, which led to the current situation. Basically, blood payers are free to do whatever they want. They don't want to be under anyone's jurisdiction. If they don't want to do something, they don't do it. However, most of them are still very hardworking, Chu Fian continued. Isn't this nonsense? Chu Failing looked at his younger brother gloomily. If they don't do anything, what do they eat? Drink? What do they use for cultivation? You must know that blood payers' missions start with black crystals, and most of them are made with purple crystals. And one purple crystal is enough to support an emperor-level expert for half a month with double cultivation. How can they not work hard and risk their lives? Chu Fian shrank his neck. I knew that I would be reprimanded if I spoke to you since I was young. They're such a fun group. Minister Chu's eyes suddenly lit up like light bulbs. Fun? Yang Rulan knocked on her son's head. This is a matter of life and death, and you say it's fun? Chu Fian twitched his mouth and thought, big sister-in-law, you don't know, the so-called human lives are just fun in the eyes of this minister, that's all. Although your son is young, the blood on his tender hands is probably 100 times more than the blood on the entire Chu clan. You still think that he's an obedient child, but no matter which channel you use, you need purple crystals. And a lot of purple crystals. Chu Failing said seriously. After all, isn't it just a matter of purple crystals? Chu Yang smiled disapprovingly. It's still very easy for me to earn some purple crystals in a short period of time. Moreover, I have the help of third uncle. Chu Fian's face suddenly wrinkled like a dried bitter gourd. Damn it, can't you not emphasize this matter? My heart trembles every time you emphasize it. Very easy? Chu Failing felt that he needed to correct his son's point of view. How can purple crystals be so easy? Now that a piece of purple crystal has appeared, it can cause many people to fight for it. Do you think that purple crystals are common goods? Don't think that purple crystals are everywhere just because you have a piece of purple crystal jade essence hanging on your neck. I don't think that purple crystals are common goods. I'm just saying, with my current medical skills, I should be able to make a lot of money by opening a medical center, Chu Yang said calmly. You? Chu Failing snorted. Do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have good medical skills? Opening a business is about being smooth and slick. Anything unexpected might cause you to be unable to move forward. You'll go bankrupt. Do you think that it's enough just because you have good medical skills? You're far from it. Do you think you can imagine all the scheming of the evil spirits? Big brother, you're too serious. With me there to help Yang, there shouldn't be any problems. Chu Fian smiled bitterly and tried to persuade him. He thought to himself, schemes and schemes? This is what your son is least afraid of. This young master is the master of schemes and schemes. Besides, if Yang goes out to do things by himself, he can also avoid conflict with second brother. Chu Fian said meaningfully. Chu Failing and Yang Rulan suddenly understood and looked at Chu Yang with a guilty look. Yang Rulan said in a low voice, Yang, good boy, you've been wronged. Chu Yang was stunned. How have I been wronged? I've been planning for so long to start a fight with them, and I'm about to see blood. How did it become a humiliation to my parents, this? Where did this come from? Sigh, so be it. Chu Yang thought to himself and then said painfully, I'm not doing all this for this. After all, the more purple crystals there are, the better. And Sister Lo needs everyone's help. So, father, you just have to help me settle the medical center. As for the rest, you don't have to worry about it. This is good. Chu Failing and Yang Rulan looked at each other and felt that if Chu Yang stayed in the clan now, he would be easily schemed against by the second brother and his sons. It was better to go out and lie low. The second brother and his sons were not easy to deal with, and their son was honest and pure. They were afraid that he would not be a match for them. If Chu Fian knew what the couple was thinking now, he would definitely pass out. After the matter was settled, Chu Yang felt relaxed and finally asked a question that had been in his heart for a long time. Mother, when you saw me, was there anyone else beside me? No, Yang Rulan said. Oh. Chu Yang frowned. Don't think about going back for another 3 days, Chu Failing said majestically. All the passageways in the heavens have been closed. Even supreme martial artists can't pass through. Ah? Chu Yang was thinking about this, but he was shocked when he heard this. Why? Yang Rulan sighed and said, it's all because of the birth of that damned Calamity Sword Master, which caused the heavens and earth to be closed. Damned Calamity Sword Master? Chu Yang was stunned. There's such a thing? Hey, son, you have to be careful in the future. Try not to provoke others easily. This Calamity Sword Master is not someone to be trifled with. The cruelty and viciousness of this Calamity Sword Master is quite. Yang Rulan combed her son's hair lovingly and sincerely taught him. She gave her son a lesson about the cruel Calamity Sword Master. Chu Yang was speechless and said angrily, this Calamity Sword Master is really a jerk. Yang Rulan said, yes, Chu Yang. So, the four of them changed the topic from the clan, the upper 3 heavens, the flat mountain ridge, the Chu clan, Chu Luer's illness. Everyone worked together to talk about the terror of the Calamity Sword Master, the cruelty of the Calamity Sword Master, the success of the Calamity Sword Master, the legend of the Calamity Sword Master. Chu Yang laughed dryly and listened to them in a daze, as if he was listening to a book from heaven. Alas, it seems that this kid really has never heard of it. Well, in the lower 3 heavens, who knows about the terror of the Calamity Sword Master? The 3 elders sighed in their hearts, and their desire to tutor Chu Yang became even stronger. Amidst the cursing of the Calamity Sword Master, Chu Yang felt extremely conflicted. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, and spent the night as if it were a year. In the end, Minister Chu's saliva unknowingly dripped down to his chin, and he was in a daze. The evil Calamity Sword Master. Early the next morning, Chu Failing immediately went to make arrangements for the medical center. Of course, it was under the banner of the clan, to seek benefits for the clan. Chu Fian had already gone out to investigate. Since he had decided to do it, he would go all out. Moreover, this was related to the future of his eldest nephew and the illness of his most beloved niece. Chu Yang drowsily supported his head and leaned on the chair. He thought of the conversation last night. All the medicinal materials are at sky-high prices. Even if you want to buy them, they won't sell them, and so on. He couldn't help but smile, and said to himself disdainfully, when did I say that I want to buy them? If I spend purple crystals for such little things, how troublesome. If I can't buy them, can't I steal them? Can't I steal them? Can't I take them by force? Cheating, swindling, stealing, robbing. What kind of methods can't I get them? As long as there are, they won't escape from my hands. Minister Chu gritted his teeth and thought, as for purple crystals, I'm waiting for others to deliver them to me. Do they really think that I'm going to open a medical center to save everyone? Chu Le actually slept all the way from night to noon. When she woke up, the little girl stretched lazily. Her eyes were still drowsy, and she was somewhat surprised and confused. She tried to stand up, and looked around in a daze. Suddenly, she screamed, "Ah! Why don't I feel any pain today?" At the side, Duan Shi's face was covered in tears. She hugged her daughter and said, "It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore. It won't hurt anymore. My poor child." Chu Le looked around in disbelief. There was an indescribable fear on her face. It was as if the sudden cessation of pain was something unacceptable to her. After a long time, she finally woke up. She gently snuggled into her mother's embrace, and said in a dreamy voice, "Mother, I don't feel pain anymore. This time, it's real." Her voice was very soft, as if she was still afraid that this was a dream. If her voice was too loud, she would wake up from this dream. "It's true, it's true." Duan Shi hugged her daughter tightly as tears streamed down her face. "Your big brother cured you. It's cured." Chu Le was still in a daze for a while before she finally woke up completely. She asked, "Mother, where's my elder brother?" "Your big brother has something important to do. He has already left." Duan Shi wiped her tears. "Let's go. Mother will take you out to comb your hair and dress up beautifully. When your big brother comes back, yes." Lu nodded vigorously. Her chronic illness had been cured by Chu Yang, so she had an inexplicable sense of dependence on Chu Yang. When she woke up and didn't see Chu Yang, she actually felt a sense of loss. It was as if someone she could rely on wasn't by her side. The mother and daughter went out. Yang Ruolan had already prepared a feast for her niece. She wanted to give her niece a good nourishment. Chu Yang and Chu Fian were already on their way to the medical center. If Chu Feiling were to personally handle this matter, wouldn't a small pharmacy be a piece of cake? And it was located on the busiest street of Wujing town in the flat mountain ridge. Chu Feilong didn't make things difficult for him. Moreover, he had personally arranged for it to be handled as soon as possible. As per Chu Yang's request, all the medicinal herbs inside were intercepted and kept as fodder. Then a counter, a consultation area, and a chair were added. A row of benches and a few rooms were prepared to accommodate the patients. That was all. But when Chu Yang arrived in front of this medical center, he found out that this small pharmacy that his father had mentioned. It was actually a huge mansion. Outside, there were a total of 7 rooms. Inside, there were 3 entrances and 3 exits. The richly ornamented buildings were surrounded by houses with small bridges and flowing water, flowers and trees. There was even a pavilion and a garden in the courtyard, with purple bamboo swaying in the wind. The moment Chu Yang saw this entire stretch of purple bamboo, he completely fell in love with this place. The purple bamboo was the eternal love of his heart. It was also the only scenery in the world that could shake his heart and soul, beyond the heavens sect. The purple bamboo fluttered. In his previous life, he had met Mo Qinggu for the first time. It was a purple bamboo forest. He had pledged his love to Mo Qinggu in the purple bamboo forest, in his previous life. His final farewell to Mo Qinggu was still a field of purple bamboo. Chu Yang smiled faintly and walked into the purple bamboos in the courtyard. He stroked them one by one. His eyes were distant and full of disappointment. Who would have thought that the place where I, Chu Yang, started out in the upper 3 heavens would have such a stretch of purple bamboo? Chu Fian looked at Chu Yang wandering in the purple bamboo forest. His eyes revealed a strange look, but he didn't go forward to disturb him. He knew that Chu Yang seemed to have recalled something. No one would want to be disturbed at such a time. After a long time, when Chu Yang came out of the purple bamboo forest, Chu Fian seemed to feel that something had changed in Chu Yang, but he couldn't put his finger on it. It was as if he had put down something, but also as if he had picked up something. "How many people do you need?" Chu Fian asked. "The 2 of us are enough." Chu Yang smiled. "The 2 of us?" Chu Fian was surprised. "Such a big foundation, and there are only 2 of us? Can we handle it?" "Don't worry." Chu Yang smiled mysteriously, the two of us are enough. He smiled gently and said, my father and mother can't come here. After all, they are the eldest in the Chu clan. Other than them, I don't have anyone else that I can trust. He looked at Chu Fian and said, fourth uncle, there's only the two of us left to build a great foundation. Chu Fian touched his nose and smiled bitterly, Minister Chu, as long as you don't break up my old bones and sell them. I'll go crazy with your eldest nephew. Chu Yang tilted his head and looked at him, saying, fourth uncle, you'll definitely become a legend in the Chongtian continent. Of course. Chu Fian smiled even more bitterly, a legend whose tail is pinched by his own nephew. I guess I'm the only one since ancient times. Chu Yang laughed loudly. Fourth uncle, I don't understand. Why didn't you force yourself on me and bring me back to verify my identity? Wouldn't everything be fine if you did that? Chu Yang asked puzzledly. Chu Fian's face suddenly turned yellow. He stretched out 2 hands, 3 fingers on his left hand and 5 fingers on his right hand, saying, my dear eldest nephew. Do you think I didn't want to do that? To tell you the truth, I've already brought back 35 people before you. Chu Yang was stunned, 35. Do you know what that means? Chu Fian couldn't help but twitch a little. He asked with a bitter smile. What does that mean? Chu Yang asked curiously. It means 71 rounds of beatings. Chu Fian wanted to cry but had no tears. Every time I brought back the wrong person, your grandpa would beat me up. Your father would comfort me every time. Then he would get angry at your mother and beat me up the next day. 2 rounds of beatings every time. There's no exception, Chu Fian said speechlessly. That's still 70 rounds of beatings, not 71. Chu Yang was very good at math. But the last time, Elder happened to come out from his closed-door training. Chu Fian couldn't bear to look back. That beating was really terrible. Your luck is really incurable. Fourth uncle. Chu Yang looked at his fourth uncle sympathetically. And, the last time, the elder gave me an ultimatum, if I can't find the real one, and bring back a fake one, the elder will turn me into a fake one too. Chu Fian said tearfully as he sighed. Chu Yang said sincerely, ancestor, you're really my idol. He's also my idol. Chu Fian said sorrowfully. Chu Fian's mood was very bad after Chu Yang mentioned his sad memories. On the same day, he yelled and called for workers. Then, he personally oversaw the work. He held the whip in his hand like a fiend, and cracked it loudly. He completed Chu Yang's request within 2 hours. It was only afternoon before the sky turned dark, but everything was done. Minister Chu grabbed a plaque. With his own hands, he wrote 5 large words in a flamboyant style, Purple Crystals Huichan Hall. Then, Chu Fian melted gold and iron into a magnificent plaque according to Chu Yang's request. He hung it on the door. The couplets were naturally made by Chu Yang. Chu Fian was the second shopkeeper, the workers, the nurses and the waiters. He took care of everything. The first part of the couplet was, give me purple crystals, and I'll bring you back to life. The second part of the couplet was, without purple crystals, I'll leave you to die. She looked exactly like a greedy person. In particular, Minister Chu had ingeniously made the door of the purple crystals Huichan Hall into an oval shape. From afar, the plaque and the couplets on the left and right were like ancient beasts opening their bloody mouths. Very vividly, he said, brothers. As long as you dare to walk in, I'll dare to kill you. It vividly expressed Minister Chu's thirst for purple crystals. The walls on both sides were originally white. Chu Yang ordered people to paint them white again to advertise. On the left was, specializes in treating difficult and complicated diseases. We don't take care of minor illnesses and disasters. It's normal to come back from the dead. There are internal and external injuries. We'll be cured. On the right was, specializes in treating impotence and premature ejaculation. Then, he drew the shape of a burly man. His back was straight, his face was full of beard, and his eyes were full of lust. He stepped out and crushed a big rock under his feet. On this burly man's straight waist, there were a few large words written in bold, men, it's better to be a little bit taller. Beside the foot of this burly man, there were a few big words in the same color, men are better the harder they are. On the burly man, there was a few words, "I despise weaklings." On one side, there was only a thick tree stump. Only 1/3 of the big picture was shown. Not a single word was written. Yu Yunjiu. But Minister Chu clearly felt that it wasn't enough. He actually wrote a few words on the wall of the restaurant. "Come, I'll let you do it however you want." Below, there was a small line of words, "Specializes in treating infertility." Chu Yang's abacus was very loud. Nowadays, there were a lot of people who did not have children. Martial artists were particular about refining energy into energy. It wasn't easy to give birth until they reached a certain level. And everyone hoped that they could nurture their descendants through dual cultivation. In that way, they could lay a good foundation for their children when they reached the Xiantian level. So, most of the experts in the heavenly layer world only had descendants when they were old. This was also a major reason that restricted the development of the clan and the reproduction of their descendants, but Minister Chu had 2 lust dragons in his hands and was very confident about this. He definitely dared to say this: "Can't give birth in 30 years? Can't give birth in 50 years? Can't give birth in 200 years? No problem. As long as you come to me, I'll let you give birth." Chu Fian looked at his eldest nephew who was writing on the snow-white wall. The words he wrote were like dragons flying and phoenixes flying. It was really beautiful. He was praising in his heart, "This eldest nephew is really good at martial arts. He's a genius in all aspects. And he can treat illnesses. He's definitely a first-class talent." Then, he saw a series of advertisements written by Minister Chu. Suddenly, Chu Fian's balls almost cramped. What's this? It's simply laughable and not presentable. Just as he was about to step forward to stop him, Minister Chu said slowly, "Fourth uncle, when you found me, why didn't you tell the family? I just can't understand this." Chu Fian's lips turned green and his face turned white. He covered his head and ran away like a rat. That night, Minister Chu was busy in the Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall. The next morning, as countless fireworks and firecrackers exploded crazily, a piece of news shook the flat mountain ridge of the upper 3 heavens. The medical hall of the Peerless Divine Doctor, Purple Crystal's Huichun Hall, had opened. Third update, requesting monthly votes. He couldn't let his brothers say that Feng Ling wouldn't update if everyone voted for him. So, he worked very hard to speed up the plot, and published this update. Tomorrow is July 1 St. The battle in July will start in the early morning. I'm prepared to fight in July. Everyone, please vote for me. Thank you. Part 7 Chapter 20, Business is difficult, we need to tackle many problems at the same time. Big Boss Chu was wearing a red groom's robe. He was smiling as he welcomed the guests at the entrance of the shop. His eyes were shining with the brilliance of purple crystals. He looked like a rich man. What a sensation. This street was originally the most prosperous one. There were all kinds of people here. Opposite were 2 famous restaurants in the flat mountain ridge. A few hundred feet away was the Bloodpayers Hall of the law enforcement officers. The Shao clan's auction and the headquarters of the big chambers of commerce were all on this street. There were many tall buildings. With the sound of the fireworks, everyone rushed over to see what was going on. Even the people from the big clans rushed over. The shopkeepers of the various shops rushed over personally. Because everyone knew that this shop belonged to the Chu clan. It seemed that the Chu clan was going to make a new move. But when everyone got here and saw what was going on, they were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied. Some stared with their eyes wide open, some shook their heads and sighed in disappointment, some looked around in disbelief, and there were even some who burst into laughter. Was this really the Chu clan shop? Why did such a ridiculous thing suddenly appear? This was even more disgusting than the banners of the martial world. Even the pimps who shouted "Golden Spear, never fall" in the brothels, seemed to be better than this. It was even weirder when they looked again. Other than the Chu clan's 4th master, Chu Fian, no one else was here, so everyone muttered, was this really the Chu clan's shop, or, what is the Chu clan up to again? Who is that young man? Chu Feiling's wife, who originally wanted to come and watch the ceremony, went back with a red face after seeing Chu Yang's advertisement. As she walked, she gritted her teeth, "Chu Yang, this little bastard. When he comes back, I must teach him a lesson." How embarrassing, the Chu clan's 4th master had nowhere to run. He stood at the entrance of the shop in his red robe. His face turned into a monkey's, but, after the fireworks and firecrackers were set off like a one-man show, the other bosses still entered the shop in a daze. Then, they congratulated each other, put down their gift bags, and congratulated each other at the speed of a machine gun. Then, they left as if they were running for their lives. It wasn't easy to stay in this shop. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. If we stay here for one more minute, the news of I can't make it will spread. How are we going to live then? Xianxia looked at the table full of red packets and smiled. Seems like this is the fastest way to make money. Should I close the shop today and reopen it tomorrow? He turned his head and saw that Chu Fian was already lying on the chair, gasping for air, on the brink of death. What's wrong with you? Xianxia was surprised. I've never been so embarrassed in my life before. Chu Fian cried and said, You're F***king acting like you're selling aphrodisiac. What do you mean by putting on a posture of selling aphrodisiac? Xianxia said discontentedly, I am selling aphrodisiac. Fourth Master Chu's neck tilted and he fainted. Before Shumichu and Tu fainted, she felt that her reputation had gone down the drain. No wonder this novel said that if I follow him, I will definitely be able to reach the heavens. He was probably already famous in history. Chu Fian, the fourth son of the Chu clan who specialized in aphrodisiacs. Chu Fian cried but had no tears. Big Boss Chu's debao had been open for a whole day, but it was completely empty. Xianxia winked at Chu Fian, fourth uncle, we'll start the operation tonight. What operation? Chu Fian asked puzzledly. We'll find a few places and set a few fires. There shouldn't be any problem, right? Xianxia smiled kindly and winked mischievously. Chu Fian was confused. Set a fire? Our business is very difficult. We need to do many things at the same time. Xianxia said worriedly. Chu Fian thought so too. However, Chu Fian soon realized what his eldest nephew meant by multi-pronged. That night, a warehouse of a big business in Wujing town of the flat mountain ridge suddenly emitted a red light. Then, flames started to rise from all directions. In the entire Wujing town of the flat mountain ridge, no less than 30 people were on fire from all directions. 7*. Immediately, the people shouted and the horses neighed. The sounds of gongs and drums resounded through the sky, and the long hells echoed for a long time. It was the experts from each side gathering their men. Curses that almost drowned out the entire heaven and earth rose and fell in an uproar just like that. Damn it, everyone was sleeping well. Which immoral person set a fire? Isn't this a bastard? After Chu Fian finished setting the fire, he sneaked back to the Purple Crystals Hall. When he entered the hall, he realized that the big boss was not inside. He couldn't help but wonder, where did Xianxia go? His cultivation hasn't recovered yet. Where could he have gone? He recalled Xianxia's words before he left, after setting the fire, don't go anywhere. Just come back and look after the house. He seemed to have expected this long ago. Fourth Master Chu was confused. What's this little bastard up to? Where did Big Boss Chu go? The current Big Boss Chu had already changed his body shape. He had become short and fat. He was dressed in black. In the night, he was like a rubber ball. With the sword spirit possessing his body, his speed was really as fast as light. The first thing he did was to go to a shop of the Chu clan. Minister Chu had already asked around. The person in charge of this shop was Chu Feilong's confidant. Since the entire Wujing town was going to suffer, there was no reason why the Chu clan would not suffer, right? Therefore, Chu Feilong's shop became Xianxia's primary target. Minister Chu used an earth-shattering momentum to rush in. He shook his hands and knocked over 2 guards. After slapping them a dozen times, he asked for the location of the warehouse. He dashed over like a gust of wind and kicked out. 2 huge bronze doors flew out like a pair of wings. Then, Minister Chu casually walked into the warehouse. The guards inside were still in a state of shock. Just as they rushed forward, Xianxia simply swept the floor, and the 8 burly men were sent flying into the air. Xianxia waved his firecracker. Immediately, a gust of thick smoke came out. With a whoosh, he rose from the thick smoke. From afar, he could see 4 figures rushing over. Xianxia snorted, but didn't say anything. He swooped down from midair, and swept past the 4 men like a whirlwind. Bang! 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 The 4 king-level experts swayed a few times as if they were suffering from hysteria. Then, they screamed like pigs being slaughtered. They fell to the ground, and rolled around. Chu Yang had already brutally entered the inner shop. That confidant of Chu Filong was carrying a small box and trying to squeeze out of the window. He had just stuck his head out. Chu Yang sneered. He quickly stepped forward, grabbed the thick buttocks, and pulled them back. A strange scream was heard. This king-level expert was already screaming with all his might. Chu Yang had grabbed and flung his butt, and he had lost a whole pound of flesh. Then, Chu Yang poked him a few times. He grabbed the small box with one hand and flew out like a gust of wind. The people in the shop shouted and chased after him. However, they saw a gentle breeze and a bright moon in the sky. People were shouting and horses were neighing from all directions. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. However, the masked man in black who had just stolen the small box had already disappeared. Only the shopkeeper and the 4 martial deacons were wailing and rolling on the ground. It was as if they had received the cruelest punishment in the world. Chu Yang's move was an extremely evil martial art that he had retrieved from the first Tribulation Sword Master's memory, Yang Dispersing Soul Hand. This was an extremely evil martial art. The victim's entire body would spasm and his joints would be dislocated. This was only the first stage. If the victim could not be cured within a day, the punishment would be even worse. For example, this evil martial art could loosen a person's lumbar vertebrae and pelvis. Then, one of them would be smashed forward and the other would be smashed backward. One could only imagine how it would feel like. However, this was not the only thing. At the same time, the person's shoulders, arms, and other important joints would be dislocated and smashed into each other. This was originally a martial art that was specially used for interrogation. After the first Tribulation Sword Master learned it, it became an evil martial art. Now, the sword spirit was controlling Chu Yang's body and using this martial art. He even added his own understanding of the changes. No one would be able to recognize this martial art from 10,000 years ago. Even if the first Tribulation Sword Master came here personally, he would not be able to recognize it. Moreover, in the current heaven-level continent, other than the sword spirit and Chu Yang, no one else could understand this martial art. Minister Chu disappeared as soon as he came out of the hall. The small box was directly stored in the tribulation space. When he opened it, Chu Yang was greatly disappointed. There were only 12 red crystals, 100 blue crystals, 2 black crystals, and not a single purple crystal. F***ck. Big Boss Chu scolded angrily, "You spent so much effort just for such a small thing? So unlucky." He did not think that the assets of the shops of the big clans here were basically returned to the clan once every 3 days. The wealth that he had now was already equivalent to 3 days' worth of the shop's income. Besides, this was already an amazing amount of wealth, and this was just one shop. Chu Yang's black figure was illuminated by the fire in the night. He had already pounced on other places that were on fire like a demon. He destroyed everything in his way. The sword spirit did not even use much strength, but the experts who were guarding the warehouse were already in a mess. Chu Yang reckoned that he had already killed more than 30 third-grade martial kings and a dozen third-grade martial emperors. Basically, every clan had a few. Chu Yang became more and more excited. He was extremely daring. He even looted the 3 biggest shops of the Shao clan. Bang! 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 A first-grade monarch-level expert, an emperor-level expert, and 18 first-grade king-level experts of the Shao clan met with calamity at the same time. Big Boss Chu ransacked more than 30 shops. What made him depressed was that he did not even find a single purple crystal. He only collected less than 100 black crystals, but the blue crystals and red crystals were piled up like a mountain. Big Boss Chu checked with red eyes. Every time he checked, he scolded. He only felt depressed. After putting in so much effort, he only received such a small amount of things. This was simply an insult to Minister Chu's intelligence. Big Boss Chu was very dissatisfied. He made up his mind and went straight to the auction hall of the law enforcement officers while cursing. F***ck, since I've already done it once, I'll make it the biggest one. Anyway, who the F***ck knows that I did it? Today's first update. Begging for monthly votes. Today's update will be a little late. But no matter how late it is, even if I write until tomorrow morning, there will definitely be a fourth update. Last night, I took a Valium and overslept. I slept until 3:30 in the afternoon. When I woke up and looked, a basin of cold water was poured over me. I did not say anything. If I want votes, I have to update. Then I'll go all out. End of chapter 750. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.